Hello, everybody, and welcome to day one of the Road to Collegiate Esports National Championship. We are here at the Bendix Arena in South Bend, Indiana, where we will be competing in Rocket League and Overwatch, here presented by Army, ROTC, Esports U, and the Collegiate Sports Management Group. It's great to have you all here. Let's make some noise for day one, right here. Let's go.
We did it again. Verizon has been named America's most reliable network by RootMetrics, and our customers rated us #1 for network quality in America, according to J.D. Power, proving there's only one best network.
I just wanted to create a night that was gonna bring people together.
Prepping for a performance.
NC Midwest Region Invitational. And let's get this party started.
I'm really looking forward to being able to play in person against these people.
Where should we expect you to be the most?
Going hard in the paint, either on their back line or with my own support.
I'm really looking forward to meeting all the other players actually. That's one of the cool things is we play these teams online actually quite a bit, and getting to meet them and interacting with them is going to be super cool.
Yeah. Let's make some noise! Let's get it hype in here! Woo!
Love the Cardinals of Ball State. Let's give it up for them one more time.
Woo! Let's go!
All right, so my first and last name is Devin Welch, and my gamer tag is Deister. I play for Rocket League at Ball State University.
Awesome. Is this your first LAN ever?
Yes, this is my first LAN.
So are you hyped to be at a LAN? Is this really exciting?
I'm very excited, very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there anything in particular you're looking forward to kind of in the LAN setting? Are there any schools here that you're really excited to play against?
I'm really just excited for a bigger audience. Had a little bit of an audience before, but the seating here looks insane, so really hoping we can fill the seats and get a crowd. And teams-wise, haven't got to play any of the teams, but we will play Akron in our ESC league. So looking forward to all the teams here. Looks like some good competition.
Yeah, you talked about the seeding of the room, but let's talk about the seeding of the tournament. You guys are which seed?
We are the 3 seed.
3 out of 8 teams, right?
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
My name is Jonah Fletcher, and my IGN is Zaf. I represent Ball State University for Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN ever?
Yes, it is actually my first LAN ever. I've wanted to go to LANs and stuff, but this is my first opportunity.
So is there anything specific that you're looking forward to in this event, or are you just kind of excited to be here in a whole?
I'm excited to be here, but I'm also looking forward to the competition, especially in person, because I'm top 100 in the world, so this is my chance to go against some of the best schools here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you don't know the schools here super well, right? You've never played anybody here?
No, I've played multiple people here. I know some of the guys off Akron, I know all the guys coming from Northwood.
My first and last name, Evan Sefcik, and my gamer tag is Luigi. I play Rocket League for Ball State.
Is this your first LAN?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Is there anything specific you're looking forward to, or are you just excited to be in the LAN atmosphere?
It's going to be really fun getting to compete in person with no ping disadvantage, no lagging. I'm really looking forward to being able to play in person against these people.
Absolutely. Are there any schools in particular that you're really excited to play against during this tournament?
Yeah, honestly, we're really excited. We think we're going to have a really good matchup against Akron, so we're hoping to take that and make it into the finals.
All right. Name and school?
Dan Wirt, Director of Esports for Bethel University.
Yeah, and is this your first LAN that you're going to put on with Bethel?
Yes, it is.
Is it something that you've been looking forward to in the past, or how long have you had your eye on this?
Well, actually, I was one of the ones that kind of first started this program. So back in the spring, I contacted Lydia, the Director of Esports for ECAC, and ECAC and CSMG had a partnership. And so I contacted them and said, hey, we want to host an event here at Bendix Arena, which is our home facility. And so she kind of ran it up the flagpole, and one thing led to another, and bam, we started this process for the championship here.
And what does it mean for your school and your esports program to be able to put an event on like this?
No, this is great, actually. I mean, this is one of the reasons, this is how I sell our program, is I said we get to compete out of this facility. So in the LAN Center, we're here 3 days a week playing, and then this is our first event on the stage. And so to be able to host that, it was one thing to be able to see the artist rendition of how it might look to what it looks like tonight. So this is pretty exciting, and I'm sure everyone's gonna really enjoy it.
And for you, what's the best output of it? Is the experience for the kids at the school? Is the ability to build the program, or what?
You know, when I first kind of got going here, it was just the opportunity to have these kids to be able to do something that they enjoy. I have a son, teenage son, who's a gamer, and part of the way I connected with him was to just find out, hey, what are you doing, watching him, talking with him. So then I sort of took his passion and he kind of instilled that in me. and then the opportunity to really work with these young kids to be able to say, hey, this is something you're interested in. Here's an opportunity that you can go and continue on gaming and do it at a high level. And so that's kind of part of the excitement and experience that we have.
All right, last one. What do you feel for the future of Bethel University's esports program? More events like this, larger teams, what does it mean scholarships-wise for these students? What opportunities are you looking to give these kids?
Yeah, so we actually already offer scholarships. We're a varsity program under the athletics department, so we kind of started right out the gate with scholarship programs. As far as one of the Bendix Arena here is a sponsor of our team, and so we actually have a partnership with them to bring events like this every semester. So we're going to be doing a big LAN event like this at least once a semester. And then for our program, we'll probably be still a relatively small program. We might have 1 to 2 teams for each game, and maybe 40 to 50 kids max, just because of the size of the school. But that doesn't mean that hey, we can't compete on the national stage against some of the big boys.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Let's give it up for the Zips.
I am Isaac Stecker, and my in-game name is Reticence. I'm representing the University of Akron, and I am playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN experience?
This is not my first LAN experience.
How many LANs have you been to before?
I would say I've been to maybe 4 or 5 for Rocket League.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you excited to be back in the LAN atmosphere? Is there anything specific about a LAN you're looking forward to?
I think it just brings a different environment to the game. Everyone's in person. It's a different setup for everyone. It's just a different energy for LAN events that I'm looking forward to.
And have you played any schools here? Are you looking for a bit of a revenge story, or are you excited to play anybody just here at the tournament?
I guess I would say probably Ball State, because they're in the MAC conference, so that's a little bit of a school rivalry, I guess.
My name is Robert Harold. I go by Potato. I'm representing the University of Akron. I'm playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN?
This is not my first LAN.
How many LANs have you been to before?
I've been to one other LAN before.
What are you excited to be? Are you excited to be back in the LAN atmosphere, and is there anything specific you're looking forward to?
I'm not super excited. I'm feeling very nervous. This is probably the biggest LAN and by far the most professional LAN I've been to.
In that sense, kind of honing into those nerves a little bit, do you have any pregame rituals or anything that you kind of do to get your head into the game rather than worry about kind of what's happening around you?
Warm up for 2 hours.
Simple, short, and sweet. And then have you played any schools here? Is there anybody specific, any teams that you're really looking forward to going up against?
I don't think I've played any teams here, but I'm looking forward to play against them.
My name's Will Imes, and in-game I go by Will's Okay, I guess. I'm representing the University of Akron, and I'm playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN?
This is my first LAN.
What are you excited about getting to experience here at this LAN?
I've never gotten to play on stage before. I don't know if it's going to make my game better or worse. We're hoping better,
Absolutely. And have you played any schools here, or are there any teams that you're really looking forward to?
I don't think I've played any schools here. I think nobody's really looking forward to playing Northwood, but if it comes to that, then we'll have to try and take them down.
So being the B team, being kind of brought in a little bit last minute, not really expected, do you think that's going to give your team a leg up in the situation or any kind of advantage?
Coming in as sort of like a makeshift B team for Akron, I think it could help or hurt us. On one hand, when people find that out and they don't see the names that everybody recognizes, I think that they'll probably not put as many expectations on us, maybe let their guard down a little bit. But that can also be kind of coin flippy, because I feel like some days we might pop off and really surprise people. That could help us. Other days, it might be pretty obvious that, we're not the A team.
Let's give it up for the Ball State Cardinals.
Woo! My name's Ethan Allen, and my tag is Pen Park. My game is Overwatch. I play for Ball State University, and I'm the role main tank.
Now, is this your first with Ball State, or have you had experience before?
This is my second year with Ball State, but first year on the first team. So.
Oh, congratulations. Have you played any of the schools here in any other places? Do you have experience against them? How are you feeling?
Yeah. We played our league last year was against most of these schools here, so we do have experience playing them. We've had some scrims against them.
So you know what it looks like. I need you to picture tomorrow. I need you to paint me a picture, visualize and give me in a couple sentences what you're going to be looking at when you're playing Overwatch tomorrow.
We're looking at, I think there's 8 teams. We're looking at 7 great schools, including ourselves, 8. But it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a really big battle, and we're looking to come out on top.
I heard some whispers out in the hallways of 3 letters, MTD.
Yes, sir.
In this school. You want to let me know what's going down with that?
I'm just looking forward to MTD and every single team out there. If it happens, great. I'm going to talk my talk. If it doesn't happen, we're still winning. Doesn't matter. So.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lucas Flick. My tag is Finna. My game's Overwatch. I play off support for Ball State University.
Is this your first LAN experience with them?
My first LAN, yeah, but my second year playing for the varsity program.
That's good. Now I hear you've got experience against these other teams. How are you feeling about that?
It's going to be a strong competition, definitely. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We've played them, scrimmed them, played them a lot before. It's a lot to, I kind of feel like I know what to expect, but I can always be blown away with something else. So.
All right, tell me a little bit more about your specific play style, what you like to do, and who specifically on those other teams should be looking out for you.
I'm kind of a Reddit Lucio. I'm kind of a freak on Lucio. I'm looking at Sunape or Stuna EP, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm just looking to go out there and frag, get some boops, maybe hit an emote, embody my villainous story arc. I don't know, have fun out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Samuel Miller, and I'm U.S. Miller in-game. I'm the damage player for Ball State University's Overwatch team.
All right, is this your first LAN? You excited to be here? You excited to be back?
This is actually my second one. My freshman year when we were a club, I went to my first one up in Iowa.
That's wonderful. Now, so you're a veteran player here. I'm sure you've played a lot of these schools. Have you played them recently, and how have they developed over time?
Just recently in like scrims or teams like them, just getting better all the time, just like us. So they're going to be a fierce bunch of teams here.
I've heard a lot of talk of, we've got some flashy players on the team. We've talked about the MTD. We've talked about the Reddit Lucio. But you're there for some consistency. You're there to make absolute sure that the other team doesn't get to play the game. Tell me a little more about your role and how you feel that.
So being the main Sombra player of the team, I do plan to be the disruptor and really being a pain in the behind. So.
Thank you very much.
Alex Hornback and Hornback. I play Overwatch. I am an off-tank player, and I go to Ball State University.
Is this your first LAN with the team?
Yes. I am a third year, but a lot of the stuff wasn't able to be, we couldn't get the ball rolling my freshman year, so yeah.
Now, you've played a lot of these teams before. You've played them on a different role, though. What's it feel like coming back and having to play against them on a different role, off-tank, and seeing the evolution of a lot of these teams? Do you feel any more or less confident?
I'm feeling more confident, especially with the team this year. There's just a lot more of a foundation, I feel like, especially since we've all been playing together for about a year. Excited to play, hopefully, Akron and a couple of the other teams. Hopefully we make it to Northwood. I'd be very excited to play against some of those players. But
you got a lot of exciting players on the team. A lot of people want to play aggressive, and you as the off-tank, it's your job to tie all those together. How on earth do you wrangle all these guys in?
I have to yell a little bit to keep our Lucio from feeding too much in the back line, but when he's back there, I'll save him from some of his wrongdoings, but that's about it. Everybody else is pretty fine. I don't have to worry about him too much.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
I'm Michael Lindemann. I go by Zangbeast. I play Overwatch for Ball State University Esports as the support.
All right, is this your first LAN with the team?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
We have a fun one. All right, given that you're fairly new to the team, have you played any of the schools here? What's your experience like with Collegiate Overwatch?
So for Ball State, I've been with them from the beginning. I've been doing esports since high school. I played through the club. This is my junior year, so I've been with the team for 3 years, and this is our year, boys. It's looking good.
All right, now you've been with this team for a while. You're a parental figure to many of them, playing support as well. How on earth do you wrangle all these children?
Oh, dude, don't even get me started. I got my Reddit Lucio just like trying to boot people off the map. I have my main tank that refuses to be on the front line because he's back in spawn most of the time. I have my 2 DPS, my no. But at the end of the day, all I have to do is imwort, right click, window, team comes together, we win every time.
Thank you very much.
I'm North Caster, and I go by Ninja Curly Fry.
I play Overwatch for Ball State University, and I am a DPS player.
Is this your first LAN, and how long have you been playing with the school?
This is my first LAN. I'm extremely excited, and I've been playing with the team for, this will be my 3rd year, I'm a junior.
Now, tomorrow you got a lot of great DPS up on the field. You got a lot of great support lines, but we've seen the map pool. Are you looking to play Widowmaker? Are you looking to play Creed? Are you looking to play what tomorrow to break down the enemy team?
You know, I feel like I'll probably just rely on Old Faithful, the Cowboy, or I don't know if we're gonna see any Widow, but I like some Echo.
Now, I've heard your team talk a lot about how you just don't miss, and I can only connect that to one thing. It's got to be that. What's in the hair that makes aiming that much better for you?
I don't know, man. I don't know where to go with that one.
All right. Do you think the hair helps you in any way during the game? Does it imbue you with some confidence?
I feel like I get some sort of power from like a god or something, like, just, you know, yeah, like a Greek god, you know. It's like the hair. There's something about it. It just, you know.
It's not just you. It's the god smiting down at your command.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh God.
Now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship, the road to it. And we have the Midwest Invitational with some of the best teams right here in the Midwest region. We are at the Bendix Arena right here in South Bend, Indiana. So we just saw Rocket League for the first half of the morning. And coming up next, we have a game that I'm very excited for, Overwatch. So let's make a little bit of noise right now for some Overwatch. We've got some amazing games coming up. There is no doubt about it. Yeah, really excited to be here, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Once again, presented by Army, ROTC, in conjunction with Esports U and Collegiate Sports Management Group. So we have 2 teams coming up next. This is going to be spectacular. It'll be the #1 seed, Northwood, going against the #8 seed, Butler. So Northwood has 2 #1 seeds across 2 different games in this division. They are one of the best teams here across all of the CENC. So let's see how it plays out. But coming up first, let's introduce Butler at the 8 seed. Coming up first, it's going to be Zui Mama. Woo! Let's go! And his teammate here coming up next is going to be Twent. This is a 6-on-6 game, so the 3rd member of Butler is going to be Butters. Beautiful. And the 4th member of Butler is going to be Shadow Edge. Rounding out that team at the 5th position, Intrepid Cash. And the 6th member of their team and the team captain, it's going to be Depression. Let's make some noise for Butler and the 8 seed. Okay, and now this #1 seed here, Northwood. This team is so insanely dangerous. They have top players lined from top to bottom. And let's get it started here for them. To start it out for Northwood University at the 1 seed is going to be Seasons. The 2nd member of their roster will be Cowman 711. One of my favorite buildings. Coming up here in the 3rd spot, let's introduce Tyler. One of the more complex names out of everybody. The 4th member of their team is G-Rob. G-Rob to the building. This team is stacked from top to bottom and a big representation at the #1 seed. Everyone looking to take them out. The 5th member of their team is going to be Landon. And to round out the final member of their team, it'll be Lep. Let's make some noise for Lep, your Northwood University. All right, everybody is ready. Let's do me a favor and throw it up to our casters. Door and dividing for the call on this first match here for the CENC Overwatch division. I can't wait to get up there in the crowd because I want to watch. I love this game. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we coming up, let's get some commentary and Overwatch round 1. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Paulie. It's finally time we got to watch. We got to sit back, relax in the beautiful Bendix Arena and catch all of the Rocket League action earlier. But it's about time we get to our favorite game. We get to play a little bit of Overwatch today. I am Dora. I'm joined by the wonderful Dividing to bring you guys all the action. We couldn't be starting off with a better appetizer for you. We've got Butler up against Northwood. And we got to see these players play so early as yesterday. We got to talk to Butler, and Northwood was busy playing Overwatch yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, so many members of Northwood were playing not in a collegiate tournament, but in Overwatch contenders. So many of these players, think of at least 3 or 4 members of this roster were on the Solaris team that placed in 3rd place in Overwatch contenders yesterday. They finished up that game. I don't know how much sleep they got, but they made the drive over to here to play some collegiate Overwatch. Northwood is such an accomplished esports program with so many incredible players. The accolades go on and on for this group. It's so incredible to have them here in South Bend, Indiana.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more specifically about the roster that we're getting out of them, because it's pretty nutty, right? We've got Seasons coming in to play tank, Cowman as well coming in to play tank on the support line. You've got Landon and Lep as well. I've heard they brought Yamitra should they need it. For DPS, they're locking in Tyler and G-Rub, and I've had the pleasure of casting every single one of these players, and you guys are in for quite the treat. But we can talk about Northwood and how much pedigree they have all we want. I think, though, we got to give some respect. We got to put some respect on the Butler Bulldogs name, because there's a roster coming in that people aren't exactly looking at. But talking to them, having seen them, look, I mean, we all saw Bubbles. We all saw Bubbles walk up. That is a D1 football player physique. This man could intimidate anyone off the stage. Absolutely ridiculous. And so, you know what, Northwood? I'd still be scared.
Just a little bit. Butler is not in an enviable position. Going up against Northwood first is not to where anyone wants to be starting, but you do have the position where you're getting up there and you have nothing to lose, everything to gain. May as well just throw everything that you possibly can at this Northwood squad, see if you can get them to crack. That's what every other team is looking for here.
And I think there's a pretty good opportunity, and I think that really comes in the map pick ban system that we have. Because we're playing best of 3s, I know most of the time we're really used to best of 5s with Overwatch. We got to do best of 3s. We got to get all these teams through. I think what we've got going on is actually really cool. We have our whole map pool set up so that the higher seed team coming in picks a map type, and then the lower seed team bans a map from the pool of that type, and then that upper seed team will pick from the remaining 2 maps in that pool. So we're going to get to see a whole variety. We might not even start out on a control point, which is absolutely crazy to think about when you're talking about Overwatch in 2021.
It is crazy because we're so used to seeing that control map able to get things started, get the pace set, but the fact that we can go anywhere in this map pool means that both Northwood and Butler have free reign to try and pick and counterpick the maps that they're playing to play to their strategies and against their opponent's strategies. I'm super excited to see where these teams are going to be taking us to try and gain the upper hand in these matchups.
Yeah, and for me, I think the team that I actually see coming out almost more ahead in that is the Butler Bulldogs. I was talking to them yesterday where we were taking everyone's pictures, getting some interviews in, and, you know, they were talking a little bit of trash, saying some stuff about how they got the best on here, how I'm going to see a Genji 6K. I'm expecting a good Nanoblade out of them, but they were also surprisingly one of the few teams here that actually really wanted to run dive. Most of the other teams were coming in looking to play rush, looking to play some sort of brawl, and I think it's interesting that we actually get a Butler Bulldogs who, given the map pick ban, could really leverage it to force teams to play the way that they want to play. But let's talk a little bit more about what teams we have overall. Let's take a look at our bracket here. We do, of course, have a double elimination tournament with all 8 teams coming in, 1 versus 8 up first. Up next, we'll get to see our favorite 2 teams. Of course, I mean, a Cincinnati boy in the flesh we've got here.
I might be a little tiny bit very biased for the University of Cincinnati here. I will try my best because Akron is an incredible school. We're going to be seeing them after this. And then, of course, Ball State and Illinois Wesleyan taking up the number 3 and number 6 seeds. And we're going to be rounding out the day with Oakland versus Bethel.
And I think there's so many great matches along the way here, right? We get a whole stacked roster of teams, and we get to see them again in the lower bracket where, honestly, I think things might get just as spicy because we've got a lot of teams here all want to run a lot of the same things. I was talking to them yesterday. We were hearing a lot about Reddit Lucios. We were hearing a lot about Genjis. I saw a few Widowmakers floating around when I was talking to people. Whether or not we actually get that, up for debate. But I want to see teams really put their money where their mouth is. I want to see them run what they were telling me they were going to run. I want to see them back up a little bit more of that smack talk so we can get some fun stuff going on.
Absolutely. The rush brawl comps, I love seeing it from all of these teams. It's such like an up-close, in-your-face style of Overwatch where you're using the Reinhardts or the Winstons, using the Lucio speed boost to close the distance on the other team and just smashing them, getting the dominating the close range fight. Of course, the counter pick to this is to go with the spam compositions to try and pick them off before they can close the distance. Overwatch is a game all about picking and counter picking for you and against your opponents. So it's always super exciting to see how the teams adjust to deal with what the other team is throwing at them.
Yeah, and for me, I see a stylistic complete juxtaposition between these two teams. We have a Northwood coming in that has an incredible Orisa player in seasons.
Yeah.
And you back that up with Calman, who has one of, if not the best diva in contenders. And you're looking at a team that is a monstrous Orisa diva. And we've seen Orisa diva floating around for a bit now. We're pretty familiar with it at this point, but compared to the dive that we expect out of Butler, a lot of times it's going to be very different. And map type-wise, we talked about that pick-ban system. First up will be Northwood because they have the higher seed. They can pick the map type. And I think that's a great advantage for them because they can start playing towards Assault, right? I'm looking at Anubis, Hanamura, and Volskaya as our map pool for that. I think the dream right now is for them to take it to Hanamura. I don't think Butler's going to let them do that. That is the ideal place for them to take this Orisa diva composition.
Yeah.
But, you know, assuming that gets banned, even so, it's so difficult to play against them on a 2 capture point map.
Yeah, Anubis and Volskaya, you can both easily make those Orisa comps work if we are, in fact, heading to Assault first. Meanwhile, we go to Butler, and they seem to want to play, you know, we see a lot of Nanoblade talk on a Genji from this team, sort of a little bit more of a wild card. So I'm excited to see where they are going to want to take us here. And I think the support line of Northwood is definitely something to talk about. We're seeing Lep and Landon right now in this matchup. They've been on this Northwood team for a very long time. They have given this team a lot of success, and they're looking at another trophy to the trophy case here.
Yeah, and I think the question for Butler is you're coming in, what do you want to play through in order to really find success against a team like Northwood? Because you've got to find a weakness somewhere. You've got to find something that you can capitalize and put an exclamation point on in order to beat them. I think number one is never letting your confidence dwindle. It's a hard game. It is a hard game against Northwood. You got to keep your confidence up, but as well, I think playing relatively safe Overwatch, right? You have a very aggressive player in Lep. You're looking at a DPS lineup that can really shine on some hit scan, but if you can keep them in check, make sure they're not out of position, play as a team, play grouped up, make sure you're defending your backline properly, not giving anything away to positions where they shouldn't be given away to, and make sure that while, yes, Northwood are good, they don't get to overextend. They don't get to go too far against you. I think that's the key to beating them.
And I think it's also very interesting to note the fact that, you know, Northwood are the heavy favorites in this matchup. They should be known, but Butler might be able to come out and really surprise them. Teams, when they're in this sort of situation, they tend to sort of take their feet off the gas a little bit. I'm looking forward to seeing if Butler can try and capitalize on any potential mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes that Northwood might be able to make because of that.
And I think the weird part is just given the map pick ban and how we could go to virtually any map type to start things out, I'm not sure there's any guarantee that there's one way to start out. Because normally we're used to seeing teams start out on control and you can kind of take advantage of a little bit of the chaos that goes on those maps. But we could have a very organized game, right? With these control points, all of a sudden we need to be ready. But we're getting word just now that Northwood have chosen control. Butler have banned Busan. That leaves us with Ilios, Lijiang, and Oasis in the mix. Now, I think the interesting one here isn't necessarily Oasis or Ilios. I think we've got two similar enough maps compositionally, but Lijiang is left up, and that leaves open a lot of spam compositions, a lot of the Symmetra for them. Should they go with it?
I would say, honestly, yes. I would love to see Lijiang, one of my personal favorite maps, just because, well, bit of a lore in Cincinnati. We never lose Lijiang, so they say. We'll try and see if we can keep that streak going moving forward. But yes, I think Lijiang plays extremely well into the style of composition that Northwood wants to play, that Orisa Diva spam comps. Both Night Market and Gardens are super well equipped to deal with those kinds of comps. You have open skies for potential Pharas and Echoes, and lots of great spots for the Orisa to really set up shop and make sure that no one can possibly move her. And, you know, if it comes down to Control Center, Seasons has a nasty Ryan as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Season plays just everything nasty, doesn't he? And we can talk about the other maps in the pool as well. Oasis and Ilios, I think, are going to go more of a traditional map style, right? When we talk about control, when we talk about making coordinated pushes to retake a point, I'm looking at Ilios and Oasis. I think Ilios could throw a few more cards into the mix for Butler, should it really come down to that, right? All of a sudden you have longer sight lines on somewhere like Ruins, where a Widowmaker might be able to get in and make a difference where normally Northwood wouldn't expect them to. So for Northwood, of these maps, I think Lijiang and Oasis feel like the natural picks for them.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. I think the most important thing for Butler is to just, no matter what it is that Northwood is going to put here, you've got to play confidently. The second that you start playing scared, playing like, oh, we got to make sure that we got to do this, that, and the other, Northwood's going to take advantage of that every single time. You have to play like this is just another comp game, and you are going to just roll the opposing team. You're going to maintain difference, that Reinhardt. You're going to boop everyone off the map as that Reddit Lucio. You've got to be able to play with confidence, because that is step one. We have gotten the map pick, by the way. It is going to be Lijiang Tower.
And this is, I think, maybe the most exciting way we could start off, right? 3 very different sub-maps in terms of what you're playing. On Nightmark, we could expect some Symmetra, we could expect Dive, we could expect Spam. Things like a Pharah coming out to try and push their way onto the point. On Gardens, it is, let's be real with ourselves, bound to be a complete and utter clown fiesta with Wrecking Balls, Divas, Tracers, and the like running around. But all we got to do, we got nothing better, ladies and gentlemen, than to get right into it. We're starting things off with Overwatch today with map number 1 of Lijiang Tower. We're starting off on Control Center dividing.
Control Center is the map we talked about that doesn't play super well to those spam comps that Northwood might be wanting to play today. It's a lot more close-in. You got those tight hallways leading up to the point, so brawl comps are usually well suited for this kind of point. We like seeing teams that can do a lot of damage close up. Junkrat is played a lot. Symmetra is played a lot. As the first team compositions have come in, and while they have 20 seconds or so to change it, we are seeing about what we would think we would see Northwood. We're going to see if they change things up a little bit. They might not, but Butler are going with what seems to be pretty traditional for them. They've got a Reaper Symmetra. It's going to allow them to teleport out of spawn, get there a little bit faster, and that Reaper is going to apply tons of close range damage. Seasons will walk out on the Wrecking Ball as well as the Torb, I think I saw coming out. Can't wait to see this.
And already getting pulled away from the rest of the group. They've got a good position here in the server room, but Northwood have other plans. They have just gone around, give him the ring around the Rosie, and from the top rope comes a Reinhardt. Landon able to pick off Twent to start things off with. That's the threat of that Tracer then. Zenyatta's going to have a lot more room to work with, but we have to slow things down just a little bit. They're focusing down the Reinhardt. Butler under a lot of pressure, and eventually the pressure's going to go down. It is traded for Cowman, though, and things can really start breaking down now as neither team has a main tank to work with. It's about fragging, it's about finding a way through this, but right now, the only things in the kill feed are Northwood Blue, and it's Landon on top of it, playing the Zenyatta, coming with big piece.
Yeah, crazy stuff from Landon already about to come up to the Transcendence. In fact, there it is right there. You see that check mark next to his name, doing so much damage, and the target focus from Northwood to be able to follow up on those Discord Ords is incredible. And Seasons in the back is causing so much disruption on this Wrecking Ball. Look how everyone on Butler has to try and deal with it. It's almost a 1v6.
It's even forced out the immortality field. This is uncomfortable. This is what I was talking about earlier. You just have to keep your cards close to your chest. Take this for granted. You've gotten the mines out of the Wrecking Ball, but no, you've also lost your Reaper. Another one for Seasons as well, as Twent goes off the edge of the map. This is a tough spawn to break out of if there ever was one.
It is incredibly difficult as Butler now trying to just move things around, figure out what can we do to try and break out of here. Landon is on his way back from spawn, is going to be a little bit slower, so you have an opportunity to come in at a 5v6 if you want to. Butters will have the amplification matrix up, and Depression has that shatter. If he can slip one past Cowman, that'd be huge.
Well, he's going to get an opportunity to put one in the back line, but Now Cowman comes in, a shatter of his own, and it's just completely helped out by the Transcendence. Just walking it home. Grob's able to pick up a nice 2-piece off the back, though. A third for the Reaper. It's not over yet. Butler begun to fight back, but it's fruitless. The ultimates have built up for Northwood. It's such a hard way to fight out.
It is. This is so difficult for Butler to do anything into this Northwood comp because they're just playing so aggro, so aggressive. The charge from Cowman goes, I am going to take you down with me. The Reinhardts both go off the map, but now we see Butler taking advantage of the Reinhardt missing from Northwood. It's a 3v5 from both sides, and Tyler's trying to even it up.
You can take a look at the top of your screen as well. There's a whole host of ultimates that Butler have that they could use to try and finish off this fight, and rightfully so. They've got to get that point taken back over. But with both the Reinhardts back in tow for their team and ultimates running low for Butler, they've got to make this amplification matrix count. They found Lep through it, but they've got to seek out this Reinhardt, and that's Cowman going down. That should be the point ticked over for Butler.
Yeah, the D-Mech was gotten from G-Rob. They have to deal with this Reaper. It's being so annoying. Further side of Butler, the beat from Shepherd Cash is going to keep everyone healthy for now, but the mines from Season's going to try and take this around.
It's a great zoning ultimate with Depression out of the way. It is just a clear red carpet set by his charge for Northwood.
Yeah, and then overtime Wick burns down, and a great effort from Butler there at the end, but Northwood managed to stagger. They managed to stall until they find another advantage in the fight. They get themselves back into it, and a 1-0 start for Northwood.
And this is the map that I think I was most excited to see them on. I want to see Seasons play some Wrecking Ball here. I'm curious to see what Cowman does. Probably a Demon back it up, and hey, maybe they just keep the Reinhardt in here. I don't think we can expect anything out of Northwood in the early rounds, and Butler themselves have a lot of choices to make as well. It looks like they want to opt for the Monkey Diva, which in and of itself is not bad on this map by any means, but we're used to seeing the ball. We're used to seeing something very stall-based, but it looks like they want to really target specific players with the dive composition.
Yeah, so we do have a pause coming through, but the dive comp is going to be very interesting coming in from Butler. You've got to be able to pick out members of Northwood that are separate from the rest of the team and jump on them, stun them up, burn them down. Interestingly, with the way that Northwood is playing right now, they're playing very individualistic. Everyone's kind of going off, doing their own thing. They figure, hey, if we can just win 6 1v1s, that's the fight. If Butler can trying to coalesce through that and really just target focus one person down at a time, I could see this dive comp working against this particular play style.
And that's what I thought they were doing the best, because we had Cowman really aggressively charging into the back line often. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? Making sure they don't go too far. And a lot of time I think we saw Northwood getting a little cocky, right? Moving forward, making some aggressive charges, going for boops off spawn, like all sorts of crazy stuff that, you know, if they grouped up as 6 and they focus them down like we saw them do in the final fight that Butler did win, right? Punishing Cowman for charging aggressively, they burnt down the Reinhardt and won the fight following. This team has more than enough chops to keep Northwood from doing these things, and I think the longer this goes, the more they're going to be able to realize that, and they certainly got a whiff of it at the end of that last point.
Yeah, the surprise is now out of the way for Butler. They know the kind of play that Northwood is going to try and go with, as now we see a Farah coming out from Tyler, but in fact it's Lep who got in a little bit too far, read at Lucioing, and gets punished for it.
You hate to see it. Depression's out, though. It is a trade, Lucio, for the Winston. Now without a main tank, Butler going to have a really hard job. Zooey Mom's got a lot of work to do, and he's not able to defend that. Both the supports off the map, and Tyler sends them both fishing.
Tyler doing a fantastic job to keep that fight in Northwood's favor. Already halfway up to that all-important barrage. The point control is going to flip over to Northwood now. It's actually Cowman. I didn't notice it's 80% to the mines already. By far the furthest of the old charge from anyone in this fight. We can expect the mines to come out from Cowman very soon.
And this, of any point in Overwatch, is the one where getting the first take is by far the most important because of how difficult it is to retake this point, because the stall can be so bad. You already see Northwood playing pretty conservative. They don't want to give up anything here, and Left's not going to let him. Depression's off, but it will be a main tank traded on the other side. Barrage in the backline from Tyler. Looks to pick off 2, but a great shield bash coming out from Intrepid Cash, just keeping the rest of the team alive. This fight is far from over. If they can remove Grob from the backline, which they have, that's the Reaper out of the way of Northwood. Butler can start making their way to the point, but it's a very unclear route because he's looking in the back line. He's got about 90% to the ultimate. And with Seasons pressuring in the front, that Reaper's in prime position to make the flank happen. It's just a matter of time, and Calman's in, and so is the rest of the team. Sound Barrier engage out of Northwood. They don't have any ultimates back it off, but they look like they can finish it off. Nobody going down from Butler. Again, playing safe, playing solid, but in comes Grob with a Death Blossom to finish things off.
The Death Blossom coming out from G-Rob to turn things around. I have to bring it back to the very beginning of that extended fight. The Nano was on depression, and he got booped off by Lep. That was their win condition going into that fight, and they were scrambling from that point forward. Now, though, this is Butler's greatest chance of all. They're going to have 5 ultimates on the board. Everything except for the rally from Intrepid Cash is going to be on board, and with 80% counting for Northwood, they have plenty of time to get something done.
Let's see if the kitchen sink can get them across the finish line here. They've been picked off early. Butler, not even a chance to use any of those ultimates. In desperation, it's going to be the Deadeye used from the Cowboy. Twin isn't able to get anything done with it, though. They'll get one last shot at this if they can touch the point.
They've got to get moving soon. The Primal Rage is used from Depression just to get on, and is going to get there. The Nano Blade from Shadow Edge has been deployed. Can he get anything done with it?
He's promised us big stuff, and he's looking for the back line, but the Genji's just forced away. He's been neutered, left alone with a team, and being picked off. There's no way you get the point touch. It's Northwood coming away with the map number 1.
That was some incredible play from Northwood, just showing the mechanical skill that this team is bringing to the table, even if it wasn't necessarily the traditional kind of comms that we are used to seeing. They did a fantastic job of playing super aggro, jumping in before Butler could even try and formulate a plan about what to do. And that just shows how much these guys trust each other. Seasons and Cowman, they jump in without abandon every single time because they know that their DPS and their supports have their backs.
And I mean, they read it perfectly. This isn't a team that isn't necessarily taking this seriously. While they are definitely going hard, they're playing aggressive, and maybe more so than they normally would because they're feeling confident. There's very clearly a measured approach to this. They recognized in the last fight that, yes, this team has all of their ultimates, virtually every last one, so you need to play aggressively. You need to catch them out early before they get the opportunity to set up for those. And I mean, that's just what makes Northwood such a hard team to beat. Even when they're playing aggressively, even when they're doing everything they can to pound you down, it's still measured. It is still extremely clean Overwatch.
It is incredibly clean. And Butler, I could see the wheels turning in their heads. They had, I think, the right idea to try and deal with Northwood's kind of compositions. They just weren't able to formulate a plan and execute on it fast enough before, like, 3 members of Northwood were already on top of them. If Butler are going to be able to come back in this next matchup, which, by the way, they do get to pick the map type and the final map pick after Northwood bans a map, if they can try and pick up the pace a little bit, make sure that they are able to take the initiative on Northwood instead of the other way around, I think they definitely have the chops to really surprise us here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Escort in particular as being a good opportunity for them, just for how the map pool works, right? Our map pool is Havana, Dorado, Gibraltar. Virtually every single one of those, except for Havana, which might not be the greatest, you can play the dive on. And given that North would only get 1 ban, assuming they would ban either Dorado or Gibraltar to avoid the dive, it would leave up at least one of them. And I think either Dorado or Gibraltar, this team would be more than happy with.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As a team that we have said before, they like the dive comms. They want to play those dive comms. Those are some of the best dive maps in the game. And I think that would take Northwood to a place where maybe they're not quite as comfortable. They've already talked about they like the Brawl comps. They like the Orisa Diva comps, the dive comps. I'm sure they're practiced on it. Maybe not as much as the other ones, though.
Yeah, and you know what? There was some promising stuff in the last one that I really wanted to highlight. We saw a fight in White Room that didn't end up going their way, right? They ended up having the Primal Rage and Death Blossom come in on them, but it was late on. That was a fight where Butler survived a very long time in the White Room, and while fending off Northwood. It was not just Northwood's waiting for the right time to engage. No, they were actually proper fending off Northwood with every single dive attempt they made, traded out player after player until eventually it broke down. The ultimates came in at the end of the day. But as for a neutral fight, I actually thought that was really good, and I think that neutral game for Butler could find them a lot of success if they continue to play, take space, and hold it appropriately. Because like I mentioned on the first map, it seems they've learned their lesson about letting Northwood over-aggress, right? Shutting down the Reinhardt, making sure no one is getting too aggressive. I think we saw the Winston go down plenty of times there for Northwood, so they're not letting him just get away with whatever he wants. And if they can keep that up, and you're looking at an escort map or a hybrid map, all of a sudden, I think that's something that can really control the game because you can control the cart. You can make sure people aren't over-aggressing onto it and just allow them to do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to that fight, it was an incredibly even fight. At the beginning of it, though, Depression got the nano, jumped in, got booped off of the map. I really do think if Depression was able to really get in there, get the full value out of that nano-boosted Winston, we could have been seeing Butler take control of the point there. That is how close that fight was to flipping. So Butler absolutely has a shot to really make some headway in this Northwood matchup. And even if they don't end up doing, the fact that they were able to put up such a good match would be such a boon to their confidence when they head to the losers bracket.
Yeah, if I'm Butler, I'm feeling all right about how things are going right now, but you want to keep them trending in a positive direction. It's clear they're learning as they go, but Northwood, what a beast of a map from them. I mean, hyper aggressive on map number 1. The move that we saw coming out of spawn, going into server room up and then dropping behind the opposing team, that was one of the coolest things I've seen in a hot second. They gave them the runaround, and they had no clue what was coming.
It shows that you don't play Wrecking Ball on Lijiang Tower Control Center very often, just because there isn't as much room for the Wrecking Ball to swing around and get the value that you need. The fact that that pathing was figured out from Season shows that not only were they playing Wrecking Ball, they had a plan for Wrecking Ball. It just shows how much these guys have played this game, how much they know these characters, these maps inside and out, and how you could get the maximum amount of value out of them in any scenario, basically.
Yeah, and it's not just getting their own aggression, not just getting what they want, but also what I think is more important is that they're still peeling for one another. At the same time, one of the big things that I saw was actually Let playing very, very aggressive on Gardens. Playing up with the main tank was one of the reasons why we saw that Winston be able to pull so much off. They were walking forward into the bubble in order to connect anti-nades that were rightfully eaten by Butler a good few times. The D was doing an excellent job of actually making sure none of those really connected too much, but we're getting ready to hop into our next map. The pick band's gone through, and would you look at that? I was right dividing. We're heading on to Dorado for a little bit of dive.
I would love to see Butler just really take the initiative here. I assume they're going to be going with some sort of dive comp here as they're going to be starting off on the attack. If you're able to take the initiative on Northwood, capture out maybe a support or a DPS player that is by themselves and snowball that into a fight win from there, I can't wait to see, especially once you get the cart moving, can really have that momentum continue to move. Northwood, though, coming out with, I think this is called the Whatever Northwood Wants to Play comp.
Yeah, it's not too surprising to see him lock in the characters that they're confident on. Cowman has a scary Roadhog. I will say at least that much.
You know what I do see here, though? I see a Widowmaker, I see a Zenyatta, I see an Ana, all prime dive targets, and there isn't a ton that Northwood can do to peel for them if they get singled out.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Butler have to focus on, is what they can do well, how they can stop Northwood from getting away with things compositionally. Shadow Edge has a big job on his hands to try and take down Grob, but with Depression's help, I'm sure they can get it done. As well as Tank Line, I think super interesting. Double Bubble is my favorite composition in the game. I've gotten to cast Chinese Contenders for 3 seasons now, and it is a treat every time this composition comes out. It is poetry in motion, and if we see Depression and Zooey Mama trade off their bubbles appropriately, see Seasons drops down, drops his own bubble, and then gets a bubble from his Zarya, and should be able to get out on Winston. That's great poke, but does get picked off by Grob from the high ground. You see that cycling start to come in, though, and they can really start applying pressure to Northwood if they can do that successfully.
A nice headshot from Twent, though, takes Tyler out of the air. That's a lot of poke damage that's coming in on top that Butler no longer has to worry about. It's going to take Tyler a little bit of time to get back to the rest of the team. In fact, he's going to swap to the Tracer now to try and make sure that he can get back to the team faster, which is true because Butler, their spawn's right here. They're coming right back in. We need to see some decisiveness, though, out of Depression and Shadow Edge.
Yeah, and right now they're really struggling to get on top of the Widowmaker. They're trying to dive the opposing high ground, but it's just not available.
It is, in fact, just completely cut off. Actually, Cowman is actually doing a very good job on this Roadhog, and not very mobile main tank, but has put himself in a position where he doesn't have to move very far to be able to help peel for his backline.
Oh, but that's a lot of damage going on left, and the successful dive out of Shadow Edge and Depression was exactly what they're looking for. The health bars are getting a little low, but they peak the high ground to try and regain some of that healing. Twint will eventually go down, and Grob still hasn't been removed. We talked about the Ana and the Widowmaker as being diveable targets, but they forgot about one. The backline's being wrecked to pieces by Grob as falling apart are Butler Northwood for another fighter gonna hold on.
Yeah, a fantastic dive from Butler. I have to give them a shout out for that. A great amount of coordination was needed for Depression and Shadow Edge to get up to the top and take down Lep, but you're right. And once they take down the Ana, they're like, let's move forward, and Grob has found himself a spot in the back and just gets off 2 or 3 headshots with no one else looking. Butler, now with 2 minutes left on the clock, they have every ultimate except for the Diva Bomb coming up here soon, but Depression gets taken down before the Nano could potentially be applied to him. Depression's having such a hard time. He's getting melted down every time he tries to jump up.
And I like the swap that we get for Butler, actually. We get Zooey Mama going over to Diva, which really does check out, right? They struggle to find the Ana and the Widowmaker. Now with multiple players that can jump up, they can start limiting those options. Butler's going down early, though, means there's no heals for the main tank. Even if Grob goes down here, the damage has been done for the fight. Depression knocks his head off the high ground, though, and that's a great start to things. He sends Zenyatta packing back towards his own spawn, and without any supports left, Northwood have got to give up some space here, but they're all on the flank, actually.
This is an incredible opportunity for Butler. You forced out all of the support elements for Northwood, and you got the support. Let and Landon are going to be coming back as fast as they possibly can, but in the meantime, Butler have the Nano Blade up. They have the Dragon Strike and the Rally to keep everyone alive. This is an incredible opportunity for Butler to try and push this through to the first point of their auto.
And I love what they've got going. They pop the Nano Blade, and Shadow is just in for one, in for a second, looking for a 3-piece chicken dinner, but can't quite find it. Instead, finds the wrong end of a Tesla cannon. Seasons manages to trade his teammates out, but not before they've gone down. Butler continue pushing this cart with Seasons not having a jump. There might not actually be a quick way onto this one. It looks like that's point A, capped by Butler.
That is huge for Butler. Just being able to say that they got a point off of Northwood is such an incredible feeling, and that is going to help snowball their momentum now moving forward. Butler, they still have the rally they're holding on to from Intrepid Cash. Could keep everyone alive, keep everyone safe, but they have to be wary now because G-Rob has the walls.
But look at this. Northwood are trying to play aggressively. They're trying to push into the spawn. Their Widowmaker doesn't have sightlines to work with in this position. It is just the Tracer and the Winston trying to get things done. You can see Rob is finding sightlines eventually via other ways, but Butler stay grouped, they stay connected, they start playing together, and now they can continue pushing that cart since they have pushed Northwood away from where they weren't supposed to be. That cart continues moving the dive on the high ground successful, and the Tracer is back in the back line, and Twent goes down for it. An excellent dive coming out from Tyler, but Butler aren't done with the fight yet. Cowman is the one who's going to do that.
A great job from Butler to be able to sort of get back together after the initial dive from Northwood, but unfortunately it was a Tracer in the back. Tyler coming in to make everything sort of fall apart with the backline pickoff. Butler now with 2 minutes left on the clock, but the ultimates, they're coming back up for them again. And Cowman was caught sleeping and has been naded. 13 health left.
There's no way he actually lives. He got out! How? There's no way. Grabs up top now to clean up the rest of the team, and Butler invested everything into trying to kill this Roadhog, but Cowman is just unkillable currently. Twent's able to trade one off on a Tyler, but at what cost dividing?
It was the Ana of Butler Butters was putting in everything to try and deal with Northwood's Roadhog Cowman. They were so close, they couldn't quite get it done. However, with 1 minute and 10 on the clock, Butler once again have built up a bank of ultimates to help try and push through. Northwood, though, Grob, he has the vision once again on Widowmaker, is looking to do damage with it. They also have the rally from Lep, which will be a problem for Shadow Edge if he wants to go in for another Nano Blade.
Oh, I love what Butler have done here. They've baited in the dive from Northwood. The second their Winston's gone, they pulled back, caught the Winston trying to push forward aggressively on them. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. Lep shuts down the counter dive, and with Grob, who pushes up into that main choke point, all of a sudden getting 3 sightlines from the Winston, you need to deal with that main tank as fast as possible.
Luckily, though, Butler, they didn't use anything really except for the Dragon Strike. So this is going to be probably their last fight. 30 seconds left on the clock, but that Nano Blade is back up for Shadow Edge and Butters. That connection has been successful in the past, but Butters is down early. Now Shadow Edge is probably going to be forced to just Blade without it, unless they can get this fight done really fast, in which case they might be able to get one final contest, but Depression's going to pop the Primal Rage.
I mean, there's one fight left, but with 5 seconds on the clock, who's touching this cart? Who's on their way from Butler? It doesn't look like anyone's there. Is there a touch? Overtime has been triggered. Shadow Edge with the Nano Blade does eventually come out, and Butters looks like they're going to go down immediately following it. This on his last wishes were to make that Nano Blade happen, but that Nano Blade is not going to be enough to win the point. Northwood are going to be taking this one to stop in overtime here on point 2 of Dorado. But you know what? For Butler, I think they've made a decent way into this map, and they've got a holdable point if they can just continue to play that connected style of Overwatch where they're not letting these picks go to waste.
That's holdable. I don't care what you tell me. That is doable for Butler. Just make sure that they don't get through point A for 4 minutes. And honestly,
tall order.
It's a tall order to hold Northwood back for 4 minutes, but Butler has proven themselves the ability to make some headway into this Northwood comp. They are able to push forward. They're able to take fight wins, take points off of this team. And with that potential confidence, who knows? Who knows what could happen in this next map? All I know is that there is 1 point and 34 meters for Northwood in order to take this. Until that's happened, Butler hasn't lost yet.
And all right, I know everyone here knows Northwood. I know everyone here knows Butler, and I know a lot of you would love to see Butler come up with a little something. So I need everybody in the building to give them their energy, because this is their shot to try and hold a map against Northwood. On the attacking side, what do they want to run coming out of this spawn?
They're running, it seems like, just about the same thing as they did on their defense. The dive composition, the Genji Tracer. This is taking us back to like 2018 Overwatch here, and I love to see it out of this team. Trent is going to be on the Tracer, was not on the Tracer before, but this comp is all around making sure that Depression can get in with those dives, so Trent and Shadow Edge, and focus down members of Northwood. Northwood, meanwhile, is going with a Winston Reinhardt composition themselves. G-Rob back on that Widowmaker that did so good for Northwood on their defense.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard because Butler are trying to contest this cart with the Reinhardt at the same time that they're trying to contest the Widowmaker. And the question is, can they break that down into the turns that it needs to take, right? Now, 3-4-man dive composition needs to get the Widowmaker out of position before they can make the push. And Intrepid Cash, the first one to go down. No supports left for Butler. Northwood making quick work of this first point defense.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from Butler. They collapsed around Intrepid Cash and took him out, and without the passive healing coming through from that Brigida Inspire, Butler did not have the ability to push through the attack of Northwood. They do have a potential to come in for one more fight here on point A if they want to, but they might just want to take the time and try and just make their final stand here on point B.
Oh,
with
no.
Butters going down, you're definitely going to want that.
It's tragic, and Grob had to give his life for it, but that's a trade that Northwood are more than happy to make. Without a main support, this is a nigh on impossible fight for Butler, who would love to have gotten an opportunity to hold here at the end of point A. And while there is a contest on the cart, it's not a pretty one. It's looking like they're going to get through those gates. And with that yellow box of victory being so close past these doors dividing, that is not a long time they've got to contest the thing.
Yeah, Northwood has to rush to get back to this point right now. Depression is trying to make sure that everyone is ready. Butler don't have any ultimates coming up right now. Butters is close to the nano boost, but is not quite there yet. Northwood, they have the advantage. They have the shatter from Cowman already up, and Tyler is just a little bit away from that pulse bomb. Either one of those finds any value, that could be huge. That could be the killing blow here for Butler.
You know what I see coming up, though? There's a Nano Blade on the horizon for Shadow Edge. If they can just last the time for this Genji get its blade up, I think they stand a chance. Tyler connects one pulse bomb onto Depression. Shadow Edge finds the finishing Elam onto another. Butters and Shadow Edge staying alive. Shadow Edge 99% up. The Nano Blade comes out. Butters isn't able to get the Nano off. He's not in sight lines, and Shadow Edge gets burnt through. And with that, it looks like it's going to be the end of the map for Northwood, not allowing the Nano Blade, not allowing a shred of time to be taken from Butler. They end this one in a quick 2-0.
A valiant effort from Butler in that matchup, but in the end, Northwood proves why they're the #1 seed. Their mechanical ability, their ability to play with each other, the trust that this team has in each other to keep each other up, have each other's back, no matter what they're playing or how they're playing. It's the kind of things that you see out of the best Overwatch teams in the world, and that's what we have here today.
And all things considered, I'm looking at this. We got a highlight out of Shadow Edge. That was an incredible nano blade. I know a lot of teams that would be very happy to take a point off of Northwood. They can go with their heads held high because they still get to go on in the lower bracket. They're not done yet here at the CENC Midwest Invitational. No, they're just heading on to another bracket where they get to play other teams that aren't Northwood. Northwood gets to continue on in that upper bracket with the likely dominant run they're going to have.
It is likely. I think Butler should definitely not be disappointed in how they played today. They showed a ton of potential. And I think that they really could make themselves a bit of a loser's bracket run as we head into tonight, going into tomorrow. I wouldn't be shocked if we see them on the stream again.
Yeah, and you know what? It was an exciting match. I know everyone's excited to talk to Northwood, and I would be too. It's about time we get a little insight into their minds when we go into Pauly for a quick little interview in a moment. But for me, I was looking at that, and there was a lot of aggressive play from everyone on the Northwood roster. Do you think they need to tighten it up in order for them to play against some of these other teams?
When it comes down to it, when it comes down to the winners finals, the grand finals, we are probably going to be seeing Northwood cutting back a little bit as you go up against tougher competition. But we can only speculate. Let's hear it from the guys themselves. Let's head it back down over to Pauly, who are with the Northwood team.
Hello, everybody. All right, so let's give it up for Northwood. Who are your victors
Good
here?
shit.
Decisive victory. They played fantastic. Good job to both teams up here, of course. Number 8 seed and number 1 seed. So whoever wants to come up, let's get a little interview with
fine with
Shadow Edge.
each other, but
Let's
not
see
having
Shadow.
game audio is a problem.
He was throwing it down on the Genji.
I hear like
Well
a little
done
bit
to
of static.
everybody
I
here,
don't
so-
hear anything else.
I
What's
think
up, Shadow?
they've
How
been
you
trying to
doing,
figure. I've
man?
been messaging them on Discord the whole time.
What was the key to victory there? You guys looked
trying to help
so
them out, but,
impressive the
I mean,
whole
there's only so
way.
much I can do
What
more
did you
in a game.
notice in the enemy team that kind of gave you the
It's all right. We'll have a
route
break
and the
in
win?
between this that I think they'll.
Really
shit.
just playing
What I knocked over?
aggressive.
Tell me nothing bad.
A
going on
bottle
the-
of something.
Oh, that's fine.
Like people that were alone.
Dive in the back line, eliminating their targets. Well done. What are some of the strategies, or what is your team going to do to make sure going into tomorrow that you guys are able to continue the momentum and keep up the high win percentage?
Just practice as a team, get our comms
That's
good,
fun.
just play more as a team, and jump on everyone we can.
Perfect.
I'm
And
gonna go
if you were to
talk.
give one word of trash talk to whoever you're going to be going against tomorrow, what would that one word be? Or multiple words?
L.
L it is. So give them the L. You already hear it. Let's give it up for Northwood. They had a great showing. What an amazing way to start this one. We will have the next match coming up next, which is going to be Akron going against Cincinnati. So when we come back, we'll have more Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. Don't go anywhere. More Overwatch is coming up next.
Keep going.
Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450 different academic disciplines, and they come from all 50 states and each of the American territories. Some will choose to serve in active duty roles throughout the country and around the world, while others will serve part-time in the National Guard and the U.S. Army Reserve. Although they have many differences, they have two things in common. Cadets are full-time college students, and they will one day be officers in the United States Army. Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450 different academic disciplines, and they come from all 50 states and each of the American territories. Some will choose to serve in active duty roles throughout the country and around the world, while others will serve part-time in the National Guard and the U.S. Army Reserve. Although they have many differences, they have two things in common. Cadets are full-time college students, and they will one day be officers in the United States Army.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship, the road to it, of course, and we are here at the Midwest Invitational at the Bendix Arena in South Bend, Indiana. So we just saw our first match before of Overwatch, and we're going to go on to our second match next, which is going to be Cincinnati Bearcats at the 7th seed going against the 2nd seed Akron Zips. This is presented by Army, ROTC, in conjunction with Esports U and the Collegiate Sports Management Group. So we had a little bit of a break. But let's make some noise in here real quick. Let's just get it up just a little bit. Let's go. We want to get it going here. We got a couple more matches left for you guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My name's Paulie Hype, and it is a blessing to be here for all of you today. So let's introduce and waste no time, bringing in the challenger from Cincinnati, the number 7 seed, the Bearcats, and coming up first is their team captain, Windmill. Let's go. Team captain, looking stylish. Second member of their team is going to be Chew. Let's bring up Chew. Beautiful. Slow walk, says, I will walk for no man. Perfect. Coming up next, third member of their team is going to be Archimedes. Let's see Archimedes to the stage. Nice. Long flow in the hair. Very good. All right, number 4 is going to be Reginald. This is the Cincinnati Bearcats, one of the teams in the CECC from our first year, which was online. Coming up in the 5th seed is going to be Andog for the 5. Remember, this is Overwatch 6-on-6, of course. And their 6th team member is going to be Silver Talon. That's going to round out your Cincinnati Bearcats. And now, the number 2 seed, one of the most popular collegiate esports teams and organizations, the Akron Zips. So starting out with Stun Ape to the stage, please. Beautiful. Coming up next, this guy has an amazing collection of music. It's going to be Seal. Oh, that's actually somebody else. The other Seal. Overwatch Seal. Let's go. And the third member of their team is going to be Tasmino. Let's hear it for Tasmino. Lovely. Fourth member here of the Zips Overwatch team will be Nylon. Let's hear it for Nylon. And probably the most complex name on the day, it's going to be their team captain, Eric. Let's hear it for him. And to round out their squad will be the Pixeled Star. Let's hear it for Pixel, the 6th member of the Akron Zips Overwatch team. As they take the stage here, and without further ado, let's give it up to Door and dividing as we have some Overwatch. Match 2 coming up next, 7 seed versus the 2 seed. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back with some Overwatch. Let's go, Door.
Thank you so much, Paulie. I swear that guy could announce raindrops in April and make it sound exciting. But it's our turn to announce some exciting Overwatch. This, of course, a fantastic match. Akron up against Cincinnati. I know I got the Cincinnati boy here with me. He swears he won't be biased, but I'll play a little bit up for Akron right now. This roster stacked to the brim. Let's talk it down. Stunape, Seal, Tasmino, Nylon, Eric, and Pixeled Star. I've been talking to these guys a little bit for the past couple of days, and they feel so confident coming into this. And you know what? There's been a lot of people talking a lot of smack, saying, you know, we could take on Akron, we could do this, we could do that. You know what they said? They have not said a word back. They want their performance to speak for itself, and I am almost 100% sure it will.
It absolutely will. Akron has been one of the leaders in esports in Ohio for as long as I can remember, and for good reason. These guys have a ton of talent, and they continue to funnel new talent through their program. Akron, of course, the number 2 seed for a very, very, very good reason, but I'm here for Cincinnati. I'm not going to lie. Listen, full disclosure here. I'm a Cincinnati guy. I'm with the club. I'm the president. I'm the manager. I'm the coach. I'm the cheerleader. I do a lot of things. I am here as a caster. I'm going to try not to be biased. I'm going to be a little biased, though, because these are my guys, you know?
All right, so talk me down this list. We got Windmill, the team captain for them, playing main tank. Archimedes playing hit scan DPS. I got to talk to him a little bit earlier at the gym. He feels he's so calm. He's so collected going into virtually anything. We saw him in the interviews as well. Just level-headed. And Dog as well, and Reginald, Silver Talon, and Chu. Run me down this roster. Who's doing what for this team? How are they going to succeed against a higher seed?
Yeah, things that you have to be watching out for here. The tank line of Windmill and Silver Talon, they've been playing together on this Cincinnati roster. This is probably their 3rd year in a row as the starting tank line on this Cincinnati team. They've built up an abundance of synergy over that time frame. In addition, Chu, guy to watch out for, playing on the support line this time around, an absolute nut of a player no matter what role he's on. It's going to be on the flex support this time around. I have heard rumblings of a potential secret composition that Cincinnati is planning to run here. I don't know if they're going to be bringing it out here or not. I hope they do, because I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of really interesting stuff out of Cincinnati. I mean, we were talking about Silver Talon last night and how his diva eats virtually every ultimate on the field, which even the ones that are uneatable, it seems like he somehow finds a way. But you're eyeballing down a pretty scary team.
Yeah.
And Akron plays it by the book. We were talking about how much we want teams, and we're expecting teams to run some brawl, some rush. Akron at the top of that list. They were telling us a lot about their Rhine Diva and how they expect to use it to dominate. Opponents are coming in at the top seed as well. And I know that hybrid map type looks pretty juicy if you leave King's Row open.
King's Row is great for Brawl. I would say that Hollywood, you could also make a good Brawl comp work if you really wanted to, if that King's Row is taken away from you. I'm very excited to see some Brawl. We didn't really see it a ton in Northwood versus Butler. They ended up going for the dive, the spam comps. I'm expecting to see some people running it down mid, pressing the Lucio speed boost, and just slamming into each other, seeing who comes out on top in those kinds of scenarios. I love to see that, and I think that this is a game that has a lot behind it too. Akron, Cincinnati. It's a team with a lot of history. We have played Akron. Cincinnati has played Akron something like 8 or so times in the time that I've been with Cincinnati. Akron comes out on top most of the time, I have to admit. They're an incredible organization, but Cincinnati has historically kept it very close. We have beaten this team before, so don't write this off as the number 2 seed taking a win, moving on in the bracket just yet, because I think Cincinnati has a lot of fight in them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the last time these two teams played, which was a while ago, but the end line being 3-1 for Akron tells you that there's more than enough fight in Cincinnati. Overwatch a lot of time is very polarizing, right? It's not often that you see it's kind of 3-0 or the series goes the distance. There's no in between. But when you see a 3-1, that tells you a lot more that the series absolutely can go the distance. So they've got the win under their belt. We know they can do it. And I think the map pick ban could really play into this for specifically Cincinnati and how they actually want to make this comeback happen, because they can avoid or pick certain map types that they really preferred. I know Control was something that Akron were thinking about avoiding. Whether or not they do is kind of up in the air, but looking at the map pool, I would really understand if Akron didn't want to play Control. I'm not seeing much in there between Ilios, Busan, Lijiang, and Oasis. That's really like, we want to run Brawl. Maybe Oasis comes through those, but still, given the ban of Cincinnati, there's so many good options for them. So I think it's just avoided until then and play the map pool after that and see where that goes. But I do think both these teams have very polarizing objectives in this game.
Absolutely. Akron trying to secure their spots over Cincinnati in the winners semifinal. Cincinnati trying to take the upset over what has kind of become the big brother here. I'm very curious to see, because once again, Akron as the higher seed is going to have the first pick of the map choice. Cincinnati is going to then ban a map from that map type, and then Akron will choose from the remaining maps after that. Like we've mentioned before, allows a lot of opportunity to pick and counterpick for your strengths and your opponent's weaknesses.
Now I gotta ask you, with the Cincinnati team, if there's one spectacle I can expect to see in this match, and I've heard whispers of Andog's Genji. I've heard whispers, murmurs through the halls, through the crowds, through the stands here at the Bendix Arena. Is that what I'm looking for? Is there a sleeper pick that I need to watch?
I would be surprised if Andog did not play Genji at least once today. He will pretty much just lock in whatever he wants to play for the occasion. A lot of times that's Genji. So it's a Genji one trick at Cincinnati. He has the skill on the hero to back it up as well. I'm definitely going to be looking out for whatever hero Andog is playing on to be the potential pop-off X factor for Cincinnati coming into this matchup.
You know, for Akron, I'm looking at this team as well, and I'm really excited to see them play. They've been so reserved since they got here. They've been quietly sitting in the corner planning. You feel like they're up to something. Whenever you walk past them, it's just, I swear, the room gets a little colder, but the room gets a little darker as well when we start talking about them. Akron, though, are a scary team, and I think they know just how scary of a team they are.
Yeah, they are calm, cool, and collected all the time, and that is the mark of a team that knows that they are, in fact, a threat. We have switched into the game here. We are going to Busan, so we are going to go to Control, which is what Akron chose. We're going to be starting off where we usually start off here, starting off on Busan Shrine. So this is a very open map. It's a very there's a lot of room to potentially play with, a lot of sight lines, a lot of open air for flying DPS players. Opens up the opportunity for a lot of different things to potentially be played.
You know, I think it's a surprise pick out of Akron, right? This is the map type that they dropped to Cincinnati last time they played. On top of that, this isn't a map in particular, I talked about a map pool-wise, that enables them to play Rush too often. You can force it on a lot of these maps, but oh boy, good old hog and ball.
We'll see if Akron stick on to it. I would sure love to see it. I mean, that's just all about disruption, right? The pile driver coming out from Seal, the hook from Eric, just trying to disrupt this double bubble comp that Cincinnati is currently running on. Eric, though, is going to swap over to the Sigma. That makes a lot more sense, being able to have that shield for your backline, and be able to support your Wrecking Ball up front with the Hyperspheres. That makes a lot of sense.
And I really love Akron's composition, because it's going to be coming out in kind of two little groups. You've got the Sigma, the Ashe, the Zenyatta, who are going to be sticking together, and then the Wrecking Ball and Tracer, who have got to find picks on their own. But Nylon found out just about how quickly you can get picks. Cincinnati starts off with a nice lead, now calmly making their way around, looking for a place to engage with this double bubble, but Seal finds a surprise pick on Archimedes.
Yes, Cincinnati has the space right now, but the Tracers from both sides went down, and we have gotten a pause request. Seems like a little bit of something coming through from both sides. We're in a bit of a situation here. Cincinnati does have the space. They have the points. As long as they're able to hold on to it for another couple of seconds, they should get that first point contest coming through. However, it was a Tracer from both sides that have gone down, and I think it was Nylon on the side of Akron that went down a lot earlier, which means he's going to be back a lot faster. So Cincinnati has got to be able to try and deal with what is basically going to be a 6v5 for a little bit of time.
It's going to be a tough job, but I think compositionally, this is a really interesting map, because we got double bubble on one side. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I have to every time. My favorite composition to see on the field. But getting those bubble rotations out is very difficult when there's a strong dive going for your backline, because all of a sudden that bubble needs to be allocated not just to your Winston, but also to your backline to stop them from being taken down. And on the other side, we've got a very different composition in Sigma Ball, where you have one group that wants to stay further away and poke between the Sigma, the Ash, the Zenyatta, and then you've got a whole dive squad who's going in on their own. And so this double bubble composition is going to be attacked from two sides at the same time, and it's their job not just to hold together, but they also need to find a dive of their own, which can be very difficult to connect the timing between when that Wrecking Ball and Tracer are coming in and then when you have an opening afterwards.
And I have to point out the support line that Cincinnati was running out with. It is not something we see very often. It was Zenyatta Lucio coming out. Chew on the Zenyatta, Reginald on the Lucio. What this comp does have, let's start with the positives first, that Discord Orb combined with the speed boost from Lucio is a ton of initial fight potential. You can use the Discord Orb, put it on someone's speed boost in, you can melt that person down and potentially push through and snowball a fight off of that. The problem is it's such a low healing comp that if you don't get that first pick, if you aren't able to snowball it to a fight win within the first 10 seconds, you don't have enough healing to sustain through the spam that this Wrecking Ball Sigma comp is going to give you on the side of Akron.
You know, it's a fun fact about Lucio Zenyatta that I just happen to know from random memory and seeing it in quick play all too often, is that this has been played once in the Overwatch League by the Houston Outlaws. They played Hanamura. They played this composition for all of about a minute. Got absolutely nothing done and then swapped off of it. I hope Cincinnati can show me something better.
We had an early pick from Andog, which beautiful stuff to open up the fight. Cincinnati were able to take the first point, but now, unfortunately, it seems like as we said, as the fight continues to go on, as the pause came through, the tide seemed to be starting to turn in Akron's favor. Archimedes went down. We saw Cincinnati trying to fall back a little bit as the pause came through. So hopefully everything is okay down on the stage, and we'll be back in just a second. But Akron, I think, have the upper hand going into this fight whenever we do come back into it.
Yeah, and the one big thing that I think they had throughout that entire fight was space, right? They were the ones pushing from the point into the opposing side spawn choke point. When you've got a Wrecking Ball and a Tracer, you can give that Sigma and the Ash all the room that they really want to work with. You're getting a lot more done. Whereas Double Bubble, it's a mobile setup, right? You need to be moving the rest of the team and then sending your Winston in along with the rest of the dive and poking, prodding back in, out, and rotating those. But on this map in particular, there's not many great places to set up the rest of the team while the Winston, Echo, and Tracer are diving.
Yeah, it's one of the most open maps in all of Control. And because of that, no matter where you try and set up, there's going to be opportunities for flankers to get around to the back, around to the side, and get poking on you. There isn't really a safe place to set up.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty tough hurdle to get over. I'm curious to see whether or not we get a compositional swap, something to counter the Wrecking Ball, stop them from just being able to dive in for Cincinnati. Who on the roster do you think, though, can do that? Because I was talking to Archimedes this morning and last night about the Cowboy that they can play, and I think that might give them a pretty decent opportunity to shut down that dive and then give themselves an opportunity to go
Archimedes is very, very confident in his Cowboy play. One of his main heroes. If he does swap onto it, it's kind of that and the Tracer for him. Can play all the hit scans, but those are the two that he loves to play the most. Started off on the Tracer here because it allows him to play faster, more with his team. But when we do see this Wrecking Ball come in from the side of Akron and it's causing a lot of issues, then potentially we could see them. We could see the Cowboy swap coming through for Archimedes, trying to stun that up. Maybe even an Ana swap coming out from the support line, try and get some sleeps, some anti-nades to try and punish Seal for his hubris at some points.
Hubris. I think it's an early call on hubris for a first point, but we'll see in a bit whether or not they can pull that off. And it looks like we're getting ready to start back into game. Finally, we're back. Cincinnati versus Akron. Akron starting off ahead, and Stun Ape makes it look all the more certain.
Yes, Cincinnati were driven out of the point there. They did get the first point swap, so about 10% or so of the point is going to go in Cincinnati's favor. But yes, once that first person was lost on the side of Cincinnati, that was just about it. If you don't have a full 6 with this comp, you are not surviving for much longer. Though I must give a shout out there to Chu. Almost 60% of the Transcendence already shows that the Zenyatta has been doing a lot of work in this composition.
Yeah, and oftentimes those support ultimates can really dictate these second fights. Who's getting them up first? And while Pixel Star is close to the Valkyrie, it's not exactly a fight-winning ultimate. That Transcendence is close, and with Andog finding a pick on Seal, they finally deny that. That Transcendence no longer so much a big deal, though, as Nylon finds a pick out of the back line. Cincinnati are grouped up, but have struggled to make space onto the point. They'll try and rotate here around the front of the point, get their Zarya set up alongside the Winston to get the dive in, but the Bob's going to separate the rest of the team away from the Winston. It was perfectly timed out of stun ape, and without the help, when he's completely abandoned, there's no choice but for Windmill to go down.
What a beautiful bob from Sunape. Just as Cincinnati decided to start pushing in onto the point, it was beautifully placed. It had the sight line onto everyone on the side of Cincinnati. Now Akron are able to keep control and now have 55% and counting, and some ultimates coming up online as well. Both Chu and Tosmino are going to have the Transcendences coming out in this next fight. That could be huge. A good place to start would be trying to force out the Transcendence from the other side early. In fact, Pixel Star has actually used the Valkyrie here a little bit early, I think. Cincinnati hasn't really engaged yet.
No, and Cincinnati's going to go just on the tail end of that Valkyrie Nylon, looking for a pulse bomb to connect, and it does. Oh, that is a lot of damage onto Windmill. Finished it off with those pulse pistols. Seal's able to find one more without any tanks left. Cincinnati's going to have a hard time. They use the Transcendence, but they're fighting on off time.
Yeah, Cincinnati has done the ultimates that they need to do. They had the Transcendence, the Pulse Bomb in that fight, and Seal's just going to drop the mines on point for good measure. 98% and counting. Windmill's going to take a ton of damage just trying to push through and contest the point, but unfortunately it looks like it's going to be Akron taking the first round pretty convincingly.
Yeah, Windmill doing his best impression of the Flying Monkeys from the Wizard of Oz. We've already cast that role, though, unfortunately. This one has got to go to a map number 2. And this is a map where we've got a slight variance in how they're going to be played. Now a very big variance. We're going to mecha base. Things are going to get real and close. You were talking about how open and how flat that previous map is. This one, anything but.
Yes, not only are there tight hallways on the way to the point on this side of Busan, we see these high grounds all over the point, on the left, on the right, up, down, no matter where. There's so many different places for people to get set up, and this allows Brawl to really push through here. We now see Cincinnati's going to be going with Wrecking Ball. I'm sorry, Reinhardt Diva. Akron, though, is going to go with the double shield. Eric is going to be on the Sigma in response. So not as much peel potential, but having 2 shields to try and get through could be a problem for Cincinnati.
It's also going to enable stunning, right? Give that Hanzo as much time on the high ground as you can possibly get. It's going to allow you to drop the Reinhardt in, leave the Sigma up high, leave Stun Ape with a shield, and that Hanzo, it can really get annoying to deal with for Cincinnati, but we're playing a little game of chicken, a little game of footsies before we want to make the push on the point. Cincinnati will take the first step. Akron waiting for the opportunity to drop on them, but buying as much time on that high ground like we were talking about for Stun Ape and Nylon to find those picks. There's no real threat to them while they're up here, but for Cincinnati, they got to watch their heads.
Yeah, at some point, Akron has got to make the move here. Cincinnati are doing a great job of playing below the high ground so that we can try and get as much time on the point as possible, but now here comes the engage.
This is really good movement by Akron, but with Stun Ape out of the fight, Windmill falls as well. Big boop out of Pixel Star. It's 5 versus 5 on either side, and Silvertown has so much work to do, but alongside Andog, they're pulling off. Both Cowboys are down in the fight. That's a lack of damage for either side, but Andog decides there is no more fight here. Him and Eric are going to be duking it out on point, but in the meantime, the point is ticking up for Cincinnati. They're the first one with the Reinhardt back, and Windmill here to stabilize. It looks like they get to hold on for point A.
Great job from Andog and Silver Talon, best friends on this team, and you see the synergy that comes with that. The Diva and the Tracer were always shooting at the same person, and that allows Cincinnati to sustain through this fight, now pushing up on the 50% on this first point, and a bit of an ultimate advantage to boot. The Pulse Bomb from Andog, he's looking for a sneaky one off to the side.
No, he just regroups with the rest of the team. No Pulse Bomb quite yet. Now the high ground belongs to Akron. Cincinnati can kite back, but not fast enough. Silver Talon and Windmill out of the way. This should be easy cleanup for Akron for them now. It's about making sure they can hold their ultimates close to their chest and be ready for the next one.
Yes, a great amplification matrix from Tosmino, just pops it up into Windmill's face and gets mowed down from that point forward. But Cincinnati, they took that L and they say, okay, we're just going to dry fight and try and get as much much on this point as possible. But now that Akron has gotten a fight win under their belt, they're starting to build up some ultimates of their own. Cincinnati has a whole row of check marks.
Oh no, that could hurt. What a defense matrix on us overtime. What a return shatter as well. The amplification matrix going to be boosting up the Cowboy in the back line. It is easy cleanup for Cincinnati as Windmill laid them all out.
Incredible plays from Cincinnati there. There was just too much for them to deal with the amplification matrix and the shatter and the bomb. Cincinnati take the point back once again, now 90% and counting. Akron has to rush to try and get back to this point. Seal has the shatter, but a block from Windmill.
Windmill block better at the moment. Seal's the one to fall for it. One more ultimate left. It's the amplification matrix coming out of Akron. Cincinnati tried to make the push through it, but the defense matrix forces them to give time. The self-destruct is out, giving Akron the high ground. They've got one ultimate left. It is the Meteor Strike coming in from the Doomfist. Drops into the backline. Stunnape looking good to finish this one off for them, but it is uncertain for the time being. They need to solidify here, but it's looking like they're going to be getting back just at that 99% mark.
That was looking real shaky for Akron there, but some great job from Stunnape and Seal swapping onto the Doomfist and Wrecking Ball respectively onto these heroes. Are able to cause so much disruption to this brawl comp, and the Cincinnati core sort of fell apart there. However, now it's going to take a perfect defense from Akron to keep us from going to a round 3. They have 40% and counting. One fight win from Cincinnati is going to end it here.
They just got to charge up the ultimates. They've got time. They've got space to work with. Stunnape does not have cooldowns to work with right now. That Doomfist in a very precarious position. Nearly gets remexed on. Stunnape does eventually find Windmill, though, with the Reinhardt out of the fight. This is a fight that Cincinnati, I think they can relax for just a little bit. Regroup on this high ground. Start working with your Baptiste and poke away at that Reinhardt that's down on point. This Seal is so vulnerable right now, being shot at from every side, but they just can't take him down. Tosmino right by his side, right in his pocket on the Baptiste, is keeping this man alive.
Wow, this is incredible. But another one from Windmill. He knocks them all down. The point has swapped in favor of Cincinnati. The amplification matrix from Tosmino on the side trying to do anything that he possibly can, but the beat from Reginald is keeping everyone healthy. Eric is the next to contest, and now it's Seal once again. They have a lot of really fast characters that's going to allow them to get back to the point quickly.
And now it's just about finding the supports, making sure that the opposing side doesn't have sustain to work through the fight. That's a big one, though. Sound barrier out for Pixel Star, giving his team a new lease on life as the self-destruct knocks Seal right out of the way. And the health bank just not high enough for Akron, pushed everybody off. Cincinnati on the back of, let's be real, Windmill carrying them through with two ginormous shatters. Is Cincinnati equalizing?
That was incredible stuff from Windmill on that fight. Those two fights were really the fight turners, those shatters. The brawl composition from Cincinnati was very strong there. And I'm kind of surprised that Akron, with all their talk about brawl going into this fight, they didn't try and counter it. After a little bit, they just kind of stayed on to this Wrecking Ball Doomfist comp after they stabilized a little bit. Now we're heading on to round 3 of Busan, everybody. It all comes down to this for this first round. Cincinnati's going to be staying with the same thing. It's going to be brawl with the Tracer and the McCree. But Akron is going to be moving on to more of a dive sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a rush, right? A Dallas-esque play style, though, with 2 hit scan kind of a little bit off. Running with that Lucio Moira, though, they're going to be fairly mobile and going to last a lot longer in fights than you would expect the normal dive composition to be playing for. Cincinnati already losing the first.
Yes, the Reinhardt from Cincinnati has now been identified as a problem to try and deal with as quickly as possible. Windmill gets melted down from the side, and Akron will be able to take first point control for the first time on Busan. That has got to be a good omen for them. Now it is Cincinnati that has to play into them, and this dive comp is weird for a brawl comp because you want to close the distance and burst someone down. But because the members of Akron are playing so far apart, it's difficult to do that without then getting spammed down by everyone else.
Yeah, Cincinnati have no access to this high ground. Absolutely not. Silvertime could go up there. It's a death wish at this point. You can see how much is being rained on them from above. The Lucio and Moira are uncontestable. Cincinnati's job is to get on this point and try and establish themselves, but boy, is that a long walk, and boy, are they taking a lot of damage from Tosmito's Coalescence on the way. A 3-piece to his name.
Incredible stuff from Tazmino, keeping Akron sustained, keeping Cincinnati in spawn. Now 40% and counting for the side of Akron, and they have a lot of ultimates. All they used there was a Coalescence. That is super important because the rest of the ultimates are coming up very soon. Windmill has swapped onto the Winston, by the way, as well as Andog onto the Doomfist, so a little bit more of a dive composition for Cincinnati now to counter.
But they're going to be back in ultimates. Akron have a whole host of them to try and make this one count. Seal diving into the back line immediately, trying to get a piece of Chu, and does get the Immortality Field out of the Baptiste, not being zoned away by the Kree, playing the space well, and that allows Akron the time and space they need to deal with the rest of Cincinnati.
Great stuff from Akron. Once again, just pincering in on the members of Cincinnati. Chu had so much pressure on him as the main healing in the Cincinnati composition. If you can take him out, then Cincinnati completely falls apart, and Akron knows this. They did a fantastic job, and now Cincinnati, they have to get this done here. 85% and counting. They have the beat from Reginald and the Diva Bomb from Silver Talon going into this fight. They have to get it done now. An early pick from Andog wouldn't hurt.
Oh, but here it comes from behind. They're expecting this from the high ground, but the Diva can only do so much. It's sound barrier in response coming out of Reginald, with overtime ticking down, though. Stunape comes up with the goods. Both players down for Cincinnati, and Akron starting to count down the numbers to success. Stunape, nothing to contest him on the Soldier 76. It is a victory run for map number 1, and you know what, Cincinnati, I think we were seeing the death throes, right, as they went from composition to composition, first swapping onto the Winston, and then the Moira, and the last thing you want to see a team be doing is playing musical heroes on a map that close.
Yeah, it should show that Cincinnati were struggling to try and deal with this dive comp from Akron. They didn't really understand how to play into this, how to get value. They're able to get picks sometimes, but by doing so, they took so much spam, so much pressure from the front line, spam from the back, that they end up getting taken out anyways. So Akron's going to be taking map 1. Cincinnati, I think the win condition is pretty clear here, right? They played
They
in
get Windmill more shatters.
Yes. Get Windmill in a position to shatter more.
that seems like a pretty straightforward game plan. And you know what? I mean, Windmill did a fantastic job. And this team played really smart. I think that was one of the big takeaways I had for Cincinnati. We saw it on Mecha Base, how they saw the Hanzo. They understood that, yes, we may not be able to contest them on the high ground. What we can do is move underneath this bridge, play beneath the Hanzo, not give him access to our nice shiny foreheads, and all of a sudden you're pretty safe. You take the point over, and then you try and re-engage and recontest on that high ground. So it's pretty clear they understand how they need to play against Akron. It's just the execution where they're coming up a little bit short.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of things have to go right for Cincinnati in order to be able to really make headway onto Akron. They need to be playing the right comp into the right map. Meanwhile, Akron showed their number 2 seed very well. They showed a variety of different comps and mastery over just about all of them. I think Cincinnati has situations where they can win, right? But there's so few of them compared to situations where Akron has the upper hand, if that makes sense.
Well, that's one of the nice parts about the format that we've got. We do have a loser pick map. So those situations become way, way more in between and way more realistic for Cincinnati, right? They get their pick of the map pool. They can play their map type. They can play what map they want, and they can try and force it off on something they feel that they're good at. And honestly, I'm eyeballing up hybrid maps right now, right?
For
Kings, or Hollywood, Blizzard World, so many great options for them, and I think then they can play that methodical Reinhardt style that they want. They can slowly close the distance. They can get in and get within spitting distance of the opposing team to really start laying the hurt down with Windmill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you are Akron, what do you do if they pick hybrid? Because in some cases, I mean, the obvious thing seems to be ban King's Row so you don't have to play Brawl into everything all the time. On the other hand, though, it could be that, you know, everyone loves King's Row. Everyone scrims it a ton. That's why it's called Scrims Row. So all teams feel comfortable on it. So because of that, I feel like banning King's Row is something that we're not going to see a lot, if that makes sense.
I mean, I feel like it is a sin. It is like a party foul to ban King's Row.
Yeah.
At the very least. But I mean, it's a pretty understandable ban from Akron's perspective. And, you know, this is where I think I see the difference between the two teams, though, is, while compositionally the ladder matches looked a little bit rough, I felt individually most of the players were on a very similar pace, right? We had DPS getting picks on either side. The main tanks were doing a wonderful job. The diva of Silver Talon was every bit as good as I expected it to be. And hats off to Akron. They didn't ban Kings Row. I need a round of applause for them that we get to see our first Kings of the night in Cincinnati. Starting off on the attack, do have the honors.
They do have the honors indeed. Props to Akron for not banning Kings Row, because now we get to see that in-your-face style of Brawl v Brawl. Most likely, I will say, things have gotten a little bit more loose with Kings Row in the recent past. People have been playing other things. But for the most part, I imagine we're probably going to be seeing Brawl coming out from both sides. Akron is going to be coming out with it. It's the most traditional Brawl that you can have, the May Cowboy with the Reinhardt Diva, Baptiste Lucio. I'm interested to see what Cincinnati is running here, though. They can definitely swap. It's likely they will swap. They have 20 seconds to swap, but double bubble with the Genji would be exciting, I have to say. And we get to see the Andog Genji, which we didn't see in Busan.
Yeah, I actually think we're going to get it here, but the reason why they picked this feels like it was for the Reinhardt, but starting out with double bubble on attack, maybe they got something up their sleeve. Let's see exactly what this Genji and crew can get done. If Cincinnati can strike back, we're coming out of spawn doors, and this one's going to kick off quick. Keep an eye on Stunape's wall to be the thing that opens the doors for Akron, shuts off the sightlines to Windmill when he does make that dive go through, and then they can lock down that tank, waiting for the opportunity to engage. The wall from Stunape misses, but Nylon doesn't. Off goes Archimedes' head. Seal traded out for it, though, without a Reinhardt. Akron left without a head of the team. Cincinnati now can take a ton of space, and as long as that backline plays safe between Shu and Reginald, they should be able to find a way into this point.
Yes, the spawn is very much on Cincinnati's side. You see Akron is forced to back up, and the D-Mech onto Eric is now, I think, going to probably mean that Cincinnati can take at the very least 2 ticks. The second tick comes through now, and I think Akron is in fact going to back off. Cincinnati are playing such a fast-paced composition. You saw how quickly that dive came in from Windmill, even though they lost Archimedes there in the early starts of that fight. Just the pace from Cincinnati was able to allow them to win that fight, which is how they have to play. Because look, they're running the Zent Lucio again. They have to get picks with these early engagements, or else they're just not going to win fights.
And Akron had a very clear idea. They wanted to go forward and hold that choke point that the cart's pushing through right now, but they had to wait for support to get back, and so Cincinnati got the space through it. They need to hold it, though. They're backing away, and Silver Talon goes down, trips on his back foot. Reginald as well, the next to go. Akron find a way ahead, and they're going to throw a Blizzard in to make just sure they get it.
Yeah, the Primal Rage comes out from Windmill, but the Blizzard is going to allow him to get frozen up. And
that's a big fight.
That is a big fight, because now Akron get to hold at this choke point here. It's an extremely strong position for the defense. It's going to be very difficult for Cincinnati. As Akron, actually, they're looking to do some spawn camping potentially here, but well, maybe not anymore.
Oh, you remember that choke point we were talking about 5 seconds ago? Yeah, so much for that. Akron, gave the runaround. Cincinnati getting a little creative, getting a little custy with it. You'll love to see it. Now Eric left in spawn on his lonesome. We'll see what this Akron team can do with just a Baby Diva in the back. Big one out of Nylon. Oh my, they just didn't see him. He's standing in the middle of everybody.
You can't let that happen if you're Cincinnati. Nylon is just a glowing ball of death in the middle of everything with that high noon available.
Oh, you know what's the problem?
What's the problem?
I see it. It was Silver Talon in spawn as a Baby Diva, not Eric. So there's nobody to defense matrix that. We can't flame him. We can't flame Silver Talon.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Now Cincinnati's going to be making a bunch of swaps. Nylon, though, getting the first pick onto Andog. That is the fight over just about as soon as it starts, it seems.
It's a wise, though, for Cincinnati back out, right? It makes perfect sense. You lose one, just lose as little time as possible. Akron are trying to push for more value, though, and since they've taken down Windmill, they will get that more value. They're getting more ultimate charge, more time off the clock, and a better chance at holding this one.
Yeah, so now Andog is going to make another swap here onto the Junkrat, so a bunch of spam damage coming out, and Akron, once again, they're going to be trying for this spawn hold.
And we don't get to see too much, but if you've played Tiny Overwatch, you know what's going on in that room. A Blizzard and a whole lot of people. It's a winter wonderland, ladies and gentlemen. Akron, though, are the only ones having fun.
Yeah, Akron are in such a strong position right now because Cincinnati has made so many swaps in the last couple of minutes. They don't have a ton of ultimates to work with themselves in order to try and push out of this strong position that Akron have found themselves in right now. And Dog on just a sliver of health, by the way, and Eric is trying to chase him down. We'll see if he can get it. He does, so there's no Junkrat, and Chu has left the game.
Now, okay, Andog and Chu aside, we'll take the pause in stride and talk a little bit about what's going on here. This is actually a point that I have a lot of experience spawn camping on, and you can have a lot of fun with this one. Now, the critical position that we're actually not seeing on camera right now is the Baptiste that's above them that they need to worry about.
Yeah.
It's got an amplification matrix, and it's got all 6 of their names on it.
Yeah, the amplification matrix is able to double not only the damage through it, but also the healing. So when you put that up in the back and you're just making sure that everyone is healed up, you do so much healing on Baptiste when going through that amplification matrix. You can basically sustain a brawl comp by yourself, which is insane because that is what Akron wants to do. They've been holding here at spawn for something like a minute and a half at this point, and they're showing no signs of stopping.
No, and that's kind of, it's such a hard spawn hold to break, actually, like when you get it going, especially with this amplification matrix. I think I'm seeing a game plan here for Cincinnati of we're going to speed out a spawn, we're going to go through that choke, and we're going to run to cart. But that's where that amp matrix comes out because you're just in a field. It is a shooting gallery for the map. We'll see if they run into that, though. Other ways of breaking this, though, running through the team, trying to get to the cart, trying to force them off, go through a hotel. There's all these options, but it's pretty clear that this is something that is practiced for the opposing side. And as we get back into it, we're going to see the effects of having that Baptiste up on the high ground. It appears Chu did use the amplification matrix just before we got the cameras
disconnected.
back in.
He didn't use the amplification matrix. He
that's
left
right.
the game, so they no longer have it.
What a bummer.
That is really unfortunate for Cincinnati. That would have been a really good tool to help push out of the spawn here. But Andog does have the Rip Tire, so going to be looking for an explosive fight here.
From the high ground, Eric, so hard to remove. They walk out into the low ground, and again, this is where that amp matrix comes into play. Look at it! Look at it! Oh my goodness, no! That was almost a disaster. Pixel Star gives him a boop up and nearly helps him out, but despite the best efforts, Akron still come out ahead. And while Deadeye didn't kill anybody, it certainly did a lot of damage.
It did so much damage, and even when that immortality field was gone, there was nothing that Cincinnati could do to try and bring them back into that fight. So the boop, I think it was from Andog, one of those concussive grenades bouncing him up in the air, but now trying to make up for it here with this Rip Tire.
And it just can't get through the blizzard. It is too cold. Drop the sound barrier on top of it just to be sure. Akron have plenty of ultimates still in the bag here. This is such a strong hold. This feels like a statement dividing.
This is a huge statement from Akron. Cincinnati made things a bit close on Busan, and Akron are saying, no, we are still definitely the #2 seed for a good reason right now. What a nice Maywall. Cincinnati are just completely separated.
And yet, Seal still managed to come out with a big shatter, lays him out, and that should be them connecting back again with the top of spawn.
Cincinnati, I feel like I have to remind you all, took the first point in the first fight. They had something like 5+ minutes when they unlocked the payload. They're now down to their final minute, and most of it has been in spawn. This has been such a struggle for Cincinnati as Akron. They have the high noon and the amplification matrix, and Toastmean is going to put down the hurt.
And again, it's Andog, the first one to go down. Nice wrap, though, by Cincinnati. They're getting in a decent position, but there's just no way you get around all this. Archimedes trying to fight his way out, but Akron holds strong. Like this reminds me of a conversation I was having earlier with Stunape. Stunape was up in the stands talking right before Northwood went up, and he said, you know what, we're confident against everybody, and I think we're more nervous to play in front of Northwood than we are to actually play against any of these other teams. So this, Northwood, if you're out there in the stands, I think this is a very clear message.
Yes, 15 seconds left on the clock in Cincinnati. They have to touch the point. We see it. It's gone all the way back to that choke point. Silver Talon has gotten the touch, but back in the spawn doors.
Yeah, it's another blizzard, and you need that diva to eat it. Akron holds strong, but the cart made some decent progress through B. Is what we do need to remember, right? We got to the first corner. If nothing else, we got through a quick point A for Cincinnati. It is not an unwinnable map, but ladies and gentlemen, Akron make that second point look hard as it could be.
That's so difficult to come back from if you're Cincinnati. You get that first win on the first point. You are feeling good. You make your Zen Lucio comp work, That, I'm sure, is super exciting for the Cincinnati squad, and then they proceed to get spawn camped for 5+ minutes.
You hate to see it.
That's tough. That's tough. And now we get to see the true resilience of this Cincinnati team. How do they play after being put in that kind of situation? Can they still come out with that level of fight that I'm expecting from them? If they don't, then, well, not only does it mean that they lose this matchup, but probably doesn't say great things about them going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of the old famous esports chat message of, stop spawn camping me. Stop spawning, says Akron. And now they're the ones who've got to break their way out of spawn. And this point A, I think, is the one opportunity that Cincinnati have to properly hold this. Now, there's ways to re-engage it, there's ways to win fights, but they just need to play clean Overwatch. And I think that's why they're not coming out with the May. They want Andog on the Echo. They want to just play as solid as they can because they know that if they hold this, it's probably not on point B. The fact that Akron pulled it off how they did was very, very unnatural and not particularly normal for Kings Row. And Cincinnati recognize that they're going to go for the full.
Yeah, Stunape, however, is going to be going for that Hanzo as well. So that sort of long-range, mid to long-range projectile hero actually just goes for the Sonic Arrow and then swaps over to the Mei. So Akron going with the traditional brawl. So this matchup between Andog and Nylon is one that I'm going to be watching in the air.
Already giving up a lot of space. Cincinnati back away. Stunape again. The wall is okay. Just enough. Cuts off the Reinhardt, though, that he goes down. Pixel start traded out, but you're more than happy with that if you're Akron. As well, the fact that you spawn a lot quicker spells really good news for you. Now with the Mei and the Reinhardt intact, they can slowly make their way forward. A frozen wall of fury encapsulating all of Cincinnati to go down one by one. Point A belongs to Akron.
Point A belongs to Akron, and now they begin their march. 85 meters to traverse and 5 minutes and 30 seconds to do it. If Akron can push through, they'll be moving on to the second round of the winner's bracket. But Andog has gotten an early pick on the Stunape, so Cincinnati's now going to try and push back into this. Andog gets a second.
Another one to Cincinnati, and that was Akron trying to push forward, trying to win the fight early, trying to take so much space that they could just walk that cart across the finish line, waltz it there, but Cincinnati say no, hold on, and now they're going to get to hold this choke point.
Yeah, Cincinnati now have a very good chance to try and push this choke point. Actually, no, they're not going to. They're going to opt to just try and make their final stand here at this first corner.
No, they make it a quick one. They back away because they can use the amplification measures at the corner. The wall out from Stunape, though, gives us a moment of reprieve. Drops for the bomb, and backing away are Cincinnati, but without Windmill again, the first to go down in the fight, just a little too aggressive for his own good. And with the card approaching that yellow box and only 4 members alive, Cincinnati has got to find a way to re-engage. Maybe off the back of Silver Talon, maybe off the back of a big Deadeye. They need something, anything, a hero to save them right now, but it's slowly falling. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Down from the top. Andog, can he find anything with this duplicate? An attempted block. Blizzard up, though, completely takes away the hopes. Windmill is back, but it's all too late. 2-0, up goes Cincinnati, or rather Akron, as they come away with our second match of the day.
That was some incredible play from Akron there. Busan was pretty close, I have to say. Busan was pretty close from Cincinnati and Akron, and you got people thinking, well, was it Akron underperforming? Was it Cincinnati overperforming? A little bit of both? Or these two teams maybe, do their seeds not necessarily describe where they're actually meant to be at? That Kings Row showed just how far above Akron is above this Cincinnati team. When it came down to it, they were able to push through, stay strong, and, I mean, put in one of the most dominant performances I've seen on Kings Row ever.
And it felt like a statement, if nothing else, right?
Yeah.
I talked to them a little bit earlier about how this match went the last time they played, and they said they gave up control, and then they stopped warming up. And that's what this looked like. It looked like they came into control with a clear game plan, but then that last point of control, it became very clear that they were not here to mess around. They come into second map and absolutely dominate. That first fight out of Cincinnati was really, really nice. That was an excellent display of double bubble, punishing the Reinhardt, punishing the Mei. But after that, it was all the Akron show. I love a good spawn camp. It is not just for BM. I want to be explicitly clear. That spawn camp, it can take some real time off the clock, especially considering that the cart had already made its way through the choke point.
Yeah.
So they didn't have the opportunity to hold the choke point anymore, so they just took the next best place.
Yeah, Akron did a fantastic job, I have to say, and proving that they, in fact, belong to be among the favorites at the CENC Midwest Invitational. Love to see it. Cincinnati, though, they did put up a good fight, and, I mean, listen, teeny bit biased. I really hope that we're going to be able to see him again tomorrow.
Well, they'll certainly be down in the lower bracket. They'll get another lease at life. Meanwhile, the winner of this, which was Akron, is going to get to play the winner of Ball State versus Illinois, and that is one that I really, really want to see. And then, following that, maybe they get their chance against, he who shall not be named.
The South leaves. Those guys.
No, Northwood is scary and on the other side of the bracket, but this Akron team can clearly do a lot of work until they get there. They started making a statement, and we're going to hear from them just a little bit, but going down the roster, Stunape did a really great job. And looking at the May, I thought that their brawl was really good, but surprisingly, for all of the talk they had of Rush, it was the dive that really caught me off the most. And then as well, the Sigma Wrecking Ball composition that we got out of them was really impressive in the pressure that it was able to put on the opposing side.
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to Tosamino on the side of Akron. I think that the Baptiste coming out from him was fantastic. On the side of Cincinnati, it felt like at times people were trying to play a bit of the hero role a little bit too much, trying to go for those explosive individual plays. But Akron, especially on that Kings Row attack, they understood everyone's role, everyone's objective. Even if it didn't put you at the forefront of a fight, everyone executed it to a T, and the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for a proactive play style and really allowing yourself to come in with the plan. And they did that with every single fight. To get a little bit more insight into what they're doing, into those comms, we've got Polyhype on deck with one of the Akron players. Hello again.
Still us.
There we go. All right, welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. I am here with the winning team, the Akron Zips. Congratulations, guys. You played fantastic. Let's give them a round of applause. They were dominant across the board here. And I am here with Stunape, who is their DPS player. And, you were telling me that one of the members of the enemy team you had actually met up and ranked with, and they were talking trash, saying how Akron is garbage. Meanwhile, you guys are one of the best esports schools. Who was that player, and what did you have to say back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And just show them the scores. That's pretty much it.
Super simple, super easy, straight to the point and concise. You guys are the number 2 seed coming into this thing. You're very well known in collegiate esports, and you've been playing fantastic. Who would you say tomorrow are you gunning for 100% the most?
Ball State. They seem to be a fan of me in their interviews and our school. So we're just going to have to show them who's boss.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ball State. What about Northwood? Northwood, we know, is stacked from top to bottom. Do you guys have a game plan going against them? Or if not, do you have something going that you can really stick it to them? Because they're the team to beat right now.
I think our main goal right now is trying to get out of spawn. But that's definitely number 1 priority. Getting spawn, getting a kill. Hoping they don't run the Lucio Zen again, though, because that would be painful.
Lucio Zen. All right, well, that is the Akron Zips. They're your winners. They're going to advance till tomorrow for the finals. Give them a round of applause. Well done, guys. Coming up next, we're going to have Ball State going against Illinois Wesleyan, the 3 and the 6 seed. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have some interviews and some more fun stuff. So we have more Overwatch coming up. Don't go anywhere. We have more coming up soon. Be right back.
Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over
sponsors, the Army ROTC. First off, thank you guys so much for being here, and obviously appreciate everything you do for the country. It's amazing. If you can, just here, take the mic and introduce yourself. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I'll start with the left.
Yeah, I'm Second Lieutenant Sean Doyle.
I'm Cadet Lindsay Mitchie.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you guys so much.
Cadet Jack Schichtel.
Cadet Nolan Schweffler.
Perfect. I mean, have you guys ever been a part or been to any sort of esports event before at all?
No, this is my first experience with all this.
This is also my first time.
This is also my first. Yes, also my first time.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though. It's been fun to watch just to see this kind of thing because it's actually been kind of interesting to spectate.
Yeah. So yeah, we're here obviously in Bendix Arena. Are you guys obviously down here in this current area right now? Yeah. Well, what are you liking so far just about being at the event? I know it's not the biggest event in terms of crowd size here today, but we are still having a nice buzz in the arena. What are you liking so far out of kind of the I've seen you guys sitting out there quite a bit. What are you liking from what you're seeing so far today?
It's interesting to see like the actual teamwork that goes into their playing, particularly with like their Overwatch stuff. I didn't realize that there was that much communication and coordination and a fast-paced shooter game like that.
I didn't realize how many schools were going to be involved in here today, so that was cool to see.
Lovely. Thank you, guys. Over here.
Yeah, just the atmosphere in the arena. It's been very interesting for me. Obviously,
beautiful.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I think I would echo Lieutenant Doyle. It's the communication and the way they sort of coordinate themselves in something like Overwatch, which I guess is a very sort of strategic game in a way, has been neat to watch.
Beautiful. And I'm really also curious. I'd love for you guys to just explain a little bit about the Army ROTC. So you guys are the main sponsor here for this event and the CENC this entire year. Can you guys just give us something you really love of being a part of the Army ROTC and what it also could bring to esports? Also, anything you guys like to add?
Yeah, so for my experience in the Army, I just graduated back as a gold bar officer. It gives you a great little community, within, the school, and allows you to have that small nucleus of close friends that you go through tough things together and you become even closer, and homework buddies, all that stuff.
Excellent.
It gives you structure and a kind of fluid college environment.
Yeah, it's kind of like going off what Lieutenant Doyle said. It was a great opportunity to meet a lot of people, and similar to esports, a lot of team camaraderie, and a great way to get involved and meet more people.
I love that answer, camaraderie, similar to esports. That's very, very true. Here you go down the line.
Yeah, definitely echoing what they both said. Army ROTC gave me my first group of friends when I came to college, so just the group environment, working together, it's a great experience. So.
I think something that I really got from Army ROTC is that it exposed me to a lot of sort of stress and pressure in like sort of fast-paced environments that has been really good for my growth as like someone who can handle and work with a high-pressure situation, a chaotic situation where a lot of things are changing at once. I think that's definitely something that would also apply for esports. I mean, it's something that I've seen today is people bouncing back from setbacks, staying committed even when things don't look good for them. So that would be, I think that's a commonality right there.
Absolutely, and like you said, there is a lot of similarities with Army. This communication, like you said, bouncing back, having to fight through adversity, being together, being part of a unit, being concise, being determined, and then also the practice regimens that go involved with kind of building your team aspect and communication, all that fun stuff. But it's a pleasure to have you guys here, and I'm really happy that you guys are enjoying the event. Tomorrow, the grand finals are going to be a lot better for sure. We have so much more coming up, and would you guys consider coming to more esports events in the future?
I think it would definitely be interesting to see, having watched some of the Rocket League and the Overwatch. I'm not sure how many other games they compete in, but I think it would be cool to see, different, sports and events.
Let me ask you a better question. My question was not quality. Let me ask you a better question. Are there any games that you guys play currently now at home yourselves?
Not particularly.
Not a gamer. What about you? Anything?
No.
Okay, say it. What about you guys?
Not particularly.
Dedicated, just straight up dedicated to saving us and keeping us safe. Either way, that's amazing. It's been so much fun to talk to you guys. I really appreciate it. And also, if you guys are watching, we are giving 20% off the merchandise to anybody involved here with a team, family, friend member, Army, anything like that. There's different combos of merchandise outside in the hall. Man, it's been so great to talk to you guys, and it's an absolute pleasure to hang out with you here today. I hope to see you tomorrow again for the grand finals, too. You're welcome, of course. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, guys, and yeah, thank you so much for hanging out.
Yourself. Let's start with yourself. Like, tell me who you are and where you're from, and how did you get to be a coach?
Yeah, so my name's Spencer Wood. I am the head coach here for the University of Akron's Esports program. I'm originally from Texas, but moved to Akron to start coaching for the program. Been here for about over a year now, and I love being here at the program. A little bit about our program. We're one of the largest varsity programs. It's actually our 4th year as a program, as a varsity program, which in like the big scale, it's like doesn't seem like a lot, but in Collegiate Esports, 4 years seems like a millennia, more or less. We have 8 varsity titles. So of course, obviously our Overwatch and our Rocket League team are here, but we have teams in Valorant, Rainbow Six Siege, Hearthstone, Call of Duty, all these different teams we have varsity teams in. So pretty big varsity program.
So you've already had a match today. So what title have you played today so far, and how did it turn out?
So you played University of Kentucky in Rocket League, quick 3-0. I was expecting of the guys. But it is our B team here. Our A team is back home. They have Collegiate. They have the CRO qualifiers this weekend, sadly, and so had to compete in that. But Reticence obviously has won 5 national championships, so he's the best backup sub to have. And then Rob and Will are also super incredible. They're both seniors this year, and they've been with our program since we started. They play on our club team, so it's not like they haven't been playing or practicing. They've been with us for years now. So, but I'm very confident in all 3 of those players.
So you're saying your B squad destroyed somebody else?
I would say that, yes.
Okay, you got to hear. And Reticent is a 5-time national champion?
Yes, he's currently not playing on the A team this year. He wanted to actually step down and be a sub for the team. So he's currently on our B/sub.
This sounds like stacking the team to me. Is that what I hear?
I would say no. I try to convince Reticent to play on our A team, but he refused to this year, sadly. So.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. So, okay. Let's talk about, you said something about club. Is there different levels? Are there different levels going on at on your campus?
Absolutely. So Akron Esports, Zips Esports, or the Akron Zips, right, is one big student organization on campus. We have the varsity side, which we're really proud of. We also have a massive club side as well, where students who maybe aren't at the varsity level or just want to hang out and play games. You know, New World's been a new game, and MMOs and Pokemon, anything gaming related, we house at the University of Akron. And so our organization is about 500 students in a whole. So of course we have the varsity, but the majority of it's also the club side, and we also have recreational. We'll host events going on. Last year we hosted a charity event with Gamers Outreach. We just do tons of events. We do Halloween events, holiday events, Valentine's Day events. We have so many activities going on for our student population on campus to get involved in gaming and esports.
Wow, that's really awesome. So now you guys are one of the few colleges, I would say, probably in under 100 that probably have some scholarships. You guys actually have some funding and some support from your administration, from your school. Tell me a little bit about that journey and what it took and how it got to where it is now.
Yeah, I think Nate would be probably the best person to talk about our director. I've been here only for a year, but Nate's been with the program since its inception. I can't talk too many specifics, but I do know that the president at the time saw the future and saw it as this is a legitimate thing. Talked to the students about it on campus and saw the passion behind it, and then kind of greenlit the program and just kind of went. I think they really did just jump in head first with the funding. We have 3 facilities on campus. We have over 80 PCs across 3 different facilities on campus, and so really came in with the funding and the support, and that's kind of carried us where we are now.
So what have you seen from the players, your time here, coaching with the team? What have you seen develop in the players? What have you seen when it comes to maybe career or other opportunities out there that has helped shape because of the team they're on now? What have you guys seen in that kind of good benefits and feel goods?
Yeah, I think the big thing people are talking about now is Collegiate, the next path to pro. for a lot of players of going from collegiate and going right into the professional scene. It has happened for one of our players, Tristan, who was on our Rock League team. He won a couple national championships with us. He's currently still at Akron doing his education, but is now playing professionally for United. We have tons of other players who play in like the semi-pro, we call the tier 2, tier 3 scene, who are trying to push up to the upper echelon, and they've used Akron as that stepping stone for them, which is awesome. But on the career side, there's tons of stuff out there. We've had students work with various different gaming and esports companies in the broadcasting side, to the back-end TOing side, and so there are those career paths there. But I think the biggest thing I see is just the soft skills that they learn being on a team, communication, working well with others, and I guess really just buying into a team and then working together for like whatever that goal is, the national championship, placing top in this tournament, right? Really just hunkering down and like working with each other. I think long term that applies anywhere in the real world, having those team and communication skills.
So tough question here that we're going to talk a little bit about. We're going to talk a little bit about the idea of players playing in professional or semi-pro and being student athletes in college, which, as we know, in traditional sports has been an issue,
right,
on the heavy hand of the NCAA. But let's talk about how long do you think something like that is going to last for our industry, for this ecosystem, for this community, when it comes to players being able to monetize in professional or semi-pro? Is the NIL going to be a good thing happening for our students, or is it just going to never really be a sanctioned activity under the sports department? What do you think? What is your opinion on what's going to happen? I'm sure you've talked about this.
Yeah, this is a conversation we've been having since day one. I think right now, I love collegiate esports, everything about it, the community, the passion, everything about it I love, but I do think it's still in its Wild West days right now where there's not a lot of regulation for good and for bad. I think there are the double-sided sword there, but I do think eventually there needs to be something. Now, whether it's the NCAA, the NI, any traditional sports body, maybe, but I do think there needs to be some regulation on it. With pro players playing against college students and kind of just the vice versa. It seems like there's not a uniform rule right now, and I think it's coming. I don't know who's gonna do it, but I do think it'll come in the next couple of years.
It's good. So let's talk about recruitment. Lastly, here you got a player that actually went to do pro, and they're still a student. But do you feel as if in the college ecosystem for esports, is there recruitment on your side or any other your friends in the college space, any other coaches that are recruiting potentially players who may be good or maybe not so good, but they have a good influencer following? Is there any of that ever tied into somewhere you definitely want to recruit this player because they've got a really good community behind them and they're well known? What's recruiting like? Can you start looking at kids at 14, and is it going to happen? What's recruiting like for you?
Yeah, so for me, I don't look too much at the followers and whatnot. Actually, one of our newest Rock League recruits for our A team, who's currently back at home, he doesn't even have a Twitter. No one knows who he is. Genuinely, his name's Caleb. I love him, but no Twitter, no social media or anything. We found him, and he's an incredible player. So I don't really look for that. I look for people who can be coachable, students who actually want to buy into the Akron program and really want to be here with us. And once obviously the academic side, I'm looking for students who actually want to pursue their degrees. And maybe, Akron's always been a predominantly STEM school, so the science, technology, engineering, looking for students who actually want those career paths so that we know that they're getting a quality education and they're getting that experience in esports. So, many of them, we graduated 13 seniors last year. Now, not all of them went to go, work in esports, and they're in their traditional working jobs now because of their education in Akron. And so I'm looking for the balance, but I will say we're traditionally in Akron not looking for pro players. Most of them, we would love to have pro players in our program, but traditionally they're looking for maybe other opportunities, and it's just really hard to juggle collegiate, pro play, and school at the same time. And so we're kind of looking for those players who are almost getting to that level, but maybe not there yet, and who want to use collegiate maybe as a stepping stone for that.
Yeah, do you ever feel like, let me ask you for recruitment, when you're looking to recruit, are you looking at tournament rankings? Are you looking at their stats on trackers? What's helping you find those? One, what are you looking for? And two, how are you finding those players?
Yeah, so the big thing right now is high school esports. I know collegiate esports is still growing and has a lot to do, but high school esports has been even more, it's something I look at more or less in college. In Ohio, there's something called the Esports Ohio League. It's pretty massive, and you have hundreds of students playing in that, if not thousands of students playing in that. And so for all the freshmen that we recruited about 10 or 11 freshmen to our program this year. Most of them have previous high school team experience or just competitive experience on another team, semi-pro, amateur team. So right now, that's been the biggest thing where if I have a student who wants to come play for Akron but has never played on a team before, that's usually going to be a hard no for me because of I don't know how they, were they not on a team because they couldn't work well with others, or if I know they've been on a successful high school team, I can reach out to their high school coach and say, hey, how'd they do in your high school team? And those coaches can tell me they're coachable, they're moldable, they communicate well. I'm looking for those soft skills.
Yeah, you're right. Ohio is doing great in the sense of esports. When we talk about companies, we talk about programs, high school through college. I totally agree with you. Ohio has been on a lot of people's radar. Now, this community in collegiate esports, there's a lot of learning. You guys being really the ancient ones in collegiate esports. And 4 years is a long time. I mean, I know back in 2014 there may have been some stuff with Robert Morris, but really 4 years is quite a long time in our industry. What is some advice, because I know this is probably what you're constantly doing, a lot of us in this space are helping share with other colleges, like this is how you potentially could run your program, or these are the things you need. What's some last bit of advice you can give to programs out there? And it's okay if they're your competitors, I guess.
Right.
But what are some words of advice you can give on college esports and having a successful program like yours?
I think the big thing as collegiate esports continue to grow, it's shifted a lot from what it used to be back in 2014, which is friends playing games, to this more semi-pro, hyper-competitive, which is good. I love that. I'm a lover of esports and high competition. I'm in there screaming my head off. But I do think we need to start focusing on the club side still. There are tons of students on these college campuses who aren't SSL top 500 players. There are kids who just enjoy playing, students who love playing video games, whether they're the lowest rank or the highest rank. They need to have the community, and I want more programs to focus on the varsity side, but not throw away the students who maybe aren't good enough. So supporting a club scene is the thing that we do at Akron. I think it's the most important thing we do at Akron. Like I said, Akron's varsity program, only about 50 students. Our club side's over 500 students, right? And it's having both those in tandem is what I think makes our Akron program why I think is so special. So I want to see more schools continue to support the students who maybe aren't, pro players, who just are just gamers.
Well, you heard it here first from Hunter with the Akron Zips. Thanks so much for tuning in.
My name is Alex Weber, and I go by Stunate. I play Overwatch, and I go to the University of Akron, and I am their flex DPS.
Is this your first LAN with the team? How long have you been playing for?
Not my first LAN with the team. I've been with the University of Akron, played with them for a couple seasons now. I went to a LAN with the previous team, but with the current roster, this is our first time playing together at a LAN.
Now, you've got a lot of history with a lot of these teams, a lot of these players. You know a lot about a lot of these players. I gotta ask you, what kind of mark do you want to make on their history? What kind of message do you want to leave for them after this tournament?
I want them to remember us as the better team, pretty much. A lot of them, I've seen them in ranked. One of them sent me a pretty upsetting message about Akron, and we let them know in the last time we played against them, and it's going to be the same way this time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name is Eric Holstein, and I go by Eric in-game. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron, and I play both off-tank and flex support.
Is this your first LAN? How long have you been playing with the team?
This is my second year on the team, and this is my first LAN with the team.
Okay, now, have you had much experience with the other schools here?
Yeah, we play Ball State in the ESC conference, and we've played a little bit against Cincinnati. We had a match against them recently, and
Well, you play a couple of roles. It's clear that somehow it carries over, right? What you're doing from one to the other, you're keeping this team together from role to role. What kind of is the lead over there that allows you to do both of those at the same time and fulfill a similar role within the team on different roles?
Well, I've learned a lot of what I know right now from our last team's flex support, and he because I came into this team with almost no team experience, and he kind of taught me a lot of what I know right now. So I just take a lot what I've learned from him.
All right. Now, on two different roles, how are you going to make the difference against these other teams?
Well, in this tournament, I'll be solely playing off tank, but I just want to help enable my team and enable one of my favorite players, which is StunUp.
My name is Daniel Mendoza, and I go by Seal. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron, and I play main tank.
All right, first LAN, are you excited to be here? How long have you been with the team?
Yeah, this is my first LAN. I've joined the team, well, this is my first season with the team, so I'm pretty excited.
All right, you're pretty new to the team, but it seems like from what they're telling me, you're starting to get some real confidence in the comp. You're starting to get some confidence in the game. How are you going to put that confidence on the other teams tomorrow? How can we expect to see you pop off?
You're going to hear a lot of monkey callouts probably.
All right, so he's leading the dives. Who should have a target on their back? Who should be looking at it? Is it the supports? Is it the DPS? Who do you want more than anybody else out there to know you're coming for them?
Break players.
I am Frankie Ketchum, and my in-game name is Tosmino. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron, and I am the team's flex support player.
Is this your first LAN? How long have you been playing for the team?
This is not my first LAN. I've been to one other LAN, but I was a sub at the time. This is my 2.5 year, because I came in halfway through our school's first year.
All right, now I've been told you got, for support, some pretty dirty aim. What do you have to say to all of the DPS out there that are going to be coming for your throat in this tournament?
I have a sleep dart, and I can count to 3.
Thank you.
My name is Austin Huger, and I am the hit scan player, and I go by now. I play Overwatch at the University of Akron.
All right, is this your first LAN?
First LAN, yeah.
How long have you playing with the team?
This is my first year with the team.
All right, so I've heard some pretty nasty stuff about your Widowmaker. For all the teams that have to play against it, what advice do you have?
It's a 50-50. I either hit nothing or hit everything. So don't catch me on a bad day, because then I'll be in the back line, usually.
All right, so any advice at supports trying to avoid the wrath? Anyone who wants to come at your Widowmaker, should they try and duel you?
I'll scream bitch.
How many things can I expect to hear tomorrow?
Probably 10. I'm gonna estimate 10.
Paul Hirsch, and I go by Pixel Star. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron as their main support.
Is this your first LAN? How long have you been playing for the team?
This is my first LAN. This is my first season playing with the team.
All right, now when you're looking at an Overwatch battlefield, when we're watching you play tomorrow, where should we expect you to be the most?
Going hard in the paint, either on their back line or with my own support.
Thank you very much. He's honest. He's quick.
Yeah.
Collegiate esports teams in the Midwest are in South Bend for the first regional event leading up to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. 16 News Now reporter Jack Springate joins us in Studio B.
There's going to be some serious competition at this weekend's tournament, but can you tell us what else is happening for more casual gamers, maybe, Jack?
Well, besides getting a chance to see Bendix Arena doing exactly what it was built to do, which is hosting these kinds of esports tournaments, you can also test out some of the newest and most popular games. Now check out this first look at where teams will go head-to-head at Bendix Arena. We filmed this just before their opening ceremonies. Those are actually going on right now. 8 teams will face off in Overwatch and Rocket League, with the winner punching their ticket to the 2022 Collegiate Esports Championship. Now, this is some video from an event we covered earlier this year, but you can definitely expect the same kind of energy this weekend. They'll be showcasing the latest in gaming with interactive exhibits from game developers, so those in attendance can play some of the newest titles with friends or even a new rival.
There's some open play tournaments, so if anybody wants to come and play Madden and Smash and Rocket League as open tournaments, we have $500 gaming prizes for the winners. That's taking place on Saturday and Sunday.
You can find out how to get tickets when you head to the story on our website, but Terry, Lauren, I think this is our chance to really prove what WNDU can do as not just a news team, but maybe a gaming team. Mike makes 4, so what do you guys say?
Terry, what do you think?
No. What game would we play, Terry?
Super Mario Brothers?
I could do that.
I think we could.
That's still going. I can.
Benton. I'm from Waterford, Michigan. I am with the Oakland University Esports program, here with the Rocket League team this weekend, and here just having a ton of fun. We knew that we wanted to do a LAN. It's been a long time since we've had in-person LAN events, and going back to those, we're super excited to be here in person. We've got a couple tournaments this weekend, actually, so it's pretty cool to have all our various teams at Oakland going to various places, and we get to bring some of the players who don't normally get to represent OU on the big stage, to bring them, and they get to show off. Oakland University Esports is actually full athletics. All of our players are considered D1 student athletes with college athletics. So the university has been very supportive. They're excited about having an esports program. They've been very supportive with the things we've asked for and just generally helping us out with the program. Prepping for today's matches, we know we're pretty excited to be here. We know we're pretty good. We deserve to be here. So it's really just making sure the guys are warmed up, they're playing, and keeping them calm. This is the first LAN event for Oakland for all of them, but we have one player who's been to a few LANs before. Making sure that they're in the right mental space. They are very skilled at the game. They know what they're doing. We just got to make sure that that translates to the stage. The match itself went really well. Our players definitely performed. Shout out to Seth Tysonic Boom. He had a fantastic series. Casters were loving him. He was having fun. So the series went very well. Honestly, it looks exciting moving forward. From our side, we got a little nervous every once in a while. It's funny. It doesn't matter how ahead you are. When the other team scores a goal, there's still that uh-oh, is this the comeback? So, but we're having fun. We're loving it. So we're going to be playing tomorrow. So we move into semifinals. Still on the winner side of the bracket. So we've got another chance. Even if we do lose, we're going against Northwood. So, everyone knows how good they are. But we think we got a real shot. The fact that people want to see this happen, people are putting this together. There's investment. I really think esports is going to be blowing up even bigger than it is right now. And these are the first steps to that. And to be a part of that, as an individual, as an organization, and to hear that people want us to come to these things, it's just awesome. They were having a ton of fun. I know they like to get up there. They like to be the center of attention sometimes, and just to see everybody, everyone again together finally. This is our first LAN for a lot of these people, but just getting to participate, having their moment in the spotlight, and then sharing it with all these other players, it's fantastic. There's definitely team chemistry. These guys know each other. This is our second year as a program. All last year they played together. It's a 6-man roster, so these are 3 of our 6 players, but these 3 get along really well. They're all experiencing these new things together, and just watching them, figure things out, learn together and play together. It's great. Just watching them is just fantastic.
I'm from Rochester Hills, Michigan, born and raised. Currently, I'm the assistant esports coach here at Oakland University. So we're really excited to be here purely because it's a LAN event. And on top of that, South Bend, I love this city. I was very surprised when I got here. It looks beautiful. Genuinely, this venue is phenomenal. It is absolutely amazing that we're able to get travel funds from CSMG. That's just phenomenal. For any organization to get paid to show up to play video games, that's absolutely amazing. Within the next 3 to 5 years, I see esports, specifically on the collegiate scene, really taking off, even more so than it already has. I mean, if you take a look at where it is now compared to, let's say, 2016, it's like night and day. I'm very optimistic. I genuinely think maybe we'll even have our own TV channel, you know, on top of Twitch, of course. We plan on winning this event and making it to the championship. Let's go.
All State Cardinals.
Woo! My name's Ethan Allen, and my tag is Pen Park. My game is Overwatch. I play for Ball State University, and I am the role main tank.
Now, is this your first with Ball State, or have you had experience before?
This is my second year with Ball State, but first year on the first team. So.
Oh, congratulations. Have you played any of the schools here in any other places? Do you have experience against them? How are you feeling?
Yeah. We played our league last year was against most of these schools here, so we do have experience playing them. We've had some scrims against them.
So you know what it looks like. I need you to picture tomorrow. I need you to paint me a picture, visualize, and give me in a couple sentences what you're going to be looking at when you're playing Overwatch tomorrow.
You know, we're looking at, I think there's 8 teams. We're looking at 7 great schools, including ourselves, 8. But it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a really big battle, and we're looking to come out on top.
I heard some whispers out in the hallways of 3 letters, MTD.
Yes, sir.
In this school. You want to let me know what's going down with that?
You know, I'm just looking forward to MTD and every single team out there. You know, if it happens, great. I'm going to talk my talk. If it doesn't happen, we're still winning. Doesn't matter. So.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lucas Flick, my tag is Finna. My game's Overwatch. I play off support for Ball State University.
Is this your first LAN experience with them?
My first LAN, yeah, but my second year playing for the varsity program.
That's good. Now I hear you've got experience against these other teams. How are you feeling about that?
It's gonna be a strong competition, definitely. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. We've played them, scrimmed them, played them a lot before. It's a lot to. I kind of feel like I know what to expect, but you know, I can always be blown away with something else. So.
All right. Tell me a little bit more about your specific play style, what you like to do, and who specifically on those other teams should be looking out for you.
I'm kind of a red at Lucio. I'm kind of a freak on Lucio. I'm looking at Sunape or Stuna EP. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm just looking to go out there and frag, get some boops, maybe hit an emote, embody my villainous story arc. I don't know. Have fun out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Samuel Miller, and I'm U.S. Miller in game. I'm the damage player for Ball State University's Overwatch team.
All right, is this your first LAN? You excited to be here? You excited to be back?
This is actually my second one. My freshman year when we were a club, I went to my first one up in Iowa.
That's wonderful. Now, so you're a veteran player here. I'm sure you've played a lot of these schools. Have you played them recently, and how have they developed over time?
Just recently in like scrims and or teams like them, just getting better all the time. You know, just like us. So they're going to be a fierce bunch of teams here.
You know, I've heard a lot of talk of, you know, we've got some flashy players on the team. We've talked about the MTD. We've talked about the Reddit Lucio. But you're there for some consistency. You're there to make absolute sure that the other team doesn't get to play the game. Tell me a little bit more about your role and how you feel that.
So being the main Sombra player of the team, I do plan to be the disruptor and really being a pain in the behind. So.
Thank you very much.
Alex Hornback and Hornback. I play Overwatch. I am an off-tank player, and I go to Ball State University.
Is this your first LAN with the team?
Yes. I am a third year, but a lot of the stuff wasn't able to be, or we couldn't get the ball rolling my freshman year, so yeah.
Now, you've played a lot of these teams before. You've played them on a different role, though. What's it feel like coming back and having to play against them on a different role, off-tank, and seeing the evolution of a lot of these teams? Do you feel any more or less confident?
I'm feeling more confident, especially with the team this year. There's just a lot more of a foundation, I feel like, especially since we've all been playing together for about a year. Excited to play, hopefully, Akron and a couple of the other teams. Hopefully we make it in Northwood. I'd be very excited to play against some of those players. But
you got a lot of exciting players on the team. A lot of people want to play aggressive, and you as the off-tank, it's your job to tile those together. How on earth do you wrangle all these guys in?
I have to yell a little bit to keep our Lucio from feeding too much in the back line, but you know, When he's back there, I'll save him from some of his wrongdoings, but that's about it. Everybody else is pretty fine. I don't have to worry about him too much.
Thank you very much.
All right, no problem.
I'm Michael Lindman. I go by Zangbeast. I play Overwatch for Ball State University Esports as the support.
All right, is this your first LAN with the team?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
We have a fun one. All right, given that you're fairly new to the team, have you played any of the schools here? What's your experience like with Collegiate Overwatch?
So for Ball State, I've been with them from the beginning. I've been doing esports since high school. I've played through the club. This is my junior year, so I've been with the team for 3 years, and this is our year, boys. It's looking good.
All right, now you've been with this team for a while. You're a parental figure to many of them, playing support as well. How on earth do you wrangle all these children?
Oh, dude, don't even get me started. I got my Reddit Lucio just like trying to boot people off the map. I have my main tank that refuses to be on the front line because he's back in spawn most of the time. I have my 2 DPS, my no. But at the end of the day, all I have to do is imwort, right click, window, team comes together, we win every time.
Thank you very much.
I'm Northcaster, and I go by Ninja Curly Fry. I play Overwatch for Ball State University, and I am a DPS player.
All right, is this your first LAN, and how long have you been playing with the school?
This is my first LAN. I am extremely excited, and I've been playing with the team this will be my 3rd year. I'm a junior.
Now, Tamar, you got a lot of great DPS up on the field. You got a lot of great support lines, but we've seen in that pool. Are you looking to play Widowmaker? Are you looking to play Kree? Are you looking to play what tomorrow to break down the enemy team?
You know, I feel like I'll probably just rely on Old Faithful, the cowboy, or I don't know if we're gonna see any Widow, but I like some Echo.
Now, I've heard your team talk a lot about how you just don't miss, and I can only connect that to one thing. It's got to be there. What's in the hair that makes aiming that much better for you?
I don't know, man. I don't know where to go with that one.
All right. Do you think the hair helps you in any way during the game? Does it imbue you with some confidence?
I feel like I get some sort of power from like a god or something, like you just, yeah, like a Greek god, It's like the hair. There's something about it. It just,
It's not just you. It's the god smiting down to your command.
Yeah.
All right.
Dan Word, Director of Esports for Bethel University.
Yeah, is this your first LAN that you're going to put on with Bethel?
Yes, it is.
Is it something that you've been looking forward to in the past, or how long have you had your eye on this?
Well, actually, I was one of the ones that kind of first started this program. So back in the spring, I contacted Lydia, the Director of Esports for ECAC, and ECAC and CSMG had a partnership. And so I contacted them and said, hey, we want to host an event here at Bendix Arena, which is our home facility. And so she kind of ran it up the flagpole, and one thing led to another, and bam, we started this process for the championship here.
And what does it mean for your school and your esports program to be able to put an event on like this?
No, this is great, actually. I mean, this is one of the reasons, this is how I sell our program, is I said we get to compete out of this facility. So in the LAN Center, we're here 3 days a week playing, and then this is our first event on the stage. And so to be able to host that, it was one thing to be able to see the artist rendition of how it might look to what it looks like tonight. So this is pretty exciting, and I'm sure everyone's gonna really enjoy it.
And for you, what's the best output of it? Is the experience for the kids at the school? Is the ability to build the program, or what?
You know, when I first kind of got going here, it was just the opportunity to have these kids to be able to do something that they enjoy. I have a son, teenage son, who's a gamer, and part of the way I connected with him was to just find out, hey, what are you doing, watching him, talking with them. So then I sort of took his passion and he kind of instilled that in me. And then the opportunity to really work with these young kids to be able to say, hey, this is something you're interested in. Here's an opportunity that you can go and continue on gaming and do it at a high level. And so that's kind of part of the excitement and experience that we have.
All right, last one. What do you feel for the future of Bethel University's esports program? More events like this, larger teams, what does it mean scholarships-wise for these students? What opportunities are you looking to give these kids?
Yeah, so we actually already offer scholarships. We're a varsity program under the athletics department, so we kind of started right out the gate with scholarship programs. As far as one of the Bendix Arena here is a sponsor of our team, and so we actually have a partnership with them to bring events like this every semester. So we're going to be doing a big LAN event like this at least once a semester. And then for our program, we'll probably be still a relatively small program. We might have 1 to 2 teams for each game, and maybe 40 to 50 kids max, just because of the size of the school. But that doesn't mean that hey, we can't compete on the national stage against some of the big boys.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Beautiful.
My name is Wyatt Roberson. My gamer tag is Wacko Wyatt. I'm here for Rocket League and I'm representing Indiana University.
What seed is the school that you're representing at?
6.
6. How do you guys feel about your chances this weekend?
I feel pretty good. Definitely going to be some competitive teams there, but I feel like we have pretty good chances.
Yeah, speaking of competitive teams, are there any schools here specifically that you're really looking forward to playing?
Akron. Yep.
Is this your first LAN?
It is my first LAN, yes.
Is there anything specific about a LAN atmosphere or just what the LAN kind of represents that you're excited to be a part of?
I'm excited to be on stage. I've never been in a LAN environment before, so being on stage with all eyes on me, pressure's on, I'm excited to finally get to experience that.
My name is Philip Semnicki. My gamer tag is Flipexy. I'm representing Indiana University, and I'm playing Rocket League.
Which seed is your team currently placed at?
6 currently.
Are you looking forward to anything specific here in the LAN environment? Have you been to any LANs before?
I have not been to any LANs. I love this environment. I'm really excited to be here. They're really excited to be a part of this hype.
Absolutely. Have you played any schools here specifically, or are you looking forward to competing against a certain or specific school?
I've actually played against most of these universities competitively online, but never in person, so they should be fun.
Are there any revenge stories in here? Are you trying
any
to
revenge?
yourself?
Probably, yeah. Most of them, I think we went pretty well against. Most of them I've beaten confidently.
Okay. Absolutely. And how do you feel about your chances this weekend, just for the team as a whole?
Super good. Super good.
My name is Grayson Weddle, and my gamer tag is Book. I'm playing Rocket League for Indiana University.
Which seed is your team currently placed at?
We are the 6th seed.
Is this your first LAN?
This is not. I played one in Grant Park.
What part of the LAN atmosphere are you most excited to be back in and be a part of?
I'm just ready to play on stage, and I hope it's even better than the first LAN I went to.
Have you played any of the schools here, or are you looking forward to playing anybody specific?
I have not played any of them, but I'm looking forward if we do match up against Northwood.
And then how do you feel about your team's chances just as an overall this weekend?
I think we're pretty good compared to the other teams. I think we stand a good chance.
Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450 different academic disciplines, and they come from all 50 states and each of the American territories. Some will choose to serve in active duty roles throughout the country and around the world, while others will serve part-time in the National Guard and the U.S. Army Reserve. Although they have many differences, they have 2 things in common. Cadets are full-time college students, and they will one day be officers in the United States Army. Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450 different academic disciplines, and they come from all 50 states and each of the American territories. Some will choose to serve in active duty roles throughout the country and around the world, while others will serve part-time in the National Guard and the U.S. Army Reserve. Although they have many differences, they have two things in common.
Let's give it up for the Zips.
I am Isaac Stecker, and my in-game name is Reticence. I'm representing the University of Akron, and I am playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN experience?
This is not my first LAN experience.
How many LANs have you been to before?
I would say I've been to maybe 4 or 5 for Rocket League.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you excited to be back in the LAN atmosphere? Is there anything specific about a LAN you're looking forward to?
I think it just brings a different environment to the game. Everyone's in person. It's a different setup for everyone. It's just a different energy for LAN events that I'm looking forward to.
And have you played any schools here? Are you looking for a bit of a revenge story, or are you excited to play anybody just here at the tournament?
I guess I would say probably Ball State, because they're in the MAC conference, so that's a little bit of a school rivalry, I guess.
My name is Robert Harold. I go by Potato. I'm representing the University of Akron. I'm playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN?
This is not my first LAN.
How many LANs have you been to before?
I've been to one other LAN before.
What are you excited to be? Are you excited to be back in the LAN atmosphere, and is there anything specific you're looking forward to?
I'm not super excited. I'm feeling very nervous. This is probably the biggest LAN and by far the most professional LAN I've been to.
In that sense, kind of honing into those nerves a little bit, do you have any pregame rituals or anything that you kind of do to get your head into the game rather than worry about kind of what's happening around you?
Warm up for 2 hours.
Simple, short, and sweet. And then have you played any schools here? Is there anybody specific, any teams that you're really looking forward to going up against?
I don't think I've played any teams here, but I'm looking forward to play against them.
My name's Will Imes, and in-game I go by Will's Okay, I guess. I'm representing the University of Akron, and I'm playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN?
This is my first LAN.
What are you excited about getting to experience here at this LAN?
I've never gotten to play on stage before. I don't know if it's going to make my game better or worse. We're hoping better, you know?
Absolutely. And have you played any schools here, or are there any teams that you're really looking forward to?
I don't think I've played any schools here. I think nobody's really looking forward to playing Northwood, but if it comes to that, then, we'll have to try and take them down.
So being the B team, being kind of brought in a little bit last minute, not really expected, do you think that's going to give your team a leg up in the situation or any kind of advantage?
Coming in as sort of like a makeshift B team for Akron, I think it could help or hurt us. On one hand, when people find that out and they don't see the names that everybody recognizes, I think that they'll probably, not put as many expectations on us, maybe let their guard down a little bit. But that can also be kind of coin flippy, because I feel like some days we might pop off and really surprise people. That could help us. Other days, it might be pretty obvious that, we're not the A team.
I want to welcome everybody to Century Center here in South Bend, Indiana for the CNC Midwest Region Invitational. And let's get this party started.
forward to being able to play in person against these people.
Where should we expect you to be the most?
Going hard in the paint, either on their back line or with my own support.
I'm really looking forward to meeting all the other players actually. That's one of the cool things is we play these teams online actually quite a bit, and getting to meet them and interacting with them is going to be super cool.
Yeah. Let's make some noise! Let's get it hype in here! Woo! One more time. Woo! Let's go.
All right, so my first and last name is Devin Welch, and my gamer tag is Deister. I play for Rocket League at Ball State University.
Awesome. Is this your first LAN ever?
Yes, this is my first LAN.
So are you hyped to be at a LAN? Is this really exciting?
I'm very excited, very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there anything in particular you're looking forward to kind of in the LAN setting? Are there any schools here that you're really excited to play against?
I'm really just excited for a bigger audience. Had a little bit of an audience before, but the seating here looks insane, so really hoping we can fill the seats and get a crowd. And teams-wise, haven't got to play any of the teams, but we will play Akron in our ESC league, so looking forward to all the teams here. Looks like some good competition.
Yeah, and you talked about the seeding of the room, but let's talk about the seeding of the tournament. You guys are which seed?
We are the 3 seed.
3 out of 8 teams, right?
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
My name is Jonah Fletcher, and my IGN is Zaf. I represent Ball State University for Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN ever?
Yes, it is actually my first LAN ever. I've wanted to go to LANs and stuff, but this is my first opportunity.
So is there anything specific that you're looking forward to in this event, or are you just kind of excited to be here in a whole?
I'm excited to be here, but I'm also looking forward to the competition, especially in person, because I'm top 100 in the world, so this is my chance to go against some of the best schools here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you don't know the schools here super well, right? You've never played anybody here?
No, I've played multiple people here. I know some of the guys off Akron, and I know all the guys coming from Northwood.
My first and last name, Evan Sefcik, and my gamer tag is Luigi. I play Rocket League for Ball State.
Is this your first LAN?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Is there anything specific you're looking forward to, or are you just excited to be in the LAN atmosphere?
I mean, it's going to be really fun getting to compete in person with no ping disadvantage, no lagging. I'm really looking forward to being able to play in person against these people.
Absolutely. Are there any schools in particular that you're really excited to play against during this tournament?
Yeah, honestly, we're really excited. We think we're going to have a really good matchup against Akron, so we're hoping to take that and make it into the finals.
Kentucky. That's right. Let's go, guys.
So my name is Graydon Knapp, and I go by Graydon. I represent University of Kentucky, and I play Rocket League.
And which seed is the University of Kentucky this weekend?
We are the 7th seed.
How do you feel about your chances this weekend?
I think we have all right chances. I'm just excited to play with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And is this the first LAN you've been to?
I've been to another LAN in Charlotte, North Carolina, and that was really fun, but I was the coach, so I didn't actually get to play. So this is my first playing LAN.
Yeah, sure. So is there any part of this, either as somebody going or as a player, just that LAN atmosphere that you're really looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to meeting everybody. I think everybody here seems really cool, at least so far, so I'm looking forward to meeting all the other new schools.
Yeah, absolutely. And out of those schools, is there anybody that you're kind of really looking forward to playing or going up against here on the main stage?
I think our first match against Akron will be a really good match. I'm really excited to play that, for sure.
Absolutely.
My name is Jacob Hunt, and I'm Unfriable Apples. I'm here to play Rocket League, and I'm representing the University of Kentucky.
And which seed is the University of Kentucky currently placed at?
We're the 7th seed.
How do you feel about your chances this weekend as a team?
I feel like we have all right chances to place fairly well. There are some really good teams here. We're just going to come play our best, see how well we can do.
Yeah, and speaking of really good teams, is there any teams here specifically that you're really looking forward to playing or going up against?
We're really good friends with Louisville. We play them quite a lot. It would be pretty fun to play them at some point during the tournament to keep that competition between us going.
And I wanted to ask one more. Is this your first LAN? Have you ever done an in-person event before?
This is definitely the biggest LAN that we've ever been to. We hosted a very small, kind of more local colleges LAN, but this LAN is on a different level.
Yeah, and actually, that's a great lead into the next question. Is which part of this LAN, which part of the atmosphere are you kind of enjoying the most so far, or looking forward to?
The theater. I can only imagine like what it looks like actually standing on the stage, kind of looking up and seeing everybody around like that. I'm very much looking forward to that.
I'm Eric Adams, and I am the Festive Invader. I play Rocket League for the University of Kentucky.
Which seed is the University of Kentucky currently placed?
We're the 7th seed going in this tournament.
Have you ever been to a LAN before?
We had a smaller LAN that we hosted a few weeks ago, but nothing of this scale for sure.
Yeah, so kind of getting to attend an event of this scale, is there any specific part of this, whether it be the atmosphere or just being a player, that you're really looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to like meeting all the other players actually. Like that's one of the cool things is we play these teams online actually quite a bit, and like getting to meet them and interacting with them is going to be super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about playing some of these other schools. Are there any kind of comeback stories or revenge arcs that you're going to try to complete here? Any schools that you're really looking forward to playing up against?
Well, we're really excited for our first match against Akron. We feel like we have a pretty good game plan going into that. And we're also excited to play Louisville. Like we know those guys, we figure like we can beat them. Like especially we wouldn't want Rhino to trip up, or anything like that. So
yeah, absolutely. So I mean, it sounds like you're pretty confident in your chances this weekend.
Oh yeah, we were very excited. We've talked it over. We know who we're playing. We have some game plans. So that's all.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So sorry for the delay. We had some tech issues, but welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. And we were here for the Midwest Invitational in South Bend, Indiana. We have our 3 and 6 seed coming up next, so we figured out all the issues. Everything has been worked out. We'll get these guys down in the tunnel, and they'll be coming out for a nice intro. We have some more Overwatch coming up next, which I'm really excited for. These are some of the closer matches here, the 3 to 6 seed. And then we have the 5th and 4th seed after that. So just 2 more matches here for day 1. And we still have some amazing Overwatch left for you to play. So sorry about that tech difficulty. But real quick, let's make a little bit of noise in here. Come on. We got to wake up just a tiny bit. Let's go. I know we had a little bit of a pause, but that's okay. Polyhive will get you through it. All right. So coming up first, let's get these guys down in the tunnel. Let's get right into some of the action. We have Door and Dividing upstairs in the commentary booth, so we'll be joined by them shortly. But we have the 3 seed in Ball State, and we have the 6 seed here in Illinois Wesleyan University. So let's start out with the 6 seed, and let's bring the captain up here first. It's going to be Flash Fado. Let's make some noise for Flash. Beautiful. Finally, welcome back, everybody. I mean, apologize for the break, but we are here going through. So let's see next here the second member of number 6 seed Illinois is going to be Echowick. Echowick to the stage. Perfect. Coming up next, we have Snowbiss. Let's bring Snowbiss out. My favorite player. Woo! Love the intro. Best intro of the day so far. Players, take a lesson from Snowbiss. Okay, Flum X. Let's bring up Flum, baby. He's the 4th member. This game is Overwatch. It is 6-on-6. And to round out their team here for Illinois Wesleyan, it's going to be Codex. Codex to the stage. Here in the quarterfinals of the Overwatch CECC Midwest Invitational. And now, let's introduce the number 3 seed, Ball State. They have been dominant across Overwatch as well as Rocket League. And let's start out with their first player. It is the captain, U.S. Miller. Coming up next here for Ball State, it's going to be Zang Beast. Next up here for Ball State, we have Hornbach. And now the best hair in all of the CENC Midwest Invitational. It's going to be Ninja Curly Fry. And now the 5th member of their team, it's going to be Finna. Finna to the stage. Woo! And to round out their team, it's going to be Penn Park. Make some noise for Penn. He'll round out Ball State. Yeah. All right, everybody, take your stage, take your seats. Let's get into Overwatch, and let's bring it all the way up to door and dividing for the call.
Thank you so much, Paulie. It's time. We're ready. We got everything fixed up, and boy, oh my goodness, boy, am I ready for this. We got 2 incredible matches to start things off, and I've been starving for some more Overwatch.
So am I. So is everyone in this arena door. I cannot wait to see this matchup, especially this matchup between Ball State and Illinois Wesleyan. These guys have been waiting around for a while as we've gone through these technical issues. They are hungry. They want to play some Overwatch. They want to compete. And I got to say, the energy that both of these teams have brought to this tournament has been incredible. I've loved just watching these guys. I was in the arena during the Ball State Rocket League matchup, and the amount of hype that the Ball State guys brought to their Rocket League team was incredible. They made this place sound like that it was a full house. So I really hope we get to see the same thing as they compete this time around.
Look, if they're half as good players as they are entertainers, I think we're more than ready for a ride. We were talking to them last night. These Ball State guys are out of their minds. They're just having the best time of their lives. And I hope to see it because on LAN, that can really make a difference, right? When you get the morale up and you start talking, when you start feeling good about your team, makes you play more confident, makes you play so much better. And on the other side, we shouldn't discount them at all. Illinois Wesleyan look really, really good. And talking to them yesterday, they promised a surprise at the very least. Look, I don't know this. I've played a lot of Overwatch. I've cast a lot of Overwatch. I have never heard the term Mickey Mouse 6-man comp, but that's what they've told me they want to run. And I am more than happy to be surprised on any day of the week. So Illinois Wesleyan are definitely putting up a good fight.
Oh, absolutely. I think, especially as we are getting closer to the center of the bracket, teams are going to become a little bit more evenly matched. I think Illinois Wesleyan are definitely not a team that you should be taking out of the bracket right now. This is a very talented team. Recently, I believe, competed in the Battle for the Midwest Invitational hosted by the Will English crew, and they were able to come away with second place in that round. So I think that this is a team that can absolutely put some damage in this double elimination bracket this weekend.
Yeah, and maybe that's enough to fight up the seeds, right? You were talking about us getting closer to the center of that bracket. And you know what? Closer to the center of the bracket means that these teams can actually start upsetting one another. Upset quotes when you talk about 3 and 6. These two teams are definitely evenly matched. And we saw even the matchup between 2 and 7 have moments where we really started questioning, like, hey, this team really can compete. So I have no doubts about myself that they're going to be bringing it. But I'm looking at Ball State specifically right now to bring a lot of the energy. Penn Park talked a lot of big game. I heard 3 letters in particular a lot when he was in the room, MTD. and I need him to back that up for me today.
I am so looking forward to it. The aggressive main tank plays are some of the most entertaining things that you can watch in Overwatch right now. Just having a super aggressive main tank go in with the support of the rest of their team and just take over a game completely. We saw it a bit from Windmill in the last game. So I'm really hoping we can see the same for Penn Park and everyone else in this game.
Yeah, let's go down the rest of this roster. It is U.S. Miller, Zane Beast, Hornbach, Ninja Curly Fry, Finna, and Penn Park for Ball State. Illinois Wesleyan coming in with Flash Fatal, Line, Echo X, Snowbiz, Codex, and Flumix. Now, when we talked about Reddit Lucio in a lot of these interviews, there was one name that just repeatedly came up for these teams. And on Ball State, I think we can expect to see a Lucio in the back line every once in a while.
Oh, absolutely. All the time, I'm expecting to see Lucio's just getting all over the place, booping everyone around. Interestingly, we have gotten the map pick come in. It is going to be Oasis. As we now see, we are getting back into the action here at the CENC Midwest Invitational. Let's make some noise, everyone.
And it's time for the third match of the day. Ball State, Illinois Wesleyan. We start things off in the beautiful Gardens. And no better is there a place for us to see some boops and up on that high ground like we were talking about. That Lucio can float above those doorways, really make some good use of them. We can play virtually any composition here and see it find some degree of success. I want to see these teams play fast, though. I want to see them play hard, and I want to see them be smart about their ultimates, especially on control.
Yeah, absolutely, Dor. I do totally agree that Gardens is the place on Oasis where, with the open skies like I've talked about before, but there are also some more closed-in areas of the map. There's the high ground right in the middle of the map that you can take advantage of if you're a brawl comp or a spam comp. There's a lot of different things that you could play into this fight. And as the first hero selections have come in, we've got the six-man comp coming in from Illinois Wesleyan as Ball State is going with a more traditional brawl. I'll be curious to see if Ninja Curly Fry is going to be sticking on to the Symmetra or if they're just going to go to something else after the teleport comes out.
And you know what? Illinois Wesleyan, as much as it is a fun composition, I really do think, I mean, it's rooted in very good play. This is a Dallas-esque rush, right? Running a Sombra, running the Tracer along with it. It's very, very powerful, and it's reliant on them getting those big, bad ultimates up. For Ball State, they just want to sit on this point, squat, and do not give up players for as long as they can. But holding on to the high ground, Ball State are looking good for the time being. The Cowboy and Baptiste can continue to throw around from there. But Flumix, oh, just from the side, gets a little bit of a boop onto Zane Beast. And now onto the low ground they go. They've got to win this fight here and now. Because they've got Codex and Flash Fatal out, though, it looks like they're going to be successful in doing that.
What a creative teleport coming out from Ball State. They just teleported directly onto the high ground instead of going through the room on the left or the right of the point and going up the stairs. They just teleport directly onto it. We do get a pause coming through as this first fight, but it looks like Ball State, they should be able to push through to the end of the point here pretty soon. They just need to get these last couple staggers.
And it's relatively expected that this is how a first fight goes with a Sombra composition. The trust is that you're going to come back with an EMP and try and win it. Winning first fight with a Sombra is very, very good. You're going to win more with that EMP, but it can be difficult. The one kind of thing that they've got going, though, is they almost made it up to that coalescence, which would have given them a way back into the fight, but now they'll have it for the second fight. So there are a lot of engagement tools still left there for Illinois Wesleyan to use in the upcoming fight.
Even potentially in this fight. We saw there were a couple of people that were trying to get back in and get in the fight again. I saw Winston in the mix. I saw a Sombra in the mix. I think it's very possible that with those engagement tools that Illinois Wesleyan have, it's very possible they could try to push back into this fight and maybe try and just take first point control once again. I mean, the point hasn't flipped to anyone yet. It's still 0-0.
Yeah, and this Reinhardt composition is now playing on the point. So that means the high ground belongs to Illinois Wesleyan. They can start getting up on top of it. Remember, that Cowboy is no longer just established up there. He's dropped down. There's a lot of opportunities, but I think we will see this map continue to revolve around the Reinhardt composition, getting on top of that high ground, and being able to establish its Baptiste and Cowboy, as well as Illinois Wesleyan's ultimates, because it is no more important than with this composition that you play around that EMP, that you have your Sombra constantly charging, and so far, I'm seeing good stuff from them with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Sombra teleport, we don't see it very often. You usually like to see the sort of the more traditional Brawl characters, the Mei, the Reaper, to try and get some more frontline pressure. Symmetra is great, is a lot more fragile than those other heroes. But the fact that they were able to take early high ground control, I'm kind of curious because some of the members of Illinois Wesleyan actually tried to engage them directly when, honestly, they didn't have much direct point presence. They were just standing up on top. If they had played underneath, then maybe they could have just taken first point control, or at the very least forced forced Ball State into vulnerable position as they were forced to drop down to deal with them.
Yeah, and, as much as, you can make that engage, you can choose to stay on the point. Either way, I got to give credit to Ball State. I love what they're running. It is a very modern composition. We haven't seen any of these schools really proficiently and excessively run Symmetra outside of maps where you'd normally expect it, or just teleporting out of spawn. But to see Ball State come in and play a proficient Symmetra, something that we saw towards the end of the Overwatch League, where teams were teleporting everywhere and bringing out these really complex plays, whether it was teleporting a self-destruct, whether it was teleporting a Reinhardt for a shatter, whether it was teleporting a team in, whether it was getting around certain obstacles. They were using every which way. It takes some really good communication and extremely good coordination, though. And that's one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of teams do it, is just because you put in one new hero with the Symmetra, and all of a sudden, you have to learn an entirely new playstyle. You need to get your comms straight. You need to, as a team, learn all these new coordinated attacks. But the fact that Ball State are committing to it, and it seems like after that first push, they do have those coordinated attacks with the Symmetra, I'd be a little scared to be on the other side of it.
Yeah, the Symmetra coming out from Ball State is super cool to see. I love the Symmetra teleporter. It gives you so much ability to play around, be creative with where your team is positioned. It allows you to, do the good old teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid, that kind of thing. You get so much flexibility, especially in something like a Brawl comp where you don't have a ton of great mobility abilities. You get the Lucio speed boost, and that's about it. So having that Symmetra teleport on your side, it allows you to be a lot more unpredictable with where you're gonna be, what you're gonna be doing. It keeps your opponent on their toes.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten to the point in the Overwatch League where you could throw a teleporter behind a team to then fake them out and engage them from the front. It is insane, the mind games that go into it. But I think Illinois Wesleyan have got to catch up to running it, if that makes sense, right? You have to adjust to playing into a Symmetra. Just as much as it is an adjustment for your team to get used to playing it, the other team has got to be ready for it behind their backs and constantly have their eyes out for these sort of teleporters. And considering that Illinois Wesleyan are running dive, it is more than doable, right? To attack that high ground, allow them to teleport away, and then try and drop on them, because this Brawl composition doesn't necessarily want to kite all the time. They need to choose their engagement wisely, and that goes for both of these teams, tracking one another's cooldown, right? Is the teleporter up? How's the Rhine shield looking? Do they have nades to back them up? What does the support line look like? Do they have immortality field? And the dive team can track those, whereas the Brawl team wants to track, okay, what are their dive cooldowns? Can we catch them out with a teleporter while those cooldowns are on, and then find an engage? So I think that's actually the hardest part for both these teams, is finding a clean engage on one another, because the rush starts pushing, the dive can just jump out. The dive starts pushing, the rush can just teleport out.
Yeah, it's a very interesting little song and dance we have going on right now. As we saw, it seemed like Ball State was getting the advantage, but Illinois Wesleyan was starting to push back in a little bit. We're kind of in this state of everything's kind of hanging in the balance right now, as everyone's kind of suspended in midair at the moment. But I gotta say, I'm very interested to see how this composition from Illinois Wesleyan continues as we get further on into this round, because you have the EMP from Sombra, you have the Death Blossom from Reaper, you have the Diva Bomb from Diva, and all these things can be chained together and comboed together into some explosive team fights, some explosive ult combinations, and that's the kind of thing that makes this composition that they're running so strong, those ultimate combinations that they can put together. So I'm really hoping that we can see some coordination coming out from Illinois Wesleyan to be able to put those ult combinations together.
Yeah, and I think their composition really does speak well to how they can do in the rest of this round, just because we're on Oasis right now, right? If we head to City Center, that dive is still perfectly viable. The rush is playable, but it certainly does get a little bit trickier when you start on a map that large where the teleporter doesn't necessarily have access everywhere. It certainly can be run, it can be done. We've seen plenty of teams run the rush there, but I think we'll have to see Ball State flex a little bit more to other compositions as we go through Oasis. But again, there's kind of the opportunity that we head to University, where I mean, it just gets all enclosed. And that Symmetra has a field day charging up that laser.
Yeah, the Symmetra laser is crazy because not only does it get more powerful the more time you are continuously able to have it locked on to an opponent, it also, when you're on a shield, it reloads the ammo. So you can just keep on going, especially into heavy shield combos, double shield, stuff like that. You are able to just basically have your charged up laser doing something like 100 damage per second, something crazy like that, continuously.
Yeah.
You don't never have to stop.
It's like the worst thing to play main tank into, let me tell you that. It is not a fun time taking that much damage at once, but that's if you don't target the Symmetra down. The Symmetra has got to be practically your number one priority. Unless there's something else on the board, extenuating circumstances, let it be. The Symmetra is number one. If you let her live for more than 5 to 10 seconds, you are going to be having a bad time, and your health bar is going to be wishing you did.
Yeah, the Symmetra, the trade-off to the Symmetra is that she is very fragile. Only has about 200 health, doesn't have any great mobility or escape mechanics. She just has her really powerful laser and some turrets, and that's about it. So if you can single her out, focus her down, it's pretty easy to do so, and that's a big portion of damage out of the fight. I'm curious to see how long Ball State is going to want to stick with the Symmetra until they're going to swap onto maybe something like a Cowboy or a Reaper or a May or something like that, one of those more traditional. The Cowboy's, I think, already in the game for them. But the Reaper, the May, that stands as something that's a little more traditionally Brawl, especially since they won't really have they won't be able to do the teleporter strats over and over again, most likely. I would think with all the Reddit Lucios in the game, they would be able to catch on to that pretty quickly. And the way that teleporter was set up, a well-observing Lucio could very easily get the boop of their career off of that.
Flummox already got one of them. We were barely 30 seconds into the match and someone's flying off the map. I mean, this is the kind of play that we expect from these teams, though. Really high-level stuff. And when we talk about what we can see in the future, right, the maps to come, we could see more control. We could go to any of these. And I think the hero pool for both these teams is really going to be tested, especially Ball State. Like I mentioned, it takes a lot of practice time to get those symmetric compositions down. It does take a lot of scrim hours to be able to play that composition. And so that begs the question, should Illinois Wesleyan all of a sudden take things to Escort where they could force a dive map? What's that look like then?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to try and predict what's going to happen in the future when we only really have most of one fight to go off of. It's tough to say, oh, this is what this team likes to play, and this is what they're going to try to do next. But I will say what we've been saying this whole time is that this map pool pick ban system is really cool in that it allows people to try and play to their strengths.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket in general here and just how this actually shakes down and what that means for either of these teams should they win. And I'll tell you what, it's a pretty scary prospect. Winner goes on to play Akron.
Akron,
that's a tough time. Akron on the other end of the bracket.
I will say, I think I saw in the interviews that some of the Ball State guys were looking forward to trying to play Akron.
You're right. That's a grudge match they've been looking forward to for a while. I know we had one of the Akron players. Who was it in particular for him? It was Stunape, who was a particular favorite. I think when he was up on stage for the interviews, he said he had a couple of fans on the Ball State side. I would say it's pretty accurate. A few people wanted his head on a stick, but, it's neither here nor there. Look,
big, bad Akron team.
They're scary. Yeah, they will put a target on your back.
Yeah. I mean, we see how Akron has been handling themselves throughout this tournament, kind of cool, calm, collected kind of deal. Like we don't do too much talking. We let our play do the talking kind of vibe, and contrast that with people like Ball State or Illinois Wesleyan, who are very much playing it up for the cameras, which is awesome. We love to see that, but also it's super cool to see the contrast into Akron, who's like, we're here, we're chilling, and we're just gonna play Overwatch good and click heads and stuff.
Look, I'm here for a little bit of trash talk, and Ball's given us everything and more that we could ask for. They've even flamed their own player. They're a good time. They're a good time to say the least.
They're just fun to hang out with, honestly.
They're fun to watch, too. I mean, the fact that we've gotten such variety in our compositions today, right? We've seen everything from Ball, Diva. We saw Sigma Ball, which I think is a really interesting composition. We got a lot of double bubble, which was a bit of a surprise for me. And we still got the rush on top of that. It has been a really good day for Overwatch.
It has been insane to see all the different compositions that all these different teams bring to the table. It's cool to see, because we have this sort of regional thing coming up in this competition. We have teams from all over the Midwest coming together, and we get to see how they all interact with each other in a LAN environment and how they play against each other. I think that's been really cool. You know, Akron, Cincinnati, for example, as teams that have played together several times, never in a LAN environment though. So it's really cool to see everyone just kind of next to each other and playing and interacting, and it was super cool. That's what LAN events are cool.
You heard it here, folks.
Dividing approved.
Look, it is pretty cool. And you know what? I mean, being able to sit down and talk with a lot of these players, it wouldn't be the same being able to tell the stories of them without actually being able to interview them and talk to them and hear the emotions they have about the match. Because a lot of these, they know each other from other places, but actually getting to see one another, it makes it so much more personal. Not in a bad, like an angry, personal way, but it feels that much better when you win. And for a lot of these teams, like ball, right? It's being able to compete on stage is entirely different from sitting at your desk in your home and just talking in communications, doing whatever it is that you need to do, and then being on your way. No, you can reach over, you can give your teammate a high five, and you can actually get everybody hyped up. And for a lot of teams, that will make them play vastly better.
And the difference of the crowd is insane too. Having that sort of, I don't know if I want to say home field advantage, because, you know, Bethel was the team that's kind of hosting this event, but the fact that you are playing on a stage in front of people, you do something, you pull off a cool play, and there's cheers in the background as you do it. That's kind of that's like the dream for most aspiring esports professionals, which is, you know, what we're kind of here with at the collegiate scene. A lot of these people are either here playing varsity or they're here on a club. So having this opportunity to play on a stage in front of people and just be appreciated for the amount of hours that they put into learning their games and perfecting their crafts, that's super cool. And I think that adds a whole new element into these matchups that, you know, a lot of people haven't had, because a lot of people have never been to a LAN before.
Yeah, we had already seen it play out earlier with Rocket League, and it was time and time again, teammates high-fiving, cheering onto the crowd, standing up, getting them going. If I could just have that for the rest of these days, oh my goodness, would I be happy. You know, the teams have really done a wonderful job at giving it to us, and these students have, it's not even just built story, they've just been having a good time, but it results in so much more in these matches, so much more for them to carry, so much more for them to mean to these players. And you know what? There's a big trophy on the line. Who could be happier about that?
Look at it. It's so cool. I want that in a trophy case.
This would look good in any of these schools. You know, they're all starting to build these esports rooms. They're getting their labs all going. They get their gaming centers. They get 12 PCs, and this right in the middle of them. Imagine how good that look for school administration. You take this back to your school administration, I guarantee you get funding. You slap that bad boy on a desk.
We got this for you. Give us money.
Yeah.
Give us money. They'll do it.
It works. And for a lot of these schools, they are transitioning into being either proper varsity clubs or are already there, which is awesome, right? And I think Butler's already doing a varsity program. They're getting scholarships for a lot of these students. It's fantastic to see these opportunities given away. And for a lot of them, it starts out as just wanting to give them an opportunity to show up to something like this, to really just have a good time, to get an experience in college where they can do these things and go out. Because, you know, we hang out with our friends. We get the college experience, whatever that may be. But extracurricular, to be able to say, like, oh, yeah, you know, what'd you do when you were in college, Dad? Oh, yeah, I just went out to arenas, played video games for money. Like, is that not the coolest thing to be able to tell people when you get out?
It is so incredibly cool. And, you know, it would be cooler to say, hey, look, I won this trophy for my college, too.
What do they split it 6 ways? They just cut it a few times?
Yeah, why not?
Dibs on the top.
I don't know if that's how they would do it. So I want to know, would you? Because then, like, 2 people would only get, like, the bottom part, like, block.
Yeah,
they wouldn't really get the trophy.
Yeah, they didn't call dibs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Duh.
It's law around here.
Nose goes. Loser gets the block.
Yeah, pretty much they'll draw straws out of it or something. I think they're all right, though. And the players, you know what, they've been working a long time for it. And now, as much as we would love this to fix itself up, they've got this match to play. And in a best of 3, I think that having momentum in map number 1 really, it's proven itself over the past 2 games to be critical. Because even despite getting the Kings row pick in the last game, it was a great attempt by Cincinnati to bring it back. But I mean, the strategy that we saw Akron bring out with the spawn camp, really, really something else. I was talking to him actually after the game. about where they had gotten that from, because it is a very powerful spawn camp. It's one that's not unheard of, but it's not particularly common. And I mean, when I tell you that that Stun Ape is a prime contenders watcher, he has seen everything. He's like, yeah, I just picked it up off one of the contenders teams and pulled it off, and it's true. I mean, to see strategy that deep. We talked about how Northwood ran with the Wrecking Ball on Lejean Control Center, and they were bringing in some custy strats, going off the top rope, up in the server room, and dropping back down with the Wrecking Ball. We've seen everything, and now we're getting Symmetras brought into the mix. So these teams have not just, scrim, not just done their homework, but sat down and genuinely thought creatively about how are we going to beat these other teams? What plays, what strategies are we going to bring to the table to beat this? And it's past, okay, how do we improve our play? We're past the fundamentals here. These teams are genuinely bringing new stuff out.
Yeah, it's super cool to be continuing to see these teams continue to innovate this game that has been out for over 5 years now. It's crazy to see how much the meta and the way that people play has improved and changed over the course of the matchup. I remember back in like 2018 where people were getting super hyped up on this guy named Miro and about how he Winston was super bad, but he was able to jump in and out and was able to measure how much danger he was in and was able to disrupt the team and revolutionize how that character is played in today's Overwatch. And it's just so cool to be continuing to see that even after all of this time, all of this energy, all these changes that have come in with Overwatch, we're still seeing new stuff.
Well, new stuff is right around the corner. I mean, we're looking at Overwatch 2. I mean, come a year from now, we might be back at this same event, and then all of a sudden we got 2 less players out there on the field, which would be a little odd. But, I mean, I think these teams are looking forward to it. And I think it will be the creative teams that really do strive for the most at the beginning.
Yeah, I think Overwatch 2 is going to be it's going to be very interesting because we have a bunch of the entire play style is what is going to be changed, is what I think the developers are trying to go with here. We're trying to have a much more of a scrappy deathmatch kind of feel is what I've heard from a lot of people, where basically like, how do I say this? If everyone is broken, no one is. Is that what I mean? I think that's what I mean. You saw the Bastion and the Sombra reworks, which was super crazy, super interesting, bit controversial. But I think as long as they are rebalancing everyone else also to play around that, which would probably mean more buffs for everyone else, then we would be able to have a bit more of then we'd be able to have just crazy game, things going off all over the place.
I'm excited for the 5v5 environment. While we've seen kind of the team deathmatch stuff, I'm not sure if it's going to persist. It felt like it was an issue that was endemic to the new game mode push, right, where you've got these constantly moving spawns. The fight kind of never stops. But we are bringing in all the old maps from Overwatch, which is really exciting because I think we are going to see some more core Overwatch gameplay, and I think there's a lot of people that are worried that the team aspect is going to go somewhere. But with one player out, I think the big thing that it does is, well, yes, the tank is gone, and it's a bummer. We're going to see a little bit more individual play, right? We talk about how the second you lose a player in these fights, it's practically over a lot of the time, right? Fighting 6v5 is very hard, but fighting 4v5 with one less tank out of the way, which, again, tanks are the things that are going to deny you from bringing fights back, I think all of a sudden that's a much more possible fight to take, 4 versus 5. And so I think all of a sudden we have more potential for these huge clutch moments, which to me is the part that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, one of the coolest things to cast over in this game is when we have a fight that is going back and forth, people are falling left and right from both teams, we end up in a situation where it's like a 2v2 or a 1v1 all around the point, and there isn't really a ton going on except for those few people that are still alive. And I think that in Overwatch 2, we're going to end up with a lot more situations like that, where it's a very even fight, and the whole winnable sort of...
It's not a joke anymore.
Yeah, it's not a joke. Basically, any situation will be winnable. That's what I think.
And that's going to be a great place to be in. For these teams, I'm really curious to see how they actually adapt, because it could mean a lot for them. It probably just means substitutions. I don't think you necessarily need to drop players for it, because the different players are still going to bring different stuff to the table, right? Your off tank can still play the tanks that they're proficient at. The play style of tanks is definitely going to change a ton for them, but I've got no question in my mind that Windmill will definitely still be hitting shatters like he was last game.
He will do it till the end of time. Won't stop.
It's a good end goal for him, and for a lot of these teams, I think that's the place they want to be, is at the top. And you know what? This year it'd be nice at the end of Overwatch 1, but being the best at the beginning of Overwatch 2, it would feel that much better.
It would feel so good just to be, it's basically a new game that we're looking for here. So I think that being able to just come out on top at the very beginning and say, we are the best at this. And there's a huge opportunity for a lot of people, because there's going to be a lot of uncertainty around how people are going to be playing around this new game, this new stuff. A lot of new heroes and new reworks that we don't even know about are just going to be dropped on us all at once, and the Blizzard developers are just going to be like, go deal with it, So I think that the team. It's going to be, those teams that are adaptable, those teams that are creative, that are going to be able to come out on top early and, maybe get some looks by some Overwatch League teams.
Yeah, and you know what? Back to what we were talking about with LAN, there's no really better place to show it off than somewhere like here at the beautiful Bendix Arena. Might I add, this place is gorgeous.
It's so cool.
The LAN center downstairs is incredibly nice. And we saw students coming in and out because, of course, it is sponsored by or sponsors one of these schools' esports clubs. All of a sudden, you've got a great opportunity for them to have a practice place and have somewhere to put on events like this. It's been wonderful working with them, and you know what? For us, it's been wonderful being here. Huge shout out to them. And while we fix up some stuff, we are going to throw it to a quick little break. We're going to be right back with the Overwatch action, though, so stay tuned.
Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship here in the Midwest Invitational. We had some technical difficulties, which is the true LAN experience. So you guys are getting the entire thing from start to finish, but we have resolved the problem. So we took the players off the stage. We had some light internet issues. We took them down into the LAN center. We now have the LAN center shot, and we are going to be bringing you Ball State, the number 3 seed, against Illinois Wesleyan University, which is going to be the number 6 seed. So that match will continue now. We are going to restart it, new map, new picks, new everything, so that both these teams can have a fair match and not reveal their strategy. So without further ado, let's bring it in. Let's bring our casters, Door and Dividing, and let's get some Overwatch finally to finish off day 1 here at the Road to Collegiate Esports National Championship. So without further ado, let's bring in Door and Dividing momentarily.
Lo and behold, we are back, and Paulie is gone. Alas, it's a shame to see such a beautiful man go, but it's time for the game, and we get a beautiful game at that. Let's talk a little bit more about Ball State up against Illinois Wesleyan, which we got to see start off earlier, but we get to see restart again. Lucky us, we get this. It's such an amazing game, and 2 times the action.
It's incredible, especially because that first fight that we were able to see last time was going back and forth, up and down, left and right, no matter what direction you want to say. It was an incredible first matchup, and if that's a little taste, a little preview of what we are in for, it is going to be insane. Now, like Paulie said, we're on a new map. That new map is going to be Busan. We saw this in an earlier matchup today. We're going to be starting off on downtown.
I think it's a great place to start things off. We did get the same pick ban. It looks like they want to go back to control, but we changed up the map specifics. Illinois Wesleyan, do they come out with the same composition? It looks like they're getting something similar. Torbjorn locked in for both sides. Whether or not that stays to be seen, but Penn Park and Hornbach bringing out the first Arista Diva we're seeing of the day.
Yeah, Illinois Wesleyan are going to be going with pretty much the exact same comp that they ran out with on Ilios, this sort of 6-man dive with the Reaper and the Sombra coming out, as also Ball State, coming out with something completely new, Arisa Diva kind of composition. This composition is going to be very slow. They're going to want to get set up somewhere at the point or near the point and just get their Cowboy and their Torbjorn in position to get massive amounts of value. Illinois Wesleyan are a lot faster, though.
They've already used that speed to take this space, completely surround this. There's a great peel coming out from Hornbach, but not enough to keep Finna alive. The composition now spiraling out of control. The main tank does manage to regroup, but eventually, with all the members falling behind, Penn Park will be taken out.
Yes, the Ball State, the problem with the comp they're running right now is that they needed a lot of time to get set up and get put into position. And in that time that they were just trying to get past the choke point, Illinois Wesleyan had already taken so much space that Ball State could not capitalize on the damage of their comp. So Ball State is going to be making some swaps now, moving on to a brawl competition of their own. US Miller is going to be staying on the Torbjorn, though, so can't wait to see how that pocket pick ends up working out. Also, Zangbeast is going to be very close to the amplification matrix.
It's already working pretty well, right? Flash Fatal normally would just keep the defense matrix on either the Reaper or the Torbjorn if there was just one, but those shotguns pose a real threat to the Winston, and there's no way you can block both of them. Popping an amplification matrix for the engaged, Ball State are making their attempt at retaking this point. Illinois Wesleyan decide to just back up, give away the space. No, they go for it, and Ball State find the punish, losing both their DPS. There's not much chance of a recontest here.
No, there's not going to be much as Illinois Wesleyan. Codex is actually going to commit the Primal Rage to try and stay around a little bit more, try and get a couple more percentage points on the clock, but this will force out the Molten Core from US Miller, and that should be the end of the fight. But Illinois Wesleyan, they're actually going to continue to try and get on as we see Echoic is going to be pushing in. We get a hammer kill from US Miller on the Flash Fatal. That's the first one of the day. Let's hope we can get a counter going here. As now, with 63%, Illinois Wesleyan do lose the point out to Ball State, but they were very conservative with their ultimates there, which is going to be huge as they try and recontest here. Codex used the Primal Rage to continue stalling the point out. Illinois Wesleyan are going to have every other ultimate online.
Yeah, that's a real nice thing to have. They forced him out of Ball State, and now It's their moment to move in. Funman looked like he might have used the EMP in the last one, but chose to save it until now. Catches out 2 players, make it 3. Penn Park's in there as well, but both the supports are out. That means there's nothing to stop this Death Blossom. Ball State come in, use it to great effect, does a ton of damage, and they're able to finish off the fight off the back of it.
It was a great EMP from Funman, I have to say. Got both of the supports of Ball State hacked up, but unfortunately the follow-up from Illinois Wesleyan wasn't quite there, so that all-important EMP no longer on the table. Still have the Death Blossom from McCoick. They still have the beat from Flumsk, so we're going to have a lot of opportunity to try and push into this fight. Ooh, what a nice little hack there coming out from Funman. Ball State, of course, running a bit of a brawl comp, so they just kind of have to wait for Illinois Wesleyan to come to them.
Yeah, they're going to take their sweet time. Use the bomb to get them off the high ground, or at least open them up, get that shield to turn around, and they will drop off appropriately. Sound barrier used by Ball State, and the amplification matrix being thrown in. And the kitchen sink at this point might as well be tossed in as well. Like, oh, it's still finding his way through, despite the sword that's used by Ball State, finding a massive advantage, but it's a 3 versus 3 on point. Complete chaos here, but the Divas are the ones you want to watch. They can shut down these DPS, and they can keep their teams alive, which is what matters the most, allowing them to get back in for the spawns. It is Flash Fatal getting the better of it, though, as Hornbach has been remixed. The main tank's just starting to come back, though. It is not over for Illinois Wesleyan, who are starting to charge up towards the Coalescence from Snowbiz that could end this fight in one fell swoop.
The longer this goes, the better it is for Ball State. The more percentage they're able to push up. But now US Miller is back and the turret is getting value.
It's starting to really chunk out these players. Illinois Wesleyan are far from done with it yet. They're not going to let this one go without a fight. Off the map goes Finna, and now they're back in EMP to guarantee themselves the point. They've lost their main support, though. They have to be careful they don't give up too many more lives. And there goes another Flash Fatal is off. And Ball State want desperately to win this map to open things up for themselves.
They want it so bad, Dor. They're refusing to get out of this fight, to leave it, as Ball State now, Zangbi's coming back with the amplification matrix, but Codex with the Primal Rage gets a double kill, and now with the Wrecking Ball going off the map, beautiful Winston play from them. It's finally going to be Illinois Wesleyan pushing back the point, and oh boy, 90%. Ball State's got to come back quick.
Yeah, if they've managed to flip the point in the middle of all that, it makes it so much more pressure here. They've got to get in quick on this one. 98%, I think they understand. Popping the Coalescence immediately, Illinois Wesleyan trying to bring the fight to Ball State, but that Death Blossom hanging above their head. Needs a Cruelly Fry. How much can he get? Not enough is the answer. Illinois Wesleyan just shut it down, pop one of their own, and say, we're taking this one for ourselves. A sound barrier to guarantee that they're going to finish this one off, but they're going to be packing home with the first sub-map of today's match.
What a close first map from Illinois Wesleyan. This is going to be a good game, I think, Dor. This is going to be great. Super cool clash of styles, seeing that 6-man rush comp going up against the brawl comp coming up from Ball State. So now we move on to Shrine, a very interesting sub-map. We get the long range sight lines, and we get a whole bunch of swaps from Illinois Wesleyan. Funman going back on the tour, going to wonder if he's going to stick on that. No, deciding not to. We're going to go ahead and move on to the Sombra instead. Going to go back over to the 6-man. Did they just do that to fake me out? Because they swapped to something else and then they swapped back.
Oh, yeah. It was just for you. Just for you. Ball State, though, coming out on the composition we saw them on earlier, running the Cowboy and the Symmetra. So we're looking for some pretty cool movement with that teleporter. See him teleport behind. See him make some wacky plays. Ball State already taking a pretty aggressive position thanks to that teleporter, but they need to wait for the cooldown to come up before they can make a proper engage. Illinois Wesleyan, on the other hand, will have the upper hand for just a moment, but they've got to find the right opportunity for a dive, and Ball State aren't giving it to him, holding patiently in the side room. Trying to catch somebody out, wrapping around. Wesleyan will position themselves towards the point, poise themselves to take it should that timer continue to run down without Ball State making a move, but that teleport is a real threat. The second the point is unlockable, they can make the teleport on. They don't, though. They get distracted on the side, and the move is just a little bit too late. Regardless, though, Echoic is still the first one to go down. The push is successful for Ball State, and they should be taking this one right back in their favor.
Yeah, Ball State doing an incredible job pushing back in after Illinois Wesleyan got a good first pick off. First point capture. They're going to get upwards of 20% onto this point here, but see Penn Park just swinging away that MTD that he's been looking for. Ball State and Illinois Wesleyan trying to push in. We do have some lag reports, so we might be going to another pause here. Yes, we do get the pause.
Well, I mean, they're saying a couple seconds ago that the ping was really good, so I'm not sure what's up. But,
it's
you know,
inconsistent.
Might be a spike. Who knows, man? We're figuring it out over here. And you know what? We got to see a lot more Overwatch there, these two teams, than we did prior. And what I'm getting is a lot of stuff I like, especially from Ball State. I can't say enough about what we're getting out of this team, right? The creativity compositionally from them has been fantastic. And seeing them run the Symmetra composition, they're very fluent with it.
They are extremely fluent. You can tell that they've been doing a lot of practice with the Symmetra based on how ready and willing they are to bring that sort of teleportation into their strategies, into their compositions.
Shenanigans, you mean?
Yeah, the shenanigans. A little bit of trolling, you might say.
Yeah, we do a little bit of trolling every once in a while. Illinois Wesleyan, though, are playing smart. You can see they're poising themselves around the side room that they locked themselves into. They did get the first point tick. Generally, you're shooting for 40% if you get the first tick to consider it successful. If you lose it after that, the other team generally will be able to fight their way into the match. Just statistically, you know, talking purely numbers, but both these teams have shown up with a lot of stuff that have surprised us. I think the big question is how quickly can they get that EMP up to find a way back in or a coalescence for a re-engage.
Yeah, the composition that Illinois Wesleyan is running is very fast and very dependent on those ultimates getting up and helping people push through to the push over that sort of mid-late fight where they may be a little weak otherwise. Like the Coalescence, for example, is an ultimate that can be very quickly generated. It's one of the most fastest generating ultimates in the game. And so if you can get a bunch of healing in the first fight and then use that Coalescence to keep everyone else up right as they're about to die, that's the perfect scenario for a Moira player.
Yeah, man. Goals continue rotating those ultimates. It looks like we've got things all solved up, though, as we're back in at 12%. Ball State are going to start taking this one back over. Holding strong on point. Illinois Wesleyan have wrapped around them the same way they did before. Looking for a shatter. It doesn't even catch one. Flash Fatal with the reflex is able to fly up before anything bad happens. Deadeye will be hacked out as the Cowboys force back, and Ball State are completely surrounded. They can feel the pressure coming on, but with Flumex out of the fight, Illinois Wesleyan are having a hard time finding a proper engage. There goes the second support, and that's just going to cut the whole thing off.
Yeah, this is what's tough about the Ball State comp now. Now that they have control over the point, it is so easy for this Reinhardt Diva comp to just stake a claim on the point and say, this is ours and you are not going to get on it. However, Illinois Wesleyan, they have to be the ones to take the advantage to jump onto the side of Ball State and get the next fight in. And look at all the ultimates they have. They're going to have everything.
I mean, this is their fight to lose, if anything. Throwing in a self-destruct to find and engage. Sound barrier following that. They have a Coalescence in the back pocket to make it last even longer, but Finna found a perfectly timed sound barrier of his own to keep the team alive, and it's Illinois Wesleyan dropping low. The Coalescence looks to save, but without Funman in the fight, they did translocate away. It might be a little bit before they can find a re-engage, and that's going to allow time for Zhang Beast of Ball State to heal back up his team, keep them alive, and give them the juice they need to find those last picks.
Oh, that's so disappointing for Illinois Wesleyan. They used a lot of ultimates in that fight to try and push and get that initial engage, but unfortunately they didn't get the value out of those first ultimates that they were looking for, and Ball State are able to sustain and continue with the point hold. 90% and counting for Ball State. This could be us going to a round 3, but Funman with the EMP might have something to say.
Pops it. Only caught the Reinhardt. Penn Park is not feeling too good, but Immortality Field will keep him alive for the time being. Traded off with a Pulse Bomb. Neither team gets a main tank now. Illinois Wesleyan looking for the engage with Zangbeast. Fragging it out. Another pick for the Baptiste as they look to end this map and even things out. Ninja Curly Fry, despite his best efforts, is in a bit of a pickle now as they're being chased down. Illinois Wesleyan has the damage with them. The Sombra gets remaked on, though, and Hornbach is back in the fight. A main tank back alive for Ball State, or at least acting as a main tank. A hop shatter with help from the Diva. Looks to put people on the floor, but it is hardly ending the fight. Now they've got tanks, but no damage to fighting.
Yeah, it's so difficult now. Illinois Wesleyan are going to be able to do such a good job of contesting here with the Moira, with the Wrecking Ball. There's so much, but they step off the card. They step off the point. And we're going to be going to a round 3. It was at Illinois Wesleyan's disadvantage in that fight, to be fair, but if they were able to contest a little bit longer, get the rest of their respawns back, who knows what would have happened.
We got to give credit where credit's due. Finna found a nice boop to get that last player off the point, and that overtime was taken down real quick. Now we shift maps, we shift gears, entirely new compositions for both sides.
Yes, as we head on to Mecha Base, the Brawl Mania that comes on this map is incredible. You love to see it. You know, things are a lot more closed in, closed ceilings, closed hallways. I've said this before, I'll say it again. I will say, though, Ball State is moving into a Reaper from Ninja Curly Fry. We got the Cowboy on the side of Illinois Wesleyan.
And it's the maze that you really got to watch here. You know, I played a lot of May when I was in Collegiate. I played a lot of May in Open Division. On this point, it is your job to win it. First wall's out from Ball State. Doesn't section any of the players off. That's your main goal with these walls. That one, on the other hand, is gorgeous. The Reinhardt, is just in the worst possible spot. Penn Park getting cut away from the rest of the team. Cut off from the heels, entirely abandoned. And I'm sorry, 1v6, you are not winning that. You have got to call that fight there. Ball State cannot win this one right now as there's a Reinhardt up for the opposing side.
Yeah, that was just a better execution from Illinois Wesleyan to start out. The May wall from Ball State wasn't that great, and the wall from Illinois Wesleyan was. That's as simple as that. However, the respawns are coming in now, and now both teams are probably going to have the amplification matrices to go into this next fight.
And whoever has the high ground with that amplification matrix is going to be feeling much better. Illinois Wesleyan used theirs to take the high ground. Ball State used theirs to fight it, and Illinois have to back off. It's looking for a push forward, but the Blizzard is what you really got to watch. Everybody getting frozen up, taken down. Deadeye used in conjunction with it, and bam! There's the three-piece combo.
Incredible stuff from Echoic there after everyone was getting frozen up. Pushes it out for the rest of the team. It's just the Baptiste you got to deal with, and you do. We did get actually a flip coming out, and that's unfortunate for Penn Park. Thought he could get a couple more percentage points, but now Ball State has got to wait for their Reinhardt to come back from spawn, and 10% to 30% is what we're looking at right now, and Illinois Wesleyan had to have the slight ultimate advantage going into this next fight. Shatter, Blizzard, Beat, they do have the tools to hold on to this.
It's about how they engage. Last time they had this many ultimates, the fight was lost. They mistimed a few things. Oh no, Funman goes down while casting Blizzard! A huge ultimate just lost, and Ball State are feeling confident. Papa Soundbear, they're looking for an engage. In Illinois Wesleyan, they're going to fight this one. They're going for it, but it's fruitless. You lost the May. You lost a lot of your tools with it, and now they've got to pay the price.
That is so unfortunate for Illinois Wesleyan. The Funman Blizzard was the cornerstone of every single win condition that Illinois had in that fight, and it got lost just like that in an instant, and Ball State is now taking control back. They have just 20% on the board, but they have 4 ultimates in their pockets. Illinois Wesleyan are going to have to put in at least one dry fight to catch up.
Popping the animation to start things out. It's a Shatter blocked the bomb, saved by the Immortality Field of Snowbiz. But that's the Immortality Field gone. They've got a lot more to go in this, and it's both teams now with an Immortality Field out. Kills coming out from either side. Snowbiz getting in on the action, but through the calm comes the storm. Ninja Curly Fry for 2 now. Reopens up the fight for Ball State, who push back through, hold the door, and keep the point in their favor.
Ball State now creeping up on 50%. It's very likely they'll be able to take point control lead away from Illinois Wesleyan, and U.S. Miller does have that all-important Blizzard up. That's all Ball State has, though. It's got to be a really good Blizzard coming out from him. Illinois Wesleyan, on the other hand, do have the Amp Matrix and the High Noon. If they want, they could try and combo those together.
I mean, we talked about Flash Fatal and how good he is at eating ultimates earlier on, and that's what you've got to do here if you want to win this. U.S. Miller cannot get this Blizzard off safely if you want to win the fight. It is so difficult to play Brawl into it. You have nowhere to go but into the Ice Storm. Up onto the high ground they go, and trying desperately to contest. Ball State hold the ground. Ninja Curly Fry now in the back line. Looks for the Reinhardt. Can't quite take him down, though. And with the Blizzard out, it is not a fun time for Illinois Wesleyan. Nobody can move, and Illinois have held on nonetheless. A couple of players left. They've almost taken the point back over, but they need to connect these headshots. They need to connect the kills. You're looking at Akron and Funman, and they've just got one. It's not enough to take it over.
Can there be a contest from Illinois Wesleyan? Everyone's in spawn. It's not going to happen, and Ball State are going to take the first map of the series, take Busan, and move on to match point.
Incredibly well done by them, and off of very smart play like we were talking about. That could have been an entirely different game, though. It was that close, right? Had that Blizzard gone off in the one fight, we'd be looking at a completely different game.
We would be, absolutely. We could very easily have seen this fight go off into a completely different direction, potentially seeing Illinois Wesleyan taking it. That is how close this match was, and if that's what we have to look forward to for the rest of the series, this is going to be a good one, folks.
And I think this is a great opportunity for Illinois Wesleyan to actually start building back. Because we saw Ball State looking so confident on the rush composition running that Symmetra, I think you just try and take a match where they can't really do that, right? We talked about Escort earlier being kind of a dive haven, and Illinois Wesleyan did look very, very comfortable on the dive, playing in those big open areas. And I assume with a little bit of high ground in the mix, that only gets better.
Oh, absolutely. What I like to see that we didn't really see in the first 2 maps is that I can't really look at these teams and say, oh, they're good at this comp in particular. They want to run it all the time, and that is all they're going to play, so they should be trying to do these strategies. Both these teams played a bunch of different stuff and had a good amount of success on basically everything that they played. So, when we're looking at the moving forward into this series, of course, Illinois will get to pick the map type. Ball State bans, Illinois picks. It's kind of tough to be like, oh, this is what they want to do. Now, the 6-man rush is what they played the most with Reaper, Sombra. So that does open up some things. I like to look at maybe some hybrid maps for that.
Yeah, I really did enjoy a lot of the opportunities they got from the Sombra, right? And I think you bring up hybrid as a good point. It gives you a big ultimate to take over those control points with. But following that is, I think, where a lot of the issues came from. They had a lot of great ideas of, okay, we're going to use this, and then this, and then this. But a lot of the time, it was a perfectly timed something from Ball State every time, right? Whether it was taking down the May, we had some really well-timed stuff coming out from Finna. I thought the sound barriers from Ball State were,
so
just
good.
We saw them counter 2 or 3 ultimates at the same time with one sound barrier. And at the same time, we had, I think it was Zane Beast on Baptiste, every Immortality field. And the important thing about Immortality field is that we hold it for as long as we can without letting our teammates die. And every single time, whether it's holding it for self-destructs, whether it's holding it for important ultimates, way too much value out of those Immortality fields. That's just all credit to him.
All the credit to the support line of Ball State. They did fantastic. We do have the map pick for the next match coming up. It's going to be Havana. We're going to an escort map. Very interesting. It's a map we haven't seen yet today. Super curious to see because we see a lot of double shield sort of on that, whether that's Arisa Sigma or Rhine Sigma. Snipers like Widowmaker and Ash. If there's any
That's
place,
what I'm hoping
if
for.
there's any place in our map pool where we're gonna see some Widowmaker play, it's gonna be on Havana because you have the ability to have those. You have just some so long sight lines in Havana. First point, second point, you have some high ground you can take advantage of. It's so good.
Yeah, you and I were talking about this earlier. On this map specifically, I think my favorite competition to see, because you just don't really see it on many other maps than this, is Sigma Rhine. It is so much fun here. You can play so aggressively. You make space for your snipers while simultaneously being able to make space for your Reinhardt. It allows you to hold those corners much more aggressively. It's likely we probably see one of these teams try and run the Arisa Diva again. I think it is valuable, and while we had Ball State run it into a dive composition and proceed to swap, it wasn't a great matchup compositionally for them. But now that we're heading on to Havana, I think that dive is far less likely to be seen, and I think it's more likely that we get Ball State succeeding on something like an Arisa Diva.
Yeah, especially if they can get on, because in these escort maps, especially when you're on the attack, the cart is just right outside of your spawn. You can get right to it, get set up on it, and get going. Unlike on the control map we just had where they had to try and travel someplace as a big team to get set up. That's not necessary. That's not super necessary anymore, so we can keep seeing the logo like we're about to
out.
keeping us on our toes.
No, but we're getting ready for Havana, and with neither of the teams, I don't think they're making any substitutions. I'm curious to see Lion echoing, because while we had Somber Reaper being played from, neither of them were playing traditional hit scan heroes, right? Talking about Cowboy, talking about Ash, talking about Widowmaker. We didn't get that from them, but the fact that they're picking this map screams that you're ready for it. Because if you can play this map without having that traditional hit scan. But if the other team brings it out and all of a sudden you don't have an answer to it, that's where the problem is, because you've got to find the 1v1. The distances are too long for traditional dive to get on top of. So the game is to either rush them down quicker or be able to match them DPS-wise. And if you can't rush them down, if your team is not finding that as successful, you're not going to have a way in if you don't have that kind of DPS player.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because, like I mentioned, Illinois Wesleyan, they love to play that sort of 6-man rush composition. It's going to be tough to find value with that in this kind of setup where we're going to be seeing a lot more slower comps, a lot more long-range comps. If you're going to try and play that into this kind of map, into those kinds of compositions, you'll just get picked apart before you can close the distance. So we're going to need to be seeing some good adjustments coming out from Illinois Wesleyan, who did pick this map. So obviously they have some plan for it.
Yeah, I think they're perfectly geared for it. But Ball State, I also think, pretty well geared for it. Talking to him during the interviews last night, Ninja Curly Fry, very humble in the interview. And so, of course, I had to ask their teammates, what should I be looking for when Ninja Curly Fry is in the game? And they said, he doesn't miss, ever. And that screams that he's going to be doing some good work on this map. It is everything you could want and more for a hit scan player. And if Ball State are as flexible as they seem to be, being able to run everything from the Symmetra Rhine compositions all the way to dive and everything in between, it seems, I think we can see them really succeed here because they can bring out whatever composition they need for whatever point. You can run things throughout, right? The Orisa Diva can be really powerful no matter where you are on this map. But should they choose to change, should they get surprised by something out of Illinois Wesleyan, they can always swap it up as well. One thing I think that's very important that we talk about, we saw Spawn Camp earlier today on Kings Row, which not as unorthodox as it may seem, it's definitely not unorthodox to see Spawn Camps on Havana.
It's not. Havana is very interesting because it is very easy for the defense to get set up right outside the attacker's spawn at the beginning of the game. And it's just a matter of trying to take time off the clock. You can try and get on top of that little gas station that's right in front of the spawn openings. You can try and just get people as they're trying to funnel out, get onto the point. It usually doesn't last very long, but what it does do is that it forces the offense to be on their toes early. It forces it forces time to start draining off the clock, which is, I mean, in Overwatch, time is money.
It definitely is, and there's so many creative ways to break the spawn hold on this map, but it really does, at the end of the day, come down to team coordination from the attacking side and creativity from the defender side, right? Can you keep your team grouped up? Are you watching your back? A lot of times teams will bring out Pharahs or Widowmakers to try and find flank angles from one end of the spawn while their team is out on the other. And it's your job, especially your supports and your mays, to make sure that you know what's going on at all times. Because you have one wall from the defending side, and you had better make it count, or else you're going to have an entire wave of attacking players just descend upon you. And for the supports, it's important that you watch the back of your head because it could get a bullet through it.
It is super tough. Yeah, so we should be hopefully getting into it in just a second.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too long for these players. Probably just getting in lobby, bio break. They're humans. They're people. Let them have it. For Illinois Wesleyan, though, they've been waiting for a bit. And you know what? Lion and Echo have a lot of work to do on this map. I saw some really interesting stuff out of Flash Fatal. I thought really surprised me on the Diva. Both teams, actually. I believe it was Hornbach playing Diva for the opposing side. They had a lot of work to do, right? Between Sombras, Reapers being played by both sides, a boatload of damage coming at their respective Reinhardts. Those Reinhardts did last a surprising amount of time, which, let's be real, in Overwatch, it is only a matter of time for the Reinhardt dies. That is a guarantee. It's just a question of how good of a job can the Diva do at making it a little bit longer of time before the Reinhardt goes down.
Yeah, and that's what you love to see from the Diva player. The Diva is in such a crazy situation in these kinds of brawl cons because you have to be supporting your Reinhardt up front, but then someone is getting on top of your supports in the backline. You got to try and peel for them, and now someone's on your DPS, so you got to try and peel for them. And oh no, your Reinhardt has just been walled off by the Mei, so you got to either break the wall or fly over and help them. And you just have to be everywhere.
It's like a really stressful 3D Cooking Mama game. Like, you're just constantly everywhere. You've got to keep track of everything. This is why I am not an off-tank player. I do not have the mental capacity to do it, and all props to these guys that do. Across the board, though, we've seen some really great players today. And we've got two more teams that are going to be playing, right? We've got the Bethel Pilots and the Southern Illinois Edwardsville Cougars, which we didn't get to see too much of in the past couple days.
Yeah, Southern Illinois, we didn't even get to see them yesterday. They weren't on site yet. They are here now and, you know, just patiently waiting their turn. Super interested to see what they have in store. I talked to a couple of them earlier today. They like to run the double shield, I've learned from them. Obviously, we saw it a little bit in that last map. It's a super sturdy comp, a slow comp, but once you get set up in position, it can be extremely powerful. Honestly seemed like a bunch of really great guys, and I can't wait to watch them play later today.
Yeah, and it's no doubt that these teams are going to have to be playing each other in the future as well. We talked already about what this match means and who plays what then, but the winner of that match then has to go on to play Northwestern. Yeah. Pretty scary proposition, but I mean, you'd rather be in the winner's bracket, right? It's double elim, you get 2 chances at life, and if one of them drops to Northwestern, I don't think anybody's going to be mad at you. And you know what? We already saw him bleed. I mean, Butler brought it to him.
Yeah, If you did not see that game earlier today, go back and watch it just to watch that time on Dorado when we were able to see Butler come through and take a point off of Northwood, one of the most hype moments of the day. But we're in the game. We are going into Havana. Ball State trying to put away the series right here at Illinois Wesleyan, trying to take us to our first map 3 of the day. And Ball State looks to be going for one of those spawn camps that we've been talking so much about. Once again, the goal here isn't necessarily to win, because Illinois Wesleyan, they have their spawn point right outside of this. They're going to be able to just keep on coming in and keep on getting damage in on Ball State. The point is to try and drain time off the clock. The lower the time is when the cart starts moving, the better it is for Ball State.
Yeah, you almost definitively will break this. It's just a matter of how much time Ball State can get off the clock, like you said. Us Miller's got the big job, though. On the defensive side, you get one May wall. Funman misses. There's great counter wall, though, by Us Miller to keep their Reinhardt alive and in the fight. They back up to reconnect with that Baptiste, keep the health bars up, and now the move is starting to come in from Illinois Wesleyan. They've got the space they want. They've cut off the Reinhardt well, but not well enough to find the pick. The DPS are firing away, but neither one can find the big pick. With the deep out of the way, though, Ball State has a much harder job without Hornbach, and without the players standing up, it's a lot harder to win a fight.
That was just textbook stuff from Codex. You wait for the opposing Reinhardt to go for a fire strike, and then you go for it. Illinois Wesleyan laid them all on their backs, and now they're going to send them all back to spawn. Of course, just the May just iced up on the point, trying to make sure that you can take as many seconds off the clock as you can. Even though Illinois Wesleyan were in control for pretty much that entire fight, credit to Ball State, they did drain about a minute off the clock.
Yeah, and they built up the blizzard faster. Take a look at Funman's back pocket. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Empty. Capiche. Us Miller, on the other hand, a whole blizzard. Unless Flash Fatal can find a big E here, it's going to be really hard to counter that ultimate like we were talking about earlier. They'll chuck it in early, and it's a long-range blizzard. Just freezes up the Reinhardt, so good disengage by Illinois Wesleyan. And in a couple seconds, because that amplification matrix, and because the sound barrier were used, they're going to use a blizzard of their own to greater effect, throwing a bomb on top of it, and there's just nowhere to go.
There is absolutely nothing that you can do there if you're Ball State. You just got to try and die as quickly as you can and come back for the next fight. You did force Illinois Wesleyan to use a lot in that fight, and the card is far enough away that, you know, Hornbach is in position to potentially get in another touch if you want to. Ball State, honestly, don't have much to work with as far as the ults department. They put in about as much as they could. Hornbach is pretty close to the bomb, but that's about it.
Yeah, but for Illinois Wesleyan, they are counterable ultimates. Zedai comes out, and there's no counter to it. Nobody even there in time. The range is too long. The D.Va can't get there with their defense matrix in time in order to save the rest of the team. And Illinois Wesleyan, off the back of an ultimate that we don't usually see get too much value, we've seen a lot of big Deadeyes today.
Big Deadeyes for sure, especially in these kinds of composition. The Cowboy has so much pressure to just be the main damage dealer of the composition. As now the first point has been taken from Illinois Wesleyan. They get a little time bump back up to 4 minutes or so. And now we get to push forward once again. Codex has another Shatter online, had a bunch of value with it the first time around. We'll see what he can do. Of course, Ninja Curly Fry does have the High Noon on the other side.
I do love what we're getting right here from both teams. That's a great wall to stop the Deadeye from really finding connection, but it still gets one! What's with the Deadeyes today, man? Trying to push off the back, but the fight's not quite over. 5v6, it's hard to win for Illinois, but certainly not unwinnable. Using that Immortality Field around the corner will give them a new lease at life, and Codex has to wait just a moment until that Shatter comes out. So actually wait for that 6 member to come back alive here in a moment, and use that time to wrap around the side, try and gain some map control in other places. Ball State still don't have that much to work with, and throwing the self-destruct out doesn't find too much, not exactly fruitful. Penpark tries to use it to make an engage, but the blocked Shatter by his own teammate, you hate to see it for Codex. It just allows an engagement from Ball State, who have built up all their ultimates, but might not even need to use them.
Did you see Codex there just charging up throughout all of them? The EMP coming out for US Miller, though, has been done enough. That was the turning point of that fight right there. It was beautifully done. Illinois Wesleyan wasn't expecting it at all. So beautiful stuff. Ball State will take control back at the point. We're back down to about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but Illinois Wesleyan, they do have the ultimates back online here. They have the Blizzard, they have the High Noon, they have the Amplification Matrix, all three very impactful ultimates, as well as the Shatter from Codex too. We have first time for this matchup, Penn Park and Codex probably going to have Shatter up in the same fight. So can't wait to see how these Ryans try and play around each other.
As well, the support ultimate is very important. The Deadeyes just can't not get kills, I swear. You pop it, it's just like a guarantee. Ball State are trying to push off the back of it and get as much as they can off this, because if they could find a few more picks, they'd get more ultimate charge. But, alas, they won't.
They will not. So we're going to just rewind, re-say what I said earlier. It's just now
it's the same fight.
Ninja Curly Fry just doesn't have high noon anymore, and actually is halfway to a second one. So
that's wild.
Might still have it, might have it again, but pretty much the same fight coming up here. You've got to be looking out for those hacks though from US Miller. Illinois Wesleyan has been letting the Sombra slip under their noses.
This is so awkward though, with the Reinhardt separated from sports. Illinois Wesleyan were playing hide and go seek with them. Ball State had left them outside, and yet they weren't found in time. A great sound barrier re-engage out of Ball State, and they still do it again. Penn Park had been pushed completely back, has to give his life in order to reconnect with the sports, but did manage to do it. It's a good cause.
This has been incredible from Ball State, because Illinois Wesleyan, they should be able to have more value than they've been getting out of these fights so far. But US Miller, Ninja Curly Fry, they've both been doing so much work with the Sombra in the back, the Cowboy in the front, and they have just been able to continually get picks and win fights without using ultimates, which is huge.
Oh, they tried for the hack shatter, but that doesn't even matter. Just throw the bomb into the back line. It'll do the work for you. Catches 4.
Yeah, Ball State finally goes in and goes, okay, we're going to just invest all our ultimates here. And they got the fight win that they were looking for. But now Illinois Wesleyan, this is their last shot here. They had 4 minutes going into this point. We're now down to about 40 seconds, and we're having wholesale changes. We're going back to sort of a dive comp with Funman going on to our first echo of the match that we've seen. This is tough because you had everyone swap, and you have no ultimates left. And Flash Fatal has got to keep an eye out for this high noon from Ninja Curly Fry.
If I know anything, there's nothing you can do. This is a guaranteed kill. Watch. Oh, it got stopped for once. Well, look at that. It's wild. All right, Illinois Wesleyan keep it alive in this one. Finally, a Deadeye without a kill. Great job by the Diva there to stop that from happening. But they haven't won the fight yet. It just gives them another opportunity to dive. The Reinhardt of Ball State will drop down, trying to hold this space, regroups with the Baptiste. This is a great engagement for Ball State, but yet Echo takes down US Miller in the back line of their team, stops the Echo from getting too much value and charging up to the EMP that they were so close to. Penn Park trying to make the difference in this fight, runs into a bubble. LOS supports though, and that's going to be the end. Illinois Wesleyan will get another chance to try and push this one to the end of B, but the fight is not over yet.
The push from Illinois Wesleyan is just good enough to continue pushing forward, and this could not have come at a better time because now the ultimates are coming back for Illinois Wesleyan. They have so much on board to try and push this through.
Oh, but there's just enough time for the touch. Lucio's going to get him in. The Shatter's out for Penn Park, and they're all laid out. They just got to find the damage to finish off this fight, but I don't think they're going to have any trouble doing that. Couple of picks coming out for Illinois Wesleyan, but nothing more than a couple.
Yeah, just a couple stragglers left on point. Illinois Wesleyan are throwing every ultimate that they have into this fight to try and just keep things alive for just a second. They get the kill on the Ninja Curly, but the numbers are in favor of Ball State. They do have the hacks as well. The overtime wick is down, and Illinois Wesleyan have been stopped at a very winnable position for Ball State.
That was a textbook point B hold out of them, right? Aggressively using their ultimates proactively before the opposing side could really get the opportunity to. They comboed EMP with the bomb beautifully alongside the Shatter at the same exact time. We saw the thought process of throwing in the self-destruct alongside the Shatter, so the Reinhardt can't block both ways at the same time. We got all sorts of combos out of Ball State, and we were talking about the level of knowledge they had over composition with the Symmetra, but it feels like even without the Symmetra, they still have the fundamentals of how this brawl composition should be working down to a T.
It is such an incredible amount of practice that has obviously come through from this Ball State squad, and I am personally here for it, but it's not over yet. Illinois Wesleyan now have a chance to defend here. They're going to be changing things up to an Arisa Rhine composition, a very sturdy composition. You're going to have the double shield coming out. You don't have the sort of flexible shielding that you would have with a Sigma, but you do have the front range damage to help make sure that no one gets up to your Arisa without getting a hammer to the face for it. Ball State, meanwhile, are going to just go with the traditional brawl comp that they've been running with. They've got they've got everything. It's just the traditional brawl comp, and I'm not sure if Illinois Wesleyan are going to be going for a close hold. They are. They're just going to speed boost on in.
And now the hard part for Illinois Wesleyan is if the wall connects at all, there's no saving that player. There's no defense matrix to help the player who gets walled off. But for Ball State, they can't afford to get walled off and be all right. Both tanks got caught off, though, when Illinois Wesleyan tried to make the stop happen. Swinging away, nobody's down quite yet. Just waiting for the right opportunity. Sport Ultimates are starting to come up 50% for either of these Baptistes, and that might be what does it. Ninja Curly Fry, though, finds a beautiful off angle here. Look at him going to town. Gets a lot of damage in, but frankly, not the kills they were looking for. Ball State are still locked in spawn.
Codex is down, though, so this should only be a matter of time until Ball State are able to break out of here, especially with the amplification matrix getting put in from Zang Beast. But yeah, the Illinois Wesleyan are doing a fantastic job of keeping control on this point. The beats being committed as well.
I love that timing on the re-engage out of Flummox. And that's going to give them exactly what they need to force Ball State back into spawn, and that gives them that 6-member back that respawn.
Yeah, and now with a minute gone, Illinois Wesleyan have done a better job with this first point hold than Ball State did. And honestly, that Orisa is just keeping everyone sustained, keeping everyone healthy behind that Orisa shield.
Well, that's the sound very engaged out of Ball State. It's a little early, though, in the Deadeye. I mean, of course it gets the kill. Who we'd be ridiculous to think it wouldn't at this point. With the shield down for the Reinhardt as well of Ball State, he's just going to fold like a piece of wet paper.
Oh, man, this is looking scary now for Illinois Wesleyan. They've got to get something going here. They've been committing ultimates. They've been trying their hardest to push out of this spawn camp, but they have not had any success yet. Now they're about to get down to 2 minutes, and Illinois Wesleyan do have an ult bank built up.
Oh, the Deadeye, of course, it finds one shatter, though. 4 Codex is good. The follow-up's really difficult, though, there. Because the wall was put up by the attacking side, Illinois Wesleyan couldn't follow up on the fantastic shatter that had been set up before them. Instead, Ball State are the ones coming ahead in this fight.
Yeah, Ball State are finally going to get the push they need and get moving on this first point. And, whew, they get the cart moving. They've got meters on the board here, but, man, it took them a little bit longer than I think they wanted it to. Now with just about 2 minutes left on the clock as Illinois Wesleyan, they now make wholesale swaps of their own. They're going to go to a double shield composition, pretty much changing everything up. Echoic also on that Ash, that sniper play that we've been wanting. We're about to see it.
And the interesting bit is that they got swaps for both sides, right? The Symmetra for Ball State. They both want to change their style since the spawn, and that makes perfect sense. It's going to give you a lot more tools to deal with it. Over the back, the bomb isn't good. It catches 2. Ball State again coming out on top. And look at them speeding in, going in to collect their rewards and more ultimate charge.
I mean, that was just a perfectly placed bomb from Hornbach. Everyone tried to get behind those garage doors to take cover from the Diva bomb, but it was just placed so well so that it was just peeking at past around those doors, and the line of sight was there, and Hornbach with a fantastic Diva bomb. As a Diva player myself, I pay my respects. And after a bit of a scary spawn camp, Ball State are looking strong as they get into the last potential point of this series.
It's more spots for Wesleyan, though. Look, they're starting to play musical heroes. They're starting to throw spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks, and that always worries me. But maybe this one, maybe third composition's the charm for them. Looking for an engage. They need to wait for the right time because this high ground is so hard to break, especially with that Deadeye being up and available for Ninja Curly Fry. They're going to try and find an off angle with this McCree, but maybe the shatter's all they need. Onto the ground they go, but Penn Park is the one who ends up falling. Ninja Curly Fry tries for some value along the side lane here, but with both main tanks down, it's incredibly awkward for either side, but Ball State are the ones who had possession of that high ground to begin with, so they've got the far better position for this post fight without the main tanks.
Yeah, the main tank's gone, and the beat actually comes through from Finna, so Ball State now have the ability to try and push through, but that has been reinforced now by the EMP. The Ball State ultimates have come in clutch, and now Ball State are trying to push this through to the very end. They just have about 30 more meters to go. This is probably Illinois Wesleyan's last good chance to try and get a fight, and they've got to make their final stand here. It's a loser's bracket.
Ball State understand that they don't need to win the next fight. They just need to continue winning this one. They push for more value and take player out and player after player out of the fight, staggering them to no end. Illinois are coming in 4 members now to their names. Gonna make this coalescence count for all they can. Snobus has a lot of work to do and is putting in as much damage as possible, but despite the EMP, Codex still finds the slam onto 2, and maybe 3 players is all they needed. They still gotta finish this off. It's not exactly easy, but I think they've done it.
They're holding, and they just gotta hold here for 90 seconds, Thor. This is doable now. Illinois Wesleyan have a good spot because Ball State's spawn is so far away from where the point is now. They probably only have 2 solid fights, maybe 1 rushed one before the time goes out on them. And they don't really have many ultimates to work with. They probably have to work with a dry fight here. But Illinois Wesleyan doesn't really have any ultimates either. It's kind of a neutral sort of situation.
I mean, there's ultimate races all across the board, right? Looking at Death Blossom and Deadeye, looking at the EMPs respectively. The big one, Flummox, is going to come up with a sound barrier before any of that happens. So Illinois do have an insurance policy, if nothing else. Les Miller trying for some hack value, gets out 80% now to that all-critical EMP. In the meantime, Ball State just holding their ground, not trying to get too much done. The Shatter's almost up for Penn Park, and there's not much on the other side to block it. Not a shield in sight for Illinois Wesleyan. Penn Park just needs to line it up properly, puts him on the ground. Hack is out for Ball State, and they're committing everything to this fight with the Reaper being pushed away. There's no chance of the damage getting in time. He's got 1 Death Blossom and doesn't even get the palm it. Ball State are taking this one home in 2.
Yeah, that was great as the Lucio comes in with the beat to try and keep on staggering this out. Now, actually, that has bought enough time for the next fight to come. This isn't quite over, Door.
It's a formality. They should be able to get through this one. Unless you drop 6 players to this bomb, which they don't. They are all right. They get a bomb of their own, and they get that cart across the finish line. Ball State talked a lot of smack coming into this, and they bagged every last bit of it up.
Ball State get the win and move forward in the winners bracket tomorrow. GG's in chat. And man, what a good game that was. Ball State came to play, and honestly, I think Akron, I think they're going to be playing up next tomorrow. They better watch out because these guys look strong.
I mean, I know Ball wanted a piece of Akron. They wanted that matchup more than anything else, and they worked their butts off to get it. They looked so good. Ironically, for college called Ball, I mean, they didn't run any of it, which you got to stay on brand, guys. Come on.
Yeah, a little bit. Not sure. Do you know if we're going to be getting an interview with the setup that we have right now?
I'm not sure. We could talk about how that match went, because I thought it was really interesting and foretelling for Ball State. They got to run the Reinhardt pretty much the entire time. They were never forced off it. I'm not sure if they wanted to, but it's about whether or not you can flex tomorrow, because Akron are going to make you. They're going to make you get creative. And the fact that we saw this match is already a good start, right? It's going to stop that King's Row spawn camp pretty quickly. It's going to stop a lot of things, but what's not going to do is necessarily win you all these matches. We saw some great ultimate usage, though, and I think that, for me, was the highlight of Ball State's play.
It was the highlight of Ball State's play. I got to say, though, for me, a really good thing from Ball State, what I saw, was that Havana second point defense, because they were able to keep the point for at least 3 minutes without using a single ultimate or using one ultimate, just through being able to identify a player who was a little bit out of step with the rest of the team and melting them down before anything else could happen with the Cowboy, with the Sombra, with everything else. And because of that, Illinois Wesleyan, they were forced to just go back into spawn without using anything, and and then we were in just such a strong position. They were able to, Ball State was able to push forward with everything on the clock.
Yeah, and their ultimate users are stellar. Illinois Wesleyan, I felt like their neutral game was really good, but the ultimates were what really got them short. There were a few sound barriers in there that were tried to use to engage that didn't really counter ultimates, whereas Ball State were getting a lot of counter in. And the stacking was just a little bit off, and I think if they go to the books, watch this, and just order ultimates a little bit differently next time, I think we've got a different game on our hands, and they have a real shot at that lower bracket run.
Yeah, I think they do too. I think we're good to potentially, or are we just going straight into the
I think we got the next match up in a little bit here. It's going to be Southern Illinois Edwardsville Cougars going up against the Bethel Pilots in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to want to go anywhere. Don't miss out on any of the action. Follow the Twitch channel. Stay tuned, because we got more Overwatch coming up in just a bit. Woo!
All right, everybody. So I am here with the Ball State 3rd seed Finna, as they just victoried right there over the 6th seed Illinois Wesleyan. Tell me right now, Finna, how was that game go? Was it a dominant performance? You know, you guys killed it. What'd you like so far that your team brought to the table in that one?
You know, once it seemed like we got in our bag, nothing really they could do to stop us. I mean, everybody went out there, fragged. I set out fragging, which I did. You know, no BM though. It was fun. I'm really excited to see what we do in the next round.
Excellent. So the next round is tomorrow. We have the semifinals, of course. Is there a certain team that you're looking at you feel well prepared for out of the top 4? I mean, we have one more match, so it could be the 5th or 4th seed, but you can kind of estimate, you know, where's the strategy going to go? Who are you looking forward to playing tomorrow?
No shocker here. I'm going to say Akron. So that's who I'm excited to play against. Kind of got a bit of a rivalry going, it seems like, so I'm really excited to play him.
Excellent, and there's a good chance and possibility at that. I love your team. Your team just has a lot of charisma, all you guys. It's really fun. They're standing off over to the side. But they're a really awesome team here at Ball State. What's going to be the strategy going in if you do go against Akron?
Well, I'm not going to release anything. You know, maybe some Hog Diva, Ryan Ball. Yeah. Who knows? I might get put over to the Doom Fist. I mean, I hope.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Ball State is going to be your winner here. They're going to advance to tomorrow. Yeah, there we go. Tons of energy here in the arena. And we have the 4th and 5th seed coming up next. Don't go anywhere as we round. Bring them in. Bring them in. Bring them in. Woo! The Ball State support team is here. There they are. Let them get it. Woo! We'll see them tomorrow for the semifinals action, guys, and we have the 4th and 5th seed coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the road to the Collegiate Esports National Championships here in the Midwest Invitational. We are on our way to the 4th and 5th seed matchup, and our final matchup here in day 1. We have the 4th seed Southern Illinois Edwardsville taking on the 5th seed here and the hometown team Bethel University. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you once again to our 2 casters, Dividing and Door Cast. And without further ado, let's be joined by them now.
All right, everybody, and we're back. It's about time. We get another match of Overwatch for you, and of course, it's the closest match of the day. Southern Illinois Edwardsville versus Bethel. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Polly Hype. But we've got rosters, we got players, we got Overwatch to be played, so let's run it down and talk a little bit about these 2 teams for the Bethel Pilots. They're going to be piloted by Alyssa on the off-tank, Red Ninja on flex support, Zach on DPS, Kuda on main support, Quibsy on main tank, and John on DPS.
Yes, and over on the side of the Southern Illinois Edwardsville Cougars, we have Reverb on DPS, Nibbly on off support, Pyrocat on off tank, Samus on main tank, Thog on DPS, and Lucky Owl on the main support. These are 2 teams that are honestly kind of wild cards for me. They're right in the middle of that sort of seeding bracket. We didn't get too great of a chance to talk to them yesterday to figure out what they were all about. So we're going to learn a lot from this matchup.
Yeah, we started with that last one. Really, I mean, 2 maps, but really did go the distance for 2 maps, right? We got neck and neck fights, 99 to 99% on the control points, which can we talk about how weird it is that regardless of the fact that we have this awesome pick ban system where you can go to any map you want, any map type, we started out on control most of the time.
Every time.
They just got to break the habit. It's time. We could play anything else. You guys should have fun with it. You know, go to Kings Row first. Do something. I want to see that from these teams. But what I also want to see from these teams is decisive play. We saw really, really smart play in the last 2 games. I think Ball State really impressed me on that level. Cincinnati as well made some really smart decisions in their game despite not winning. And I think in this game, it's all about coordination. Who can outlast one another and make the least mistakes, not necessarily the most plays. Last fight, it was really about Ball State's ultimates coming up with big combos. But for Southern Illinois and Bethel, when teams are this close, it's about being consistent above all else.
Yeah, especially because mechanically, at least according to the seedings, these teams should be pretty even. I'm expecting to see a lot of pop-offs coming out from both teams as we head into these first matches. But like you've said, it should be the team that is more coordinated, more together, able to chain their ultimates and their abilities together into an explosive teamfight, explosive ending that will end up getting them the win at the end of the day. And the honor, I'll say, of facing Northwood tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want to say honor, look, it keeps you in the upper bracket for another round at the very least. And we have seen Northwood bleed. They are mortal above all else, and you know what? Both these teams want the opportunity to take them on. Rather than go to lower bracket, I'll take Northwood any day of the week.
You don't get a chance to face a team like Northwood any day. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, for sure, and they'll get to go up against them if they win this. I'm curious to see where this one starts out, though. We talked a little bit about maps and what we expect from these teams. We didn't have too many expectations for them, though, was the big thing coming into this. We got to talk to them a little bit yesterday, but they both seem very flexible in what they want to play, very map-dependent, and so I don't see necessarily the map being too important of a first pick in this. So, like, the upper seed of Southern Illinois Edwardsville getting that first map pick, I think they're going to take it somewhere, and both these teams are going to be pretty comfortable.
They should be, for sure. I will say I did talk to a couple members of the SIUE Cougars coming into this game this morning, and they told me that they like to play double shield, which is a very interesting. They're the first team, the only team I've seen today that have said this is actually the kind of comp that we like to play the most, because it's such a slow composition. It's very much just like get set up someplace and just start shooting. And I'm curious because if that is the kind of play style they want to play, control isn't really the best place to go first because it's as a slow comp, it becomes a lot more difficult for you to effectively get to the point at the same time as your opponents.
Yeah, and I want them to know it's okay. We're not going to hold the fact that they like to play double shield against them.
Oh, no, of course
it is a bad personality trait, though. Just so we're clear. No, it's perfectly
not saying
fine.
It's a red flag, but just like
if somebody tells you they like double shield, I'm a little bit worried about them. Southern Illinois, though, apparently they do, and maybe they play well. Maybe it's just because they've got a monstrous hit scan. We've seen teams in the past run double shield alongside Ash Genji and have really great success. It's a really cool composition where you're burning people down and dashing through them and finding a lot of success, kind of comboing your DPS extremely well and having that be your main goal, just to find time to poke people down with either Hanzo or Ash or just high damage DPS and trying to last as long as possible. But there's also kind of newer methods of running double shield. You can play a little bit more mobile should you move to a control point. We see it played with Lucio's a lot to try and get some degree of movement with the composition. It can be pretty powerful if you pair it with a Baptiste. There's all sorts of open avenues now, whereas before a lot of time, we'd see double shield, and I think you got a bad moniker whenever it was just being run with like Baptiste, Mercy, and Bastion. It wasn't a fun time. These days, though, teams getting a little jiggy with it.
They are getting a little jiggy with it, and indeed, because you have like this core of double shield that is in fact the Orisa, the Sigma, and whoever wants to stay behind the double shield at all times. But you start to run, we've been seeing recently that you start to run things like a Tracer or an Echo or something that can kind of go outside of that core and become a second source of damage that's independent and coming from a completely different area that, say, a Brawl or a Dive comp has to worry about. So I think that it is, in fact, very possible we see that kind of thing coming up from SIUE. And I would personally welcome it. I'm never going to say no to Tracer and Echo.
No, it makes for a really weird composition in how it plays, right? We talked about Sigma Ball earlier and how you kind of split up into two little hit squads, right? You've got the longer range and then you've got the dive half. When you talk about splitting up double shield from its DPS, things get really awkward. There's a lot of weight on your DPS to find value without the help of the team because pretty much no one can properly follow them where they need to go, but you've got to find engages and before your own team gets completely engaged on at that.
Yeah, you've got to play very fast in that kind of scenario, especially if you are going into the double shield, because if you do let yourself just kind of stay around in their sightlines for a decent amount of time, well, you're just going to get poked down.
Yeah,
and
you got bad news coming for you.
Yeah.
All right, this double shield team, though, is going up against the Bethel Pilots, and it's worth noting, this is the home team.
Yeah.
This is the home team.
Home field advantage. They've been here before.
This arena sponsors them. This arena is where they practice. This arena is where they play 90% of the time. So I'm sure that LAN center, that beautiful LAN center they're in, by the way, very nice. They've played there more than a handful of times, and they're ready to bring it to them. They got to establish their dominance at their home, not let anybody step on them. And as the lower seed, that's a tall order.
Yeah, look, we got the camera right there. It's such a beautiful place. We got all of the computers have been kind of sectioned off, making sure that everyone is safe and all of their equipment is played to themselves. we'll have to see it. The team's currently just getting set up, getting ready, getting in the
do we get to see the rest of the LAN Center?
Ooh,
oh, look at this. Look at our camera. It moves. It's so fancy.
It's
and
so
everybody's
fancy.
having a good time behind them. You can see the Rocket League players relaxing, scrimming, playing, warming up, doing whatever they need to do. I saw a couple people in there just playing Valorant with the homies, some people from the local college, and it's no surprise with such a beautiful LAN Center. There's TVs up above the stage as well. They're playing consistently, streams all the time for these guys to watch. It is really something else.
It is incredible. Once again, thank you so much to the people at Bendix Arena for giving us this space, this incredible, incredible space to hold this event. It has been a blast so far, and man, I mean, can you believe that we're only this is only the end of day one. We have another full day of this tomorrow, and I cannot wait to see which team is going to reign supreme at the end of all this.
Yeah, I'm looking for where the upset comes in, right? Because we talk about Northwood, and there's a lot of teams scared of them, but then there's Akron, who are very confident. A lot of teams are scared of them. Is there an upset beneath that? We've had all the seeds work out just how they were lined up, which, good job for the seeding people. But when you go to 4 and 5, and then when you start breaking down further into the double elimination bracket, all of a sudden that really starts to come into question because we have higher and higher seeds playing against each other, and the matches only get closer.
Yeah, and it also should be noted that while it will not be streamed, the first round of the losers bracket will be played today. At least that is the current plan. So we get to see we will get to see or know by tomorrow potentially which teams will be coming out of that losers bracket to play against the teams that had beaten them before. And honestly, you look at the teams that have lost today: Butler, Cincinnati, Wesleyan. All of them definitely
a competitive
have
losers bracket.
They have the potential. They really do to make a crazy losers bracket run. I could see it happening. I really could.
And that starts there, but there's more people that go down in the second round, right? It's crazy that we have to cut some of these teams from the upper bracket, especially heading into that third round of the upper bracket. You're looking at teams we didn't expect to be so crazy. And I think if there's anybody here to upset, and again, I feel like I sound like a Ball State fanboy right now, but they showed us really good coordination. They showed us a lot of compositional understanding. And on top of that, it feels like they just get that LAN buff, right? They got so much charisma. They got so much of a will to fight it out on the stage and give each other that energy that I think if there is a team that upsets here, I think it might be Ball.
I would definitely give it to them for sure. I would love to see Ball State move on to the losers finals, grand finals, stuff like that. Just because, honestly, the longer that Ball State stays in this tournament, the more fun it'll be.
The more interviews, we saw the interview.
Yeah. I want to see them mob the camera every single time.
Finna's mom came in. Is that not the best thing you've seen in your entire life?
They had posters for them, too, that they had made up. Signs cheering on the Ball State guys. I love to see it. It's so good.
Yeah, and you know what? They got to keep cheering for them. Tomorrow, your arena's going to be more packed. We get those grand finals in, and all of a sudden, the energy really comes to life. And even today, right, Ball State and even Akron and I think ISU came in and had a lot of people cheering for them. Everybody here really just wants to see each other succeed.
Yeah, and that's super cool to see among this crop of gamers, these players that we have today, is that they're all super supportive of each other. When they're not on stage actively competing against each other, because that is the competition, that is the game, when they're not doing that, you see all of them in the LAN center. They are playing games with each other. They're having fun. They're making new friends. And that's honestly what these LAN events are all about at the end of the day, is getting these people in position to meet new people and play with new people and reach out from inside their little university bubbles.
It's wild to see that it's cross-platform, too, cross-game, I suppose, right? We have the Rocket League players mingling with the Overwatch players, and everybody seemed to just get along and understand one another's games. And even if the Overwatch guys didn't know what was going on in the Rocket League games, sure as heck we're cheering for them all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. That's me right there. I've played maybe 2 hours of Rocket League, something like that. And, I still was in that arena cheering on the teams no matter what, because being in that arena, being in that environment, it's super cool. It's super cool. I love it.
It really does just make you want to get loud and get hyped for it. And I'm really just ready for this next game. Southern Illinois, again, you got to talk to them a little bit this morning, but until then, I think this is like the most unknown of the top 4 teams that we've got coming in.
Yeah, we we're trying to talk to as many teams as we could yesterday during the jersey ceremony, as they were mingling after the jersey ceremony, taking team photos and stuff like that. And unfortunately, Southern Illinois were a little bit they were a little bit late to the party, I guess. They came in very, very late last night, so we were not able to talk to them. So yeah, that means that they are currently a team that you know, other than the little conversations that I had to them this morning, we don't know too much about. Do have the map pick going into this first map, so you're almost ready. We're going to Blizzard World.
Finally. And I guarantee you what happened here was somebody picked Hybrid, specifically Southern Illinois Edwardsville, and then the other team banned Kings. That's the you wanted to play Kings,
Yeah.
but we are not going to let you, which is funny coming from the team that wanted to play Double Shield.
That is kind of crazy. Maybe they just have them sort of a haha, I got you right where I want you kind of thing. They go Hybrid, and oh, of course they want to do Kings Row because no one knows what Southern Illinois wants to do.
It's reverse psychology because the team that wants to play Double Shield would not want to play Kings Row of all things.
Yeah.
They've played them. Southern Illinois are in their heads already.
The mind games, they have pushed it forward, and well, before we get into the game, I gotta give the mental advantage to Southern Illinois here. But Blizzard World is such an interesting map. We don't get to see it very much in these collegiate tournaments because this map if we didn't have this map ban system, there's no way we would be seeing Blizzard World would be seeing something like Kings Row instead, as we are in the game here. As you see, this second point, there's high grounds all over the place that we're going to be expecting to see the defense taking advantage of. As far as the defense here, you usually try and go for an Orisa sort of composition because there's several different compositions that you can get, several different high grounds that you can take advantage of either near the point or in the back of the point, and looks like that's what Bethel is going to be going with.
You know, never did I think we'd get both teams playing Double Shield. This map is pretty flexible, and they could go with other options, but I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table, and we're getting some pretty powerful DPS to go along with it. We were talking about it earlier, about the options that you have, right? You can try and poke them down. You can throw in a lot of long-range damage like we're getting out of Zach in Big J5, or you could do something like we're getting out of SIU and throw an Ashen and then throw a dive character in to try and finish off those dynamites.
What I'm looking forward to here is the sniper duels here between Reverb and Zach. We haven't really gotten to see snipers go up against each other directly, and when games where that happens, that ends up being the turning point of most fights, is the snipers trying to take off the head of the other one. Other than that, yeah, the only big difference is the Hanzo on Bethel's side and Reverb on the Cougars.
I do think there's a pretty big advantage, though, for SIU. Because Bethel are on the defense, they need to be ready to play against dive, so they brought a Brigitte. SIU know what they're playing into. They can bring that Zenyatta, and that Zenyatta's going to get so much more range, or going to get so much more value at range than the Brigitte is just kind of zoning off dog every once in a while, because that Discord orb and the orbs themselves can help poke away at those shields that are also important to this matchup.
Oh, that was a huge dynamite from Reverb, I have to say. They were able to bring everyone so low, and the Immortality field is used early.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shield placement out of Samus. It buys so much space for the team. It's so aggressive. But with that, they've taken 3 down. It will be traded out for Lucky Alf, so there's a chance that they can find some more picks. They'll get through this, but I don't think Bethel are going anywhere but back to spawn.
Yeah, it's just Big J5 left, and he gets taken down pretty easily. Nice, slow, methodical gameplay from SIUE, chunking down the tanks of Bethel, forcing them to use abilities, and then pushing in when the time was right. So, first point unlocked at a pretty quick rate for SIUE, and we move forward instantly.
Oh, it's a piece of dragon, isn't it? 3, making a 4th with the melee afterwards. Before they can even get up the stairs, they fall down them.
Yeah, Big J5 with a beautiful dragon. I don't think anyone from SIUE were expecting it. Oh my God!
Relax. Big J5, come on. They got families. Their parents are watching.
That's a 6K. That's the first 6K of the
tournament. Does
that
count? It was like 10 seconds later.
Oh,
okay,
come on.
I count.
Come
counts.
on.
Okay,
give it to him.
Okay, Big J. Relax.
He's got to keep killing people until you say it.
Okay, it's a 6K, I get it. All right, they finally get to re-engage with all 6 members of their team respawn. Eventually, the cart will progress forward. And Bethel from that high ground look menacing, especially considering the intimidation factor that Big J5 is imparting upon this team. Looking for the head of somebody along the side here. And of course, does manage to catch Pyrocat, but has more HP than they need to tank that.
He has dragons again.
That's absurd! That's absurd. They don't even need him right now. And this Hanzo's already gone back up. It's the Hulk Dragon that you're looking for, that big combo to get it off. But for now, the DPS of Bethel are just dominating.
Yeah. Silver lining for SIUE, this has been going by so fast, and they haven't had the chance to use very many ultimates, so now they've built up a lot of their own. It's just the Thog Pulse Bomb that they're missing. They're going to have everything else as they now try and push underneath the Bethel hold.
All right, the good Gridix Flux to start things out. Catches two. Bob's traded either way, but a Dragon thrown in. Catches Reverb on the way down. Bethel already getting the better of it, and it's off the back of those DPS ultimates.
Great stuff from Bethel. This second point defense has been immaculate from this team so far, and they did a great job of making sure not to use all of their ultimates at once. I think SIUE sort of invested a little more than they should have there, unfortunately. But they will have both support ultimates coming up in this next fight. Actually, yeah, they have the support ultimates, the Bongo, and the Pulse Bomb, so they actually have a lot coming into this next one.
I actually think it's a fine position for SIU. It looks a little weird, and even though they have less ultimates, they have two support ultimates. Oh, well, now it's a bad situation for him. Thog's out, and Big J5 again is on a rampage. Another two-piece for him. Might as well count him out. And, you know, SIU
get away with this.
He can't. It's really not fair. SIU had two support ultimates going into that fight and didn't get the chance to use either.
That's insane. This is happening so fast for SIUE. They don't have a chance to do anything. All the best laid plans go to waste when Big J is just on top of this high ground and getting so much value. Now finally getting dove upon. The resources being committed to make sure that Big J can't just do anything he wants all the time.
All right, Thog's got a target. It is the Orisa who's getting called out. Immortality Field used, and now Transcendence engaged for SIU. They've got to find something off the back of this, though. They need to find some proper picks, but they can't. They can't control the high ground. Quivy is still up here alongside the crew. They've taken out Big J5, and that is just half of the problem, though. The rest of Bethel still stands, and it's still raining in hell from above as they mow him down one by one. A couple of traded kills back from SIU as the Tracer gets onto the high ground, finally able to deal with it a little bit. But in that time, Big J5 has come back.
Yeah, the point has started to move, though, so that is very good coming out from Bethel. But Big J5 is back, and he's going to force everyone off with his Dragons.
I somehow get the sense that this point isn't going to be moving for much longer as Bethel move to contest. They've got all the players they can need, but the Bob is coming up for one side, and SIU doesn't really have ultimates to trade it out. And with Thog out of the way, they've got no one to pressure down the support line again, so Bethel can just poke and poke and poke from so far away because their shields are going to last longer given the lack of damage from SIU.
Yeah, SIU really needs to get close for Thog on this Tracer to get the value. It really is just reverb on the shield for SIUE, and when you have the Big J and Zach on the other side. So Bethel, I think, are kind of getting outcomped there, but that was a clean one clip from Thog. Takes Big J out of the fight for a little bit, and maybe SIUE are going to try and push on that.
Yeah, it's great Discord to help out as well. That's really good comms from Thog and Leafy on being on the same page. Now they got to be on the same page about getting to the cart, though. They swapped to a much faster composition because they want to get on top of those DPS quicker, and I think that's absolutely the right choice, but they need to buy space as best they can. Force the tanks back with this Dragon Strike from Reverb is really the first step for me. Samus out of the way, and maybe those tanks don't need to be forced by the Dragon Strike. Maybe they can just find the picks either way. SIU, though, without a main tank, are having a hard time making this cart go anywhere.
Yeah, Quibsy is actually slept up right now, just barely holding on to his life. So has to be super, super careful as, yeah, this does manage to get out away, though, so is going to continue holding right now. SIUE are pushing in, but both support ultimates are currently active for Bethel, and it's going to force them away.
And 20 seconds on the clock. This is the final fight for SIU on their attacking side. They've got 3, nearly 4 ultimates to their name. And Bethel has Big J5. I don't know which is scarier. In from the side comes a Hanzo. Reverb looking to do some damage. Throws a Dragon Strike towards the opposing high ground to make sure SIU's DPS, rather Bethel's DPS, cannot just sit up there regardless. So Samus gets picked off in the back line, and the touch of the cart has to come through. So SIU separate from one another in the need to make that push happen. Lose both of their tanks in the meantime. And Thog's trying to duel out of Brigitte. That is not one you're winning anytime soon. Bethel with a stellar second point hold after getting rolled on point A, mind you. That was a gigantic time bank. Are looking like they're going to come away with the hold here.
Yes, unless Reverb managed to pull off something crazy, which he doesn't. He does go down. This should be the end for SIUE. I will say, I've seen fuller holds happen on Blizzard World. It's not undoable, but Bethel definitely making a statement with their second point defense.
Yeah, it's worth noting, this is a hard map to finish. It's a very difficult map to finish. Up there with the likes of, say, Rialto, up there with the likes of Havana, in being extremely hard to actually get to the end of. So what I think most people consider a good push through this map would be, I would say, a little bit of the way through point C.
Yeah.
And not necessarily all the way, but we just reached the end of point B. We didn't quite get there for SIU. So I think it's got to be a strong defense, if nothing else, if they want to be able to take on Bethel.
That is what they have to do. Bethel now on the attack. Showed some great defensive chops, but now they're going to be the ones that have to take up the initiative and actually showing something completely different. They have 40 seconds to change it, but moving on to a Wrecking Ball Diva comp, Zach on the Doomfist, that's going to be super, super aggro, but if they don't get kills in the very early parts of the fight, that is going to be trouble. Zach does swap over to the Echo, which does make a little bit more sense with this comp. Actually, an Echo Mercy. So those projectiles from Zach are going to be even more deadly. Meanwhile, on the side of SIUE, we've got just about the same thing that Bethel run last time. We have the Ash and the Hanzo, a bunch of long-range damage coming in.
And you know what? I actually really like this by Bethel. It feels like they've got the read. They know SIU want to play double shield, and so they saw them play Zenyatta in the last round, not a Brigitte. So they're saying, you know what? They got a Zenyatta. That gives us a dive target. And so they're bringing the whole family in order to find this Omnic. And Leafeon's got to be so careful. He's going to have a target on his head this whole time. Let's see if they can get done. Already backing up to the back point. They're running out of space to disengage with. Big J5 alongside Quibsy are in the back, and the rest of the team facing them down from the front. Bethel are fully poised for this dive. They step on point, and the fight begins. SIU immediately out of the way. Leafeon, just like we said it, there's not enough help in the world to keep you alive against a dive team this strong. Bethel are in, and with the main tank down, they're going to be taking over point A most likely.
What a beautiful play there from Bethel. I love seeing that. I love seeing that little convoy coming out between Quibsy and Big J5 and getting into the back behind SIUE, and then they just sort of pincer in from two sides, and the comp of SIUE cannot stay up in that fray, and that actually prompts a bunch of swaps from SIUE. Everything but the tanks have been changed up to try and better deal with this kind of competition. You want to use the cowboy stuns, the honest sleep to try and slow them down.
And it's the right choice, right? The reason why they were getting punished by that composition was because Bethel read that they would have a Zenyatta with them. No longer is that the case. They've got to hold on to the high ground. Big J5, though, bullying this cowboy. And now he's got a pulse bomb to his name and a lot of targets to use it on, right? This defense between all of the supports and all of the DPS, everybody could catch this pulse bomb if they would look the wrong way. Quibsy, though, finds one with the mines on the other end, and there's just a whole lot of explosives in SIU's backline, making them very uncomfortable.
Extremely uncomfortable, and now after losing their Wrecking Ball, and now there's Zenyatta from Thog. Good stuff from the Tracer player of the Cougars. They're going to back off Bethel will, but not for long as the pile drive comes back in.
No, it's a great re-engage for Bethel. They take their time, wait for the spawn, and then look for the re-engage. Orisa now caught out. If they can find this main tank, that is a huge pick for them going forward. And now they get to push the cart and push towards spawn.
Yeah, and this is probably the last fight here for SIUE here, Dor. They have to try and get a push done here, a hold, and hold it there for 4 minutes and 9 seconds because we've only got about 20 more meters before Bethel takes his first map.
It's a tall ass coming in with just one ultimate, though. Make it 3 for SIU if they just get over those ultimate lines, just up to 100%. They need something to engage with. Pyrocat could make this Gravitic Flux be the difference. Big eat out of Momo, though. Bethel keeps things alive. And that is a huge set of ultimates taken off of the field and out of the hands of Bethel. SIU doing a decent job of fighting this one out, though it is far from done yet.
Zach has gotten a double kill, now gets a third. The Echo player and Big J5 is coming in as well. That's insane. The Echo basically did it by themselves.
That's a one-man army.
That's crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous showing from the Echo. I mean, they had 4 minutes left. It's almost inevitable they get there, but they had to just do it in style, didn't they? And not to mention this play. I mean, we weren't talking about the play of the games much today. Look at this. Just, you know what makes it scarier? Is we know what happened afterwards when he just took it upon him to make himself everybody else's problem.
Yeah, Big J5 and Zach, the DPS from Bethel, definitely showing themselves off as highlight players as we come into this first match, maybe making that hometown advantage into their own big advantage here. They showed up today.
They looked extremely good, and I want to see them continue to do that, right?
Yeah.
Continue to show us not just the individual skill that we got out of the DPS, but the coordination that we got on the attacking side, they had some really smart play. I think coming out with the dive composition, which planned or not, it looked very planned. It looked like, because had it been a Brigitte on the other side, had the opposing side been playing double shield Brig, that doesn't work nearly as well. But because they knew there was a Zenyatta, because they had scouted it from the round prior, they made an incredibly smart swap. And that kind of shows me that, right, this team isn't just insane mechanics coming out from the DPS. They've got some brains to back up the brawn.
Absolutely. I got to give a shout out to Quibsy, the main tank on this Bethel team. When it seemed like the DPS had gone down on the side of the pilots, he seemed to be the one that was sort of rallying his team back up. Everyone was gathering up around their Orisa player and was able to re-engage, get some more picks, refocus the team, and get the advantage again. And that, I think, is the sign of what makes Bethel such a great team, or one of the better teams here today, is because even when it seemed like the odds were against them, they were able to push it back.
Yeah, and with that, they did so many plays where not just were using ultimates wisely, but when they were outnumbered in ultimates, they did a great job of disengaging at the right time, disengaging when SIU used their ultimates, backing away, and when they got picked, they backed away without losing too much value. And on top of that, they made it even harder to beat themselves by just fragging out 3v6 somehow.
Yeah, it's incredible. The DPS on Bethel is incredible, but the tanks and supports also did a fantastic job of putting them in the position to succeed and holding things down when they were back in spawn.
Now, I gotta ask you, if we're to take this thing anywhere for SIUE to try and find a way back into this match, what do you think is the route? What are the attributes that a map really needs to have for them to find success? Because they're both running double shield for a lot of that. And the flexibility that we saw was out of Bethel. So if SIUE want to continue running double shield, where do you think it's wisest they go?
Well, I think it's probably wise to go with an assault, a 2CP map. There's a lot less opportunities for flankers to get value out of there. And hey, look, there we are. We're in Volskaya. Beautiful Volskaya. So when we're in Volskaya, especially on the defense, and I think that's where SIUE is going to be looking to get their value, you're not going to have, it's going to be a lot harder for, say, an Echo or a Tracer to get behind without you noticing. You will have full vantage points over every choke point that the offense is going to have to go through. And because of that, you'll be able to mark where the Tracer is, where the Echo is, stuff like that, which is what Bethel is currently showing on this defense. That will allow them to be more aware of where everyone is at all times, and hopefully be able to play against it better.
And I think this is an interesting pick for defense on Bethel's end, right? It's not often we see the ball compositions come out on the defensive side here. We will see them every once in a while on the attacking side, but Bethel, again, I don't know if they're trying to read. I don't know if there's something they've practiced. Clearly, it did shake SIUE up a bit in the last round, but pushing into it, they also have brought some more CC than they had last time, right? In that sleep dart. So the ball's going to be able to get away with a lot less. On Quibsy's end, he's got to play a lot more careful.
Yeah, and SIUE now on the attack here. Quibsy, though, in the back. Look at this vantage point we have from this Wrecking Ball here. Can he get something off on the Zenyatta?
It's not even him you got to worry about. The pile driver just sets up the Tracer. It's Big J5 coming in from the wings, who puts in all the damage, finishes one off quick for Bethel.
Bethel is so good at this. They're so good at following up on the pile drivers from Quibsy, and Big J5 and Zach just collapse on everyone. However, Thog in the back there on the Tracer, getting a nice pick off, gets the res out.
Oh, is it a 1v1 we get?
Potentially.
Do we get a 1v1? I have to know who wins this. I understand there's a push going on. I understand it's very important, but the Tracers are who I want to know. Okay, Big J5 backs away, spots him, decides not to. Cowardice is a loss. I want you to know that that counts as an L. All right, SIUE have the engagement. Because that Tracer duel was going on, they actually get a lot of space for it. They get to wrap around the point for free here. Bethel aren't quite done with it yet, though. Big J5 looking for those supports, looking for the back line, waiting for the dive to come in. They swap the McCree to keep this Tracer at bay, but given the high ground, it's so hard to keep him that far away. Thog managed to pick off Brandon, though, in the back line, and that's the punishment for that Tracer going unguarded earlier on. Picks up another, and they're showing him just why you should have taken that 1v1. Now has their sights set on the ball, and even Quibsy can't get away.
Yeah, that was some incredible play from Thog. Really, if you think about it, just drawing the attention to him away from the main choke point is what won them the fight. It's what gave SIUE the space that they needed to push into the point, and once they were there, their ability to sustain on a point is what got them that fight win. So SIUE took a little bit, but they're going to go ahead and take the first point. They have about 5 minutes on the clock to take the second one and get ourselves a map completion.
And this is very snowballable. You look at the ultimates that are available for SIUE, they're coming up on a nano for the engage. A Pulse Bomb could find the big pick. The Deadeye can buy the space and keep the dive off of them. There's so many tools that they've got in Bethel. Well, they've got some good stalling options. Don't necessarily have tools that end the fight in a lot of ways. That Duplicate's really going to struggle to find a clear target. Maybe the break, maybe the Orisa, but either way, Bethel have got to make do with what they've got. Duplication goes down onto the Diva. Zach throws a bomb into the back line. It catches just enough for them. Will D-Mech, Pyro, Cat, and SIUE are set packing.
Yeah, but they didn't really use any ultimates, though. They were just trying to force ultimates out of Bethel, and for their credit, they did do that. Bethel was going to have the Pulse Bomb from Big J, which is crazy good, but is going to be just about it. Actually, Brandon's probably going to have the Transcendence as well, but SIUE, they have everything. Pyrocat is 73% of the way to the Diva Bomb, and that's the furthest away any of them are from their ultimate. So we need to see some incredible individual play from Bethel, the Pulse Bomb of a lifetime from Big J, or else SIUE can definitely snowball this in.
Look, if there's anything I've learned from casting Overwatch, it's that if you have 6 ultimates, for whatever reason, you are far more likely to lose the fight. It is just a natural law. Brandon already finds Thog, and there's that pick you were talking about. It wasn't the Pulse Bomb, instead it's Zenyatta, letting them know who's boss.
That must feel good for Brandon as well. It's kind of been the dive target of sorts for SIUE
cathartic
here.
Yeah.
Now you know how it feels.
They get a little bit of their own comeuppance. Thog does 1v1 Big J5. Not sure if it's a true one or not, but either way, steps up to the plate and gets swung at.
And this has allowed Bethel to start getting some ultimates of their own on the board. SIUE still haven't used anything. They've been holding on to their ultimates
for a rainy day.
for a while.
For Overwatch 2, you know?
I think this is the rainy day, right? You have to play through the Transcendence and the Mines and the Rally from Bethel, but you have the tools to push through this.
Well, we forecasted rain. Let's see if that comes true. Ultimates start running in from SIUE. As long as they don't layer the sword ultimates, they're doing all right. They have used 2 of them already, though, and in with the rally, that's a 3rd. Bethel respond with a Transcendence of their own. It's a nano boost from Lucky Owl, though, that looks to make the difference. Who is it going on, and when is it coming out? Doesn't matter. The bomb finds 2. Catches a spun out Bethel. Everyone separated from one another, and Pyrocat can continue the push off the back. The nano boost goes onto the brig just to keep the Tracer at bay, just to make sure that Big J5 doesn't get away with too much, but there is a Pulse Bomb on this Tracer. Not much health, but maybe the difference maker. 10 HP, and towards the brig it goes. That's 1 pick. That's a start for Bethel to start pushing their way back onto this point.
Yeah, 2 kills on the side of Bethel. They have to continue staggering. The numbers are still not on their side. The Wrecking Ball has come in and is going to keep on swinging around. Bethel can get back into this. They almost have the Diva Bomb. That could potentially be what they need to clear off this point.
I'm not sure it's happening. It's feeling less and less likely. And as they go down, that timer becomes lower and lower. This has just been alive for a while. Wait, Kuda's still up. Wait, the Diva's up. Wait a minute. This is how things get bad. This is how things get bad on an attacking side. A bomb is used, but that might be all they've got left here. Bethel have respawned. 4 or 5 members are back, and with Pyrocat out of the way, there's nothing else to peel us off. Deadeye used, and SIUE trying to reestablish themselves on the point, desperately throwing in ultimate after ultimate, a rally out of Leafeon to make sure it happens. And with that comes a little bit of certainly Thog taking out Momo. They just need the Tracer to make this thing happen. There's no more support left but Kuda to heal up on this point. And with that down, it's looking like SIUE are going to be able to take it.
They should be able to take this. They have the ultimate advantage now. This fight has been going on forever, but now they have the Nano, they have the Bongo, and that is finally going to be SIUE taking 2 points on Volskaya, finishing the map. That went on for a while.
That's a hot minute. Took a hot minute off the clock, too.
Yeah.
They're coming in with a decent time bank. That got chunked right on down to a minute and a half. Bethel, I think, can be very happy with the stagger that they pulled off. And while the first point got a little bit murky there with Thog being let to find 2 frags early on, I think that's a pretty winnable map so far for Bethel in the fact that, you know, this is a pretty standard Volskaya push.
Yeah, SIUE definitely could have done better, but they could have done much, much worse on that matchup. I think they've showed a lot more resilience than they did in Blizzard World. I'm really looking forward to see what they've got on their defense. This sort of Orisa comp that they love to play so much, and now the pressure moves on to Bethel to try and get themselves a better time bank here.
And it's worth noting, I mentioned before that I wasn't a huge fan of the ball comp on the defense. On the attacking side, I think it's totally acceptable.
Yeah.
Right? And it felt like on the defense, they weren't able to stop him from getting on, partially because of distraction, but also because they just didn't have the tools, right? They're running a dive composition, whereas now they can really start getting in there. Now they can start the dive. Now they don't have to worry about their back line nearly as much. Brandon can be dove, but if he goes down, it's not the end of the world. It's the dive forward that you need to keep an eye out for. But SIU aren't running that Zenyatta that was so vulnerable before.
Yeah, Brandon doesn't really have a ton of tools to get out if he does get singled out by the SIUE squad. Momo has got to be on high alert. If that Zenyatta yells, you've got to be with your Zenyatta instantly, because if you lose that Discord orb, that's a lot of what this comp is relying on, capitalizing on the Discord orbs that Brandon and Quibsy are able to get on these initiations.
And so far, it's a really good setup by SIU. You can see them in this small room. They're controlling the Mega Pack at the same time. And the second you enter that small room, you enter the range of the Brigitte, which is just going to make your life that much harder.
Yeah, Quibsy, there wasn't a ton that you could do about that. Almost got away with his life, but oh no, Thog actually goes in a little bit too deep and gets taken out by Zach. So no more of that Tracer online, and we're going to try and go in again.
This actually frees up the Zenyatta, put the Discord orb on, and play some more aggressive sightlines. But without a main tank, it's incredibly hard to actually hold on to this point. I'm curious if we get Bethel throwing any swaps in after this.
Yeah, it just seems like with the way that SIUE is playing, they're playing so ultra defensively. It's really difficult for the Wrecking Ball to have the value, have the engagements that they've had so far this match.
Well, it's about coming from as many different sides as you can. You can see Brandon's actually flanking on Zenyatta. Wait a minute. Brandon, what are you doing up here? Who are you looking for? What kind of value are they getting? They've started nearly a tick hat on the point. In fact, it will be a tick hat on the point. Brandon drops down, and then the dive comes in from 3 different sides at the same time. The second the Emerson steps out on the point, the rest of the team gets collapsed on. And Bethel have made a weakness in the back line, but Leafeon looks to reassert. The Brigida starting to get that healing going online, just 20% away from the rally to get this team really going on the defensive end. And there's a lull in the fight. Bethel find themselves a couple, and just before Leafeon gets the ultimate up, they finish off point A.
Yes, this should be Bethel finishing off this point. It was really sketchy there for a minute. Lucky Owl, I have to say. Nanoed Samus and the nano boosted Orisa is nearly impossible to kill, so was able to sustain for a really long time and got a really nice kill off onto the DPS of Bethel. But yes, Bethel will be able to push through it just about as much time as it took SIUE to do it. And they push through the point B with the Mines, the Diva Bomb, the Transcendence. They have so many tools to try and zone SIUE off of this point.
Yeah, it's a pretty even fight, all things considered, right? They both have a support ultimate, and they've got 2 pretty decent value ultimates. And whoever can find the best connection is going to be winning. And whoever also uses the later support ultimate. We talk about this all the time, but the second support ultimate almost always wins because you're going to get the last say in the fight. But you don't want to hold it too long. So Brandon and Leafeon, there's a lot of weight on these two to find the right engagement. A pulse bomb into the backline to try and separate them away from the defenders. And the rally immediately popped by Leafeon. They needed to use it because the health bars are getting so low. But that means Bethel can use the Transcendence however they like to get themselves in. They're taking their sweet time, though, waiting to push people off of their backline before they make this push happen. Diva appropriately peeling. Momo's looking for this Tracer desperately while the ball contests the point, but they can't leave Quizby along for too long. Otherwise, that ball's going out, and even though you eventually got Thog on the Tracer, you don't have a main tank to make this push happen with.
It is going to be so difficult for Bethel to continue pushing through, but they're going to try. Big J5 and Zach, the DPS for Bethel, are doing what they do best, just popping off on the point. It's a third for Big J, and that's going to be a tick pushed over for Bethel.
Big J's made it his job to prove me wrong today. Another one going down onto the Diva. How much more can you get? A bomb thrown in over top by Zach. Doesn't connect on anything, but that's because there's nothing for it to connect onto. Big J5 has cleared everything off the point and sets a stellar time bank without a main tank on 2CP. How wild is that?
Well, if it's a Wrecking Ball, it's not quite as big a deal as if it's a Reinhardt or a Winston. The rest of the team knows that you don't have a shield as a main tank, so you aren't playing around that to begin with. So as long as you have pop-off DPS, like apparently Bethel has, you don't have... As long as you're just popping off, you're doing your job. Quibsy was able to get...
Yeah, just shoot him in, him in the head. Come on.
Well, Quibsy was able to get the DPS of Bethel on the point and in a position to pop off. That's my point, is that even though he died, his engagement gave Bethel the necessary space to get the value that they needed to push through and have double the time bank as SIUE as we go into extra rounds.
I like this a lot more from Bethel. We talked about how I disliked the dive composition on the defense side, and it can work if you want to run some like Winston Diva, some double bubble, but
yeah,
this is solid. This tells me they want to hold this point A strong, and I don't mind that Torbjorn either. It's going to keep Thog at arm's length.
Yeah, I actually really like the Tor pick as a counter Tracer. You get to put that turret down wherever you want, and if Tracer gets even a little bit close to the core of your team, it's going to lock onto her. So gotta love it from Bethel as they probably get set up probably in one of those back high ground places. And so it comes down to SIUE to try and close the distance on them and maybe try and get some good halts onto Bethel to set up plays for Thog. Yeah, Thog is going to be key for the SIUE squad because he's going to be going around to the side and trying to force Bethel to get scared out of their positions.
I mean, considering that Tracer, I think Thog's going to have a hard time making the difference for SIU. You can see there it is, a swap. This is tough. You've got an Ana, you've got a Genji. I spy a combo, but I also spy only a minute to get the ultimates up. And with Reverb out of the way, it's even difficult to make the space. It will be trade out for Big J5. Neither team gets a Hanzo, but one of these still has a lot of damage in Zach. That Torbjorn has a massive output. And if Bethel just drop onto this point calmly, support their Orisa how they should, it should be very difficult for SIU to actually get in here because there's not a damage set. There's nothing to destroy the shield. This Genji cannot put enough pressure on them to actually break it faster than Bethel can break theirs, and Quibsy's already making some great progress on the point.
Yeah, interesting. Big J5 has actually swapped onto a Symmetra to try and just do some damage, try and teleport back to get back to the SIUE squad. As yeah, they're gonna try and push him again. Lukial has that nano boost. It's gonna be huge. Who's he gonna put it on?
Both extremely aggressive tanks right now, throwing their shields into one another's teams. And you're right, that nano boost could be the difference maker damage-wise. But with 8 seconds left on the clock, it is a great time to use that Molten Core. Get the point cut off. Make sure SIU have to push into damage and into a fully charged Symmetra. Big J with what's that, like his 10th 3K of the night?
Yeah, his name has been in the kill feed more than I think any individual name that we've seen all day, Dor. This guy has been unstoppable for Bethel, and SIUE are held to nothing on their extra round attack. So that means it comes down to this. Bethel can secure themselves a spot in the winner semifinals bracket if they can take one tick of point A in the next about 3 minutes and some change.
That's a lot of time for the point tick. Considering what their first attack looked like, I want to see if they go back to the ball composition or if they're more comfortable with the double shield that they swapped to not too much longer later. 4 seconds on the clock till we decide how do Bethel want to attempt to end this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's back to the ball.
I love it. I love to see this from Bethel. We haven't really seen a team just like full commit to these wrecking ball compositions, and honestly, I love to see it. This sort of separate style coming out of Bethel because honestly, I haven't seen a team run these compositions quite as well. SIUE, this is their last shot. They've got to hold for 3 minutes here to stay alive in the face of the initiations from Quibsy and Big J5, and then, you know, you have Zach and Brandon to worry about, 2 other damage sources coming from 2 completely different places. This is going to be tough. You have Reverb on the Cowboy to try and potentially deal with Big J5 in the back. That's a decent adjustment coming out from SIUE.
Yeah, and they've got so many opportunities now to try and hold the same place that they did last time, right? That Mega Room is so valuable to them, and the fact that Bethel broke it, it did not look like a certain dive that they were going to win, but managed to break it out anyway thanks to some really great individual skill, and they will line up the exact same way. SIU retreat back onto point, though they keep the Cowboy off on the right side. It's going to pay off. Thug takes down Zach out of the air. It's going to take valuable time off the clock, and that's how SIU have to look at every single pick, just time off the clock.
Yeah, time off the clock indeed, but the res has come through, so Bethel should be able to get themselves right back in, but a massive whip shot from Leafeon is taking Quibsy off the map, and that should probably be Bethel falling back here. You have times of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You don't want to try and force this.
Today I learned hamsters can't swim. Would you look at that?
Not when you're in a massive, like, 2-ton mech, you can't.
It's a little trickier then. Let's see, though, if Bethel can make stuff float. Zach throwing in a lot of damage. Great contest there by Quibsy. Spawns everybody up in the air just as those sticky bombs go in. They have to touch. They have to push out. And this is where SIUE crumpled last time. And it's where they're going to crumple again. 2 down. A Dragon Strike in as a last desperate effort. It will take down Zach as Reverb goes in, Kuda for another, and it's a scrappy fight. Bethel, though, with that tank combination of Ball and Diva, have a lot of sustain. Thoughts thought through it, though, and with that, SIU hold on, but it's going to be tough getting back. They've got the Lucio, but can they get there in time?
It is going to be tough. There's only 4 members of SIUE currently on the point. They're waiting for the remaining members, and Bethel was ready for another engagement. They're going to have the duplicate, the mines, the pulse bomb. This is probably Bethel's best chance here. Still with a minute 30.
Minute 30 immediately pressuring out the Hanzo. That was the doom of them in the last fight. Big J5 then returns to hold on to the high ground as best they can. Shake bombs in, familiar position for SIUE. They have the Amplification Matrix, though, to fight their way out, but they're locked in by the mines. You've got nowhere to go, but into the welcoming arms of Explosions. 2 picks off for SIU. A perfect combo. A Deadeye to try and hold him. Reverb is going to equalize things out of nowhere, holding on as best they can. They still have to find picks. It is 3 versus 3 on this point, and both teams fighting for their lives.
They're
Bethel
so
pick
close.
off a huge res though out of Kuda. Pyrocat equalizes with the pick of their own, but it is far from over. The spawn is closer for the attacking side. With Brandon having Transcendence up, they're going to get a new lease on life before this fight is over.
Yeah, Bethel's going to fall back just a little bit. They got to make sure that they don't lose all the point progress that they've gotten so far. Lucky Owl was down. That's a massive source of healing for SIUE off.
And that's the Transcendence we were talking about. Allows him to engage, allows him to walk past the shield, and walks him right down the red carpet to a win here in the first round.
There it is. Bethel is going to take Volskaya, and after a super heart-pounding round, they move on to the second round of the winner's bracket, joining the likes of Northwood, Akron, and Ball State.
Absolutely incredible performance out of Bethel. We saw all sorts of stuff from them, and you know what? I was just as impressed from the opposing side. SIUE just kept getting better, push after push, making it all the way through Volskaya, getting a pretty decent job done over on Blizzard World, and then that final hold. But it was really just more improvement on top of that. And heading into the lower bracket, if they can keep that going, they might be doing a little better down there.
Yeah, I think as the series went on, SIUE got a little bit better and a little bit better at countering the way that Bethel wanted to play. Unfortunately, they weren't able to adjust fast enough, but there were definitely signs of a really, really good team in there. And, you know, they now have to drop down and join teams like Butler, Cincinnati, and Wesleyan of Illinois, but that's a tough loser's bracket to go through. But, I mean, someone's got to make it out of that, and honestly, it could very well be them.
Look, it's a tough round no matter what. A winner has to go play Northwood. It's tough out here. These teams are all too good, and they're all very, very scary to play. And you know what? It was a great match to top off today. You guys know there's going to be more coming tomorrow, and coming up in just a second, we're going to have Polly Hype with the interview of the winners.
All right, everybody, welcome here. I am here with Bethel, the first upset here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. Let's give them a round of applause here, the 6 members of the Overwatch division. They did such a great job, and once again, the first upset here as they upset the 4th seed to move on to the finals tomorrow. First off, let's start with Alyssa, actually. What did you guys think? What did you think so far of the tournament? Did you have some part of the enemy team strategy that you realized was a weakness and you were able to take control of?
Yeah, we were able to play slower and take advantage of their weakness points while, we use our ultimates to kill them. So, yeah.
Absolutely. You guys did great. In that final fight, it was going back and forth in that final map all over the place. You came in, I believe it was the Tracer who got in, got a stick off at the end there. How did that play to your advantage and lock up the game?
Okay, so pretty much we were like at a stalemate. Everyone was trading picks back and forth. Right. My ball, Quibsy, got like a really good grapple in, and just that, my pulse was able to hit the brig, and just from that, we were able to win the fight.
Absolutely. That was an amazing stuff. You guys are coming in as the only team in the bottom half of the bracket to advance to the grand finals day tomorrow. You'll be competing in the semifinals against the 3 top teams here in this event. Are you guys ready for tomorrow, and what do you have planned to move in tomorrow to secure maybe another win?
So shout out to the coaching from Zay. Zay's helped us get this far, I'd like to say. And we're more versatile with our comps that we run, so I like to think we have a good chance.
Absolutely. That's a great job. And to round things out here, guys, let's make some noise. You guys are the very first upset of the whole tournament. Let's go. That's going to do it, though, for day 1 here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. When we come back tomorrow, we are going to have some grand finals action presented by Army ROTC with the Esports U and Collegiate Sports Management Group. So don't go anywhere. My name's Paulie Hype. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 at the CENC. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. And we're going to bring out some Overwatch. So without further ado, let's make a little bit of noise for the Overwatch teams. Absolutely. This is going to be good. Overwatch, such a fun 6-on-6 competitive shooter. Well, let's bring out the number 2 and the 3 seeds here. It's going to be the Akron Zips going against the Ball State Cardinals. So these are some of my favorite teams here in the event. But coming up first, let's bring out Ball State. The first member of their team and the captain, let's bring out U.S. Miller. Coming up next here for Ball State, let's bring out Zang Bees. Coming up next, we have Hornbach. And now, the man with the best hair in the event and looks a lot like Kenny G. Let's bring out Ninja Curly Fry. Next up, we got Finna. Let's hear it for Finna. The man with the most charisma here on the team. And now to round out their team, let's bring out Ethan Penn Park. Woo! Woo! All right, take your seats, fellas, and now let's bring out the number 2 seeded Akron Zips. First off here for their team, let's bring out Stun Ape. Coming up next here, let's bring out Seal. After Seal, we have Tasmino. After Taz, we have Nylon. Let's hear it for Nylon, 4th member of the squad. After Nylon, let's hear it for Eric. For the Akron Zips, the number 2 seed here. And to round out their team, let's hear it for the Pixeled Star. Beautiful. These guys are going to take their seats here. We have the Overwatch portion of this tournament coming up here, presented by Army ROTC. Let's throw it up to Septilins and my man Dorcas for the call.
Thank you so much, Paulie. It's good to be back. It's good for another day. And you know what? Another partner. We got to give our condolences to Viting.
Yeah.
Feeling a little under the weather today. Send him all your best wishes. But we do still have some fantastic Overwatch for you. And I can't think of a better way to start it. We've been leading up to today the entire weekend. Not just us, but these teams as well, who have been at each other's throats and no more. than these two, who have been in good fun, having a good bit of trash talk this weekend. The Akron Zips, and the Ball State Cardinals are ready to swing together.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. These teams, we saw a little bit of Rocket League, but a lot more in the Overwatch department where these teams are really a lot of playful trash talk and just kind of an entertainment. And they've built their own narrative to make it to this moment. And now it's really going to come down to which one of these teams can support their trash talk just maybe a little bit more.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I got to talk to them both a lot. And it's you couldn't get two more different teams as far as the spectrum goes, right? You've got the Akron Zips, who are very much here to do business, here to show what they've got. And then Ball State comes in. I have not seen a rowdier, more hyped up team so far at this event. We saw them down in the tunnel not too long ago. They were screaming, they were hollering,
crazy,
getting themselves hyped up, hands in, this, that, and the other, all types of chants. I think we're in for a good one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even no matter who wins or who loses, I think this is going to be entertaining. And that's truly what all of us spectators, at least, are most excited about. I mean, this is going to be an amazing matchup. And like you said, the hype, the energy. I mean, Akron, they're coming in. First D1 esports program in the country. Always have these massive shoes to fill, right? So they're coming in with kind of that attitude. Ball State, they're coming in. I think they just want to win. I think they're just hyped to be here. Like, Ball State seems so excited that they've made it this far. And I think everybody's going to be hyped no matter which way this goes. I think the teams are going to give us some phenomenal matchups.
Well, let's take a second to run down those rosters. We'll start with Akron, which their DPS Stunape, who has been leading this team extremely well. And for a long time, I was talking to him earlier, getting a little insight on what they want to run, what they wanted to do. They have VOD reviewed not just their game, but Ball's game as well, and trying to counter strat. So they have brought out all sorts of stuff. And when we get into the game, we can talk a little bit more about that. But heading further down the roster, Seal, Tasmino, Nylon, Eric, and Pixel Star have been backing that up excellently. A super coordinated team, plenty of individuals still. But on the other end of the stadium, Ball State Cardinals, led by Us Miller, Zane Beast, Hornbach, Ninja Curly Fry, Finna, and Penn Park, have been just so fun to watch. And one of the biggest things that we saw to them yesterday was the coordination in their ultimates, right? Their neutral game was okay, but the combos that they were throwing out were perfect every single time. We saw them running this Metro Rush composition extremely well. It's a composition that we haven't gotten out of a single other team here. It's incredibly hard to run, and that's what Ball State have brought to the table. We're going to be starting things off on Mecha Base. It was Akron's pick for the map, and of course, given all the review that they did, it's fitting that they're going to take us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mecha Base is definitely a map. I would highly suspect to see Reinhardt's on both sides. This is, other than King's Row, I consider this to be the Reinhardt map. Now, we've seen a couple people go double shield recently, but it looks like neither of these teams are going to be rocking and rolling with that. We've got almost a full-blown mirror matchup. The difference here, oh, never mind. There it is. I was going to say, I personally believe you should not be playing a Reinhardt in the current meta without a Lucio to boot. And I was going to give Akron a little bit of flack for that, but it looks like they decided the very same. So this is going to be a full-blown mirror matchup. And the good thing about those is it comes down to individual talent. Who can play each hero just a little bit better.
Yeah, and in this mirror, no hero in the first fight is more important than the Mei. Those first walls are absolutely critical. Yesterday, Stunape had a little bit of issues with the walls. Not a lot of them were landing, but the right clicks were absolutely hitting heads. Now, we got to see that E cooldown come out quickly. The first one does land. There it is. Stunape cleans it up. Great counter wall, though, by Us Miller. Gives them the peel that they were looking for. Immortality field's out for both teams, and it is Seal large and in charge. So much damage being put onto the Reinhardt. Penn Park forced back as well. The shield is just a sliver of HP, and both teams opt to take just a moment to recollect themselves. Stunape down. No Mei left here for Akron. Ball State are going to be the ones with the wall priority, the need to find the win quickly, and with Seal out of the way, they're going to be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. Ball State, they had a great turnaround there. They found the Mei, they found the Reinhardt. You lose the main tank, you've got to tuck tail and run, right? You can already hear Ball State going crazy. They've got that first point cap.
This is exactly what they wanted. This is the composition they've been playing for, and now with this nice choke point, that Mei is going to be even better.
Yeah, I've got to say, Ninja Curly Fry there, really rootin' tootin', ready for shooting on that Cowboy. Able to find some great value there. And an immediate quick wall, triple flashbang coming out as well. Here's an Ant Matrix to boot from Akron.
I love the wall from Stunape. It isolates the Reinhardt, splits the team in half, but the Immortality field from Ball State was perfect. They all group up in the corner, and they got to fight their way out. Now Stunape throws him, but stun down to the Blizzard! Oh no, it's horrible for Akron. Another one eaten away. Finna drops the Soundberry just to be sure, and the Deadeye to finish things off.
The Deadeye insult to injury that the Blizzard was already gone. The damage had been done. Now, Stuna already up to 25% on another one. Some pretty solid ult charge, but Ball State, they found that fight at the high noon from the Cowboy. Like I said, insult to injury. Looking super great. 2 ultimates going in. That Shatter, going to be okay, but the Blizzard, that's the impact maker they're looking for.
Yeah, you're looking at Eric to try and desperately find a need here. And you know the D.Va knows his ultimate is up. It is a big game of chicken between the DPS and the off tank. They have isolated Park though. Blizzard out just a little bit late. Everyone's frozen up, but is there the damage to follow it up? Zane Beast and crew throwing everything in that they can. The Shatter's there though to finish them all off with Seal laying them out. Akron have the follow-up and a sound barrier just to make sure they're going to finish this one.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that ultimate. They needed to follow through. The Slayer remake kill, but it's just the remake into DMAC. Akron, they're able to take the lead here. They're going to be able to find 4 on point. Penn Park, the sole survivor. Ryan's heavy, but he ain't heavy enough to 1v6. It looks like Akron finally going to find that flip.
Yeah, and I don't think they're too disappointed with 70%, right? You're shooting for about 40% on average to get your winning percentage up. That's not too bad.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're definitely walking into this next fight. They're almost in that last fight territory, right? Maybe 5 to 10 more percent to really boot it up, but if they win the cap, they'll be able to get it to 80 before Akron can re-engage. But of course, let's see what happens here. Eric has the Diva Bomb online, but that's not the ult I'm looking for. This window from Tasmino, hoping it makes all the difference.
Yeah, they try to wall it off, but this is a tough fight for Ball State to win where they're standing. They throw out a window of their own, though, and the Reinhardt does have a full shield. Ball thrown in for good measure. And Tasmino, two-piece for the support, getting his hands a little dirty.
Nothing gets me excited like a bloodthirsty support player, and Tasmino living up to that name already. Eric and Seal tearing up the remainder of Ball State here. Akron, they only had to use one ultimate. It was a Diva Bomb, the least impactful ultimate they could have thrown out there, and that's the one. Tasmino already halfway to another Ant Matrix going into this next fight.
Yeah, and we're looking at a pretty even fight, but look at Stunape hiding around the corner here. They're not going to be ready for this should they come this way, but fortunately Ball State just so happened to be going the wrong direction for this little play from Akron to work, and now with that speed, that May is all of a sudden out of position. Akron have them not where they want them.
Oh, no.
Instead, it's Ball State with the better positioning. On point now, it's up to Akron to make this push work, dropping Deadeye of their own to get that space back. Stunape looking for a good opportunity to Blizzard, but might not even have to. Penn Park trades one back. The Blizzard's out, but at what cost for Ball State? Every single player down.
Akron, hug your main tank there because Seal is the sole reason you did not just get 6-man high noon there. That shield saving the life at the end of the wall. Now, Akron, we talked about Ball State being stoked about 70. Akron, they're kissing 80 right now. They're in last fight territory. This is the issue, though. 0 ultimates at the ready. The closest one going to be Tasmino again. Has to make the same impact they were able to make in that last window fight.
It's a tall order. You're also watching the Lucios, right? First one up the Soundberry could come up in this fight, and having that support ultimate is so critical. Uses the wall, though, to get the Blizzard in so Eric can't get eat safe plays. So far from Ball State, Akron fight back with his amplification matrix, and Tasmino's done it again. The Shatter lines him up, and this is just a shooting gallery. Finna finds a great sound barrier, but it's looking like it's just going to be a little bit too late, Seth Dillons.
Yeah, I usually say better late than never, but no, late this time was the nail in the coffin. Really not able to turn that one around. Zang Beast drops a window of their own, opens up the garage door, and Nylon on the Cowboy, ending the round with a 16-player kill streak. Akron going to be able to take stage 1 of Busan.
You know what? I think both these teams are starting to get a little hyped on the stage.
Absolute.
They are both ready to go. And, you know, talking to Akron earlier, I said I wasn't going to leak it then, but I think we start talking about it now. I mean, they're debating, right? They were thinking in comms and when they were VOD viewing, is Ball State just a brawl one-trick team, or do we want to try and force them into dive? And they were like, you know what? Even if they are, we kind of feel like 1v1ing them on the brawl, and that's what we're getting out of them right now. And so far, Akron coming out ahead.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Tasmino swapping onto the Moira here, that is a choice that I'm not going to call a bad one, especially with that Winston swap coming through, but Immortality Field, I think, is such an important ultimate. With Tasmino's aim on the Baptiste, you've got to wonder, they have to have a very specific plan in line to make that Moira swap.
Yeah, I mean, it's just classic 6-man kind of brought to light by Dallas this season. Really mobile. They're going to be sticking together a lot. Stunape, though, is going to be able to take some side angles. This is a composition we saw them play earlier on in the tournament against, I believe, Cincinnati. They took the high ground, and it was incredibly hard to beat them on it. Ball State does have a bit of a better composition for it, but with Zangbeat being caught out of position, it's not looking too great as well. Finna taking on the front line. The support's ahead of their tank, a bit out of position for Ball State. That's going to cost them.
Yeah, that 6-man ending working super well. I mean, you traded literally 1 for 5. Everybody's going to take that. Now, losing the Winston, not ideal.
Now it's 5-man.
Yeah, 6-man turns to 5. The Winston, he's nice, but we don't need him to win the fight, especially when 4 have already gone down. And look at that, Ball State, they've already made a couple of rotations. Penn Park back on the Reinhardt. Reaper making a first appearance today.
I'm a little nervous about this. This is something that Cincinnati actually swapped to when they saw the same composition, and Akron used the high ground perfectly against them. Because this composition can't reach the high ground, there's nothing to get up there but a singular D.Va. Sorry, it's too much for one man. They take the engagement early, though, and Ninja Curly Fry doesn't have to worry about the high ground for there. They will take out Nylon. Without that dive DPS, they've got to back away to point and try to utilize Stunape on the high ground to do a majority of the damage. Tasmino, though, looks for an early engagement on Akron, and wisely. Ball State backing away, just waiting for the right opportunity to find a re-engage, and there it is. Basile out of the way. It's their time to shine.
That coalescence was colossal, but unfortunately just not big enough. Now coalescence from Zangbeast, but Penn Park already gone. There's no main tanks in this fight.
This is about to get real hectic. You're looking at the DPS to do the real damage right now, or the baby diva. Eric's going a little crazy with it. Miller trades it out though for one. The next ultimate up on the line is all from Akron though. They get a remake. The pulse bomb's up for Nylon, who does go down, and Ball State are fighting it back regardless of the ultimate economy.
Yeah, Ball State, they simply don't care about ults. Now Hornbach, you're talking about divas making a difference.
Oh,
I mean,
my.
that's going to be a triple kill. Penn Park able to find the baby diva seal, gone. Ball State, they fought hard.
And you know what? It wasn't particularly expensive. Akron threw everything in. Ball State, it only took the Blizzard.
Yeah, they threw their ults out with the kitchen sink on that one. I mean, that is going to be, they've got Pulse Bomb, and that, you have to stick it or it's useless. So this is really going to fall onto the eliminations Nylon gets with this incoming Pulse Bomb. I need to keep an eye on this Lucio. Finna's out of position. They're going to get taken out.
It's all about timing the engagement for Akron. You have very few cooldowns. The second you're in, and the dive starts now with the bomb going in. Both teams try to make an engagement. Only Ball State finds success with the ultimate. Nylon will trade it back though with Stun Ape over top. The sound barrier is perfectly timed. Not late this time for Pixel Star. Finna goes down with his in his back pocket, so unfortunately, Ball State just don't have an answer. They've got to damage their way through with Hornbach at the helm. It's looking like they might be able to.
Yeah, Ball State might not have an answer, but Hornbach certainly does. Picking up a triple kill. Stun Ape, the third to fall. Eric down as well. Ball State, that's the second fight. It feels like they weren't supposed to win.
And now they come out of it with ultimates as well. It feels like they've always been hitting. That's what I was talking about before the match. Their ultimate usage so spot on.
Yeah. There's no panic presses, which is what I always call somebody using an ultimate kind of when they feel like maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. But no, we have not seen that once from Ball State up to this point. Everything is cool, calm, and calculated. Now it's going to be that engagement from Ball State. I'm keeping an eye on Curly Fry here, and there's that Death Blossom. Let's see anything. No, honestly, not a lot of damage either. Instead, traded out by Nylon. Now, here come those support ults from Ball State.
Everything's been thrown in early. Layered support ultimates by Ball State. A big mistake. They're not going to have that much once those ultimates go down, so they need to win it early. And it's like they've done just as much so. But Akron are going to be coming into the next fight with a pretty severe ultimate advantage as far as sports go. But 2 picks will turn things around. Now those ultimates come online for Akron. And this fight's been flipped entirely on its head. This is bad news bears for Ball State.
You know, Dor, it's those you least expect. First the baby diva, then the Lucio from the sky. I mean, it is just some creative choices here.
It's still up to 90% for Ball State. It's not the end of the world, but it's not the fight they wanted by any means.
I mean, absolutely. We're looking at Akron. They're going to probably have roughly 75%, if not more, by the time Ball State engages. Ball State only in Earth Shatter, and if Akron plays the high ground like you talked about, they have been. Earth Shatter's useless. Reinhardt can't get up there to use it.
I mean, Ball State have to win this fight early.
Yeah.
If Pixel Star gets the sound barrier up, it is over. It is done. And they've already lost one. Miller's out of the way, looking for an engagement, desperately searching for a way in, and Penn Park gives it to him! Everyone's on the floor. They just need the follow-up. Ninja Curly right now in the back line, being defense matrix by Eric, who is now run out of defense matrix. Chris Reaper can start to go off, and he will happily oblige.
You know, you said Ball State has to win it early, and while it wasn't super early, they still won, right? Yeah, early
Pixel
enough.
Star doesn't have the sound barrier, and that's the big deal.
Absolutely. So now we're going to see that Diva Bomb's online. We've got a Death Blossom moving into this
Is
next
there a touch?
fight. But I was going to say there might not be a next fight. However, a last-second touch. I didn't even catch who that was. It was a Zangbeast. Yeah, has to get out of there, trying to re-engage. Curly Fry keeping the support on the outside. Pixel Star already gone.
It goes down again before the sound barrier. That was their way back into this fight. But without it, it's so unclear. The way back in. Ball State come with the support now. They get to use the coalescence. They're going to have a sound barrier following this. This is all but written in the books for them. They're going to be tying things up 1-1 here.
Oh, I love to see it. Yeah, I think they're going to be tying it up unless something absolutely insane comes from Nylon, if they can even touch in time. But
look,
yeah, this is an end.
If I can trust Ball State right now, and they've been playing incredibly well on LAN. These guys have just stepped up the level of play they've been able to bring to the table since they got here. I fully trusted them to be able to do that. But now we head on to a map where that brawl becomes a lot tougher to play. We've seen this Metro out of them. It can solve a few of the problems here, and I know for a fact that they like to run it.
Yeah.
But it does not make it any more difficult against an Akron who has clearly scouted this out, right? This was their plan from the beginning. I mentioned it. They don't think Ball State have the dive in them, and they want to try and call them out. This is the map to do it.
Yeah, and you've got to talk about as well, you pull up any how-to Ryan video, right? The first thing is don't hold that shield and hold W. That's the only way to engage on this map, right? That's going to be really difficult for Penn Park to find any source of engagement without having that shield completely obliterated. However, Akron, they're playing an up-close and personal comp here in that Tracer ball. I really want to see what's going to happen. Seal, kind of the wild card. If Seal goes down, I think Ball State's going to get a huge advantage.
Yeah, it is kind of the two-group composition. We talked about this yesterday when they were playing Cincinnati. You've got the Enigma, the Ashe, and the Zenyatta who are sitting together, the Tracer, the Ball, and the Mercy flows in between those two groups. But the idea is to pincer Ball State from two sides. If Ball State can stay as a group, peel for their backline appropriately, they're going to be put in a pretty decent place. They're taking their time, setting themselves up with us Miller down, not looking too good. And that also means they're not going to have the EMP charge for the fight following this.
Yeah, I was just about to say that you look at that kind of bonus, you're 1/5 to an EMP, but you could be so much further had US Miller not gone down. Now, 1-for-1 trade in the supports.
Yeah, but it's Zangbeast going down. That's the main support for Ball State. They've got to damage their way out of this. Maybe us Miller can save them. Penn Park is still alive, thankfully, and it just no HP left with Nylon mowing him down. It's not looking too hot. Akron off the back of that early pick, just find everything.
Yeah, Ninja Curly Fry playing that close engagement Reaper, almost able to find a couple of kills, but sometimes the pressure is just enough. Akron simply on cleanup duty. That's the first cap. What was that, the second fight? And barely the first cap comes out of the end of it. Finna falls deep, and I've got to say, the ult economy, you'd think Akron would have an even more aggressive lead, but somehow Ball State's really not that far behind.
It is a significant enough lead, though. You have 4 players who are going to come up before Ball State.
Sure.
And I think that's pretty decent for them, especially playing into a Sombra who wants to lean on that EMP to allow their team to win those big fights. Us Miller only up to 60%. We're working on passive charge right now. It's not too pretty for him. And having to translocate out, the Sombra's not going to be here for this fight. They're just getting ready to take the shields being chunked out for Penn Park as they slowly approach the point. Big boop, though, sends them careening into that dynamite. And now it's pure panic on the side of Ball State. Set up beautifully by Seal.
Yeah, and you know, I'd say, Robert, if you would, but I mean, Stunnape doesn't even need the bomb. That's a triple kill without it. That's going to be the dynamite comes in. Akron cleaning house, a complete and total team kill. And they used 1 ultimate, 2 ultimates, but one of them's a pulse bomb. They'll have that in 10 seconds.
And here's the swap from Ball State. They're coming up on the EMP, so they'll have a way into the fight, if nothing else, but it's certainly a hard one coming in with no ultimates.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. And I've got to say, US Miller or Us Miller, I personally believe, I feel like we've gone too long without the EMP. You can be getting more value with a different DPS here.
You know, it's cost sunk fallacy. They're a little too far in. The EMP's up, and you know what? Us Miller's going to have it once this Transcendence drops. It's actually very, very good for Ball State that Tasmino tried to use it aggressively. As long as they can stay alive with Penn Park down, it's just not looking too good. They found the engagement just before Us Miller could get that EMP online. Extremely well-timed stuff from Akron.
Yeah, now there's going to be one more fight here for Ball State. They have to win it, or they're going to kiss Busan goodbye, right? So that EMP, talk about having a weight on your shoulders. That EMP has to land, has to hit, I'd say at least 2, 3 as almost a minimum here. Ball State, they've got the ultimates. They just need to find the kills afterward. Akron only has a Diva Bomb to their name.
And you know what? I mean, they can try and target down Tasmino. He's going to lose all that shield health the second the EMP comes out, and he doesn't have a Transcendence to save himself. So starting off with the bomb, Hornbox makes space, EMP out, and that's it. 2 players out when the shield gets taken down, and you know what? Without a player in sight, Ball State look good to finish this one off. They'll take it over, but alas, at what cost? 99% is a lot to work back at.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can't afford to lose even a fraction of a fight, right? You've got to have almost a full 6 every time. Trying to stagger out Eric here. I love that because it's going to help them gain a couple extra percentages. Yeah, poor Eric can't do a darn thing. There's no ledges to jump off of. You just have to try to engage without being taken offline. Now, the rest of the team here, this is tough. There's almost no ultimates at the ready. Nylon's got that pulse bomb, but Akron, they're going to have to win at least the first half of this fight pretty much dry.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be coming with the Valkyrie for some sustain. It just doesn't outdo the Sound
Exactly.
Barriers of Finna, if Finna times it well, which is a big if for them. Akron have a lot of ultimates that can be pretty chaotic. Let's see how they start this thing out. An engagement Sound Barrier coming out from Finna. Doesn't get onto the Winston, though, so his main tank is still feeling a lot of pain. Penn Park trade out for Tasmino, and things are looking very uncertain with the Resurrect going off for Akron, though. They're back up to 6 members strong, looking to retake this point with the Bob.
Here he comes, the 7th man, everybody's favorite aim Bob. Stunnape already able to find Finna with it. The Pulse Bomb not quite able to land, but Ninja Curly Fry still picks up Tasmino there. 1 support down both sides.
It's trying to be the difference with the Bob still lingering on the point. It's bordering on impossible. Ball State feeling so much pressure. They've got ultimates to make their way back in, but the mines are zoning them right back out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the zoning game now. This Wrecking Ball, as long as Seal's alive, we could look at a straight-up spin to win. Us Miller goes down. Finna finds Nylon, but still, I do believe the damage has been done.
A Resurrect on a Nylon gets him in, and yeah, Akron just continue to farm up on this point. And the fact that Pixel Star stayed alive for so long, the support line was still up. They're able to cap that one over. Akron, off the back of the ball comp, is going to be taking over map number 1.
It's a simple statement. I'm still going to make it here. I hope every map is as close as that one, because holy cow, what an amazing setup. What a great series. And of course, Stunnight play of the game. It's got to be that Bob into triple kill right after that amazing boop through shield onto the dynamite.
It's really the setup that did it.
It was amazing here. And Stunnape, I mean, it's just, like you said earlier, it's a shooting gallery at this point.
Absolutely wonderful stuff from Akron. And you know what? We talked a little bit about how we thought Ball State would be a little bit more uncomfortable on those larger maps, on the maps where they feel like they'd have to run dive. And that is the case, but the nice part is we've got a beautiful format here where they get that map pick, so they will have the opportunity to take them to hybrid. And I mean, a little leak. I know what map we're playing if we go to hybrid. I know that Ball State want to pick it, and I know that Akron are down to Clown.
I can tell you one thing confidently. Of all the teams I've spoken to that are left around in the tournament, I don't think we're going to be seeing Assault very often. That's a statement I can make. Enough teams have expressed disgust, distaste for Assault maps that they feel pretty unlikely unless somebody's trying to wild card something. But if I had to take a guess on which hybrid map we'd see, I mean, I know which one I would pick, but that doesn't necessarily mean which one the teams would pick.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a team that wants to run Brawl. I think we're almost certainly not going to Escort. There's too many dive maps there for them to pick. Maybe we go back to Control. There are some decent options like Lijiang should they want to play it, but again, Gardens would be hard there. So I'll be honest, it feels like an obvious choice. And to their credit, Ball looked incredible on Mecha Base. And they got some really, really great engages off on the other map as well when we were playing in downtown.
Yeah. So we're seeing this issue of you know you're pulling the shortest straw, but how short do you want to go, right? In these map types, there's so many that work well for the comp we've seen, but like you said, so many dive-centric comps as well, so many dive-centric maps that you have to decide, you know, which wall do you want to punch? Because one of them might work, but you're still punching the wall. You know, so it's an uphill climb, to say the very least, I think. So I do like what you said as well about going back to Control at some point. I think that that's semi-realistic. I think that Lijiang Tower, you statistically, theoretically win the next two if you don't win Gardens, right? But I got to say, I didn't say it out loud, but I'm glad I was right. I'm glad we're going to this one.
Look, let's be real. Ball State are a rush/brawl composition team through and through. Of course they want to play Kings. And I spoke directly to Akron earlier, and they talked about map counterpicks and trying to play the dive, this, that, and the other. But the one thing they promised me was that if hybrid was chosen, they would not ban Kings. They would 100% allow it. They want to give us some classic Overwatch, and they guaranteed me they'd be giving me some Brawl. They want to show us the old school stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just Kings Row, my personal favorite map in the entire game. As a Reinhardt player, I can't not love it. I adore this map. I think it's great. And Ball State, Penn Park in particular, when they had the Earth Shatters, we saw some huge ones. And Kings Row built for huge shatters. So Penn Park, absolutely the player I'm keeping an eye on here. Unless he goes Winston and everything I say is just tossed out the window.
It's all right. They're in the attacking spawn. Let's talk about what Akron are running, though, because we saw them do this on Kings Row as well. This is the composition that they brought out for their full hold. Well, not a full hold. They got taken on point A and then spawn camped them for 6 minutes.
Right.
It was brutal, which, again, is not even BM. There is a very deadly spawn camp here if you timed it. And I was talking to Stunape about it. It's something we've seen in contenders before. It's really, really powerful, and this guy's knowledge is just so good. But the point A success wasn't quite great for them. They got jumped on pretty quick, and Ball State are going to look to do the same thing.
Yeah. And, Ninja Curly Fry probably, it looks like they're going to swap, but I was going to say, I always call that the Kings Row Widow. You know, you look for a headshot, you don't land it, you just dip. We've seen it on a couple other maps as well, but usually Kings Row. It's going to be a high ground engagement from Ball State. It's going to be interesting. I wonder if they're going to try to go for that collapse comp, if you will, just kind of rush in and try to make some noise. I'm really not sure what Akron's trying to do here, trying to get some third-party information. Probably going to go for a May wall here, but when you rotate through the hotel, the May wall becomes a little harder to pull off.
I love that rotate there from Ball State. They caught Akron off, and now with the wall being down, they get to use it to their own advantage, force Akron to go around you, and then start working on that Reinhardt shield. Now with both teams playing Ring Around the Rosie on point, let's find out just who's the winner. Both Reinhardt's under a lot of pressure. Ninja Curly Fry, though, chunking out that shield. An appropriate wall used beautifully by us. Miller catches out the Reinhardt, and that's a lot of pressure. Akron have got to find a place to take a breather. They will back around the corner.
Yeah, they've got to take a breather. The shield, I mean, we can see it. It's cracking. It's almost down entirely. So it's going to be these slow rotations. It's all who loses someone first.
Yep, fights back up. Great disengage by Akron, and now they get to find a re-engage with an application matrix of their own. Good wall by us Miller to counter exactly that, but it's Stunape coming up with the goods first. Zang Beast out after a very long and prolonged pre-fight. They've got to find a way back in, but without a main support, it is so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that was just absolute cleanup crew there. Stunape hit the ult fire of a lifetime, killed with a headshot, and then Ball State crumbled. Like you said, no main support, probably no fight win.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. Stunape has been okay with the walls, but it's been the right clicks where he really shines. You can see 30% ahead of us Miller right now in ultimate charge. That is not an insignificant amount. But Akron have a big lead here, and I want to see how little they have to use to actually win this. They'll start out with the Deadeye, look for the Shadow in the backline. It's 2 of the 3 ultimates out, and the Blizzard looks to finish things off here. Ball State going 1 for 1, though, aren't in the worst place until finally they get collapsed on here. But having taken out 2, that's some decent spawn timers, and with all 3 of those ultimates from Akron being used, they're going to be in a good position for the next fight.
Absolutely. Eric almost just got demech'd by Hornbach remeching. That was almost very bad, but no. They were able to dash away. They were able to booster away. Nylon finds that baby Diva kill, so you get you know, 10, 15 seconds extra credit here.
This is going to be pretty fast from Ball State. They know they have the man advantage. They should go in here 5v6. It's not even 5v6. They have the man advantage because the players from Akron are taking so long to get back, but they wait for the baby demon nonetheless. So it's going to be just in time. Zang Beast out, though. Another big problem for Ball State. Going to calmly back away, use that wall, just wait for the support to spawn. It's 10 seconds off the clock, but at least you're not giving any more away.
You hit the nail on the head as clean as Stunape is hitting these headshots. It's these old fires making a world of difference here. I mean, this has been the second fight in a row. Stunape is the reason that it's won for Akron. There's hardly a fight afterwards. Now, Ball State going to have 5 of the 6 ults moving into this. They might just have to press Q already. One of them down the drain. Here comes that Blizzard. Going to have to make a difference. Finna dropping the beat as well. This is all about that impact, and it looks like Ball State maybe has finally cracked this fight open.
And the Blizzard was huge. I gotta give props to Stunape. The wall was absolutely perfect, but when you're trying to counter ultimates, you need some more ultimates to do it. It was a great fight by Akron, but Ball State, with that ultimate advantage, come ahead.
It took them 75% of the time they had, but any time is good time, right? And they're going to get additional time as soon as they cap that point. Now, the thing I'm going to be focusing on is I always call the first part of the Streets phase Kings Row 1.5 because we always see teams get stalled there. And I'm afraid if Ball State loses this engagement right now, we're going to see another spawn hole.
Yeah, they don't want to get held at that choke point right now. They'll have to back away. Akron taking it aggressively. They're trying to utilize that Deadeye. This is a great, amazing amplification matrix.
Yeah.
Forces them right back, trades ult for ult, and gets you space to start working on that cart. And now space to charge up more ultimates.
There was a spot in there. Penn Park was sub 100 HP easily. I really thought Ball State was going to lose the man tank, and that would have spelled nothing short of disaster. Hornbach isn't going to be able to find some kills, but a Blizzard and a beat from Akron, I mean, that's going to crack it wide open. The Blizzard's huge.
But we're in the same position we were a couple fights ago.
Right.
Akron have only a shatter to their name. Ball State are coming off of Blizzard and a shatter of their own, so no one's really on the same timings here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're seeing quite an interesting spawn camp. We did predict this if Ball State was to lose that fight. Akron, they're just going to get up close and personal. This is almost what I call the Havana hold, right? You go into spawn, you just be that general nuisance. Any time is good time.
Y'all ever play Tiny Overwatch? Very similar. Seal just lays them out. The shield under so much pressure. A perfect immortality film from Zang Beast. It buys you a couple more seconds, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, I mean, when you're stuck in a Reinhardt and he's staring you in the face, each of those swings doing, what, 85 damage a swing? Something absurd like that. So, I mean, just Akron, like you said, Tiny Overwatch at its finest. They're going to try to TP out here.
I think it's the right call. They're going to have a quick way in. TP out, jump on that cart, and get that thing going through the choke point. Akron decide for the engage. Shatter connects on to 3 on the ground. Blizzard to follow up here for Ball State. It's an easy win for them to take this one through the choke point. And now those staggered ultimates that we were talking about, how now none of these ultimates are coming up on the same time for both the teams, are really helping you out there getting through that tough choke point.
Absolutely. Now, Ball State, we talk about this. We see us Miller and Stunape are complete antithesis of one another. They are complete polar opposites. Every time one of them has Blizzard, the other doesn't. So we really want to look at the Blizzard from Stunape here, because if this Blizzard isn't successful, Akron kind of throws away that small lead.
You know what? There's a good chance that it might not be. Ball State have 2 support ults a month.
Yes.
Great count. Wait, Ninja Curly Fry. Throws a teleporter up. Is anything going back behind them?
Might be a bait.
It's just a bait.
Yeah.
Just a fake out. Amplification Matrix is going to buy them space. Stunape looking for the angle to get the Blizzard in here. But now it's segmented away from the rest of the team. Stunape has to be very, very careful. That's the wall. That's also the ice block. The Blizzard has to come out, but the E just isn't quite there. Hornbach tried his best to get it, but it was just too late. Akron find the engagement off the back of the Blizzard, and they're going to take another one away.
Yeah, lucky enough, Hornbach was the one to eat a lot of that Blizzard damage, kind of caught out Stunape, but unfortunately the team still just took too much damage. Now this is specifically my Kings Row 1.5, is this corner right here. We have seen World Championships end on that spot right there. So Ball State, they've got maybe 2 more tries, but I think we're just looking at 1.
Not that ultimate up to do it either, right? We're missing the Blizzard. We've only got the sound barrier. A bomb Akron can pretty much equalize that. The amplification matrix is going to be so good for them. You got to get pretty creative here, and they're working their way around the high ground to do exactly that. That amplification matrix will line up nicely with the end of this high ground, but they shouldn't use it too early. Otherwise, Akron are just going to back away calmly around the corner. It looks like they want to drop directly on top of them, but it is very tricky to do. Both teams having the sound barrier up, though. If this fight gets hectic, the Lucio that uses it second is more than likely going to win their team the fight. Ball State now for the engage. Let's take a look at how they want to get this done. Turrets out for Ninja Curly Fry. They start the push. Sound barrier out first from Pixel Star, then Finna both early though. And the bomb from Hornbach finishes off one. Shatters out from Seal. Not sure how many people end up on the ground there, but Ball State looks to be doing pretty all right for themselves. Seal with the follow-up though through the amplification matrix, finds himself a win.
Yeah, Penn Park, insult to injury here, able to find a double Earth Shatter. It's going to be Seal Penn Park finding 2. Ball State, this is their time to shine. It's Penn Park.
They kept the perfect 3 players up. They kept the Baptiste, they kept the Symmetra, they kept the Reinhardt. 1 support, 1 damage, 1 tank, everything they needed to fight their way back in.
And that Sim, I mean, she was plugged in. That microwave was full power. She was just roasting people, cooking them to shreds. Yeah, I mean, Penn Park, I'm confident to say Penn Park just won that fight for Ball State.
And now Ball State have got not much, but they do have more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 90 seconds. I mean, that realistically, they're probably not making it to the end, and if they are, it's going to be in overtime. 90 seconds is not enough to complete this. Here's a high noon from the Cowboy, rootin' tootin'. Let's see the shooting. Penn Park will go down. Now a blizzard from U.S. Miller.
It's a flank blizzard, though, and it comes after Ball State have already been taken out by theirs. It's just a little too slow. Question is, do they want to back out? The Symmetra's charged up, and with them being taken out, yeah, it is one more fight.
Yeah, last fight territory. I mean, maybe you get 2, but if you win, you're going to get maybe 1 more. If you lose, you'll get the second one, but I don't know if the card's going to go far.
Look, for Ball State, this is it. This
Yeah,
could be your
very
last
much so.
map on the stage should you lose this game. And you know what? They'll get to play a little bit later, but they want to make the statement win. Akron and Ball State, like we said, have been at each other's throats this whole weekend. This is a statement piece for them. They want to put up as much fight as they can on the attacking side. Walls out from either side. Ultimate's up for Akron. The shatter from Seal is what you got to watch. Connects onto 2. It's an all right shatter, but Ball State have a counter push. This is perfectly played by them. And Stunnife oversteps his bounds. Application makes to try and buy a little something, but a perfectly put up photon barrier for Ball State gives them the space they need to charge up that microwave and get to beaming.
Yeah, gets a beaming indeed. 1 turns into 2. Hornbach does go down, but the trade clearly in advantage of Ball State. Ninja Curly Fried. That's got to be it. That's a double DPS headshot kill. Microwave unplugged. I think Ball State's going to lose this one.
This is problematic for Ball State. They'll back away for a couple seconds, waiting for the re-engage. Who's touching? Finna. No chance at the touch. Penn Park out as well, forced into the line of sight of that Deadeye. And Akron hold it point C, but I'll be honest, if I'm Akron, if I'm as confident as they were going into this match, I'd be a little shaken up. That's some good distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things looked good for Akron at the beginning, right? They got Ball State all the way down to a little over a minute before first point cap even happened. Akron really had that positive advantage, that great momentum moving forward. They were looking for a full hold. And then Ball State, they picked up the ball, and it just kept rolling. It just kept going. Every fight they were supposed to lose, they found a way to win it, and they made it all the way to third point.
Yeah, and, you know, considering what we saw happen to Cincinnati yesterday, which was, you know, tough to see, it's hard to break that spawn hold. Ball State doing it with ease. Teleport out, they get their ultimates up, they use it beautifully. Now they get to set up their own defense, and I am all but certain we're going to be seeing the same compositions.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing was they didn't just TP to get out. They stuck to the sim. They stayed on it. That was so interesting because I don't personally consider Kings Row a Symmetra map, right? Now, you don't see her very often. She's usually utilized more for her teleporter than anything else, but Ninja Curly Fry, I mean, made it work. I mean, it was so impressive.
Yeah, and I really like the Reaper.
I agree.
The Reaper's been fantastic for them. Not having to run the Cowboy. The Deadeye is nice to have for them, but the real damage threat that they're offering up to Eric and Seal has been problematic, and I have a pretty good feeling that they will swap off of whatever 6-man they're running right now back to Brawl, knowing Akron. And, no, you know, having talked to them earlier on in the match, I think they're down to run the mirror again.
Oh, for sure. And Nylon going for, you know what I called that Kings Row Widow. Probably going to look for one headshot. Probably won't find it because people know people do that, and then swap onto something a little more realistic. It looks like Seal's going to be sticking to it as well. Full rotation from Akron here. I suspect Nylon's going to follow suit.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, there is a small weakness here for Ball State. Like, Farah could be a real problem.
Oh, absolutely.
Farah is not bad on this map. I don't know whether Akron want to swap or whether they just want to, you know, honor the mirror matchup here, because that really was something they were concerned about when the Brawl comes out. But let's see if they can win the fight to start things off. Stunnife with the second wall will be throwing up the counter. Ball State looking for an engagement here, but with the shield going down, the Reinhardt forced back into the immortality field of Zangbeast, and Akron have the advantage because they have that immortality field up, because the Reinhardt shield is going to be a little bit better off, and now because they're the ones who have a May wall, whereas Ball State used theirs to get back in. This is a tough re-engage for Ball State to make, but they have an Amplification Matrix now to do it. Pushing them back, Penn Park goes down, and not enough damage being thrown through the Amplification Matrix makes it significantly harder.
Yeah, and I want to point out, other than the Lucio, everybody on the side of Akron is charging their ult notably faster.
It's so quick, and that's finally the immortality field out, but at what cost? Akron are clearly above and ahead in resources in this fight.
What?
They will slowly be ending, and Ninja Curly Fry does take out a main tank, but not before the point gets taken.
They capped! That's gotta hurt for Ball State. They were there for the whole fight until the very end. It was they just weren't on point. Akron, I'm confident that Akron got that for free.
And they're gonna get to break the choke for free as well, because the May was the last one to go down. Even with the Lucio Taxi, it's gonna be pretty hard to get back in time.
Yeah, that was devastating for the time bank here against Ball State. That was we're over 5 minutes right now. That is more than a minute they started with. This is a really good spot for Akron. 3, almost 4, nearly 5 ultimates about to make an appearance. Ball State, they are going to have a couple of their own there, so I'm not ready to write them out quite yet.
All right, let's see how this fight goes. Seal gets walled off, beautifully placed by us, Miller, in a bad position for Akron. You're stuck between a rock and a very icy place. Throwing out a Blizzard in counter, though. Akron tried to fight their way back in, but unless Stunnet and Nylon can come up with something big right here, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to. Zangief is in the back line. Is now stunned out of the ultimate, though, and Tosmino taking it upon himself to dish out the damage. Still, a couple members of Akron floating around here, and just enough to win off the fight.
Absolutely, Akron, they're able to turn that one around. They used the high noon, and that was really all they needed. The stun on the Ninja Curly Fry, it was the turning point, right? That Death Blossom would have been nothing short of colossal. I think it would have found both supports and probably the Cowboy, but it was just stunned out, and Ball State crumbled underneath it.
And we're fast approaching that yellow box of victory. Ball State needs to get a fight in here before this point is captured. You can tell they want to, but it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of forcing. They're going to be running into an amplification matrix down a long corridor. This is not where you want to be, and I think they've thought the wiser of it as well. Taking this corner fight is going to be the last one they get to try and stop Akron from running through them. Few ultimates up, and Hornbach around the corner. Amplification matrix used, frozen up, don't take it down. Ninja Curly Fry is out, Shatter lands onto a few members, but Sound Barrier used to counter that out of Akron. Follow-up is all there from Akron. And you know what? They don't need much more than that to finish off a fight. They had all the ultimates up. The Shatter landed, and the Sound Barrier just icing on the cake.
Yeah, it's just all Akron all day. Now, Ball State, they've got one more chance to re-engage, and that's if they kind of speed boost. They've got the Sombra out, which I'm not a huge fan of because she's not going to get
the
EMP.
ball's in. This is desperation.
Yeah, this is desperate.
Hornbach and Penn Park. The main tank's going to be taking a lot of damage. The brunt of the force. Wisely, though, backing them off. Now Hack onto the Reinhardt. Seals in a very, very uncomfortable position. It will be taken out. It's not too bad for Ball State, but they've got to find the picks. And with Ninja Curly Fry taken out of the fight, it's all up to us, Miller, to do the damage here. Otherwise, it's just spawns for Ball State, and the spawns aren't spawning long enough. Akron up to will take down Ball State.
Yeah, and that was just, they went for stall swaps, excuse me, but then they got to a point where they could only stall because their swaps were Wrecking Ball and Sombra, so they had no damage available, and they weren't going to live long enough for somebody to catch up.
It was a great hack on the seal, but
absolutely.
I mean, all we can do is tip our hat to Akron. And Ball State, I mean, going into this, we knew Akron was the #2 seed. We knew they were coming in strong, and Ball State put up everything on the table. They played amazingly this weekend, but Akron are the ones moving ahead.
Yeah, Akron, I mean, simply tore it up. They really did. It was very close there on boost. On the Kings Row was all Akron all day long. That was really just a phenomenal turnaround, a phenomenal success from them. And I mentioned Ball State kind of rolling on Kings Row. Akron wasn't rolling. They picked up the cart and just like carried it. They just walked through. They were doing a conga line through Kings Row there. It was a phenomenal startup for them today.
Yeah, and they've got more matches to come. They're going to have that winners final coming up in just a bit. And you know what? I think it's about time that we get a look into their mind because they've been so smart this whole time.
Yeah.
I mentioned Stunip watching these VODs back. The whole team has been planning every single one of these matches. And I honestly, they have more matches to prepare for. And I know that should Northwood come out ahead of Bethel, they are more than prepared. They have been studying Northwood for a long time. This is the match they've been wanting all weekend. They've been on opposite sides of the bracket, just staring one another down. And they got to make quite the statement to win it.
Yeah, I mean, Northwood, they are kind of the target on the back, right? I mean, they are just the one to be keeping an eye on. Everybody's looking at them coming into this. They're the recognizable name, so to speak. They are the big dog. But we can talk a little bit more about that later. Let's see what Paulie's got going down on the main floor.
Thank you so much, Dor. Well, I'm here with the winners here, Akron University Zips, who are going to be moving on to the winners finals. So great job, you guys played amazing. I'm here with Pixelstar. What did you see out of that match? I mean, what's the feeling like on the team?
I mean, we kind of went out with it with we got to play our own game, got to play our own tempo, and just being able to play the comfort maps. We were able to just play what we know, play well, and we just did it, and we went out and played what we knew.
What was that?
They also picked into us after watching what we did to Cincy, so that's helpful.
So it gave you a little bit of help there to get the W. Well, Ball State, unfortunately, gets the L. One of my favorite teams in the event, so unfortunate there. But you guys are playing amazing. You're going to be going on to the winners finals. What are some words you have for potentially either Northwood or Bethel's?
I mean, we're not going to take it sitting down. We're coming.
Excellent. Well, there it is. Let's go. Coming up next, we have our second semifinals matchup in Overwatch on the road to Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. Coming up next, we'll have the 1 seed going against the 5 seed. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we return, we'll have Overwatch semifinals once again.
My name is Alex Weber, and I go by Stunape. I play Overwatch, and I go to the University of Akron, and I am their flex DPS.
Is this your first LAN with the team? How long have you been playing for them?
Not my first LAN with the team. I've been with the University of Akron, played with them for a couple seasons now. I went to a LAN with the previous team, but with the current roster, this is our first time playing together at a LAN.
Now, you've got a lot of history with a lot of these teams, a lot of these players. You know a lot about a lot of these players. I got to ask you, what kind of mark do you want to make on their history? What kind of message do you want to leave for them after this tournament?
I want them to remember us as the better team, pretty much. A lot of them, I've seen them in ranked. One of them sent me a pretty upsetting message about Akron, and we let them know in the last time we played against them, and it's going to be the same way this time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name is Eric Holstein, and I go by Eric in-game. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron, and I play both off-tank and flex support.
Is this your first LAN? How long have you been playing with the team?
This is my second year on the team, and this is my first LAN with the team.
Okay, now, have you had much experience with the other schools here?
Yeah, we play Ball State in the ESC conference, and we've played a little bit against Cincinnati. We had a match against them recently, and yeah.
Well, you play a couple of roles. It's clear that like somehow it carries over, right? What you're doing from one to the other, you're keeping this team together from role to role. What kind of is the lead over there that allows you to do both of those at the same time and fulfill a similar role within the team on different roles?
Well, I've learned a lot of what I know right now from our last team's flex support, and he kind of, because I came into this team with almost no team experience, and he kind of taught me a lot of what I know right now. So I just take a lot what I've learned from him.
All right. Now, on two different roles, how are you going to make the difference against these other teams?
Well, in this tournament, I'll be solely playing off-tank, but I just want to help enable my team and enable one of my favorite players, which is StunUp.
My name is Daniel Mendoza, and I go by Seal. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron, and I play main tank.
All right, first LAN, are you excited to be here? How long have you been with the team?
Yeah, this is my first LAN. I've joined the team, well, this is my first season with the team, so I'm pretty excited.
All right, you're pretty new to the team, but it seems like from what they're telling me, you're starting to get some real confidence in the comp. You're starting to get some confidence in the game. How are you going to put that confidence on the other teams tomorrow? How can we expect to see you pop off?
You're going to hear a lot of monkey callouts probably.
All right, so he's leading the dives. Who should have a target on their back? Who should be looking at it? Is it the supports? Is it the DPS? Who do you want more than anybody else out there to know you're coming for them?
Break players.
I am Frankie Ketchum, and my in-game name is Tosmino. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron, and I am the team's flex support player.
All right, is this your first LAN? How long have you been playing for the team?
This is not my first LAN. I've been to one other LAN, but I was a sub at the time. This is my 2.5 year, because I came in halfway through our school's first year.
All right, now I've been told you got, for support, some pretty dirty aim. What do you have to say to all of the DPS out there that are going to be coming for your throat in this tournament?
I have a sleep dart, and I can count to 3.
Thank you.
My name is Austin Huger, and I am the hit scan player, and I go by Nyla. I play Overwatch at the University of Akron.
All right, is this your first LAN?
First LAN, yeah.
How long have you been playing with the team?
This is my first year with the team.
All right, so I've heard some pretty nasty stuff about your Widowmaker. For all the teams that have to play against it, what advice do you have?
It's a 50-50. I either hit nothing or hit everything. So don't catch me on a bad day, because then I'll be in the back line, usually.
All right, so any advice at supports trying to avoid the wrath? Anyone who wants to come at your Widowmaker, should they try and duel you?
I'll scream.
How many dinks can I expect to hear tomorrow?
Probably 10. I'm gonna estimate 10.
Paul Hirsch, and I go by Pixel Star. I play Overwatch for the University of Akron as their main support.
Is this your first LAN? How long have you been playing for the team?
This is my first LAN. This is my first season playing with the team.
All right, now when you're looking at an Overwatch battlefield, when we're watching you play tomorrow, where should we expect you to be the most?
Going hard in the paint, either on their back line or with my own support.
Thank you very much. He's honest. He's quick.
Are you planning your next birthday party, team building event, or any other special celebration? Check generations-adventureplex.com. We're talking over 33,000 square feet of experiences featuring axe throwing, laser tag, VR experience, bowling 20 feet in the air, and if that's not enough to get your adrenaline flowing, take a 30-foot drop on the indoor drop tower. Generations Adventureplex in Mishawaka, Indiana. Fun for all generations.
Colin Kahn, Windmill. I play Overwatch, go to the University of Cincinnati, and play main tank.
All right, this is your first LAN. How long have you been with the team?
I've been with the team since 2018. I was on the original UC Overwatch team.
Now, I've heard a lot about your hyper-aggressive main tank and about how it causes your supports some distress. What do you have to say to your supports to really get them going with you here?
Sorry. I'm just gonna need you to come with me.
Jaden, choose my tag. Overwatch, University of Cincinnati, and I play support for the team.
All right, this is your first LAN. How long have you been with the team?
I've been with the team since 2019.
And this is my first LAN?
This is my second.
Okay. Now, I've heard word that you are not exactly normally a support player. You're normally playing DPS. How do you plan on taking those skills that you've learned in DPS, adapting them in support, and then unleashing them on other teams?
I find myself in the back line on Zenyatta quite often, I think.
You just end up there?
Somehow.
I'm Caden. My tag is Silver Talon.
All right, game, school, and what role do you play with the team?
Overwatch, University of Cincinnati, and I play off-tank.
All right, is this your first LAN? How long have you been with the team?
It's my first LAN, and I've played since 2019.
Now, I've heard you're a particularly hungry off-tank. Are you coming tomorrow with an empty stomach?
I might not be playing too much Diva tomorrow, but if I do, then it's on.
All right, so any particular heroes that you see on the opposing side that just make you that much more likely to want it?
The Zarya's, the Maze, the Krees, all those are high targets.
All right, anything you can gobble up. Now, when you're playing, are you playing particularly more aggressively, defensively? Are you trying to help your team out more?
I would say I'm like the peel bot for the team. I'm all over the place, helping the supports, helping the tanks, whatever I can do.
What do you think your team would do without you?
Our main tank would die a lot.
My name is Mitchell Post, and I am Reginald. Overwatch, University of Cincinnati, and main support.
All right, this is your first LAN. How long have you been playing with the team?
This is my first LAN, and I've been playing since last year, so 2020.
Now, I've heard a lot of word of you mysteriously appearing within people's backlines on a particular hero. You want to explain a little bit more about that?
Well, you know, you get a little goofy on Lucio, and it's easy to get into the backlines when you go real fast. So it just happens, you know.
All right, who's got a target on their head when you're back there?
Any supports, anybody that I can just easily kill. Probably not McCree, because he can press E and make my life not fun. So.
That's all right. I think you're out here trying to make a lot of other people's lives not fun, right?
Yeah, well, that's the goal when you play Lucio. So.
My name is Andy, and I go by Andog. I play Overwatch for the University of Cincinnati, and I am a projectile DPS.
All right. Is this your first LAN? Are you excited to be here?
Oh yeah, this is my first LAN. Been playing for 2 or 3 years on the Overwatch team. I'm ready to play.
I've heard some good stuff about your Genji.
Oh yeah.
All right. I gotta ask. You gotta set a number. You gotta set a bar for yourself tomorrow. How many are you taking out with this nano blade?
At least 3 every blade, easily.
All right. Thank you.
I'm Alex, and my tag is Archimedes. I play Overwatch. I'm from the University of Cincinnati, and I play hitscan DPS.
All right. This is your first LAN. How long have you been playing with the team?
This is my first LAN. I started in 2020.
What heroes can we expect to see you on tomorrow?
Mostly McCree, Tracer, that kind of hit scan DPS.
And who should be looking out for you the most?
Probably the Reddit Lucios and the other dive DPS because I'll be trying to keep my back line alive mostly.
We've got a lot of Reddit Lucios out there tonight. I think maybe one on every single team I've interviewed. What do you have to say directly to them?
Play carefully, watch for flashbang, and that's about it, I think.
For the CNC Midwest Region Invitational. And let's get this party started.
I'm really looking forward to being able to play in person against these people.
Where should we expect you to be the most?
Going hard in the paint, either on their back line or with my own support.
I'm really looking forward to meeting all the other players actually. That's one of the cool things is we play these teams online actually quite a bit, and getting to meet them and interacting with them is going to be super cool.
Let's make some noise! Let's get it hype in here! Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the road to the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. We are here once again for the Overwatch division presented by Army ROTC in conjunction with Esports and the Collegiate Sports Management Group. So without further ado, let's bring up our next semifinals match, which is going to feature the number 5 seed Bethel Pilots local team going against the number 1 seed, Northwood. So let's make some noise real quick. Let's get the hype up in this arena. I want to hear it. Let's go. Beautiful. All right, introducing first in the 5 seed. Coming out first, it's going to be Momo. Make some noise. Woo. Perfect. And her teammate here coming out, it's going to be Brandon. Following Brandon, it's going to be Zach. Let's bring out Zach to the stage, the third member of their Overwatch team. Coming up next here is Kuda. Let's hear it for Kuda. Beautiful. And following Kuda is going to be Quibsy. Let's hear it for Quibsy. And to round out their team is going to be Big J5. Woo! There it is. Your Bethel pilots. Guys, take your seats and get ready, because they are going to have quite the task ahead of them. Coming up next, we have the #1 seed across both games here, Rocket League as well as Overwatch. It's going to be Northwood University. And bringing them out first is going to be Seasons. They're deep in the tunnel. Not moving for anybody. Coming up next, we got Cowman 711. And his teammate here coming up next is Tyler. Fourth member of their team here is going to be G-Rob. Let's hear it for G-Rob to the stage. Fifth member here of Northwood University is going to be Landon. And to round out their team, it is going to be Lep. Let's hear it for Lep. Bring him to the stage. This is your Northwood University Overwatch team. Nice, they'll take their stages here. And without further ado, let's throw it up to Door and Septulence for the cast. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Paulie. It's time, finally. We get to head to our others winners semifinal, and this couldn't be a more fun match, right?
Absolute.
Home team up against the indomitable Northwood. It's really a story that writes itself.
Oh, I mean, absolutely, yeah, a story that writes itself, and it's going to be quite interesting to see kind of what's going into this. I know Bethel, I spent a lot of time with them yesterday, so I know them a little bit more than I know Northwood, but I know one thing about Northwood, and it really threw me off yesterday. I watched two of them play a game as Roadhog. One of them was the mouse, and one of them was the keyboard. I don't know who the players were, but they, like, won the game. Like, it was weird.
And they're probably still better than
me on
yeah,
Roadhog.
yeah.
Like, it was kind of insane. So I don't think they're busting out a two-man Roadhog today, but it definitely threw me off when I watched them do it.
They've got the subs to do it, and they are coming in with a beautiful roster. I mean,
Yes.
Seasons, Cowman, Tyler, G-Rob, Landham, Lep. I think they have Yamitra in the wings should they even need them. This is a stacked roster top to bottom. Normally Northwood, a 4 to 5 contenders player roster, absolutely stacked to the brim. But if we look at Bethel, who also put up a good showing yesterday, finding a win in their match, I'm not actually too disappointed in how they played. They played really well coordinated. They showed great play up against Southern Illinois. And I think if they can continue to find that coordination and really lock it up together, not allow Northwood to surround them anyway, not find any alternate paths, right? A lot of times when you see really strong teams play teams or lower seeds, they'll try to get away with these flanks. They'll try to go away with these aggressive moves. We saw charges all over the place yesterday from Calman. And if Bethel can hold their ground, make sure they're not allowed to get away with that stuff, I think we're in a position where we could see a competitive map or two.
Yeah, like I mentioned at the beginning, I know Bethel a little bit more. I watched one of their games yesterday. I wasn't able to catch Northwoods, but I know two players I'm keeping an eye out on. Quibsy, the B goes first.
There you go. Yep.
Quibsy on that main tank role absolutely was tearing it up yesterday, a phenomenal performance, but really couldn't have capitalized as well without Zach in the DPS department. Brought out an Ash yesterday, and I swear the dude maybe missed 2 shots an entire map. It was beyond absurd, the damage that he was bringing to the table.
I can't believe you're going to dismiss the achievements of Big J5.
That's true. That's true.
Somehow managed to get a 7K in a game that only has 6 players. I have no clue how, and then he continued to just tear it up on every single hero he brought out. Huge shout out to Momo as well, who was peeling incredibly well because the tracer for the opposing side was just ripping them apart. The second she got on it with D.Va, it was no longer a problem.
A fun fact about her, actually, that I got a real kick out of, found this out yesterday. She wears a sock on her head beneath her headset so it doesn't ruin her hair.
See, I got to do that.
I know. I was like, that's
what I got to do.
That's a great idea, but it was very funny to look over and see all these players like competitive Overwatch, and then she just had a sock on her
head. It might be a beanie. I'm not sure.
No, it's a sock. I asked.
Is it
It's
actually?
like a full-blown sock. It had like little decals on it. Like it's a sock. It's pretty crazy.
That's how you build a brand.
Honestly.
Well done.
The sock diva. What is that? Like this.
That's what I'm saying. That she wins and that she's picture ready.
It's a good luck charm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, they got to win it first, and like we said, Northwood's pretty tough. I'm curious to see where they go first. I've heard whispers between these two teams.
We've heard some interesting whispers.
Some very fun whispers. I am fairly certain we're going to control first, and I'm fairly certain that it's going to be a good time, to say the least.
If what we have been told is true, and these players do like to BM, maybe they're giving us a hard time, but if what we were told is true, I am the most excited for this than anything I've been a part of today, because this is all I could have asked for and more. I'm very excited.
No matter what happens, Bethel are at the very least going out with a bang. And I want to see exactly what we get out of Northwood as well. They're always willing to entertain. They're always willing to play the crowd. And you know what? Yesterday we saw a little bit of off-rolling. We saw a little bit of players playing really aggressively. We still got to see those players on Heroes. We're used to seeing them on right. Cowman does have a very good Ryan. Usually plays it when his main tank is playing Orisa. Cowman usually plays off tank, but does have kind of a back pocket Ryan. Seasons brought out the Wrecking Ball for Li Zhang. That was actually really well coordinated for playing Wrecking Ball Reinhardt on Li Zhang, all things being said. And on top of that, we got to see Lev Lucio absolutely sending people off the map.
Goodness, that was absurd. I did catch that part of the map because nobody stopped talking about it. It was absolutely insane. The Lucio impact there was very impressive. I'm curious, is it going to be, I don't want to call it a Lucio carry. I just think it had a positive impact. But, okay, actually, it's about to be a Lucio carry now that we've been told what map is coming up.
Yep, we're going to Ilios. We get Well and we get Lighthouse. There's a whole lot of ledges to work with, and you know what? I think both these teams are more than happy with the pick. Maybe we get that Roadhog you were talking about, hook some people into the pit. I would be real happy to get that out of Northwood. And for Bethel, best of luck.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely going to be, of course, another David versus Goliath. Bethel, 5th seed. Northwood, obviously, 1st seed, right? So it's going to be one of the teams statistically has that expectation. But Bethel, I think they have exceeded their seed placement already. I think they've made it very far in the tournament. And seeing them play, I was like, I'm very surprised this team has been found in the 5th seed place. They really have some positive attributes.
Individually, I think is where they're really, really shine. You mentioned Quibsy going crazy. We mentioned Big J5. Right, Alyssa was popping off for the backline supports. We're staying alive extremely well and very consistent for the team. The Immortality field really impressed me a lot coming out of them. And I think we can expect more of that from Bethel. And again, they're going to need every last bit of, not just that individual skill, because trying to duel out Northwood is a death wish, right? But they're going to need to bring that together, tie it together. You're looking at the main tank. You're looking at the players to bring themselves into one call to make sure they're coordinated. We're getting ready to hop into map number 1, though. We're starting off on Ruins to kick off the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing matchup here. Ruins, I think, is going to be interesting because I think if we're going to see a Widowmaker at all from any team, here it is, right? This is arguably the most Widow-eccentric map in the game. It's one where we really see Widowmakers make or break things for teams, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We may not see them at all. I really want to keep an eye on these main tanks, and I want to keep an eye on the DPS slot for a very special reason, but we won't go too far into that quite yet.
No, I think we're getting ready for some shenanigans. Bethel is down to play Northwood as well. Arguing for the turret. Do we get the turret 1v1? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Northwood and Bethel.
We talked about it. Northwood, they love putting on a show. Bethel, they told us last night they were going to try to do this, and it looked like they have succeeded. We are going to get a Torbjorn Hammer 1v1 as soon as the point unlocks for that first cap.
And you know what? Both these teams are ready for it. They'll surround the point. It's Big J5 versus Tyler. They've got the hammers out. The Dukes are up. Let's see who ends up taking the win as they surround the point here.
Scratch it. Forget 6v6. Forget 5v5. We've got 1v1 right now. Tyler versus Big J5. Bringing the heat as soon as this point unlocks. It is going to be a Torbjorn 1v1.
Give me a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get at it! Big J5 versus Tyler, both immediately popping their overloads. Going at it, swinging the hammers fast. Tyler with a quick little disengage. Both of them drop just below half HP. Big J with an advantage. Tyler going down.
Oh, Big J!
Northwood! First take over to Bethel!
Bethel, they are going to find that first cap. Oh my goodness, Big J5, he told us he'd win, and the man meant it. 28% on the Torbjorn already, and counting. Bethel, they are ready to tear it up on Ruins.
Northwood's angry though, Tyler. A 4.5K hit scan player. This guy does not mess around with the Widowmaker. Let's see how they can start to fight back. They've got a good bit of space. They've got the Signal Winston already locked in. Zach and Boopt off that has to translocate out, and Bethel holding their ground strong, using that Torbjorn that they've so rightly earned to hold on to it. Now Tyler finds a connect. First shot, seasons out, main tank down, but the grapple shot onto another, grabbing Tyler. Sure, they're not here to play around.
Yeah, clean as a whistle. Northwood said, yeah, we'll let him cap first. Let's just not let him cap anymore after that. Tyler bringing out the Widowmaker there. G-Rob tearing him, I think, a 3K to his own right. a phenomenal performance. But Bethel, 40%. I mean, if they win another fight, they're up into the 70s. They're up into the 80s.
And they got to build up a little bit of ultimate. Big J will swap over to a Tracer. We saw him do extremely well on this pick yesterday. And with the help of the remaining team to dive with him, I think they can do pretty well. Seasons will be peeled off the rest of the team. No, another shot from Tyler connects, though. And you just can't take any of the space for granted. Or that's what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something because Tyler, not the type.
It's a symphony of dinks.
Yeah, not the type to miss a shot. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Like, the other 5 in Northwood might be able to let go of their keyboards and let Tyler just have a field day for a little while because this kid's terrifying. I mean, all things considered, this Widowmaker, a very difficult hero, and Tyler's making it look like a field day.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the support line and the tank line for this team, but Tyler, somebody who comes in for the team, plays extremely well. Like, I think it's rightful we say their name a little bit more. Bethel, though, are going to be the one stepping up. Momo, she's got a self-destruct to try and get them in here, but probably wants to make this fight last a little bit longer. They'll make the engage happen with the Coalescence, and now it's the Primal trying to knock everyone off. Quibsy's looking for the big play. Could try to juggle the Winston off, but is Northwood coming ahead with 2 supports getting in on the action, Landon the left, able to pick up their own. Bethel looking for a re-engage because this is a possible fight, but not with the Winston going down.
Yeah, see, I love the idea to attack the Widowmaker, but I think we needed Quibsy to follow through there. I think they needed to get the kill because that could have helped Bethel on the follow-up engagement. You'd be trading a main tank for a Widowmaker, but if Bethel could flip the 5v5, that really could have been the fight opener, the engagement they needed.
Now, Cowman up on the high ground. Parkour!
Love to see it.
Nicely
Cowman, top tier Sigma tips right there.
That's contenders player
It
moves.
is.
Like, the movement, as they call it, you know? Throwing a couple more hyperspheres, though. And now, Prediction Rock doesn't quite connect onto what they were looking for. The point ticks over to Bethel. Tyler is in on the flank, though. In from behind is pretty problematic. The EMP catches out 3. Grob looking to try and equalize things on Soldier 76. Drops a Biotic Field, and with the Brigitte peeling for him, he's incredibly hard to remove from this position. Gets another one, and now is looking to finish this fight off with the remech not available for the Diva. There's no more defense matrix. It's just up to the DPS to finish this off, and Northwood take it back over.
Yeah, that was going to be a great swap there for Bethel. I think the 3MP came a little bit too early. I think Zach maybe needed to wait till the rest of the team was a little more ready for it. You know, it felt kind of like, okay, I'm going to E, and then they already had. So there was no reaction from Bethel, but Northwood able to take Ruins 100-50. Bethel, they've got a moral victory under their belt.
Yeah, I was going to say, they won the Torb 1v1.
They won the Torb 1v1. I mean, that's...
We need a trophy for that.
Absolutely.
That's what we need. A bigger trophy.
True. A bigger one made out of gold, you know, maybe. Like, it was a good Torb fight. It was great. But now moving into Lighthouse, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Lucios, on the supports, and Tyler on the Pharah as well. Anything with that boop ability, right? Anything that has the capability of taking somebody off the map, I think those are going to be our star-studded heroes for Lighthouse.
Yeah, Tyler's swapping over. Jake's got a lot of work to do. Big swaps from Bethel, though, getting over from the Winston onto a Wrecking Ball. This is something we didn't see from them too much in the past. Quibsy's going to be the one to man it up, and they've got a whole mobile composition. Brandon and Jake, though, I see as big targets for Northwood.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I remember talking to Bethel yesterday kind of about the Pharah v Echo discussion, and we kind of all agreed Echo is just kind of a Pharah with better mobility to some extent. So we're going to see Tyler versus Zach, which one of these folks really kind of comes out on top, if it's going to be due to the DPS engagement or maybe some other role entirely. But as Brandon falls early, I mean, just what a great way for Northwood to start a fight.
They're doing such a good job of giving that Pharah all the resources they can. Zach's being forced back, and in the meantime, Tyler has an orb on them constantly to keep them alive. Bethel's been picked apart, though, and that dive that we were talking about early on in the sports is completely successful. Yes, Momo's done an excellent job peeling, but to try and peel away the Pharah and the rest of the team here is quite a tall task for one player.
Yeah, so the swap onto the Pharah, like you said, is actually pretty intelligent because Momo, she's notorious for peeling for her supports, peeling for her teammates, but when the Pharah's in the sky, as soon as she goes after Pharah, everybody else is free game. She can't peel 2 places at once, right? So that's going to be a huge issue here for Bethel. Northwood doing a great job, especially keeping the Pharah alive with a Brig Zen. I mean, that's impressive in its own right.
All right, Northwood with control of the point, set themselves up. Not an ultimate to their name quite yet. Tyler is getting pretty close, with Bethel even further away. Big J5's trying to make an impact on the fight with Landon out of the way. It's looking all the more likely. 1 up for Big J5, and they're looking for the fight win. I know Bethel's got a lot on the line here. Looking for one around the side with Jake there. That's a fight one for Bethel, and I know someone who's waiting to give them a reward.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes, that is a fight win for Bethel. Oh, that is something completely different. But, yeah, no, Bethel, they're going to be stoked. They just want to fight fair and square there. Now Tyler is going to be able to find Zach in this engagement, picks up Momo as well, a fight that was so clean, so effective for Bethel, immediately dismissed by the DPS line of Northwood here. And I've got to say, Bethel, I think we need to get off the Zenyatta, personally. I feel like the peel hasn't been appropriate for this Zen to really be working out.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot from your team to both peel and find the engagement onto Tyler. Either way, Brandon's going to go for it. Let's see how it works out for him up here. He's working kind of passive charge towards the Transcendence, but that's not a good ending for Jake.
There's that Roadhog.
The Hog's already back out, and Cowman a nasty hog, actually, amongst
Yeah.
hogs. Season's out. And I'll be honest, Big J5's doing everything he can to
Yeah,
muscle
look,
this one through.
yeah.
Another one for him.
Oh, man.
Eventually, Tyler retaliates with a barrage of his own, but Big J5, he's putting a dent in him.
Yeah, Big J finds one, Tyler seems to find two.
Oh, he
you
found
know,
two.
so maybe just
That's
a little
crazy.
bit more momentum for Bethel. Maybe a little bit more support on the Tracer. Just engage, help Big J5 get into the fight. Now, Brandon again taken offline by that Farah. I think we need more mobility in that department. Maybe a Moira could work wonder here. So maybe a Baptiste as well can make a huge difference. Zach going for the Zenyatta swap, a bold move, not one that's going to work well.
A bold move. I think that's pretty accurate. A creative composition. Bethel will.
Nice.
Is that a fight win?
I would count that as a fight win, personally. So that's
call it a
two
second.
fight wins.
Okay. And they get the clean up on the flank, taking out Landon and Grob. Nearly taking it back over. Goes right back over to Northwood. We're playing hot potato.
Yeah, Reginald, if you're out there, that is 2 fight wins, just so you know. And now it's going to be 87% for Northwood here. They're going to get very close to winning well. That's going to be a great boop from Quibsy, but you hit the Farah. She's the one person you're not booping off the map. Now, however, Lep going down. That is colossal progress. Brandon pops the Transcendence to keep the team alive. Bethel, they may be able to win this engagement.
Unholy Ultimates, Batman. That was a lot from Bethel.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Mines, it was Duplicate, throwing a Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence. They do have a rally to make this one count, and with Landon out of the fight, that's a really valuable ultimate because they're going to have a support ult, whereas Northwood won't. So they need to find an engage early here to really capitalize on it.
Oh.
Seasons, he's trying to sniff out Landon, dude.
He knows he's nearby. He knows Brandon is nearby, and he's going to have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive. Both DPS down already, though.
Oh my, look at the jungle. Look
Oh,
at
there
no,
she goes.
Relax, relax it, no! Oh my god, that was brutal.
Very good primal control. That is a lot harder than Seasons just made it look. I mean, he only missed one of the punches, 6 in a row onto Jake off the map, and Northwood wins it. Now remember, Reginald, that was 2 fight wins for Bethel, but Northwood does end up winning Ilios in a 2-0 fashion.
I heard his name's not actually Reginald.
It's not. It's so weird. His name's not actually Reginald. I don't remember what it actually is, though.
Oh, man. Cincinnati, eat your heart out. Northwood and Bethel are the ones here on stage, though. And Northwood comes out with 1 point win, looking for more. You know what? In the best of 3, I want to know where Bethel's taking this one next.
I have some hunches, but I think it's my own kind of decision. I don't really know what Bethel's going to choose to do. I think picking Kings Row would be perhaps a negative choice. That's a map everyone is comfortable on. So when you look at kind of the statistics of number 1 seed versus number 5 seed, we've also seen Northwood really knock some people around on Kings Row. So maybe we don't go for that. I don't think we're going to be seeing Control either, so it really does narrow down our choices. I'm sorry, Assault, not Control. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't know where Bethel's going to take this.
They could take it back to Control. Which,
You're allowed
again,
to do that.
awesome. Yeah, this
Oh,
format's
no
so
way.
cool,
That's
isn't
so
it?
cool, yeah.
Right? You just can't pick the same map. We're not going back to Ilios, sadly. No more boosts. But, you know, we can't pick any of the other Control maps. And looking at the pool, it is pretty strong. You know, it's funny. We played Volskaya 1 time.
Yeah.
So far this weekend, but we've really gotten virtually no assault.
Or twice, actually, because Bethel won Volskaya yesterday, so they did play Volskaya as well. So, hey, actually, maybe there's a theory. Maybe they do end up going to Volskaya.
They could pick that one. I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kings come out from them.
I agree.
Every map is scary against Northwood.
Right.
But everyone's going to have a good time if you pick Kings.
So instead of going for a map that's Northwood's worst, play your best, right? You want to try to outplay them in their own game to an extent. And I remember talking to Bethel about their decision. They were kind of thinking, would it be smarter to bring out something that isn't meta, something Northwood's not prepared to fight, right? They definitely want to, okay, look at that, we're spot on. It is Kings Row, folks. So we're going to see, I wonder if they're going to bring that comp to play now. Are they going to be coming out with something a little less meta, so to speak?
I'm calling it 2-word statue TP.
Oh, I hope in a Bastion, maybe?
I think we're getting a little robotic rumble in the mix. I'm expecting fun stuff from Bethel, and I think we're probably going to get it back from Northwood. I think they'll probably start defense. Knowing Northwood, they'll try and put up a good stop first. Maybe they give us the attacking side. It's really up in the air. These teams have been so entertaining so far. We got the Tor 1v1 in the last one. Let's see how this map starts out here as Bethel tries to take on Northwood, who did pick defense first.
Yeah, good call on that one. And I got to say, I love that a lot of teams have gone into this. Northwood's kind of the boogeyman of this event, so to speak. But everybody's given it their 110%. There's been great sportsmanship, great camaraderie, and that is truly what I believe esports is all about. So that has really been something that I've enjoyed very much.
That's one of the wild parts. Like, Northwood, for as scary of a team as they are within the collegiate scene, like, those guys are so chill.
They're homies,
They're
for
so
sure.
Chill.
Yeah. Oh, no way. Oh, I can't. I'm not going to get my hopes up yet. I'm not going to get my hopes up yet.
I am. They're on defense. They walked out of spawn. That's a confirmation. We thought this would be coming from North.
I'm so hyped.
Only one of them can teleport onto the statue.
Oh, yeah.
There's only room for one Bastion up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, Big J is on Hanzo for the time being, so maybe they TP somebody else. I don't know why they would, but I don't know. Maybe they're going for something real funky here. Maybe Big J's going for, oh, never mind. Zach on the Widow. He's going to go for that King's Row Widowmaker. That's something we see so very often. But You know, folks, Northwood, even as good as they are, they still love to put on a show, and I think we're going to get a show right here, right now.
And there's the TP. Put the top hat on the robot. There you go. All up. Oh, the bubble.
Oh, the bubble!
The Sigma did get the shield up, though. Will quickly be broken, though, by Big J5. The Hanzo's actually really good for trying to counter this. Because they can take down that Bastion so quickly, you can see he's getting chunked out. He's also getting all of the healing.
Yeah,
his health bar has not moved.
The BAP is just dumping all healing into Zach. I love the Junkrat swap. Junkrat, my personal favorite hero in the game. I love to see this coming out. Does the most damage, rips shields apart, and might be able to find some damage onto this Bastion. However, completely uncontested Momo. She is at the mercy of Tyler right now. She's not able to engage. He is going to get healed up, gets to live a little bit, but this is going to be one of those slow fights because Bethel can't do much until that Bastion falls.
They can force him to TP out. They put him in a pretty bad position by playing underneath him. It's hard to get
the sidelines
on him. Big J5 angles it down, gets him with a Storm Arrow. Now the push is in. Bethel with a huge damage advantage. Pop an Amplification Matrix and double that damage advantage. But a nice anti-nade out of left actually opens up the door for Northwood to get back in this fight with the flank.
How did Big J have dragons already? Holy cow, he's bringing those ultimates out early. G-Rob, though, on the sim. Microwave is plugged in. Oh, but Jake does pick up that kill. I think we're at a 4v4 for the time being.
Far better for the attacking side because the spawns coming first. Cowman's doing a great job of holding the line, though, and disconnecting those spawns from the rest of the team, so it will be Northwood coming out ahead.
Not even a tick. Yeah, wow. So close yet so far away. When you don't get the full tick, it will tick all the way down to the previous marker, which is, of course, 0% right now. That was tough. They were very close yet so far away.
And the ultimates are starting to come online, not for Bethel, but for Northwood, who, oh my goodness, have a veritable pantry of ultimates. Their economy is more like a trust fund. Tyler goes down, though, and that's what they're looking for. Diving to the back line. Seasons has that primal. And like we said, Northwood, big ultimate advantage. Every last one of them to win this fight. It may be a bit much, but it certainly will let you win.
You know, we asked them to put on a show, and they were doing just that, popping 5 ultimates in tandem and taking the fight to win it. Like you said, they won the fight, and that's all that matters. Half the time bank already gone. Bethel, they might get a Diva Bomb in this next fight.
And, I mean, that's all they're working with. The tank transformation from Tyler would be nice. Big J5 doesn't mess around on this Hanzo. He is low, though, and he should stop messing around because Tyler, rightfully gives it back to him. Now down a member, Bethel. Do they go in 5 versus 5 here? Do they want to wait for that Hanzo to get back up? Huge anti, though, from Lep. I'm not sure if that was angled or if that was a set nade. I think it was actually a set nade.
I think so as well. I was just about to comment on those nades from Lep. They have been nothing short of hyper impressive. Perfect timing, at least 3 every time on that anti-nade. And Tyler looking for some ults, but the shields lasting just long enough. Zach finding Lep, so that's star-studded player.
That's what you're looking for. Main support out of the way. A lot of that healing now gone. You still have to deal with the Bastion, though. The Shatter will do just that. Looking to take over the point versus Northwood. The swing's through, and I think that's a point A. Give it over to Bethel.
Yeah, Bethel pulling a Northwood there, using 5 ultimates to win the fight, but it looks like they are going to be able to survive. It might be one more re-engagement from Seasons, but he is ripped apart before he can even hit the ground.
You know, this Bethel squad is doing a great job. You got to give your hats off, right? The tanks and supports are staying alive, and the fact that Zach and Big J5 are actively finding just as many picks as the Northwood DPS are is amazing. Though catching a mouthful of metal, not quite part of that.
Yeah, Zach has recognized that full volley headshot. Unfortunately, not good timing. G-Rob there is going to be able to find a kill onto Big J. Tyler now on the Doomfist.
He got remeched on while in Immortality Field, so actually it's like 50 HP when it went away. So immediately taken out. Northwood still do get to hold the choke, though, with the Gravitic Flux. Looking like pretty likely to... Oh no, Cowman, low, 30 HP. What Gravitic Flux, says Quibsy, sets him right and sends him packing.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. Quibsy, that left shift, I don't know if y'all heard, I gasped a little bit because that was such a bold thing to do at the HP Quibsy was at, but it worked out. No idea is a bad idea as long as it works.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Absolutely. Do it again, Quibsy.
No, don't do it again. Don't listen to Dor. He's throwing.
All right, Bethel line up for the next fight. Quibsy looking a little bit lost. Where do they want to engage? Because G-Rob's trying to aggress on the high ground, but another pick from the DPS of Bethel. They just have not been missing their shots today.
No!
Quibsy, he listened. Quibsy fluxes out, and he's in the middle of the back line. Immortality Field will save him. It's well timed by Brandon, and the fact they got that pick earlier is making this a lot easier for Bethel to come back in. Now swapping on to a lot of picks of their own, looking to get the end of point B in just
another
one fight. Shatter, just to guarantee, this is an insurance policy, Septilins. They want to make for sure, for certain, that they get this point. And with it moving forward, they just have the Winston to contend with.
Calman, yeah, Calman goes down there, takes himself out, actually. Seasons is going to be the sole survivor, sub 100 HP, 50 left, 50's going to turn to 0, the bomb from Momo. That's the insurance policy, hopefully, and there it is. Folks, the number 5 seed taking the second point of Kings Row against Northwood.
There's no way they get a third, right?
Oh, they've got
no
3.5 minutes.
Oh,
they just
got
might.
so much time. Ultimates are coming up for both sides, and with Big J5's Dragon in tow, Northwood have to tread carefully, looking for the right opportunity, but it's these early fights where Bethel have been coming ahead, so I'd be watching my head if I was Northwood. Leppin landing in the backline, just poking away, lining up, no shatters online, so it is purely stancing for both these teams, trying to collapse. This Seasons, who gets punished again. All the damage going on, and Quizzy connects another charge on another headshot out of Big J5. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has come to put on a show.
Big J5, why is he on anything but Hanzo ever? This has been incredible. Another one! Another one! Big J5 is just ripping Northwood apart. I mean, oh my God, Big J5 head. He's hitting headshots he didn't even know he's hitting.
Oh my goodness, the huge picks time and time again. You know, he was doing this yesterday on Hanzo, getting that 7K I was talking about. And I think a lot of us think there's no way he performs like that again. That was the absolute maximum effort. He's doing it again.
He only plays at maximum. He is only giving the shatter.
Perfect. It's a good Dragon. The Dragon peeled for the shatter, though. Forces landing off. But there's just enough follow-up coming out of Grob. Northwood fight their way back in. You know what? I don't think they're playing around anymore. They're coming back. They're coming back with full force.
You know, that's almost a compliment in its own right. You know, Bethel, they worked hard enough. They did well enough that Northwood's like, all right, turn it back up.
Gloves off.
Yeah, come on, gloves off. We got to go. We're slipping a little bit. But yeah, no, actually, Bethel, this is the number 5 seed. And I've got to say, they're giving Northwood a run for their money right now.
It's good to see, but let's see how they fare against Northwood when they swap on to the Reinhardt Diva. A lot more to work with, and with that Transcendence online for Northwood, it's all about timing. First pick out to either side. Calman's out. It's a main tank down.
Big J got solo shattered.
Feels bad, man.
Does feel bad. Definitely feels bad.
This is still a fight that Bethel can win. The spawn's a lot closer for them. If they speed out there, they could be looking all right. They will at least get this corner for it because the main tank is gone. Rightfully making their way forward. Not enough heal coming in for him right now, though. They're forcing the immortality field out just with so much damage going at the shield of Quibby. It's really hard. Big J5 again, though, finds the pick they're looking for. Deadeye's open here. It will just be using space. Still finds Landon hiding behind the cart. And you're not winning that one today. Trying for a flank charge. Cowman is going to get punned. He gets away with it.
Zach's collateral. Zach is completely collateral. We saw Quibsy step out of the way, and Zach just did not get the memo in time. Now, this Reinhardt Cowman caught in the back line.
1v1.
G-Rob returns to point. Let's see who walks away.
1v1 on cart. Hanzo, Big J, G-Rob around the side, regroups with the rest of the team, connects 2 arrows, and the Reinhardt's back. No longer 1v1 Big J. Looking to take out the flankers who have quietly taken out the rest of Bethel's squad.
Yeah, Bethel's got one more chance. 44 seconds left on the clock. They've got Dragons, they've got a bomb, and they've got a dream. They have made it all the way to 2.5-ish of Kings Row, and they are ready to try one more time.
Flank shatter.
Ooh, Cowman's about to rip their dreams out.
He flashed the shield around the corner. I don't think they saw it.
They didn't see it.
His shield was poking up. They bait her on the first. They have to know Cowman's
They have to.
Bethel are too smart of a team to let this shatter go off. Cowman makes the charge happen anyways with 20 seconds on the clock. There's a bomb over. And a bomb does get an immortality field out, though. That is pretty good value. Bethel will have a way back in with a bomb and a dragon of their own. Cowman, the one under pressure, does have a shatter to his name, though. Drops it. It doesn't find much. It's Bethel winning the fight away despite the best efforts of Northwood to end it early.
The Dragons, the bomb, it's everything they needed and more. Northwood, I think, got a little too confident using 4 ultimates at once. Bethel has finally got the wheels of the cart moving once again. Northwood making a couple of swaps. Landon coming out on the Ana. Zach buying as much time as humanly possible. They want to get as close to this 3rd point as they can. Bethel, they're trying to take Northwood all the way to map 3.
Quibsy, you've got 1 shatter. Make it count. And he just catches a mouthful of shield. It's not what you're looking for. Stuck now on the Reinhardt. Quibsy's down. Cowman gets the better, but not before Lep goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but main tank's down is not good with the overtime. Wick burning off. Big J5 comes up when you need him most. 2,
let's go!
Make it 3. This Hanzo's on the warpath.
They did it!
And he gets him across the line. Drags him through King's Road, through fire and brimstone. He makes him get there.
Bethel is putting in the work right now. This team is fighting tooth and nail every single time. Northwood is pulling 0 punches, and Bethel is hitting just as hard. Now they have to do just as well, if not better, on the defense.
And you know what's crazy? I don't even think that was over-aggression from Northwood.
I don't think so at all.
They just needed to win one fight, so they went for it early. They tried to catch Bethel off guard, but they calmly backed away into their spawn. And I'll tell you, I don't know what Big J5 ate for breakfast. We got to get this man on a box of Wheaties or something. It is too much sauce, though, that he's dropping on Northwood. And now Northwood have to equalize, which is something that I didn't think I'd be saying this morning.
That is, I mean, I'm so flabbergasted. I'm so dumbfounded that Bethel, this team has shown, win or lose Kings Row, they have shown an insane amount of potential. They just showed that they have so many cards we don't even know about. This is the beginning of what could very much be a very strong team.
And I don't mind the composition they're locking in here either. I think this is pretty good, right? You're trying to leverage those pokey DPS. You're getting so many picks from them already, you might as well lean into it, right? Run the double shield, give them the best opportunity and the most time that you can, as well as the most distance to actually find those picks. But Northwood, back to their old stuff.
Now, what I don't like about Bethel's comp right now is I love the comp itself. They need to be playing as a team. They're separated right now in 2 groups of 3. This comp is more of a poke burst-ish scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally acceptable. With Momo on the high ground, it's more to control. You make sure they can't teleport up there. You can see they're controlling so many of the high grounds. It really is kind of the modern way to play Kings Row, and even with double shield.
Oh, there it
now
is.
They're going to have a lot more angles. They can't shield all those angles on the bastion. You see how much harder it is for Northwood to actually deal with, and now they can wrap around on point. They don't have to worry about that high ground anymore. And now at the halt, looking for more picks. Bethel, the one thing they don't have is speed to get on top of this. So despite finding that first pick, it's very difficult to find much more without doing it manually. Lepto, he's doing what he does best. He's on the Lucio in the back line. And despite Big J5 finding the main tank, Northwood has spawn cam now. Oh, no.
The spawn camp begins. Bethel, they've got to turn this around, and Zach might be just the one to do it. Finds left with that headshot, and that might be just enough to scare Northwood back into spawn.
Northwood are still in their spawn, I think, actually. Yeah, there are still Northwood players back here. So Bethel have to fight their way back on the point. But the fact that they got the picks on point, this is incredibly awkward. Ultimates are going to be what clear things up, though.
Of course.
We're looking at the amplification matrices to come up first, as well as Big J5 working his way towards that Dragon Strike. Bethel have recouped on the high ground, though, and the turret's going to town. Zach, over from the side angle, has wrapped them entirely. Northwood have managed to regroup with the rest of their team, and it's very unclear how they're going to push with the Hanzo on the high ground. With the Sigma, the Orisa's going to be staying alive for so long. She still does have that Fortify. Tyler trying to poke Big J5 off the high ground. He's probably going to challenge him around the corner.
Wow.
Key pick coming out, and Zach gets a little too over-aggressive to drop the Molten Core on the point. That's 2 for Northwood going up. J5 still alive, but that's not going to do it for him.
Yeah, that was going to be a great opportunity. I think Zach got a little bit overzealous there with sub maybe 30 HP, decided to commit that Molten Core. Brandon bringing out the Amp Matrix, trying to make up for the missing Torbjorn. Just not ideal, so to speak. But Bethel, they've got plenty of chances left. They actually capped with more time than Northwood just did, which is Bethel's still in the technical advantage.
Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff to work with. Northwood making a quick push forward, looking for the Shatter. Quibsy is the one pretty far out of position because the team's been taken down behind them. They didn't group up as 6. It forces the Immortality Field out, and it's just so uncomfortable. The Tracer's in behind. Big J5's doing his best to play security guard for the rest of the team, but Northwood just don't stop moving forward. Trade out for Cowman, though. Without a main tank, it's a lot harder for Northwood to bully Bethel like they are right now, but you hate to see the Transcendence go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Transcendence is something, an ultimate, that Bethel's definitely going to want back, especially with a Shatter making an appearance, a Gravitic Flux making an appearance as well. And they have an Immortality Field for one of those, but now they don't have a response for whichever the other one is.
Could be a bit of a problem. Big J5, though, has got a Dragon. They've got Bongo to work with, and they've got a decent position to work with as well. Zach up on this high ground. Look at him. Tyler. Just catches a whiff of him around the corner. Is able to recall out of the way before things get too bad. Quivsy drops down. Immediately the Bongo's there. Dragon Strike separates away the Reinhardt from the team. Excellently played fight so far from Bethel, but it's not over quite yet. It never is against Northwood. Grob catching out Big J5. Quibsy's got to find a way forward aggressively at that. This Tracer has not been removed from the high ground virtually the entire time. And around the corner, they completely just hide. Quiver in fear at the thought of walking into that amplification matrix, but that's the right call. They just need to be finding those picks. You're looking at Zach, you're looking at Big J5, who's coming back from spawn in just a second to try and make them happen. With that cart nearing the end and Seasons on the flank, they're running out of time to do so.
Momo goes for the heroic play of the Gravitic Flux, and unfortunately that's an ultimate that Bethel is most certainly going to want back. Now they have an Amp Matrix to hopefully make all the difference, but Northwood, they're going all the way to the spawn door.
And they've got a sound barrier that no longer needs to be saved for Gravitic Flux. More importantly than anything else, Lep can pretty much pop this whenever they want to make the engage as successful as they want. Cowman's in a... I don't know if you're supposed to be there. Either way, Tyler into the back line he goes. Somehow gets out on Tracer, but Bethel with that main advantage is going to be coming ahead. Shows him a little bit of why he shouldn't be back there, and Cart stops here at the beginning of C.
Big J, he just finds those headshots so effortlessly. Like it's
graceful.
It truly is graceful. They're so calculated. They're cool and calm as well. Bethel, they are able to stall. They need to get rid of 4 more minutes off the clock. That is roughly between 6 and 8 fights available.
Well, that's a start, Zach. catching out Seasons, throwing a right click his way, and now they want to push their way in. An attempted shadow by Cowman doesn't find much. Sound barrier coming out though by Lep. They're trying to make this fight the one to end it. Charge all the way into the back line for Cowman. Not much support for him back there, but with Big J5 out of the way, there's not much damage either.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it's going to be 3.5 minutes coming through, and Bethel, they're going for what they're going to call a tactical reset in these final moments. It's going to be 3.5 minutes available. I would say they've got at least one more solid attempt to re-engage, especially with Big J finding that Baptiste.
That's a big one. Sports out of the way. Deadeye from the side from G-Rob.
Amazing.
Two-piece
Never
to
mind.
him. Now looking for one more. Momo. How long can you know? Not long. Not long at all.
I mean, they burned maybe 10 more seconds, and we can hear these dragons actually getting quite a lot of damage, but unfortunately, Seasons doesn't fall soon enough.
And you know what, Bethel? It's drawable, if anything else. I'm curious to see whether or not that Bastion comes back in. It has been pretty well shut down by Bethel. They're not taking Northwood messing around at all. They're making them swap to compositions. They're making them play some proper Overwatch if they want to win this thing, and they're going to make them burn themselves out before that winner's final. Let's see if they lock in here, though, to try and make that second push happen.
I feel like Northwood's not going to go for the same bold choice of that Bastion, right? I feel like they're going to come out with something a little more consistently. Bethel has taken them all the way to the edge. 3-3. We are in overtime, extra innings, so to speak. So I want to see what's going to come out here. This is a lot of interesting choices already.
I'm hearing that Bethel is about to put it all on one player.
Yeah.
Do they? It takes Brandon's got to go all the way back to spawn, so it'll be a second to see whether or not we actually get.
Oh. Mercy boxing, perhaps?
They're going for everything. Momo's got it.
Momo is on the Diva, unfortunately, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any mercy from her.
DMEC counts. No Ana 1v1. Wait, what? Agree on something. Bethel, Northwood, get it together.
Ana 1v1,
This is for the whole chalupa. This is for everything.
The chalupa's on the line. I mean.
AI, right? Northwood, though, are the ones.
Torb 1v1 for map win? Big J's putting it all on the table.
Where did we do this? I think it's back to the Ana. It is the Ana on point A. Couple of pot shots being taken. G-Rob.
G-Rob decided he doesn't want to put his faith in his Torbjorn again. It didn't work out super well last time.
Northwood. Oh my goodness, are they faking him out? I think we're just playing regular Overwatch now. Question mark. Quibsy finds Seasons though, and that's what you're looking for. Freezing him up on point. Bethel do have a different composition than they brought last time to try and make this hold happen. With G-Rob having that high ground, that Ash is all the harder to deal with. Quibsy though, main tanking it up on this point. Doesn't have much support to help him out anymore, unfortunately. It's going to be a hard time staying alive on Reinhardt right now.
Yeah, if you lose your main tank at the beginning of an engagement, you're going to have a bad time, and nobody's going to be able to touch. Northwood does take the series in 2-0, but my goodness, did Bethel give them the fight of a lifetime.
3 Cap Kings against Northwood and the Torb 1v1 winner.
I mean, we've got a real winner. We've got a moral winner. You know what I mean?
Look, Northwood looking credible, though. They're as monstrous as ever heading into that winner's final. Give it up for both the teams, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. Northwood, I mean, just living up to the name of Northwood Overwatch. They are a terrifying bunch and a terrifying group at that. Bethel, we asked for a show, and my goodness, did they give us one. And before we throw to Paulie, this is going to be my last game. I have to drive home. I've got a big drive ahead of me. I just wanted to say thank you so much, everybody, all the teams and everybody I worked with. You were all so nice. This was such an awesome experience. So thank you for all that. I want to say that before we threw, in case I forgot.
Let's get one more round of applause for Septilin. Please, one more. He's been giving so much to you guys, helping us out today. And, of course, we do have more coming up after this. You're not going to want to miss it. We do have a show match in just a moment. We're going to talk to these players a little bit as well. There's so much more to come. But for Northwood, for Seasons, Cowman, Tyler, G-Rob, Landon, and Lep, their journey is far from over.
Oh, absolutely.
No.
I mean, they've made it to winners finals, question mark. So they've got to go at least through one more set, and then after that, that's the qualifying spot, so to speak, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. They get into that qualify, and then also, I mean, they got to fight through Akron to do it. I know Akron. Akron's been looking forward to this match all weekend. It is all they've wanted. Every time I talk to them, Northwood just keeps coming out of their mouth, and they want nothing more than to try and prove themselves against the best of the best, and Northwood are going to be giving that to them.
And we saw how close they made it in Rocket League, right? Same schools, Akron and Northwood. So I feel like we might have a very similar matchup here in terms of Overwatch as well, assuming if we get to that point in time. But Akron, I mean, a sight to behold. Bethel, a sight to behold for a whole different reason. An amazing group, an incredible group that put on an amazing show for us. And Northwood, I think Northwood, they're just living up to the name of Northwood. They're putting on the show that we always expect. So one more thank you from me, everybody. I love each and every one of you guys. We're going to throw it to Paulie. Everybody have a great rest of your day and enjoy some Overwatch.
Thank you so much. And good luck on the drive home, bro. That was very fun right there. But let's congratulate Northwood University, who are going to be moving on. And they have just been so dominant the entire time. And a round of applause for Bethel as well. These guys were just great showmanship, ladies and gentlemen. They played amazing. So we are here with G-Rob, and you guys played so fantastic, G-Rob. What are the emotions right now going into the winners finals?
You know, we're happy, but we're hungry. We're trying to come out here with the finals win. We've been practicing really hard for it. Right. And the job's not over.
So you were one of the subs that came in today here for Northwood University. What's it like to how did the camaraderie go and the meshing and the blending with players you don't normally play against, play with all the time?
Oh, there's nothing better. Like, these group of guys, they're just the best people. I love being around them. They're amazing at the video game. A lot to learn from these guys.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much. Coming up next, congratulations to Northwood University. Once again, they're going on to the winner's side. Beautiful stuff. And coming up next, we have another match before the winners final. So don't go anywhere. We have some more Overwatch when we return to the road to CECC Midwest Invitational. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, some more Overwatch when we return.
I was playing the WoW Arena. But you're probably still addicted, am I right? Keep that off camera. I have no idea what he's talking about. I grew up with Atari Pong. We're keeping that in. Yeah. My name is Paul Heslin. I'm the Recruiting Operations Officer for Purdue University, and I'm here to talk about the opportunities that Army ROTC provides for all college students, and especially as it relates to the e-sport athletes we have here today.
Hey, I'm Sergeant First Class Richard Keaton. I'm a freshman ROTC instructor at Purdue University, and I'm here to just talk about the opportunities that ROTC can provide to the esports community.
So from my perspective as a recruiting operations officer, it's about connecting with a larger audience. The students that obviously our cadets are all college students. These are young men and women who have the opportunities or the ability, I guess, to improve themselves, and they're pursuing a higher education. One of the base requirements to become an Army officer is to have your bachelor's degree. So obviously, the college students is our target audience. The e-sport athlete in particular is a good connection with the way developing of leadership, their ability to think dynamically and react to different situations and communicate amongst themselves, develop strategies, things like that. Those are principles, if you will, that we stress and teach all of our cadets throughout the time that they're in ROTC.
So the Army offers a variety of jobs and career fields and backgrounds. So being a esports athlete, having that computer gaming background, having that ability to dynamically think and adjust to the situations, because you're not always playing player versus computer, you're playing player versus other player. So being able to translate that into a career field, the Army is that perfect opportunity. You're out there and it's all player versus player. You're going up against the next guy in the other room, but in real life situation. Having the career fields that the Army has to offer, you can either be on the ground being that frontline leader, or you can be in the production background as a signal officer, as a signaleer, running a camera for the combat documentation crews, just getting out there, being on the ground versus being behind the screen.
The games help them think tactically and also think outside the box. Cadets and gamers alike are presented with ever-changing situations, and the ability to react to different stimulus and communicate with their teammates is a critical portion of being successful. And in the military, that absolutely applies. In Army RTC, we utilize infantry tactics to teach leadership, because that's what it's all about. Understanding that not every soldier either wants or will be an infantry officer. Even the Army nurses that we have, they're going to be the furthest thing from being infantry officers. They still go through the same training, because it's that ability to communicate, again, react to different situations, be calm under pressure. I would also like to say that, as far as like careers with the Army, again, I mentioned it in the previous speech with the part-time service. Being in the National Guard and the reserves, I think that's part of the thing. You'll see a lot of the reserve forces connecting with esports, again, because those can cohabitate. You're not, overseas for 9 months at a time or stationed, somewhere where that, Army is your job 24/7. You don't have to worry about waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning for PT, every day. You can, play late at night and still do, service to your country.
And you kind of heard during the Northwood-Oakland match in that third game where Northwood was already up 2, you heard them talk about how Oakland was starting to see the trends that Northwood was doing. And, that's part of being in the Army is you're noticing those trends, you're noticing those dynamic patterns and the ability to adjust to them. Because as you saw in that third game, Oakland, kept the score down versus Northwood. They still lost, but, they were able to adjust, score a goal in that Rocket League match. All traits you're looking for in a future Army officer.
I absolutely see it growing. I mean, again, I'm somewhat of a novice. This is my, I don't want to say first introduction, but this is the first time I've seen an event like this. I have to be honest. I had to look up what Twitch was. I've heard of it, but didn't really totally understand it. But absolutely, as this sport grows and as it branches off into the collegiate sports, again, that's the collegiate market is definitely ours. That partnership is going to be very fruitful for Army ROTC, but because it gets out to such a large audience and it's appealing to such a larger portion of the college students, and that's what we want to appeal to as well. Because again, you can always balance things out and pursue one thing. So this might be a pastime with gaming, then you can make the military career, or vice versa. With doing the reserve forces and full-time gaming or working in the career fields. There's scholarships that are available for students, high school students coming out of high school, obviously, can earn either a 4-year or a 3-year scholarship. There's also campus-based scholarships that, again, are the same, that provides 100% tuition and fees or room and board. Also provides a monthly stipend allowance of $420 a month and $600 per semester book allowance. Again, those scholarships can be earned while they're in college, 3-year, 2.5, or 2-year. Typically, there's also opportunities through the National Guard and the reserves to, if you go through the basic training and the advanced individual trainings for the job training for the soldiers, you can earn the GI Bill and get federal tuition assistance, so your tuition can be paid for by them, and then you can still compete and go into active duty if you wanted, or if you earned a scholarship from ROTC, your tuition is covered by the National Guard or Reserves, and then your room and board is covered. So essentially, some cadets can attend school on a full ride scholarship and not have to worry about student loans. So it's a really great incentive there.
The collegiate esports is it's in its infancy still. Playing 15 years ago on a main stage myself, seeing where professional esports has come over the last 15 years and seeing where college esports is now. The opportunities are out there to grow. Not all schools are offering scholarships for esports yet. I can see in the next 5-10 years that those scholarship opportunities are going to be there. But ROTC, the benefits that it offers, it's going to supplement all of your college tuition if you're qualified for it. And you can still do this on the side. You can still stream, you can still play your games. It's not a 24/7 commitment while you're in college. So the opportunities are boundless for anybody that's thinking about doing it.
All right, we got to know, what game are you talking about you were on the main stage with?
I was playing WoW Arena back in about 15 years ago.
But you're probably still addicted, am I right?
Keep that on camera.
The addiction of WoW.
Yeah, it doesn't go away. Blizzard's got my money for a while.
I have no idea what he's talking about. I grew up with Atari Pong, so that'll give you my era.
We're keeping that in.
Yeah. Purdue, Army ROTC, fantastic opportunities. We're somewhat of a unique institution in that we have all of the branches of service represented at Purdue. So there's a little competition there, friendly competition, we like to say. But a lot of people ask me as a recruiting officer, have you had a hard time recruiting kids with the war going on, deployments? And I would tell you, absolutely not. We've actually grown the program significantly. I started working at Purdue as a voluntary recall back in 2009. We had maybe 110 cadets in the program. Today we have 170, 180 cadets. We also just started a partnership with Wabash College. they're all in, providing additional incentives for cadets who are students from their school who come and take ROTC from our program. And I would say that the younger generation, yeah, there's a lot of gamers, a lot of other things going on, but they're also very much interested and want to serve their country and be very patriotic. Be an agent for change, and make a difference in their communities, with their country, however large or small that is. The kids these days, they want to make a difference, and that makes, I think, ROTC appealing to the young men and women who come, especially to Purdue University. So just on the recruiting side of the house, the CSMG marketing, we're always looking for opportunities. Army ROTC, because we have a great big budget with scholarships, this marketing side is a little bit, a little smaller. So having so the outreach and the ability to reach a larger group, working with organizations like CSMG, makes a big difference. And if we can partner with a company such as CSMG that's going to help us do that and reach the target audience that we're looking for, it absolutely should be something that we continue to pursue and grow through the years.
But now CSMG's putting on a good event here. You can see from the computers, with the COVID for the last year, getting a video card of any quality is difficult. And they got the, I think, 3070s, 3080s and all the computers out there, latest gen processors. They're putting on a really quality event here. So it's good to be partnered with an organization that, cares about the quality of the product that they're putting out, just like the Army ROTC does.
Did you catch those numbers? You know what numbers we're talking about?
Yeah, sort of, kind of, yeah.
Dan Word, Director of Esports for Bethel University.
Yeah, is this your first LAN that you're going to put on with Bethel?
Yes, yes it is.
Is it something that you've been looking forward to in the past, or how long have you had your eye on this?
Well, actually, I was one of the ones that kind of first started this program. So back in the spring, I contacted Lydia, the Director of Esports for ECAC, and ECAC and CSMG had a partnership. And so I contacted them and said, hey, we want to host an event here at Bendix Arena, which is our home facility. And so she kind of ran it up the flagpole, and one thing led to another, and bam, we started this process for the championship here.
And what does it mean for your school and your esports program to be able to put an event on like this?
No, this is great, actually. I mean, this is one of the reasons, this is how I sell our program, is I said we get to compete out of this facility. So in the LAN Center, we're here 3 days a week playing, and then this is our first event on the stage. And so to be able to host that, it was one thing to be able to see the artist rendition of how it might look to what it looks like tonight. So this is pretty exciting, and I'm sure everyone's gonna really enjoy it.
And for you, what's the best output of it? Is the experience for the kids at the school? Is the ability to build the program, or what?
You know, when I first kind of got going here, it was just the opportunity to have these kids to be able to do something that they enjoy. I have a son, teenage son, who's a gamer, and part of the way I connected with him was to just find out, hey, what are you doing, watching him, talking with him. So then I sort of took his passion and he kind of instilled that in me. And then the opportunity to really work with these young kids to be able to say, hey, this is something you're interested in. Here's an opportunity that you can go and continue on gaming and do it at a high level. And so that's kind of part of the excitement and experience that we have.
All right, last one. What do you feel for the future of Bethel University's esports program? More events like this, larger teams, what does it mean scholarships-wise for these students? What opportunities are you looking to give these kids?
Yeah, so we actually already offer scholarships. We're a varsity program under the athletics department, so we kind of started right out the gate with scholarship programs. As far as one of the Bendix Arena here is a sponsor of our team, and so we actually have a partnership with them to bring events like this every semester. So we're going to be doing a big LAN event like this at least once a semester. And then for our program, we'll probably be still a relatively small program. We might have 1 to 2 teams for each game, and maybe 40 to 50 kids max, just because of the size of the school. But that doesn't mean that hey, we can't compete on the national stage against some of the big boys.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the road to the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational, presented by Army ROTC with EsportsU and Collegiate Sports Management Group. Coming up next, we have our 3rd place match here for Overwatch, which the winner of this is actually going to qualify into the CECC Online Invitational that they're having as well. So without further ado, let's bring out the 5 seed and also the home team, Bethel Pilots, to start things off. And let's hear it for Momo. She's coming out first. Let's make some noise. There we go. And her teammate. Let's hear it for Brandon. Local team here. Next up, let's hear it for Zach. Big man Zach in the building. Next up, we have Kuda. Let's hear it for Kuda. The most animated team here in the league. Quibsy's coming out next. Let's hear it for Quibsy. And they saved the best for last. The most animation and energy here on the team. Let's hear it for Big J5. Woo! Woo! All right, guys, take your seats as your challengers are coming up next. This is one of my other favorite teams. I like all the teams here, but Ball State, Bethel, these guys are just so much fun to be around. Coming up next, we have Ball State Cardinals, and to start their team here, let's hear it for U.S. Miller. He's the captain of the squad. Next up, let's hear it for Zhang Beast. After Zhang, we have Hornbach. Coming up after him is Ninja Curly Fry. And his teammate Finna. Let's hear it for Finna. And to round out their team, we have Penn Park to make up your Ball State Cardinals. All right, take your seats, guys. Let's throw it back up to Doorcast, and we have a special guest commentator to join.
Everybody, thank you so much. What a wonderful introduction from Paulie Hyde. And of course, the wonderful Paulie Hyde, ladies and gentlemen, coming in. Backing us up, like we said, dividing us under the weather, sending them your best wishes, but we are bringing the action at you nonetheless. 3rd place match, Ball State up against Bethel, 2 of the most exciting teams we've gotten to see here.
That's
and
right.
Of course, it couldn't be a better place than on this stage at Bendix Arena.
That's right. There has been so much hype throughout the weekend here. So many competitive teams across Rocket League and Overwatch. It's sad to see it ending here as we round out the day, but we have the best for last, some of the most animated, fun teams to be around here in the Overwatch event.
Yeah, and you're looking at these 2 teams, and they're very similar in how they like to play, right? Both of them really enjoying that brawl. Bethel, though, is really showing us something else today. Big J5 has been on a tear like nobody else we've ever seen here. It is a tall order here. And Ball State, of course, the higher seed are coming in. They get that first map pick, but both these teams are on fire. Ball State seems to be getting that LAN buff. They're constantly yelling and screaming, just hyping each other up.
Right.
And Bethel are living their best lives up against Northwood, putting on I think, the most impressive showing we've ever seen against that team here.
Right. For a 5 seed, they were amazing. I mean, this is you kind of expect 1 to 5, maybe some type of sweep, but they actually hung out. It was a 2-0, but they still played fantastic.
Yeah, every match they've had, they've been fighting up seeds, right? It started against Southern Illinois, and then taking on them, and then now Ball State Cardinals. If they pull off all 3, which of course they didn't technically pull off the second, but they were heroes in our hearts, if nothing else. I think they can really leave their mark on this tournament.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite teams. Both, like you said, both of these teams are just so animated. They play to the crowd. They offer so much in terms of outside the game, and they're also phenomenal players inside the game. And I would love to see where this action is going to go. Remember, this is for the 3rd place position, and the winner will advance to a online qualifying, I believe, tournament that they're going to have later on in time.
Yep, and there's more on it. We're going to start the match off, though, and of course we're taking it to beautiful Oasis to kick things off. These players have started us off on control virtually every time, even though it's been an option not to. I think 2 of the games we didn't start on control, but I think for both these teams, it's actually going to be a real test of the level of flexibility that they have, because you might see some maps where they can't run the brawl as successfully. On Oasis, I don't think that's nearly as much of an issue. It's playable on Gardens, it's playable on University, it's also playable in City Center, so I think both of them are probably going to come out what they want. I'm curious to see whether or not we get the Symmetra version of either of these compositions, because we did see it played a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, Symmetra has been a pick that's come out quite a couple times, actually. Surprise pick, but has always been kind of devastating. The nice thing about playing control when you start out here in Overwatch is you get to, it's all team fight mostly. You don't have to worry about too much about pushing payload, doing so on. All you gotta do is play the point, win the team fights, and get the percentage. So let's see really which one of these 2 teams is gonna set the tone here on Oasis.
Yeah, and the compositions really do make sense, right? Running a pretty modern rush composition, Reinhardt, Diva, Baptiste, Lucio, no surprises there, running alongside of May to try and win that brawl mirror, because I'm sure they both think they're gonna brawl the May. Makes perfect sense. Normally you'd run this with a Cowboy, and you see Ninja Curly Fries running it, but Big J5's been on such a tear, so on fire with the Hanzo today. It's absolutely a fitting pick.
Yeah, I mean, Big J5 is just one of those momentum players. He is just rides it out as we head on into the point, followed behind the Lucio, Ninja Curly Fry on the Cowboy as they head up top right here to start up this first team fight against Bethel.
Rightfully so. Bethel just a little quicker up there. Lucio's going to be looking for a boot. The Penpark's the one under pressure. The wall lands from Zach, but it doesn't result in a main tank kill quite yet. It does get an immortality field out from both sides, though, and this fight's going to land more on a knife's edge the longer it goes. Their supports start to run out of the resources that they're offering. Us Miller's waiting for the right opportunity, wait for that point to unlock, to try and press underneath, trying to get their team on. The wall does connect, but not onto a main tank. Instead, it is still Ball State locked back in this room. Penpark's been sent flying, careening off the map as Bethel now runs over the team without a main tank.
Yeah, beautiful job there, and it's actually a wipe here for Ball State as Bethel plays it perfectly. Team kill, and they will get the opening initiatory percentage here and the setup for Bethel. Coming from the 5 seed, Bethel has just been spectacular here throughout this event. I love what I'm seeing here. They play for each other, and you love to see it.
It's been so good. Ball State's actually throwing us something completely different, finally locking in their namesake, a Wrecking Ball. It's the first time we've actually seen them run it, I believe, as well. A Pharah to boot. They're running, this is a composition that I know a lot of teams call Air Force One, right? 2 flying, 1 supported by the Mercy. It is very hard to deal with if you don't have the accuracy, and that's trying to punish Big J5, and they do exactly that. Fly in, and it's the focusing beam taking him down. Now looking for the main tank. They would love nothing more than to get the Reinhardt out of the way, but Jake's the one under pressure, so Lucio out of the way. Still one of those flyers left up in the air, and as Usmiller goes down, Ninja Curly Fry is back up. The damage threat just seemed endless here for Ball.
Yeah, Momo is going to have her hands full here. She's going to have to deal with 3 flyers. It's going to be really hard to deal with as we're seeing Wrecking Ball. Here comes Big J as we switch over to him. Comes on in. 2 go down in favor of Bethel. And right now they're going to take this point once again. They have 50%. Great job by Bethel to control that team fight and still win being behind.
Fabulously done. And they did it with ultimates to boot.
Right. And, you know, talking to your composition, this is so interesting, this triple flyer. Now, I've been out of commentary here for about a year or 2, but it's really nice to always see the new Overwatch compositions that are being ran as Ninja Curly Fry finds one. I'm loving this Air Force One comp we're seeing from Ball State.
It's so hard to deal with because there's no hit scan for Bethel, right? Big J5 on Hanzo. He's got good aim. You got to be something else to take out all 3 of those players, but Bethel trying to fight back, use the amplification matrix to try and allow themselves that little bit of breathing room, but Usmiller up in the air hasn't been dealt with. No one can reach this far currently, and as Ball State look to push the point, 85% ticks over. This is last fight territory should they lose it, but it looks like they're just starting to get it buttoned up.
Yeah, Zangbeast also, he's going to be on the Ana right there. And finally, U.S. Miller going to find one. Hornbach finds another. Self-destruct is online for Horn. And finally, Ball State going to take this point and clean up as they'll get their first percentages here on Oasis.
Took a lot to get there. Bethel coming in strong, though. How do they want to deal with this double flyer? They do lock in a soldier and a cowboy to try and counter it.
Which is honestly great rotations here. Not trying to be too cocky. They're at 99%. They didn't have to rotate, but that's going to help so much to lock up that final percentage. Great rotations and awareness by Bethel.
Bethel trying for a sound barrier engaging on a double flying composition. It's not super effective. Most of those players can kind of just leave when you pop the sound barrier. So it's Ball State, we're feeling pretty good about this one. Zangbeast and Hornbach coming up with some. Big J5 looking for a flank on the Soldier 76 here. And with Quivsy low, the time's running even lower. Penn Park with 2 off the back of the mines. Ball State reestablishing their dominance despite that double hit scan being locked in by Bethel.
Yeah, right now Ball State has the setup as they are up top. They have control of the point as well, 38% and ticking in. And you just love the positioning here by their team. They've taken to the air. Bethel has been unable to respond as of late, but Bethel has about still 2 more attempts here left on the objective. So Bethel still has in the lead and still has a good chance at this one as they congregate here towards the double doors.
Every one of these fights is so expensive. You know us Miller is looking for this barrage, waiting, lurking above the top. There it is, barrage in, catches one. That's Baptiste out. Does get hit by the bomb, though, of Momo. It's not enough to equalize, though. The Farah is not the entire team. And with that, Ball State make it count for one more.
Ooh, that was a wasted Earth Shatter right there. But it's actually going to be a nano boost as well. Zangbeast up top, all over the place. Lands the, hit me with the grenade, I forget.
Biotic grenade, it's not too bad. Big J5 coming in from the flank, looking for a little something on the side, but not able to pick up much more than that. And as they line up, they get one more shot at this point. Ultimates have been thrown out by either side, and this is going to be high and dry as far as the economy is concerned.
You know, Dor, what do you think here? Why is Bethel, despite having the counter pick on Soldier and Cowboy, why are they having a hard time getting in? They're up to 91% as Ball State, and the time is ticking away fast.
It's a great point for Farah, and it's a great point for Ball State right now, but they have swapped that Farah off. It's over to an EMP now. They're trying to rack it up, get that Sombra. No! Oh, not like this!
Oh, they got off the point! They got off the point, Dor!
Yeah, that's no better than the third place match to get a C9. I think it's a miracle we made it through the weekend. We made it this long without getting one.
It didn't happen you're right, it didn't happen a single time. I mean, that match was coming down to that final fight. You have to be kicking yourself if you're Bethel right there. Just missed the awareness. Unfortunately, that first round's going to go over to Ball State, but if that was any anticipation of what we're going to see here, that was an awesome first round as it went to 99-100.
Definitely goes close, and they're going to have to swap up a lot of the compositions to try and make this one work. Ball State actually swapped off of the Wrecking Ball. Bethel bringing in one of their own. More concentrated composition out of Ball, right? Very clear dives with the Winston Diva. They want to get onto one target and make that target die instantly, whereas Bethel are going to sustain for a long time. Poke, prod, come at you from a lot of angles and have multiple engages pretty rapidly. So it's more a battle of attrition for Ball State if they can't make their first dive count.
Absolutely. Brigitte here going to make her way onto both of these teams. She'll come in for that big shield and stun bot mentality. Tracer versus Tracer here as we see Ninja Fry going in. That first kill going over to Momo, and Bethel looking to establish early dominance as they take the first objective. But here comes Big J5. He's in the back line. He's not worried about nothing. He is playing Tracer perfectly, hawking this Ana, and will wind up catching her out.
And that's what you're looking for in the back line. Bethel do come out in the head with a win and a whole lot of ultimate charge to boot. Not before us Miller, though. Gets up to 75% on EMP, so this is actually not that bad of a fight for Ball State.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Ball State is right back in it. They're going for the Ana once again, and it is an amazing job here by Bethel. They're isolating the squishies of Ball State and those low health targets. Ball State is having a hard time getting organized here, and Bethel's going to take the first 15% easily as Ball State's going to have to regroup here for another push in.
And the question always stands, right? How many people are going to get EMP'd here? It's really hard against these hectic ball compositions to actually catch more than 2-3 people, but you're really looking for that Zenyatta. We mentioned targeting down one person. The second that EMP hits, he's down to only 50 HP unless maybe Jake hits a stun here, but no. EMP's out, hits just enough, the dive is in, and what's the follow-up look like? It's pretty even for both sides. Big J5 taking it upon himself to win the fight. Another pick for the Tracer. This man just doesn't stop. Make it the Diva as well, and that is by all means Bethel holding on.
Here comes that ball slam back and forth. Quibsy and Momo going to wind up double teaming Penn Park there as Penn Park's going to fall. And right now, Bethel is just looking in control. Quibsy does have Wrecking Ball Ultimate online, and there are no ultimates on the side of Ball State right now. So a little bit of control from Bethel is in order, and they still have the objective. So Bethel looking so much cleaner here this one, Door. What do you think Ball State's got to do to get back into this one? Because they've been kind of struggling despite having the round lead.
I mean, I like this. They just locked the far back in, right? There's no hit scan on their side to try and shut it down. There's an Echo that can maybe put a dent in them, but without a Mercy to pocket it, this Farah really can do some real work. And the problem they've had is getting players off the high ground. The concussive rocket actually offers them up a tool that they can use to get them off of the high ground and really make them a lot more vulnerable. So as they approach the high ground, immediately the Rockets start coming in, throw an anti-nade on top, and you've got a recipe for success. Diving down on top of that Ana, trying to get away desperately. Zangief is staying alive, and just long enough to keep Ball State in it, but not before Bethel again come up big with the goods. Big J5 and Zach throwing all the damage they need to get this one to 90%. With 3 more ultimates in the bank, they look what they've got, what it takes to get it across the finish line as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many times here where you're seeing Bethel, and it just seems like as they take this round here, Bethel is losing the fight. They lose 2 guys, but then all of a sudden you see the kill feed, 4 red names in a row, and Bethel just winds up coming back, bringing it on. They are playing so together right now, and they're playing as a unit, as one. That's a 1-1 round count. This one, Door, is coming down to the final match, and that switch over to Farah has not worked so far. Bethel took that one cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little late. It was late, so there's no ultimate, so getting off the high ground. Sure. If it was a little earlier, maybe it works out for him, but the Far is no longer. We're here to get down and dirty. We're here to get a little up close. We're here to get a little rowdy for some more brawl on University, and this is going to be, like we said, up close and personal. I love this pick from Ninja Curly Fry, though. Bring back out that Symmetra, massive amounts of damage. Maybe they swap off it, but you can see Big J5 respects the opportunity for them to run another flyer, locks in a hit scan.
Yeah, that's going to help deal with multiple targets, but it's also a late-game switch here from Ball State as Ninja Curly Fry actually went on to the Reaper and brought it out late. So here comes a dive in by Hornbach. That D.Va in the back line, just shredding everybody. They're unaware, and therefore Reinhardt's going to go down. Quibsy in trouble. He'll fall, but it's Bethel still cleaning up the kills, and they're still in control right here.
I'm giving a lot of credit to Momo right now, peeling away that Reaper for so long, put the defense matrix exactly where it needed to be, and is giving Bethel a real shot at taking this point. But there are still members of Ball State lurking around, waiting for the right opportunity. Hornbach comes in from the backside and will be there on the Baby D.Va, appropriately not quite taken down yet. Somehow there it is, staggered out from Jake. And Ball State, they don't want to take this one 5 versus 6.
Yeah, and that point is once again going over to Bethel, so we're going to see nothing changes for Ball State. They'll just regroup here and try to come back in for another team fight, maybe flank around the back or the right, or either way, Bethel is in control, and they've got to get some way to get on this objective, and it looks like they might try to go up top, but no, they'll head on into the main fight for missed charge there by
they're getting pretty close up on this amplification matrix. Zanbeast could actually give them the entry back into the fight they're looking for. And there it is. Pop pushes them right back off the point. Bethel are going to try and fight back on with one of their own. That's a flank McCree. He's coming from the back. They got to look out. D.Va immediately dives him. Excellently played by Hornbach. Immediately knows where that sound cue is coming from. And Bethel forced back towards their own spawn. Forced back even further now by the Blizzard. And I'm a little apprehensive about that. That was a lot of ultimates for one fight out of Ball State.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind that when you're playing Overwatch, ultimate management is just as important as managing your kills and deaths and so on. So to use that many ultimates to get in, yes, it does get you the point, but you know what, Dor? Sometimes you just got to get in and get the objective, whether it means burning the ultimates or not.
Yeah, they do have a couple more to try and make this one happen, but as much as we think of Death Blossom as a big, powerful ultimate, there's a stun and a defense matrix on the other side, as well as an immortality field. There's a lot of things that can cancel it, so Ninja Curly Fry has to time it perfectly if they want to win. A Shatter will be blocked. Those Reinhardt's put under a lot of pressure. Blizzard's out, and under a lot of pressure are Ball State, who are being frozen up just outside of the mini room. Frees up just enough field for them to get the push out. Bethel looking good for it, and without that Death Blossom in tow, there's not a clear way back into the fight. Good wall as well to make sure that Amp Matrix doesn't get value.
Yeah, Reaper does have the Death Blossom online. We'll see the self-destruct. Penpar, U.S. Miller winds up taking out 2, and that's going to actually lead to some more kills, but Bethel still gets the objective as they will contain it. It is contested. Here comes the Death Blossom. It'll be from the backside. Lucio boosted as well. Ninja Curly Fry only going to find 1, though. Looking to clean up more. He does find Zach.
Excellently played by them. They get back in, make sure that Death Blossom, we mentioned how hard it is to get it off, but when you have that much shield, it makes it that much easier. Big Shatter, though, online for Quibsy. Does it connect? It absolutely does! Lays out the Reinhardt, establishes the MTD. It's Penpark sent to packing as Ball State recap the point.
There we go. Ball State now 72%. Bethel just recapped it here, so 45% and climbing for Bethel. They are down 30, but that'll be made up quite quickly. However, you have U.S. Miller with an Avalanche coming on shortly.
Yeah, pretty lacking in ultimates outside of those maze. So you're looking kind of at the Divos to find the Big Eats, right? They should know these are online. It's been a while. They've had time to charge. Momo and Hornbach are the players to watch as this fight lines up to engage. It's a slow start for either side. Uses the wall, forces away Zach, who hasn't quite charged up that Blizzard first. Us Miller, who gets first dibs at the table, trying to freeze him up and speeds it up, but not enough ammo to get one pick. This rest of the team, though, the rest of the team's just there to help him out.
May is just such a headache in the right hands, freezing so much control as we just see every member of Bethel wind up falling down. But keep in mind, Zach also has an ultimate as well.
Yeah, ball's in the other court, and now Bethel have the opportunity to answer, and Hornbach's the player you're calling upon. The ultimates still aren't really up online. There's no sound barrier in sight for either of these teams within the next little bit. It really does come down to the maze, especially on a map this close. Let's take a look at how the walls break down as they approach the fight. Bethel down on the left side. Ball State playing very far away. This is because they know that Blizzard's online, right? They put themselves up on the high ground where they won't ever have to deal with it, where Ball State can't actually follow up on this, Bethel. So they will push out of the point just to contest, but no opportunity for a Blizzard. Again, holding onto the high ground as strongly as they can. 99%. It's a dive off the back of the wall, though. The Blizzard's thrown in to try and capitalize. Big J5 catches out the May in the back line with Penn Park out. That's virtually it. No May, no main tank. The only way you're getting through this one is fragging, but Bethel are the ones doing that.
All right, there, Hornbach tries to mitigate some damage, but 3 members of Ball State do go down. Hornbach trying to come back out. Diva Mech is offline, and he'll get taken out too. But it's at the worst possible time because 98%, 99%, it's now overtime, and Bethel's in control.
I don't even know how they got the overtime. That's a statement shatter if I've ever seen one. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Bethel coming away with map number 1.
That was amazing stuff here. Wow, Bethel. No, it's still in overtime. They're battling back and forth, actually.
There's
Jake winds
no
up
way.
finding one. They're still doing it. Zach does find the second on Finna, and the ball, Wrecking Ball trying to get enough, but Hornbach's going to fall, and that overtime meter will tick out as Bethel has won the first map here against Ball State. The winner will advance once again to that online invitational tournament. So Bethel up 1-0 against Ball State moving forward.
And they had to fight for it. Ball State gave them everything they had, and this match is every bit as close as we want it to be. The 2 loudest teams we've got here, the 2 having the most fun, and you know what? They're laying it all out there.
Look at that Earth Shadow there coming out right in the stairwell. Quibsy winds up finding 2, and the whole team cleans it out. What a play of the game, team kill. We started out that one with that play. Great stuff right there. I am just loving what I'm seeing here about both these teams.
Yeah, and it's such great adaptability, right? We have played fairly within the Brawl meta, and we've had a little bit of dive played here and there, right, where it's a little bit more relevant. But outside of that, I do feel like we've had just minor adaptations, right? Whether it's the FAR, whether it's the hit scan, whether it's running into those maze. We've seen some really nice small changes and shows that they're able to play a variety of looks on this Brawl composition. And I think for Ball State, I believe, or Bethel rather, who came away at the second point off the back of their dive, I think they looked incredible, right? They set themselves up on the high ground. They allowed their dive players to go in. They allowed Quibsy and Big J5 to really pop off and find those little dives while still being supported from the high ground. And if they can continue to establish themselves and find their opportunities on those dive maps, I think that could be a really big asset for them later in the series. Should they lose this map, they can force Escort, try and get themselves to a dive map where they can do that and make a really bad time for Ball State.
Well, the important part here is that they lost, so they'll get map pick, right, if I'm not correct, right? So map pick, you need to play to your strengths. Play to your character strengths. Don't worry about getting too crazy. Don't worry about changing it up too much. Play to what you think can get the W because there's no map 3 unless you win map 2.
I smell some hybrid in our future. I'll be honest. And, I mean, looking at the teams, it was very clear that Ball State wanted to run almost exclusively ball. The dive was a little bit shaky. I did like the FAR that I got out of them, and maybe they mix it in for these upcoming points. But, again, you see Kings, Blizzard World, and Hollywood in the map pool, and it feels like the natural fit. Maybe you take it onto Assault. Escort feels like a bit of a death wish at this point, should you want to do that. The options are fairly limited.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out, though. But either way, both of these teams have been fantastic. Thank you all so much for joining us at the CENC Midwest Invitational presented by Army ROTC. I'm Paulie Hype alongside Dora Cass, and it's been a great day to basically round out the day and a blast to cast again. This is my first time I've been back here behind the caster booth in about a year or two, so it feels nice to be back.
The hype follows you all the way up.
That's all it is. You know, I get by on the hype. I'll leave the Overwatch analytics to you, and I'll just stay here and. Well, you look pretty, too, so I won't look pretty more than you, so I'll just stay here.
It's all right. We make up for it. Between the two of us, we have like one average person's worth of hair.
True.
Yeah.
True.
And
you got me for a second. I had to think about that one. He has all of it. I have none of it. Do the math.
Well, you got the facial hair. I don't. You know, it's just about
coming
even.
in.
One day. But this team continues. It is best of 3, so we're playing to that second map. And for Ball State, like we said, hybrid's probably the way to go. They want to continue playing this brawl composition as best they can. I really liked the Ana look that we got from them on the second point. We didn't get to see it run with the brawl, but I think enabling their main tank as best as they can. We've seen some really, really great play out of Penn Park when he's enabled, when he's allowed to go extra deep. But otherwise, it's incredibly hard to actually get on top of him without having a nano boost to just send with him, right? Sending the Frisbee as a Baptiste is hard. And now as we get the map pick in, we picked Escort, which again, I said was probably not their choice, but they picked Escort.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming what happened was maybe they wanted to play Havana, but I would put my money on Havana having been banned by Bethel and then got taken to Gibraltar.
Sure. Yeah, if they feel like they can win, like I said, you got to go with your comfort pick here. Play to your strengths because that's going to be the way to secure this round 2 win. Everything's on the line here. You lose this one if you're Ball State, you're going home. So you need to make sure you secure the W, play to your strengths, and if that's how they feel they got to go out, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, and I mean, the ways that you can play this map, you have dive, you have double bubble, you have ball compositions, you've got Winston Diva. There's a lot of different options for the dive here that we could see them go to. Maybe they play the old Irish dive, Symmetra Reinhardt, which is an old reference. If any of you get that huge shout
getting
out.
through this first choke point.
Yeah.
Symmetra also on defense used to be a massive pick here on this map. We haven't seen this map that much today.
No, I mean, most teams here haven't really liked the dive all that much.
Right.
But Escort really has been the highlight. We have gotten Dorado a couple of times alongside Havana. So Gibraltar just not the map that people want to play. It is the most pure dive map, I would say, in the game. For Ball State, it's not what they want to play at all. And considering this is their map pick, it's not too surprising. They're going to go on the defense, lock in Orisa Hogg, try and get some nice picks off. On the defense, totally acceptable, totally good composition. The questions arise on the attacking side, but for now, I think they're going to be doing just fine.
Yeah, I like Ball State's composition here. I mean, it is a traditional comp for this map. You have the Symmetra, you have the backline flank here from the Sombra as well. You have that massive front line here and kill potential with Hornbach on the Roadhog and the shield there from Penn Park, and then the overdrive as well. Go ahead from Zangbeast.
Yeah, actually, this might just be for a first pick. I think I'm wrong here. I misread that they were on the attacking side. So there's the Halt.
Okay.
No hook comes out. Tanks, do they go back or do they stay? There it is. Swapped in from Penn Park. Hornbach probably going as well. They're going with the classic dive, and the Symmetra's going to be going away as well. Escorted this time by Zanebeast on the Ana, which is something that we really did think was a highlight of City Center, and they'll start charging their way up towards that first nano boost. Here in a second is Bethel forced back onto the high ground. Poke begins, and the Ash is under pressure, so Zach can't really get too much done here for a second. Backing away calmly, and again, this is about charging up those Anas as best you can for both teams. For Bethel, it's about getting the nano boost online. For Ball State, exact same thing. So far, though, Brandon about 10% ahead in that charge. Big J5 just pressuring them back in the meantime.
Yeah, this is the great stuff here. Big J over on that side, controlling that health pack, and Quipsy's up top on the monkey, and he's doing a great job here, electrifying 3 members, but he does get stunned by their brigade.
Yeah, there's no real engaged try to these teams. This is purely patient. They're playing for the nano boost. If picks come out in the meantime, it's because somebody overextended. And at the same time, both of the monkeys are out of the fight, so this is about to get real awkward. Without Brandon in the mix, it's a lot harder for Bethel to hold on to than it is for Ball State to push.
You know, it's so interesting watching Diva either on Hornbach as well as Momo. The damage mitigation potential if you're a Diva player, as we just see Momo clean up 3 with the help of J5. But the damage mitigation that Diva players bring to the game is absolutely insane. And so far, Momo has done such an amazing job as self-destruct is online.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quickly charged one as well. Hornbach will equalize, but take a look at those nano boosts. We talked about how important those are. Those are going to be going on to the Winstons to really amplify that damage and force the supports back. And if Zangbeast pops it early enough, we'll see Brandon under so much pressure that they'll never really get the opportunity to actually utilize it. There's a chance here that Jake comes up with a big whip shot and denies that pressure, though. And he does! Down goes the monkey onto the low ground. The dive's unsuccessful for Ball State, and they will get it traded out. Unfortunately, Quibsy is down, and that's a big loss. They've got a lot of ultimates online, but with the hack coming out in the back line, Big J5's in big trouble, but he doesn't even need the recall! Just sends him with the 1v1 as Bethel establish themselves on top.
The crazy point is that Miller actually hacked J5 right before J5 killed him, and J5 still finished off 3 despite being hacked. Amazing stuff there from J5. He is a momentum player, he's an energy player, and Bethel, sitting on 5 ultimates right now, are looking perfect so far.
They've got to play into the EMP, though, and as much as Jake was incredible at denying the nano boost in the last fight, the EMP feels like what could be the nail in the coffin. It only hits 2, though.
Yeah.
Only hits Zach and Momo. And while the Bob was out on the field, Bethel are still perfectly fine. The engage was so difficult because that Bob was already out.
And we're going to see a switch here from Ball State. It looks like we'll see a Reaper join the party. Just try to get through that chokehold, push out, get some damage on the big boys there when the monkey dives in. We'll see how it plays out for him. And these teams are just going back and forth, changing and adapting back and forth. Ball State's got to find their footing here, though. They're having a hard time pushing out.
Cowboy on, teleport up. They're trying to play a classic brawl here, and this is what we're talking about with Ball State. This is a composition that they've loved to have been running this entire time, and their map pick taking it here. It's a little odd, but the Irish dive comes out. Symmetra Reinhardt to get themselves on the high ground. And it's beautifully successful. We'd be making Cameron proud right now. 2 kills traded back, though, by Bethel, and it's not quite over yet as Ball State look for a re-engage. They'll back away, but they have the spawn advantage here.
Right.
So they'll be all right should they survive the remainder of this fight.
Well, Finna does find one there on Brigitte for Ball State, but Momo is just all over the place with Big J5. They are playing around each other. Penn Park does find Jay, but that's not going to do it just yet. Penn Park, nice double kill here on Momo, and Big J5 is he'll rotate bottom and try to get this payload moving. They need to get through this first chokehold door.
And a schmovin' they go. It's a bomb into the back line. Connects onto nothing, but does send Bethel packing for one. Big J5 taken low on the Tracer. Has pulse bomb to his name, but not before Zach goes down. It is all up to the Tracer, but down he goes. Miller reasserts themselves on the high ground, and Ball State looking pretty good with these teleporters. Again, back onto that comfortable brawl composition they wanted. Bethel dive in themselves, and with the help of Quibsy, escorted by Momo. They make it happen. It's looking like we're getting the first point hold we've been asking for this whole time, unless this McCree can do something crazy. Miller has a lot of work to do, a lot of health bars to start working on. But my God, they're doing their best. Healed up, but eventually taken down. Bethel has the respawn advantage. Bethel has everything they could want, and the hold stops here on point A at Gibraltar.
Yep, but you got to say, you know, Overwatch time, this overtime is ticking down, and there goes the meter, and it's going to be an early hold. Beautiful play as Bethel, Zach on Ash was fantastic that game. Was hitting tons of dynamite, tons of shots, was cleaning up everything, and Momo was just all over the place for again.
I mean, that was virtually everything you wanted. Again, Ball State, the map pick comes in and it hurts, right? They started playing that dive, and honestly, the Irish dive looked really successful there towards the end, right?
Well, during that last dive, Anna hit 3 or 4 with an anti-grenade, and they were not able to clean it up. Big J5 and I believe Momo traded out 3 there, and it just did not go their way.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS star factor here for Bethel, I think we can firmly say that with Big J5 on the field. And Zach, who has been just finding pick after pick no matter what they're on. I think that's really been the impressive part so far for me. Ball State, they'll get the opportunity to set up a defense. It's interesting to me that we're actually seeing them set up a dive defense. Like, you can play an Orisa here, and it's totally viable, especially if you're trying to first point hold.
Sure.
You can hold underneath in the mega room. You can set up the old meat grinder, something from like Overwatch League season, whatever. When they started playing down there, it's really annoying, and it's great for trying to go for full holds, but they're trying for the dive again here. All they need to do, get coordinated, get on that back line as best they can, and charge up the nano boost. But Ball State don't really have that opportunity for themselves. There's no nano boost. There's an amplification matrix, but the way to win an early fight isn't clear. They're trying to go the distance.
You know, they have Finna here on the Brigitte to try to stun, but overall, like you said, no reason, no Roadhog, sustain comp, something to just D up Bethel. But we'll see how it plays out. This first push around this first checkpoint is gonna, or first hold is really gonna matter here, as we're seeing Big J actually on the Genji for Bethel, as he'll come right up and try to get Ball State under some pressure. This payload though door is already moving.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing Shimada Mata Brothers here for Bethel. You know what? They're feeling pretty happy about it on the attacking side. Force back. Again, that Brigitte doing so much to peel. Jake's been playing excellently, playing as babysitter for Brandon effectively. And it's a tall ask when you're playing against dive competition, but the cart being pushed all the way up there, that's where we expect it to get. It is one fight territory here for Bethel, diving up onto the high ground, looking for those sports, can't quite catch a whiff of them. As they do get the monkey, that's an even bigger target for them, as now everybody else is sitting here without peel. Big J5 gets away with their life as well, but the turret's starting to go to town for Ball.
Yeah, and I'm loving that pick by U.S. Miller. He goes to turret, he gets DPS on a position of the map that he does not have to worry about. Ash right here trying to find Ninja Curly trying to find one, but yeah, U.S. Miller throwing the armor not only for his team, that's going to help with sustain. The turret as well. Penn Park up top, trying to counter dive here, up top on the position, and so far the hold has been strong for Ball State, at least on that first push, but the payload's already 60% of the way.
Yeah, it was a great disengage there from the Ant Matrix by Bethel. They immediately go back in. Following that, they're nearly up to that Nando. 91% for Brandon. Momo's dropping low, though, and they might want to take a second here to regroup. Nando's up for Brandon, and they are regrouping. This is absolutely the right call. Look at those health bars, just so low for Bethel. Immediately sends in the Nano, though, once they're ready to go. Penn Park is up on the high ground trying to deny it, but it's just too much damage. They will trade it out 1-for-1, but Brandon's up and in. Quibsy has the ultimate to pop in the back line, but it's every Ana for themselves. All the supports are being targeted out here. The rally of Finna, though, is going to find them to calm through the storm. Allow this Ball State group to regroup on this point, to hold strong on the defense, but they've got to have the picks to back it up, and that's a start. With Penn Park out of the way, though, it's a pretty tough one.
That's going to hurt so much. Penn Park, their big frontline big boy, has been taken out. It's going to be ultimate coming out, though, from Torbjorn in the back line.
Good timing.
It'll be perfect timing because Bethel was about to get that payload moving door.
Yeah, and it allows them to regroup with them, start getting that ball rolling. Ninja Curly Fry now has a bob. No, he doesn't, says Ball State. They drop him down. Bethel immediately shuts that up. 3 players off. The car's underneath the bridge. They might get one more contest at most here, but all these players need to run for their life. They need some sort of recontest, and the Torbjorn can at least buy them time. Keep these players off until the respawn comes in. Ball State swapping Hornbach onto a ball themselves.
Devastating
Good
stagger.
stall by Finna. It is an unfortunate stagger to see, though. It's desperation is what it means.
That's right.
Ball State are throwing everything at this payload, but they just can't get enough on there. Bethel ended in 2.
Wow, what an amazing job by Bethel. I mean, the entire team was just playing fantastic. I got to say, though, my standout player was Momo on the Diva. She was just she was mitigating so much damage. Up top, down low, fly in, fly out. That's how the Divas played. But also having the awareness by Momo to know when to activate the Vortex and when to not to mitigate that damage. Amazing stuff there.
Yeah, and it kept the Reaper at an arm's length as well, something they had to go up against a number of times. I think Jake, we haven't gotten to talk enough with this team either.
Right.
Insane peel so far. And
switching across multiple characters as well.
Yeah. It's everything you want out of the team, and you know, they're going to claim up 3rd place and that qualifier spot for it as well. Huge congratulations, Bethel. Give it up for both these teams. That's the last year we're going to be seeing them on the stage. Ball State and Bethel, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, and wow, what an amazing game. And I mean, I think I'm going to go down there and interview one of these guys.
I think you are.
I'm going to go.
Bye-bye. And that leaves you guys with me. After this, we've got a grand finals coming up, of course. Or pardon me, a winners finals between Northwood Timberwolves and the Akron Zips. You won't want to miss it. I know we've been preparing. I know Akron's been preparing, and Northwood. This is one you're going to want to take very seriously.
Hello, everybody, and I am here once again, Paulie Hype, with Daniel Winter from Ivy Tech College. How are you guys doing? And thank you so much for sponsoring and being a part of this event.
Thanks, Paulie. No problem. We're doing pretty well. We're here repping the college and trying to get in on this esports mania. We have.
Sorry, can you tell us a little bit about what the college represents and is about?
Yeah, the college is it's a 2-year that is a great place to start if you're not sure you're ready for a 4-year yet, or if maybe traditional college is not quite the path for you. If you want to earn a technical certificate, you can come in with our IT program. You can learn some fundamental programming skills to help you make the games that you love to play. And that's kind of what we're all about, is student success. We have robust transfer partnerships with a lot of the other colleges in Indiana. It's a great place to come in, get an opportunity to get an education, get some certificates, and be on your way to something bigger and better.
Well, you guys are sponsoring the event here. Have you been tuning in? Have you been watching it? How's it been going?
Yeah, I've been able to come into the arena and see a couple of matches. Very, very exciting. It's my first esports rodeo, so to speak. And yeah, it's really something. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, we love having you so much. And does Ivy Tech have any sort of esports programs or clubs either now or lined up in the future?
We have an IT club, and we're trying to get an esports off the ground, and that will come with interest, I believe. Sure. So the more people that come to our campus and say, hey, we're interested in having an esports program, we're interested in getting this off the ground with you guys, the better chances that we will have to do our own thing.
All right, that's excellent to hear. And once again, I'm here with Daniel Winter. Thank you so much for being a sponsor, Ivy Tech College. And yeah, you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for the interview, Daniel.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Back to you guys. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Road to Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational, presented by Army ROTC, Esports U, and the Collegiate Sports Management Group. My name is Paulie Hype, and we have an amazing finals game of Overwatch for you all. So, without further ado, let's make a little noise in here. I know it's the grand finals. I know it's been a long day, but let's go! Woo! And without further ado, let's bring out the number 2 seed, because we have the number 2 versus the number 1. This has been the grand finals across both Rocket League as well as Overwatch. So without further ado, let's hear it and give it up for the Akron Zips. Their first player is going to be Snape. Woo! Following Stun here, let's give it up for Seal. Followed by the man Tasmino. And the 5th member of their team is going to be Nylon for the Akron Zips. Coming up next, let's give it up for Eric. And to round out their team, let's hear it up for Pixeled Star. All right, coming up next now is the number 1 seed across both games. This is going to be their Overwatch division. It's going to be Northwood University. So let's hear it first for Seasons. Ruined it. Next up is Cowman 711. So let's hear it up for Cowman as he makes his way through the tunnel. Next up, we have Tyler for Northwood University. This will be for the amazing CECC Midwest Invitational Cup here. As well, I believe the winning team gets $3 grand, runner-up 2. So G-Rob is coming up next. Let's hear it for G-Rob. Let's go, baby. My man. After G-Rob, we got Landon. That's right. And to round up their team, it's going to be Lep. Let's hear it for him. Woo! All right. There goes both of our teams. The number 1 seed here, Northwood, versus the number 2, Akron. And I'm going to go join Door up in the booth. So heading up to Door. Let's go.
That's right, baby. It's time for winners finals. We've been waiting all weekend for this. We've been waiting all weekend for these two teams. And I know both of them have been eyeing each other up from across the arena. They're sitting on opposite sides. You can tell there's a little mean mugging going on here. And I know that Akron they want their chance to show the goods. They've been preparing. I've talked to them time and time again.
Right.
And I'll say it every single time. The name Northwood has not left their mouth. They have been so prepared for this. The one thing I want to see out of them, confidence today.
Yeah, I mean, the standard 1 seed across both game titles here on the weekend, Northwood going against the number 2 seed across both game titles as we get here into Overwatch. So it's going to be Akron versus Northwood here, and this is the grand finals, everybody. Do not hold your applause or anything. Let's get as loud as possible here, and let's just make some noise because this is going to be an amazing game, Dor.
We're kicking things off, going back over to Oasis.
Yep.
This is Northwood's pick in the best of 3. I'm real curious to see what we get here. Northwood already locking in a double bubble of their own. A little bit of respect being given over to Akron. You can tell they're taking this one pretty seriously off the bat with the composition, especially after that game that we saw out of them last. Ooh.
Yeah.
I expect Northwood to come out swinging.
Yeah, and you know, it's almost weird. We talked to a lot of the Akron players a lot over the weekend, and it just seems like they all kind of just say Northwood is the standout #1 squad, but I want to see some fight. I want to see some vigor. I want to see some attack coming out for Akron as we start this one off on Oasis.
It's about confidence. It's all about, they know they can play this. They've been practicing so hard for this match, but they can't get intimidated. They can't let it get in their heads. They'll start the engagement off fighting for the high ground. It is dive versus double bubble. Very classic competitions for either side. Northwood being forced back slowly but surely as Nylon searches for that Baptiste. Will get a whiff of him, and as the Immortality Field misses, it's a Baptiste going down in just a moment. Northwood looking pretty good for this one. 4 versus 4 as the high ground is reclaimed by Eric. Neither team has a main tank, but they've got Stun Ape on the high ground, and that's the big deal here.
Yeah, and he's actually over on the Soldier here, so a little bit of hit scan coming out from Big Boy Soldier as we now follow alongside Tyler. And, you know, the first point's going over to Akron, so far, Dor, they're doing the right job. They're going to start this one in the lead.
Making the right moves, but first ultimate up looks to be Nylon's Pulse Bomb, oddly enough, not Landon because he got picked off so early in the last fight. You'd normally expect it to be either Landon or Tasmino, but the stun is going down pretty early here from Cowman. There's a lot to worry about. Akron want to trade it out, and they need the trace to do so, but Nylon just can't get enough done. 2 players being traded out as we get a pause in the server. It's Northwood coming back in with the point.
Yeah, right there. G-Rob winds up finding another, and there goes that pause. So we'll see what happens here and what we have to fix. But, I mean, you know, this is what Northwood's strength is. They play so well, period. They just play so well, period. It's like Akron starts out getting the first point, getting the first round, playing very well, and just like that, Northwood takes it back easily. I mean, amazing stuff there. It's going to take a Goliath to stop the mountain known as Northwood.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the individual skill of Bethel with all the team play of Akron. It is very scary. And I think for Akron, that means you really need to find that pop-off player. You need to find an equalizer. We saw Big J5 do it in their matchup against Bethel not too long ago, and it was a very effective tool for getting them through King's Row. Akron, we know they have the skill on their team, right? Stun Ape, an incredible leader for the team, and you've also got Nylon, who's looked really impressive a lot of the time. This team has all the tools to get there. They just need 1 or 2 people to really step up to the occasion if they want to do it.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy feat, no doubt about it, as we wait for this pause to resume. But, you know, what's going to be the key here? You got your little black book full of info and notes and treasures and all this.
Too many.
Dor is amazing. He has been marketing to the players all weekend, talking to them, finding all the little tidbits of information. I've seen it. I mean, what's going to be the key here? Does Akron have a chance against Northwood?
I think it's all confidence. I was talking to him, and again, it's one thing to be preparing for a team all weekend. It's another to just let it get in your own head. And like I said, they have all the ability to do it. So if they can come in with confidence, just not allow Northwood to get away with anything they shouldn't get away with and continue to play their game, I think they're going to be more than all right. I think the big question comes between this matchup, actually. It's a question for Northwood as well of compositional diversity. We know Northwood can play virtually anything. Seasons and Cowman are incredibly flexible as a tank duo. Tyler and G-Rob have looked fairly flexible as far as we've seen. And Landon and Lep, I don't think there's any questions that those 2 players are incredible. But if Akron can find one composition that they feel like they're better on, whether it be Brawl, whether it be Rush, whether it be Dive Maps, whether it be Double Shield, they have to push as hard as they can. But the problem is, in a best of 3, there's only so much time to figure that out, right? And we're going to a map like Control. I actually think is pretty good for them because it gives them 3 sub-maps, 3 opportunities to try and figure it out. And yeah, it's like the most time you're possibly going to get to actually see which of these compositions is actually working out for you because Akron are very compositionally diverse. I
Sure.
think that's one of the best things that they've shown us so far this weekend. They're very confident on rush, dive, six-man, no matter what it be. They've played it and played it well. And so if they can find the right composition, I think that's the key for them.
Yeah, the problem is, like you said, it is only a best of 3. We actually had to ask the players if they want to do a best of 5. They kept the best of 3, which is all cool. But that does not give Akron a lot of time. Yeah, you're right. You do have the 3 points to potentially test comps and to see what works for your team. However, if it doesn't work, you lose that first map. And now you have the back against the wall, and now you're going to be feeling that pressure, and you're not going to have really any leeway to make any more mistakes. But we'll see how it plays out. We're still early in this one. What are you liking from the 2 compositions as we just look at the starting compositions here in this one?
Yeah, it's funny. They actually look very similar, right? You've got a Zarya Monkey on one side, and on the other side you've got a Diva Monkey, but they play very different.
Right.
The Zarya Winston is very much meant to play neutral game for a long time, chip away at you. You jump up, the Winston places a bubble, the Zarya places a bubble on top of it.
Sure.
You rotate out, you wait for the cooldowns, you do that again, you poke away until you get your ultimates up, and once you get all your ultimates up, the ultimates roll one into another very, very nicely, and you can continue that. It contains a lot of momentum once you get it working.
Very momentum-based team comp.
Exactly. Well, once you win that neutral game, which it does take a long time sometimes, but if you do it, it puts you in a very, very good position. From the other side, though, it's very standard dive, right? We're probably rush, actually, I think it was being played. I'm not quite remembering. I think
Diva
it was
the Winston.
Yeah, and it was a play with the Lucio Moira. So a Dallas-esque 6-man,
Sure.
normal, what we're expecting, a balled-up composition. And if they can't win the fight early, right, they have a very aggressive composition. The Moira is coming up with the ultimate, likely first in a lot of these situations. I don't think she did in this one, but in a majority of situations, that's kind of the point of it. And then they can find that dive target with the 6-man composition, get on top of him, and shut it down, which they did in the first fight. That's why they won, right? They found the Baptiste early, they shut him out, and immediately you win the fight there because there's no more sustain with the double bubble, right?
Sure.
Once that neutral breaks, you're already out, and you've missed your opportunity to get those ultimates up.
That is Akron's downtime here once that double bubble fails. But however, it could also be their strong suit. That Zarya's ability to soak damage and charge ultimate can be the difference maker. But don't forget, Diva could soak it up as well.
That's right. We're getting right back into things here on City Center. It's a fight 1 for Northwood, to remind us where we left off. Both teams coming up on ultimates here. Nylon with the first, but plenty more to boot. That's an interesting TP from Grob. Does he get it off safely? There's not really anywhere to go. He's going to have to regroup with the team. Great tack visor to get them in. Stun Ape with a 2-piece. Doesn't even need to move his mouse to do it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Stun Ape is going to be the one for me for Akron. Yeah, we've seen great things from Nylon, but let's see that tack visor go off. Actually, let's see how Nylon plays it as well. He does have a sticky bomb, though, but Eric's going to go down here, but it's Nylon who winds up cleaning up Cowman. Great stuff here. 32% in Akron. Now his ultimates, and they get the point.
Yeah, Northwood spends a lot there, right? Ant Matrix, Death Blossom.
Right.
We got the Pulse Bomb out of them as well. Akron held on to a lot. They're going to have 2 support ultimates and a Pulse Bomb going into the next fight. It's very hard for Northwood to fight this because as much as they want to play a sustained game, Akron's the one with the ultimates to do exactly that. And by taking out Landon early, they probably won't even need to use those.
Right, and now there's 4 online for Akron, but it's going to be Tasmino who activates his on Moira, as well as Seal for a nice little wombo combo here. Akron is smelling blood in the water. Seal going to find Lep, and it's 60% and running.
Yeah, the fact that they had to use both support ultimates to do that, they were trying to push out in the spawn to get as much value as they could out of the previous fight win, but they used both support ultimates to do it, which now Northwood come in with a sound barrier of their own, which is pretty uncomfortable to play at if you're Akron. So Akron, I actually like what they're doing here and keeping this fight going and trying to force out that sound barrier early so they can maybe find a regroup on this point, but it doesn't look like they're going to get it out. Lep is too good of a player to let an ultimate like that go in a situation where he shouldn't.
And I just love what I saw from Northwood there. Tyler on the Tracer was just all over the place, wound up picking up 3 kills and secures Northwood the objective here. Now, they do have a bit of percentage to make up. However, Akron has used their ultimates, but a nice grenade on G-Rob is going to give Akron an opening.
That's brutal. You have to understand when the teams are this good, that one pick virtually ends the fight in a majority of situations, right? It's about a 70% win rate after you find that first pick. And Stun 8 being pushed off is nearly equalized, but is peeled for. Nylon's looking for one more in the backline, but they've gained control of the high ground, and that's the big thing that we're looking for. Force that Winston off. He's already under critical HP. Seasons is taken down eventually, and now Akron with that one-man advantage, turn it into 2 and start the push back forward. Landon buys a little bit of space for the team with the Implication Matrix, which will give time for that initial Reaper pick to come back online and at least play his 5 versus versus 6. But the Coalescence re-engage from Akron is well timed. Just as the Amplification Matrix goes down, they're back in. Grob tries to make the difference, but this Reaper's just struggling to get anything done now. With the bomb being thrown in, Akron are struggling to turn this point over. Cowman equalizes, and they've given Northwood too much time. Northwood regroup, come back with 6, and immediately wipe over Akron.
That is so unfortunate. Akron had pre-won the team fight, but they were unable to get Northwood off the objective. Northwood comes back, picks up 3 kills, and they were also stacking percentage point the entire time. Northwood has just now surpassed 92%, and Akron's only going to have one more chance at this one. Akron had the lead, though, Door.
They would love nothing more than to get on this point, and I think they're going to be successful in doing so. But CECC is doing a great job here, right? Separating away the players. Akron with a good dive, though. That was actually a really good job getting past the ulting Winston. They get onto the point of 6. As long as they touch for this overtime, they're going to be all right. Sound barrier out from Pixeled Star allows them to stay alive for a little longer. Gives them the release on life that they needed to get in this one. Sound barrier out of Northwood, they're committing as well, knowing that this could be their last fight, forcing that ultimate out to try and win the fight, but they were already down players, and Tosmino's got another support ultimate. It is Amplification Matrix versus Coalescence with the bomb coming over top. That is the meter to tick over Akron and get this point going in their favor. We're just still in last fight territory. Northwood coming up on only a pulse bomb, Akron on next to nothing, but they're going to have some nice ultimates to make this stagger work. Tyler,
oh, that's an opening for the pulse bomb!
Everything doesn't connect it, though. Both Divas out of mech, and no damage mitigation left on the field. It's up to the DPS, who are now completely open to farm each other. Deadeye out, nothing found. There's a slight lull in the fight as the ball looks for a re-engage. Seasons is in on the back line, but it's a complete trade back and forth. But they found Landon, half HP, booped away. Great peel by Left to keep his main support in it, but Nylon's finding picks nonetheless. The main tank's out of the way now as Akron are fighting for their lives. This is the one they wanted, but it doesn't look like they've quite gotten it yet. The health bar's so low, the pool running out. Eric went down without using the self-destruct. Overtime's ticking down, but it's Northwood who are probably going to be running this point right back over, and that wick is going to burn so fast.
Yeah, and there goes that capture as it does go in favor of Northwood. Akron is not going to make it back. Wow, that was an amazing first round map right there. That was impressive stuff. I mean, Akron had the game. Akron had the game not once but twice where it was right in their grasp. I almost feel like they gave it away, but Northwood could have taken it. That last fight, but Northwood was perfect.
Yeah, gave it away is not something they did. They fought tooth and nail for it, inch by inch. It came down to the tiniest of individual plays there in the final moments, and you can't put any blame on Akron or leaving everything out on the field. They're making Northwood do the exact same thing, and that is absolutely wild.
Akron had 2 picks in that final fight first to start things off, but was unable to transition it into anything. However, if that's an indication of how the match is going, that's an amazing job from Akron to start things out. Don't give up on yourself, but look at this. Stun Ape now over onto the Pharah with the Mercy. Let's see how it plays out but Northwood having that Ashe on G-Rock.
Both teams lock in the Farm Mercy.
Right.
It's a little awkward for season.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not like
this. Get up?
He gets up.
Very nice. We got booped off just like that.
Oh, no.
That was by Pharah. That was stunning.
Akron, what a punish. Goes up. This is aggressive. Grob's still there to take you down, but Akron still, by all means, are in the lead in this fight and should be able to seal it out. Northwood are going to come back, and they'll get a recontest here. Following the point take, I believe. They might be able to contest this. Nope. Take over to Akron. Grob finds an opening pick, though, and they will at least get a re-engage here because there's no shields in their way. There's nothing to stop Grob from just picking player after player off. And with that, Northwood take before even 10%'s back.
You just got to love what you see from Northwood. When they smell blood in the water, they take advantage every single time, and they have the accuracy to back it up. Their frontline, Cowman and Seasons, are just a problem all day long. They will get the first objective. Akron now trying to find a way back in. We might see some swaps come out.
Patience out of Akron. Compositional swap Stun Ape. We've seen this Doomfist before. Wreak some real havoc, and it's a good pick for the composition that they're running into. There's no stuns to stop it from really going off. Reinhardt's now in the back line, though. Health dropping low for Seal. Got to be a little bit careful here. But Nyla finding the opening pick on his feet. There's nothing left to really mess with this back line. Nothing to corrupt them. But with Tyler and Grob being on opposite sides, they've got this beautiful crossfire over point, which is allowing them to just pick Akron apart.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Akron thought they can just get on the point. Cowman was holding it down. You have G-Rob on the right. You have Soldier on the left. And more importantly, they're hitting their shots as Northwood, which makes this composition just so insanely deadly. It's been working, and G-Rob on the Ashe has been a problem. They've got to find a way to get back to him.
Yeah, Akron swap comps at pretty awkward time, too, right? They gave away a lot of the ultimate charge that they had built up. Meanwhile, Northwood are sitting on 4 of their own. If they can budget these out appropriately, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. And with Stun Ape down, I mean, already a 5v6, they're going to try and fight this, likely to try and draw ultimates out. Maybe they can get one. They'll hold their ground at the very least, but It's a pretty ugly look for Akron right now. That application matrix could be what gets them back into it, though. It'll deny them from peeking that opposing high ground with the Soldier and Ash. It's just a matter of when do they use it. Dead end by space. Application matrix out. Insane grab out of Cowman. Oh, he's so creative through the wall, and it's an easy finish off. That's the plays that only Northwood make.
Oh, that was genius stuff there. They wombled it with the bob right there from the Ash, wind up connecting on everything. Tyler gets a bunch of picks, and Northwood used 4 or 5 ultimates on that, but it was worth it because now Akron has back against the wall. Northwood with 78% and pressing, and Stun Ape just got trickled out.
It's everything they can want and more, and now they get to continue to hold that high ground. They know they can separate those players a little bit more safely as well. Tyler and Grob can spread themselves out, knowing that they can just continue to play ring around the rosy on the point. Akron now for the next recontest. Just walk right past the amplification matrix. Good stuff, staying calm. Now they've got to find a target to engage on, though. That Soldier's on the left side, but you're never going to catch up to him with the speed he's got. And every member of Northwood just calmly backing away, not giving him anything. Seasons gets taken down, but at the same time, the Reinhardt's dropping so low for both sides. Northwood healthy, though. Both their tanks fully in one piece. Tyler finishes it off. I'm convinced Tac Visor is actually worse for Tyler than his actual aim.
Exactly. The DPS of Northwood is fantastic as they take the first map here. They're amazing. They were not touched at all. I mean, you can credit it to their front line or not, maybe the positioning of the DPS themselves, but, I mean, it was just perfect. You couldn't dive the left side because you had Soldier on the right just blowing you up. You couldn't dive the right side because you had Ash on the other side hitting you with dynamites. It was just amazing stuff. Northwood going to get that first map here in the winners finals.
Yeah, and you know what? It was well fought by Akron.
Definitely.
It's not over yet.
Right.
We saw an incredible first map out of them. It was a little shaky there once things got close quarters, once the high ground came into play. So I'm thinking, what does that knock out for them? They probably don't want to play Hanamura. They probably don't want to play a lot of these really high groundy maps. We don't have much outside of that that's super bad for them that I see in the map pool. Maybe Anubis comes into play there, right, with that ball being able to knock off the high ground. But I think there are a lot of open options for this team where they can still play the compositions that they want and find success left in the map pool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure what map they're going to wind up going with, but I do want to say, they've got to find a way to get to this DPS backline. It seems like it's just a strong suit here for Northwood. Sure, the entire team is obviously top of the tier across the board, but,
they've been enabling the DPS for so long, and that's the problem.
It's just helping them so much. Akron's no slouch. I want to get that across right now. Akron is a phenomenal team, but they've got to find a way to lock up G-Rob because he has just been all over the place, and Northwood hasn't even had to peel for G-Rob too much. He's just been kind of firing off.
And I think there's actually one really interesting option that they have in their back pocket. It was something we saw from them yesterday when they were playing against Cincinnati. Was what I was talking to them after the game. They called a poke rush, and I think it's pretty well fit for what we're going to, actually, which will be Havana. And it composes itself of a Reinhardt classic rush composition, but played with poke DPS, right? It was Korean Hanzo at the time when they were actually playing it, and they played it very well. It's answerable with some high ground shenanigans by staying out of sight and by playing smart. But considering what they need to do by poking those DPS out, disallowing them the high ground, not allowing them themselves to get poked at constantly from multiple sides, I think it could be a pretty decent answer. Come Havana, it's a little bit more unclear. It leaves itself open to a lot of interpretation. It tends to be a map where we don't get super traditional composition, save for the spawn hold, right, where you're running May and Cowboy a lot of the time. Snipers really do start to come out on this map where they don't really in a lot of other places. I know Tyler and G-Rob are both ecstatic and really happy to lock in a Hanzo or a Widowmaker, so this really is just whatever you want for both teams.
And that's totally fine with me. Leave it all out here as we are potentially in the last map of the CENC Midwest Invitational. Akron has got to get a win here if they want to bring it to a map 3 as we see the opening compositions potentially coming out here.
Yeah, I like this from Northwood. I actually really like this from Northwood. You're putting G-Rob on a comfortable character. Tyler is a very, very good aimer, right? You're talking like an old school 4.5K hit scan player, now a Valorant player, I believe. This guy just doesn't miss. And in the hands of a Widowmaker, I think this is a pretty deadly setup that they've got going for themselves. Hog Sigma as well. Season's a very, very solid Sigma we've been seeing at the entire event. Cowman has probably the scariest Hog in contenders, which I feel like is like a really weird accolade to hand out, considering we don't see Hog that much. But if there was one, definitely Cowman. Leppin Landing to be throwing in lots of poke damage as well. This is a very hard composition to approach.
All right, well, we'll see the composition here for the other side. Akron, you got Hamster here on Seal, Tracer from Nylon, and Stun Apes on the Hanzo. So interesting stuff to play it out. And You got a nice little support composition for Zenyatta as well as Brigitte as well. So it is now Akron here on the offense trying to push out, and we have so far Tyler on the sniper, but Cowman once again getting that first pick over on Eric, and that hook landed perfectly and wound up connecting.
Yeah, I'm expecting composition swaps likely from Akron here. What they wanted to do was try and isolate those DPS, right?
Sure.
You were talking about disabling them, taking a lot of the tools out of their hands. And so they're trying to dive them with the tanks and then poke at them with the snipers.
Right.
But those tanks can't really get in. Seal and Eric can't get past the tanks that Northwood have set up. The Hog and the Sigma rather are so good at holding them off. But since they got the early pick there onto G-Rob in the fight, they're just following up, right? These are default picks that you would expect them to get following an initial pick. It's a question more so of how far out can Northwood get, because if Cowman goes down here, it's a pretty deadly stagger.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Akron needs. And Nylon going to wind up finding G-Rob, though. Nice snipe shot, and the position here for Stunape as they do get this payload finally moving. 250 left. Go ahead.
G-Rob's a majority of the damage here
right.
for Northwood, right? That's a huge pick. It's why they lost the last fight. It's why they have to respect them right here. They're going to back away with an Matrix to buy a little bit of time. And with Cowman still coming in on the flank, Akron have to be sure that they actually do respect that.
As Tyler and Cowman each find one. It's just as soon as Akron gets going, it's just Northwood immediately comes back. Landon winds up getting a kill, but so far Nylon for Akron on the Widowmaker has been fantastic, hitting a couple of shots here and landing some kills. That's always going to be in favor of Akron here, but Northwood is just staggering them perfectly.
It really is the staggers that are doing it. We've seen the Widows go pretty much 1-for-1, but Cowman's been problematic around the sidelines. This is something that you see him do in contenders. Just like, how does he get away with these ridiculous hog flanks, even at the highest level? It's so hard shutting him down. It looks like he's just like no brain flanking, but there really is a lot of thought going behind it when Cowman's playing, and we know he's an incredibly smart player.
And he's just reading the rotations perfectly is what it gives him the flanks. He's understanding the way Akron is playing, and that's what's allowing him to walk around different areas of the map. He's also getting out of the fight, as we see right here a little bit. And look, right here, he comes in, he does miss the hook, but still gets some damage off, and he uses that beautiful bottle to get his life. A huge sustain here on the Hog.
Yeah, Tyler diffs Landon, but Tasmino trades it back with a diff onto Landon. You hate to see it. Widowmaker is still up, though, for Northwood, which is a big problem for them. The sight lines are so long, and Tyler just gets free reign. One more onto Stunape, and like we said, this Widowmaker just doesn't miss. If you're given the sight lines, Tyler is going to take advantage of them. Now popping the sights as well, can pretty safely peek that spawn if they want to, because Cowman's up there, and there's no chance that anybody really denies him a space. And even if they don't get the picks, they're just holding on to the card. It hasn't moved in forever. We're down to a minute left on the clock, and Tyler's just picking them out.
Yeah, and this is that chokehold. This part of Hanamura is that chokehold where it is almost Havana, which is almost impossible to get through when Tyler's just hitting snipe after snipe down this long hallway. They have to figure out a way to get to Tyler. Either Nylon's got to shoot him or something's got to happen, because Tyler has just been picking off member after member. Widowmaker will activate here her vision on the side of Akron, and 2 ultimates here for Akron might be able to get him in. They need something going here,
I'm really looking at Nylon right now. It feels like the answer, right? It would take all 5 other members to get on top of this Widowmaker otherwise. But if Nylon hits the shot, it only takes 1 person. It's a tall ask, but he hasn't quite done it yet. Tyler's found another pick. The reign of terror continues to rain upon him and tries to go for the 1v1. Tyler's just too good. A 3rd shot out from the Widowmaker, and all of a sudden the Havana pick's hurting him even more. Cowman's going to finish off with 1 more. I mean, there's 15 seconds left on the clock. Those spawn timers are brutal. They're going to be coming back with just 5 seconds left, and those players are pretty slow.
Yeah, Stunape just got taken out in the late side trickle as well. Nylon, though, does find Landon, so this might be the one opportunity. 4 seconds left. It's not going to be a big one, but they've got to find some way to get on the card as that overtime has now ticked in. Can Nylon hit another? And he will! That's exactly what they need. I know it's late, but they still have an opportunity.
Out goes Baptiste, chunking out the Sigma as well, which allows Tasmino to pick up that last one. Despite Tyler being pretty quiet in the fight, Nylon shows up for another! The Widowmaker wins when the clock strikes noon.
That was a beautiful shot by Nylon, and he got going a little bit late, but going late is better than never going at all as it winds up connecting, and now Landon's getting some kills here as Stunape does fall. But either way, Akron is starting to find their footholding a little bit. They're playing fantastic. Ultimates come out here. Door.
And it's a gravitic flux, so critical from Eric. Everyone's down to half HP. Same thing goes for the Northwood side, though. Seasons chucks it out and is far more successful. Low HP, though, on the Northwood side.
Wow.
Not quite enough. It looks like Akron's out, and it looks like Northwood's finding wait. Cart crossed?
They got the cart crossed.
Oh my,
cart
wait,
crossed.
just in time.
Just in time. It literally moved over in the overtime meter. It'll give another 2 minutes and 13 seconds for Akron. The grace of the Lord has given them some help here as they're actually in this one. But you know what? There's a good in here because Nylon has started hitting some shots. He's starting to get going.
He's feeling
a little
good.
bit. And that's exact. Akron needs a little bit of momentum here in their favor because Northwood has just been stifling that the whole game.
Cowman's just in their spawn. He is in their spawn with a whole hog right now. And this isn't cockiness. This is just Cowman being smart. He knows he can do this. Uncontested. Akron have, rightfully so, backed away to try and hold a little bit further along the side. Cowman hasn't been dealt with yet. The hog's still there. He's just sitting by their spawn. Eventually goes down to Eric, thankfully enough. But Tyler's got a nice little off angle here that they've got to worry about. And that Arissa, very chunkable. You know what? I am very surprised you got that res off. That is not often that Tyler misses a shot like that.
I was going to say, that was...
Akron, and thanks to the reprieve that they've gotten by Tyler missing that shot, they make their way forward. This is not as good as dead. Yeah, he's out of there. Cart continues forward, and Akron are going to get the high ground for that.
Yeah, and that was a great actual, normally you don't want to see the off-tank go out and peel too much, but to pick up a support, that's more than worth it. So Seal doing a great job, and that's going to lead to Eric and Stunape finding another 2, and it's G-Rob and Tyler. When the DPS are down, push that payload. Akron starting to find their footing a little bit here in this one.
You want to keep finding these picks. You want to keep looking for these players. They have to know Cowman's coming from the solar left side. It's Cowman. He's playing aggressive. He's taking off angles left, right, and center. Just stay safe with your shields, and you'll be looking all right. Don't lose anybody to the Widowmaker. Nylon holding their own place, just backing away calmly. Should probably regroup with the tanks pretty soon here. Otherwise, Edwards getting picked off. Tyler charged one up, but just not enough charge. Landon's the one to finish it off, though. His bomb goes up and over top. Trying to buy some more space here for Akron, but it might be too little too late. And Implication Matrix used just in time alongside Bongo to really amp up that damage. It's just enough to get Akron through this fight. Lep is giving it the beans right now. Oh my god. How long is Brick going to live? There's no way.
He's got so much.
He has taken it upon himself to win this fight.
He's still in there.
There's only... Brick can't out-damage any of the supports on that team. There's no way it happens, but damn, he was trying.
He was fully committed, no doubt about it, as we're now seeing Eric. And Akron is actually getting a little bit of momentum here. Tyler does find Nylon, so the better of the 1v1 there again, but the res might be coming out. Mercy does get Nylon up, blocked out by the shield, and now it's pushing along. This could hit the second payload, and they're in overtime once again.
And the hook misses. Deadeye is available. Stunape wants to stay on the cart underneath this Widowmaker so they can't pick off Nylon again at the 12th hour. Shows up. Landon pulled off the high ground. A huge one out of Seal. Leaves the Baptiste up and available, but the picks are coming out for Northwood. Deadeye over top looks to end things. Huge defense matrix, though, just before the mech gets knocked out. Eric comes up with a big one, but they need more picks. They need to finish this off. The spawn is closer for Northwood, and the whole hog's going to push him off just to the end of point B. But Akron put up a pretty good fight, considering that point A was so rough.
Right. Point A was rough for them. They had a hard time crossing it. They almost get point B as well. But again, it's G-Rob who's just in the perfect positioning, sitting up top, being so difficult to take out here on the DPS. And we're going to have to see if Akron has the ability on defense to stop Northwood. If they can pull this map out, we will go to a map 3 and they will have a chance. Don't forget, this is for the grand finals of the Overwatch division here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational presented by Army ROTC.
And you know what? I think you hit the nail on the head there. It really has been the high ground, right? We talked about it in the map prior on how they were struggling to deal with the high ground on all the maps. And then here you come and you're basically surrounded on all sides. And Akron, the one fight they did win, they continue to roll it because it allowed them to continue to take control of the high ground. But the second they lose it, it becomes that hard for them to actually get it back. I'm curious to see whether or not they go for the spawn hold. I think they will. Akron are, lined up. No surprises here. I like this from Northwood, though. We're getting everything we want and more. I think Tyler actually will probably stay on the far out to try and find an opening pick for them to break the spawn hold.
Sure.
But if you're Northwood, you've got to be expecting what's coming on the other side.
Yeah, you know, it's so weird. Northwood just plays this mind game of mastery where they send Tyler on the Widowmaker, actually staying low most of the map. But then you have Cowboy up top with G-Rob. So normally you would see the Widowmaker always in a high position, but staying on the ground and making that dual level of attack really was kind of difficult. Akron did a great job, though, as we start here in the second round. Payload, let's see if Akron can D it up. I love the May pick here by Stunape.
Yeah, Northwood haven't really swapped anything. And the far, like we said, if you're running a Reinhardt, if you're running things to get you out, is going to put you in a good position. But right now, compositionally, Northwood aren't really fit to take them on. They might look for a pick, and you know what? Landon's going to give them at least one. And I think that's kind of their game plan here with this, right? If the hog can find a hook, if Akron aren't playing perfectly cleanly, all of a sudden this hold is over.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a lot of room for error as the hook does come out, though. But Hog getting iced out, Nylon finds another one. Nylon is my secret player for Akron. If he can get the Cowboy online and get this damage out with his accuracy, it's going to go in their favor.
It's not looking good, though. They lost Tasmino and Studape. That's the BAP and the May gone. All the sustain that Akron's composition was offering up isn't really there. And you can try and disengage this, but it's always going to look a little messy. Northwood break the spawn hold after just about a minute.
Yeah, that was looked convincingly easy. Tasmino does have ultimate as well as Nylon, so 2 in favor here for Akron. However, they will trickle in as Akron's just Cowman on this hog is just all over the place. This guy is like secret agent spy hog. Comes out of nowhere. Wait, Yak sets up a pick.
Yeah, I don't know how he hides that much man.
He's literally like crouching behind desks and like you're not seeing him. He's hiding behind doorways. Amazing stuff here. And Tyler just firing these rockets from the back line. It's playing perfect here for Northwood.
Yeah, I like this by Akron though. Use that AM matrix to regain a lot of space. The card hasn't really progressed to that point yet, but they do use it to establish a couple people up on the high ground here, which is good. Regretting it though, they back away to try and peel off with the barrage, but it still managed to get one. Trying to carry all the momentum they got from that first fight in. Northwood know they have an ultimate advantage when they're trying to push this point because the May swapped off. There's no chance of being blizzarded here, and so they'll take the man or two advantage and continue this card moving forward. Akron really need to be careful though that they don't give too much because those staggers are going to hurt, and it might actually just completely rob them of the opportunity to contest this A.
Yeah, they just lost 3 there, unfortunately. Minute 59 left on the clock, and this 8 points going to go easily over to Northwood. Right here, we've got to find some sort of stop. Northwood has played so fantastic, but Akron does not have much road left. A little bit more push here as we have 4:15. Northwood with a lot of time.
Tough hold for Akron, trying to play aggressively with the brawl composition, but Tyler's in the back line. It's a matter of whose team goes down first, but with Stunape out of the way and Cowman playing the flank, Tyler still hasn't been dealt with, and despite Seal trying to push forward for Akron, he's pretty much flying solo. There's not much help here. It's them, a McCree, a Diva, and a Lucio just desperately trying to get out of this, but Northwood spawn is closer. The far in the backline completely wiped the supports for them, and it created a lot of problems.
Northwood now, Tyler with an ultimate as well as landed. G-Rob just got his Deadeye on a line as well. And Akron has not used Nylon's or Tasmino's ultimate, so they're saving onto that amplification matrix. They're saving onto that Deadeye of their own. However, they don't have too much time left. You're not getting any resource of value if you're holding onto them.
Yeah, and it's almost time. I mean, we're talking winners finals. This is it. It's now or never for Akron. They're one fight away from the end here. Nylon just in time again comes up with the goods. A Deadeye drop, but will be traded out 4 seasons. Now without one tank, Landon's starting to fire away from that high ground, making that DPS dip not look so much. Barrage in on the back. Tyler's looking to end things right here, right now. Catch up another. The pick's continuing to go Northwood's way as the Hog just beats on the Reinhardt shield. 21 HP to his name. Seal is cowering in a corner, trying to help this team regroup, but it's so difficult. They want to stop the cart, but Landon's giving him a mouthful of metal as the push continues for Northwood. This cart looks unstoppable.
Yeah, they're playing great here. I mean, Northwood now sitting on 3 ultimates. They just used the Hog to push even further back. Nice stun, though, by Nylon, but he gets taken out. Landon, Tyler, Cowman, they're all finding it. This could be the game. 3 meters and approaching.
Oh, and it's all there. Northwood 2-0. Take the finals and take the whole thing.
Wow, let's give it up for Northwood University. 2-0. They played dominant the entire time across 2 different games. Dor, that was amazing stuff. Let's take a look at the play of the game here by Tyler.
I mean, it shouldn't be going to anybody else. Absolutely locked it down on this map, and you can tell there's a very clear idea.
Right.
For Akron coming into this. They want to shut down those DPS, they want to dive them, and then put pressure on the rest of their team by running that double sniper. And while they still have the tanks to hold them off, and Cowman and Caesar were doing a great job of making space, I think Tyler probably would have done that either way with the shots he was hitting.
Well, you know what? Let me go down there and either find Tyler, let me find Northwood, because I want to interview these guys and close out the show. Dor, thank you so much for allowing me to cast with you, brother. That was so much fun.
That's the last you guys get to hear from me. Thank you so much, everybody, for having me. It's been wonderful getting cast, everybody. But, of course, we're going to send this one off for Pauly Hype to finish things with a winner's interview. It's been so fun. Northwood come out ahead. I'm really curious to see who you get to talk to. I want to see the whole team. It's been a long time, and they've had a long week. They've been playing contenders this whole time. They come here. They get to wipe this as well. Akron put up every bit of fight they had. It's been wonderful having them. They've played confident. They've played calm. They've played some really intense Overwatch. No one has put more into this than they have. They have VOD reviewed every single night, every single team they are going up against. So hats off to them. They really did everything they could, but I think we're just about ready with Pauly down on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Northwood.
Absolutely. Let's get Northwood up here really quick. Somebody come on over here for an interview because you guys played amazing. You dominated the entire time. Congratulations. What was going through your mind? You guys were in control always. Yeah, what was going through your mind? Take us through that map.
We normally just do the same stuff we always do. We're very strong individually, so we normally stick to our own play styles and then kind of mesh them in together as we play.
Absolutely, and moving forward, you guys are going to move on. You qualify here for the Collegiate Esports National Championship when we do head on over there. But are there any other schools nationwide that give you guys a run for your money that you've played against?
I know ISU gives these guys a good run for their money, and I think Maryville is also competitive with them.
Excellent. And I mean, let's just get the question out of the way that everyone wants to know: who's getting dropped when Overwatch 2 comes out? I'm just kidding. Are you? Okay, I got you. Okay, Overwatch 2, for those of you that don't know, is transitioning to 5-on-5, so they're actually going to change the game. Are you excited for Overwatch 2?
Yeah, it looks like a good game.
Absolutely. Well, you guys won Northwood University. Let's give it up for these guys. They've played amazing from start to finish. And without further ado, let's bring on CSMG Director Neil Malvone to present them with the CSMG and the presented by Army ROTC trophy. Here you are, Neil.
Thank you, Paulie. I think I just did this a few hours ago. Before I get to Northwood, I do want to congratulate Akron, making it to the finals in both titles, running into a pretty tough squad from Northwood. But let's give it up for the Akron also. They did a terrific job all weekend as well. On behalf of CSMG, my partners Mike Schreck and Ray Katz, I do want to also advise Akron and their coach, Nate, that you have also qualified for CNC this May for your performances this weekend. So again, congratulations to Akron. And now on behalf of our company, on behalf of Army ROTC, our sponsor, would Northwood please come up and accept the championship trophy?
Let's go. Hold it down here. Turn it around.
Let's hear some noise.
Let's go. There we go.
So as we wrap up the Midwest Regional Invitational here in South Bend, CSMG has been honored to host this event. The sportsmanship, the camaraderie that we saw all weekend was very inspiring across the board, and we are looking forward to our next regional. I want to thank our production team, Esports Foundry, for the great work they did all weekend. Paulie Hype, you hyped it up from Friday to tonight. Thank you so much for all that you do. The rest of our team, Angela Thomas up there, our executive director, and the rest of the CSMG team, thank you so much. Jeff Jarnicki, thanks for hosting us here at Century Center. And if I forgot anybody, it's not intentional. It's been a long week, long weekend. We look forward to coming back and doing this again. Thank you, everybody, and have a safe travels home.